In 2035, on Lansing, an alien battlefield, at last the alarms fell silent. Not because the crisis had passed, but because Li Xuanji's auditory nerves had completely failed, exploding without warning. Inside the cockpit, the temperature soared. Li Xuanji felt like a slab of sizzling pork belly on a hot griddle, its oil crackling. The jagged break in the right arm's control stick not only pierced his femoral artery, but also severed his nerve of pain. Blood gushed incessantly, staining the control panel a vivid crimson. The holographic screen was reduced to speckles like falling snow, with its sole light emanating from directly ahead. The colossal chitinous beast named Awakens spread an abyssal maw large enough to engulf a warship, its fetid wind battering the senses. A stench reminiscent of hell's own making filled the air, dizzying in its assault. Am I the reincarnation of misfortune? As a sophomore on trial stumbling into such luck, it's akin to winning the lottery. Li Xuanji grinned grimly as a mouthful of blood choked his throat, forcing coughs, as if he might expel his lungs. Yet his only remaining left hand clutched the broken control stick so fiercely that it left impressions on the metal. Even in death, I must shatter that beast's tooth. Warning vital signs reached 0. Countdown initiated. Fate's hand system forceful activation. Host nearing death detected. Initiating soul contingency, transdimensional anchor jump. Jump. To where? The domain of the king of hell. A haze clouded Li Xuanji's mind as he bitterly muttered to himself. Target locked. Divine King Academy Girls Dormitory SSS level high-risk zone. Warning. The target area shows extreme energetic reactions. Host survival rate 0.001. Scanning for the mightiest being, the desolate Divine King, Li Qinghai. Suggestion: activate Void Cloud Seeking Hand to pilfer the Divine King's personal token and intimidate the locals. Execute. Li Xuanji's eyelids twitched erratically. Stealing the asset of the mightiest being across dimensions. This damned system must think my demise is not flamboyant enough, wishing me a quiet exit. Yet staring into the gaping insectoid maw before him, he ground his teeth. Steal it. Forget the token. Steal even his underpants if necessary. All in. Command confirmed. Luck value reset. Theft successful. Commencing teleportation. A burst of blue light exploded before his eyes. The clamor of the world was abruptly severed, as if snipped by scissors. Weightlessness. Dizziness. And then, crash. Cold water rushed fiercely into his nasal cavity. The scent of gunpowder vanished, and the acrid aroma of scorched matter dissipated, replaced by a chilling, bone-penetrating fragrance. Like black roses blooming upon a grave. Dangerous yet alluring. Li Xuanji suddenly choked on a gust of water, instinctively straightening his body. Beneath his palm lay not scalding scrap metal, but smooth, delicate white jade tiles. Ahem, where is this? He pronounced after wiping the water from his face and opening his eyes. In the next moment, he felt as if his inner core were overheating. A shroud of mist enveloped the space. Straight ahead, black petals drifted across the water as a solitary silhouette slowly rose. Water droplets slid down a spine as smooth as congealed cream, gathering near the waist before vanishing into an evocative expanse of water, an embodiment of pristine white. Then came an absolute blackness, a visual shock more potent than the monstrous threat moments before. Li Xuanji's heart skipped a beat, not for its alluring beauty, though it was indeed striking, but for the palpable murderous intent that was even more fearsome than the alien behemoth outside. Damn you, system. Is this what you call an SSS-level forbidden zone? Li Xuanji fumed internally. This was nothing short of a female bathhouse. And yet it was a female bathhouse imbued with lethal intent. Were perks being handed out at the start? No, this was a death trap. Suddenly the bathhouse's lights were swallowed by a mysterious black substance. Absolute darkness descended. Shadows below went berserk, coalescing into thousands of pitch-black venomous serpents that slithered up his ankles with frantic force. Cold. Slippery. It was the touch of hell itself. Seems like today's security isn't even expecting a paycheck, he mused dryly. Her voice was icy and devoid of warmth, as if pronouncing a death sentence. Li Xuanji scarcely noticed when she had turned, for a sharp pain had already begun to prick his throat. A massive scythe entirely forged of condensed shadows pressed against his carotid. Should he dare swallow a breath, his head would be immediately relocated. In the darkness, a pair of eyes flared to life. Within their depths hung two black one crescents. This was Li Youyue, the head of the Shadow Division at Divine King Academy, the fabled Yi princess whose very shadow dripped with venom. Moreover, she was the eldest daughter in the internal world of Divine King Li Qinghai. No matter which immortal you are, Li Youyue declared as she advanced barefoot over the damp floor. With every step she took, the shadow serpents coiled ever tighter around Li Xuanji, while his bones creaked under unbearable strain. Those who glimpse forbidden truths must pay the price, she intoned. Eyes or tongue? Choose one. The death countdown resumed, this time with a swiftness surpassing even that of the insectoid horde. System, where is the pilfered item? Don't play dead. Li Xuanji roared internally as a cold, hard object suddenly manifested in his grasp. To hell with caution, he wagered everything. Enduring excruciating pain, Li Xuanji summoned his final strength and forcefully slammed the object onto the tile. Let me see it clearly. Clang. A dark archaic token crashed heavily onto the ground, its crisp sound echoing like thunder. At the token's center, a dark purple crystal burst forth, a terrifying pressure upon exposure to air. Boom. The shadow serpents that had entwined Li Xuanji disintegrated into wisps of smoke as though confronted by a mortal foe. The shadow scythe draped around his neck shattered into fragments. In that instant, Li Youyue recoiled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She abruptly retreated 3 steps her back, slamming into the sink. Her once indifferent proud eyes now fixed intently on the token lying on the floor. Her pupils contracted sharply. Was that the aura of her father? The Desolation Order. To behold this token was to witness the very presence of the Divine King. This was the highest level token, a relic even his mother never possessed, entrusted only to his father's most loyal confidants. How could this blood-soaked man in tattered battle attire possess his father's personal emblem? Could it be? Li Xuanji keenly detected a fleeting glimmer of awe in her eyes. Victory was his. This maneuver was nothing short of dancing atop the king of hell's head. Gritting his teeth against bone-shattering pain, he slowly bent down. His movements were measured and elegant, as if attending a banquet rather than emerging from a heap of corpses. With his fingertips, he hooked the token from the ground and gently exhaled, as though to dispel a non-existent dust. It seems this thing works better than my face, he remarked. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the darkness to lock onto eyes harboring dark moons. He was bluffing, but in moments like these the first to show fear would perish. Li Youyue bit her lower lip and casually draped a black bathrobe around herself. The murderous intent subsided, replaced by an intense scrutiny, as if she were examining a rare specimen. Did your father send you? Why not use the main entrance? Why must you appear beside my bathtub? In the end, even the faint blush at her ear could not be concealed. Li Xuanji spread his hands, indicating the bleeding wound on his chest with an innocent expression. The main entrance. That path is reserved for the dead. I'm in a hurry. Exceedingly so. He inwardly added, hurrying towards rebirth only to have the system toss him into your bathtub. Who could possibly argue with that? Li Youyue frowned as she examined the wound closely, corroded by strong acid laceration. These were not marks left by trivial academy skirmishes, but the true scars of the battlefield. This man had just crawled back from hell. Thump, thump, thump. The rapid pounding on the door shattered the standoff in the bathroom. Chairman of Discipline. High-energy spatial fluctuations detected. The Student Council enforcement team is in position, awaiting orders. Outside, a clamor of onlookers arose. Li Youyue's expression darkened so suddenly that it seemed to drip with menace. If anyone were to see a man in her bathhouse, the Divine King Academy Forum would surely collapse by the next day. The headline was already in her mind. Shocking. The aloof goddess conceals a man in her golden abode. A scene of monumental social demise. She then turned her gaze toward Li Xuanji. His eyes betrayed a complex emotion. Unable to kill due to the token, yet unable to justify sparing him. Then Li Xuanji smiled, a grin blending roguish charm with cool composure. He stepped forward until only half an arm's length separated him from Li Youyue, his nose nearly brushing her damp strands. It appears, miss, you're in trouble. Lowering his voice to a husky yet magnetic tone, Li Xuanji spoke. At the same time, Li Youyue's body tensed as her fingertips once again gathered a dangerous dark glow. What is it you wish to say? For instance, Li Xuanji casually tossed the Desolation Order into the air and deftly caught it. I am His Divine Majesty's emissary sent to you, miss, your personal instructor. Li Youyue was taken aback. An instructor? Personal attendant as well. What a feeble excuse, yet it seemed to suffice. Bang! The bathroom door was violently flung open. A group of fully armed student council members burst in, led by a blond young man wielding a light sword with murderous intent. Protect the chairwoman. Lurkers, the order was abruptly cut off, leaving everyone as if choked like ducks with their eyes fixed centrally. The aloof, ascetic Youyue princess, who regarded men as inconsequential, now stood wrapped in a bathrobe, her disheveled hair and the lingering suggestive moisture in the air, revealing a surprisingly human vulnerability. Beside her stood a man drenched in blood. Their proximity was so intimately scandalous that the crushing silence around them seemed to freeze time. Li Youyue inhaled deeply. She knew that explanations were mere disguises. Rather than wait passively to be struck, she chose to seize control of the scene. She swept a cold glance across the room before fixing her eyes on the man beside her. If you're going to play along, then I'll perform right by your side until the end. Conveniently, the bothersome flies recently made this mysterious fellow an ideal shield. Suddenly, Li Youyue reached out and grabbed Li Xuanji's bloodstained arm. Her movements were as natural as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Lifting her chin, she addressed the petrified students by the door with a declaration potent enough to ignite the entire academy. Allow me to introduce. This is the one my father selected for me, my fiancé. Li Xuanji's smile faltered. Wait a minute, did the script get mixed up? I said personal instructor, not a hurried fiancé. This freeloading act is rather galling. And besides, if your father were to know that I pilfered this token. Li Xuanji felt a chilling shiver run down the back of his neck. This isn't merely freeloading. It's akin to consuming one's own head in a doomed finale. For a moment, the atmosphere turned utterly deathly still. The student council enforcement squad, who had just been brimming with murderous intent and ready to storm in to catch adulterers, now stood frozen at the doorway, as if their acupoints had been sealed. Their jaws had all but hit the floor, eyes bulging from their sockets. The scene before them was even more absurd than the Divine King Academy being overrun by alien Zerg. Their discipline committee chair, Miss Li Youyue, the frosty beauty who treated men like a plague and whose very shadow seemed poisonous, was now wrapped in nothing but a soaked black bathrobe, long black hair, still dripping pale collarbones, and faint alluring curves half veiled by steam, exuding a lethal temptation. Beside her stood a strange man covered in blood and dressed in tattered combat gear. Worst of all, the two were standing extremely close, their intimate posture enough to make anyone's imagination run wild. Was this still the night princess they knew? The blonde Captain Zhao Wuji, vice captain of the Student Council Enforcement Squad, had the most spectacular expression of all. His handsome face went from shock to stupefaction and finally twisted into rage and jealousy. He was one of Li Youyue's most fanatical suitors and class pilot and a prominent figure within the academy. He had always believed that only someone like himself, of exalted lineage and exceptional talent, was worthy of Li Youyue. Yet now some wild man who looked like he had crawled out of a trash heap had actually appeared in the goddess's bathroom. See, Committee Chair Youyue, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Wuji's voice trembled, and the lightsaber in his hand hummed violently, mirroring the turmoil in his heart. Inwardly, Li Youyue cursed Li Xuanji 10,000 times over. This bastard had caused the trouble, and now she had to clean up his mess. But the play had already begun, as she could not leave the stage halfway. She drew a deep breath, forcefully suppressing her shame and killing intent, and let her icy gaze sweep over every face at the doorway. She did not explain. Instead, she made a move that caused everyone's eyes to explode once more. She lifted her fair arm and proactively looped it around Li Xuanji's blood-crusted arm. Li Xuanji's body stiffened. He could clearly feel the softness and warmth pressing against his arm. So this woman was actually getting into the role. Li Youyue lifted her sharp, delicate chin like a proud queen surveying her domain. At last, in a voice devoid of all emotion, she dropped a bombshell. Allow me to introduce him. This is the fiancé my father chose for me. The words boomed through the crowd like 100 high-explosive grenades going off at once. The entire corridor fell instantly silent, then erupted into a tidal wave of chatter. Fiancé. What did I just hear? Chosen personally by His Majesty the Divine King. You've got to be kidding. Since when did the Night Princess have a fiancé? How did I not know? Who is that guy? Dressed in rags and covered in wounds. Did he crawl back from some battlefield as a refugee? Li Xuanji could distinctly hear the sound of countless hearts breaking. He could even feel hundreds of gazes saturated with jealousy, resentment, and killing intent converging on him like searchlights. The smile on his face froze. Big sister, this is not how the script was supposed to go. I said private tutor, and you skipped straight ahead to fiancé. This identity was far more dangerously hot than that of a private tutor. If her father learned that he had stolen this token, he would probably grind him to dust and scatter his ashes in the Zerg hive. This wasn't living off a woman. This was walking straight to the execution block. Impossible. Zhao Wuji finally snapped out of his shock and roared. He glared daggers at Li Xuanji, eyes seeming to spit fire. Youyue, don't let him deceive you. How could His Majesty the Divine King possibly choose someone like this piece of trash, as your fiancé? He stepped forward, releasing the full force of his class pilot's aura, pressing down on Li Xuanji like a crushing mountain. I suspect this man is an assassin sent by the fallen machine god cult who infiltrated via spatial fluctuations with the intent to harm the committee chair. Men, seize him. Under the banner of official business, Zhao Wuji was in fact venting his personal spite. He intended to use his own oppressive aura to force this seemingly frail man to his knees in public, to humiliate him and expose this ridiculous lie. The terrifying pressure crashed over him. Li Xuanji felt as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding heavy truck. Every bone in his body screamed. The wound on his thigh split open again, and fresh blood instantly soaked his pant leg. He let out a muffled groan, his face turning even paler. Damn it, the tiger had fallen to the flatlands to be bullied by dogs. If he weren't seriously injured, then a hothouse flower like this wouldn't even be qualified to carry his boots on the battlefield. Li Youyue's expression changed as she was about to act, when Li Xuanji stopped her with a look. If she stepped in now, it would only make her look guilty. Gritting his teeth, Li Xuanji endured the crushing pressure that almost ground him to dust. Instead of retreating, he actually grinned. He looked at Zhao Wuji with eyes that held no fear, only the pity one would show an idiot. An assassin. Seize me. Swaying slightly, Li Xuanji fished a pitch-black token out of his pocket, his movements as slow as a movie in slow motion. Are you sure you want to seize this? He did not raise the token. Instead, he did something no one expected. He let go and allowed the extinction token to fall. Clang. The crisp impact rang out in the deathly silent corridor, jarringly sharp. The instant the token touched the ground, an aura 100 times more terrifying than Zhao Wuji's surged forth like an awakening primordial fiend. It was not mere brute force, but an absolute suppression born from a higher plane of life itself. A tyranny that ruled all under heaven. A cold detachment that held dominion over life and death. It was the aura of the Divine King. Thud. The arrogance and fury on Zhao Wuji's face solidified in an instant, replaced by sheer unadulterated terror. He felt his very soul trembling. His legs went weak and his knees slammed heavily onto the floor. He had not meant to kneel, his body had simply surrendered on instinct. He had felt this pressure only once before, from the supreme existence of the Divine King Academy, the extinction Divine King Li Qinghai. In the corridor, every member of the enforcement squad who sensed this aura turned deathly pale, their calves trembling. Several of the weaker ones had already collapsed onto the ground. Li Youyue felt it as well. Her pupils contracted, and her heart grew even more certain. This aura was definitely her father's, and not the casual aura he usually revealed, but his very origin itself, purer and far more terrifying. Li Xuanji looked at Zhao Wuji kneeling before him, sweat beading on his brow, his body shaking like a leaf. The smile at the corner of Li Xuanji's lips deepened. Enduring the searing pain, he bent down slowly, and with 2 fingers gracefully picked up the extinction token from the floor. Then he walked up to Zhao Wuji, crouched, and held the token before his eyes, lightly tapping his pale cheek with it. Now do you still think I'm an assassin? Vice Captain Zhao. Someone called. Zhao Wuji's lips quivered, he could not force out a single word. He stared fixedly at the token, at the dark violet crystal at its center, twin abysses overlooking all living beings, threatening to swallow his very soul. The extinction token. To see the token was to see the Divine King himself. This man was actually daring to use the Divine King's own token to force him to submit. What sacrilege! And yet he did not dare show even the slightest trace of resistance. Because the token was real. Seems this little thing works better than my face, Li Xuanji remarked as he stood casually slipping the token back into his pocket, as if it were nothing more than an ordinary key card rather than the Divine King's command token that could summon the world. He turned and looked at Li Youyue, whose mind had gone completely blank, then deliberately swayed, putting on an air of extreme weakness. Darling, my legs are weak. Li Youyue, everyone present. Darling. He really dared to call her that. A vein throbbed on Li Youyue's forehead. In that moment, she very much wanted to kill Li Xuanji. But seeing the hundreds of eyes around them, and Zhao Wuji still kneeling on the floor, and not yet recovered, she knew this act had to be carried through to the end today. If she did not act, her reputation as the Night Princess would be ruined. If she did, only her own dignity would suffer, but every doubt would be silenced. He just underwent my father's divine power infusion, and his body hasn't adapted yet, so he's a bit weak, Li Youyue ground out between clenched teeth, offering Li Xuanji a step down from his weak legs. Divine power infusion. The crowd erupted once more. To receive a personal infusion from His Majesty the Divine King, what an unimaginable honor. No wonder he could become the young lady's fiancé. Hearing this, Li Xuanji was overjoyed. This woman was surprisingly cooperative, even providing him with a perfect excuse. Well, then he could hardly be blamed for following her lead. He let his body lurch and fell weakly toward Li Youyue. Wife, hold me, I can't stand, he murmured. Li Youyue instinctively wanted to dodge, but seeing Li Xuanji's pale face with that wicked smile and the shameless glint in his eyes that said, if you dodge, I'll collapse right here, she ultimately did not move. She shut her eyes as though making some grave decision. The next second, amid the sound of countless male hearts shattering to dust, the aloof Night Princess and disciplined chair of the Divine King Academy actually bent down, slipped one arm under Li Xuanji's knees and the other behind his back, and lifted him into a princess carry. A princess carry. The entire world seemed to fall silent. Zhao Wuji raised his head just in time to see this scene. Flames of jealousy smashed through his reason. He let out a hoarse, unwilling roar. His vision went black, and he actually fainted from rage. Wrapped in sudden softness and fragrance, Li Xuanji's mind went blank. What the? He had only wanted her to steady him. How had it escalated straight to the ultimate move? This was some hardcore way to live off a woman. He could clearly feel that the body holding him was trembling ever so slightly, not from a lack of strength, but from sheer humiliation and anger. Have you seen enough? Li Youyue asked, sweeping the crowd with a glacial gaze as she held Li Xuanji in her arms. Get out. The enforcers seized their chance at salvation, hastily lifting the unconscious Zhao Wuji and scrambling away down the corridor. The spectators dispersed like startled birds and beasts, yet every face was twisted with such excitement, it was almost grotesque. By tomorrow, no by tonight, the Academy Forum would crash under the weight of gossip. Shocking. Night Princess hides a man in her bathroom and stages a public princess carry. Divine King chooses a son-in-law. Mysterious fiancé turns out to be a gravely wounded, yet handsome weakling. Sclass Zhao Wuji NTR'd faints on the spot from rage. Holding Li Xuanji, Li Youyue walked straight into her bedroom without a backward glance. Bang! The door slammed shut heavily. A click followed, the sound of the lock turning. Li Xuanji's heart gave a hard thump. Why did the atmosphere suddenly feel so wrong? Li Youyue walked to the bedside, released her arms, and tossed Li Xuanji onto the soft, expansive bed without the slightest gentleness. The mattress's springiness made him bounce, tugging at his wounds and drawing a grimace of pain across his face. Before he could complain, he saw Li Youyue raise her hand, blacklight flickering at her fingertips. Tendrils of invisible shadow energy spread from them instantly, enveloping the entire room. A soundproof barrier. After finishing, Li Youyue slowly turned around. The protective wife demeanor she had shown at the door had vanished, completely replaced by the cold, dangerous air of an interrogator facing a prisoner. She approached the bed step by step, then did something that made Li Xuanji's scalp tingle. She leaned over, hands planted on either side of his body. Her long black hair fell like a waterfall, a few strands brushing across his cheek with a cool, damp touch. Then she slowly lifted one leg and swung it over. Li Xuanji watched in disbelief as she took an aggressively dominant position straddling him. The hem of her bathrobe fell open with the motion, revealing a pair of long, straight legs, so pale they were almost blinding, displayed before his eyes without the slightest concealment. Gulp. Li Xuanji swallowed with difficulty. What kind of new interrogation method was this? It was far too stimulating. Now there are no more spectators, Li Youyue said, her voice like something that had drifted up from the ninth hell, utterly devoid of warmth. In her right palm, a dagger formed entirely of condensed shadow energy slowly appeared, its razor-sharp tip once again pressing precisely against Li Xuanji's throat. Talk. Why did my father choose a weakling like you to be my fiancé? If you dare lie or say even half a sentence that displeases me, she whispered at his ear, her breath fragrant, but her words bone-chilling. I will cut out your tongue and soak it in wine. A cold dagger pressed against his throat, and atop him sat a potentially volatile, beautiful girl with a twisted sense of affection. Li Xuanji felt as if his life had devolved into an elaborate role-playing game, but the script he received was of hellish difficulty. To be honest, this position was quite exhilarating, but the condition was that there was no knife at his neck. Big sister, let's talk this over. Can you put the knife down first? It's rather chilly, Li Xuanji said, forcing a smile to ease the tension. As an injured man, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance in a fight, so he had to resort to his specialty, blabbering his way out. What did you call me? Li Youyue narrowed her eyes, pressing the dagger more forcefully against his throat, sending a sharp sting through his skin. A Youyue, will that do? Li Xuanji raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. You see, we're engaged now, right? We should present a united front in front of others. What if I accidentally slip up and expose us? While he spoke, his mind raced. What to do? How to salvage this lie? Claiming to be the long-lost, illegitimate child of the Divine King. No way. This woman was extremely attached to her father, and if she suspected him of tarnishing her father's reputation, she might castrate him on the spot, saying he was a newly accepted disciple of the Divine King. That wouldn't work either, given his current skills. Who would believe him? Don't try any tricks, Li Youyue's voice dripped with impatience. My patience is limited. You have 3 seconds to tell me the truth. 3, 2. Li Xuanji cursed the system 1,000 times in his heart. Damn system, could you at least give me a hint? If you don't, your host is going to end up as a headless horseman. Beep. High-dimensional life form detected nearby. Warning. Threat level annihilation. Analyzing target identity. Analysis complete. Target Lin Moyu, code name Yinming Xinshi, chief battle companion of the Annihilation God King Li Qinghai and mother of Li Youyue. Recommendation: host should immediately cease reckless behavior and prepare for the ultimate test from the mother-in-law. Mother-in-law. Li Xuanji nearly choked. One daughter was hard enough to deal with, and now her mother, a being of annihilation, had arrived. Was this family running a monster company? As Li Xuanji's scalp tingled, the room's lighting suddenly dimmed. It wasn't that the lights had gone out, rather all illumination was swallowed by a deeper darkness. Shadows in the room began to writhe, unnaturally bubbling, as if they had come to life. The shadows under the bed, in the wardrobe, and even the shadows cast by Li Xuanji and Li Youyue on the sheets converged. A thick, almost palpable darkness slowly rose in the center of the room, coalescing into a tall and elegant silhouette. Li Youyue's expression changed dramatically. She abruptly leaped off Li Xuanji, sheathing her dagger, and respectfully stepping aside, bowing her head. Mother! The darkness receded. Standing there was a stunning woman clad in a black qipao adorned with gold embroidery, exuding an air of regal elegance. She appeared to be just over 30, with lustrous black hair pinned up, revealing her smooth forehead and swan-like long neck. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Li Youyue, but devoid of her daughter's youthful innocence, and chill instead, showcasing a mature grace and authority born of experience. She was Li Youyue's mother, Lin Moyu, a woman who truly stood atop this world. Lin Moyu did not glance at her daughter. First, from the moment she appeared, her gaze was fixed upon Li Xuanji lying in bed. What a pair of eyes they were! Dark, profound, seemingly able to see through all illusions and penetrate to the very essence of the soul. Under her scrutiny, Li Xuanji felt as if he were laid bare with no secrets left. The pressure he felt from Li Youyue earlier now paled in comparison. If Li Youyue was a sharp blade, her mother was the boundless, all-encompassing night. You are not from this world. Lin Moyu spoke, her voice cold, yet carrying an undeniable certainty. She did not ask, she merely stated a fact. There is a trace of temporal turbulence on you. Faint, but it cannot deceive me. With those words, Li Youyue's eyes widened in shock. Not from this world. Temporal turbulence. She stared at Li Xuanji, her gaze filled with disbelief. She had only suspected this man had an unclear origin, but never imagined he actually came from another world. Li Xuanji's heart sank, plunging into despair. It's over. His greatest secret had been exposed at a glance. How could he continue this charade? He could even feel Lin Moyu's murderous intent coalesce 100 times stronger than Li Youyue's, like tangible icy needles piercing his skin. In the presence of this woman, the annihilation order would likely be ineffective. What to do? What to do? He had to gamble. Taking a deep breath, Li Xuanji managed to mask his panic with a bitter, resigned smile. He did not refute her, but tacitly accepted Lin Moyu's assertion. Then with great effort, he sat up on the bed, pulling out the annihilation order once more in front of the two women. You are correct. Oh, I do not belong here. His voice was hoarse, yet remarkably calm. I have been entrusted to deliver a message to you and the young lady. Lin Moyu's gaze shifted to the token, her eyes flickering slightly, yet remaining icy. Qinghai's token. Why did he not return himself, but send a being from another world instead? It was happening. An opportunity had arisen. Li Xuanji mentally shouted, System. Is there any secret only she and the Divine King would know? Sweet nothings would do. Hurry. Otherwise we're done for today. Beep. Searching for relevant memory fragments. Search successful. Key information extracted. Moyu's ankle is the coldest part of her body. Only I can warm it. Note, this was a private statement made by the Annihilation God King Li Qinghai during a night of intimacy, confidentiality level SSS. Seeing this information, Li Xuanji almost knelt before the system. This system is incredible. It can dig this out. He lifted his head, meeting Lin Moyu's scrutinizing gaze, and spoke in a tone laden with the weight of experience and fatigue. His Majesty the Divine King said he is currently waging war in a very distant world and cannot return for the time being. He also said. Li Xuanji paused, directing his gaze to Lin Moyu's ankle, partially concealed by the slit of her qipao. He said, Moyu's ankle is the coldest part of her body. Only I can warm it. He asked me to tell you to wear an extra pair of socks as the weather gets colder. As the words fell, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Li Youyue wore a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend the significance of this statement. But Lin Moyu's cold, sculpted face shattered at the words, her body trembling uncontrollably as moisture filled her bottomless eyes. Shock, astonishment, longing, concern, and a hint of shyness that only appeared before a beloved one. This line was a sweet whisper shared on a winter night many years ago when Li Qinghai held her close and murmured in her ear. Apart from the two of them, there was absolutely no third person in this world who could know. This man was truly sent back by Qinghai. Qinghai, even while battling in another realm, still thought of her. In that instant, the chilling, murderous intent and pressure surrounding Lin Moyu retreated like a tide. She looked at Li Xuanji, her gaze completely transformed. No longer scrutinizing a foe, but rather viewing him as a son-in-law. Complex, discerning, yet deep down imbued with a hint of approval and warmth. Is he well? Lin Moyu's voice trembled for the first time. Li Xuanji let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He had won the gamble. Not so well. He shook his head, a heavy expression on his face. The battlefield where His Majesty resides is fraught with formidable enemies. He has expended considerable energy to open a passageway for my return. And I, while traversing the temporal turbulence, was ambushed by enemies and severely injured, which is how I unexpectedly ended up in the young lattice bath. This statement, half true and half false, perfectly explained everything. Lin Moya's concern deepened, mingled with a twinge of guilt. So that was it. He was sent by Qinghai, and it was his injury, sustained while delivering a message for her. She had almost killed him moments ago. I misunderstood you. Lin Moyue took a deep breath, regaining her noble demeanor. She approached the bed, retrieving a small green jade vial from her spatial ring and handing it to Li Xuanji. This is the shadow-cleansing liquid crafted from the essence of the Yinming spring, combined with over 100 rare medicinal herbs. It will not only heal your wounds, but also refine your body and improve your physique. Li Xuanji stared at the vial, his eyes widening in awe. Just the name alone indicated it was a treasure. He was about to reach out to take it, but Lin Moyue swiftly turned her wrist and handed the vial to Li Youyue instead. Youyue, Lin Moyue commanded in an irrefutable tone. He was injured while delivering a message to your father. Out of both reason and sentiment, we must take responsibility. From now on, you will personally tend to his wounds until he fully recovers. Remember, it must be personal. Lin Moyue emphasized the word personal. Li Youyue stood there dumbfounded. What? Me to personally tend to him? And there's the cleansing. Doesn't that mean I have to undress him? Her face flushed crimson, spreading from her ears to her neck. Mother, this isn't appropriate. He's a man. Fiancé, Lin Moyue interrupted her lightly. Didn't you just declare that at the door, Li Youyue? She felt as though she had shot herself in the foot. Lin Moyue observed her daughter's flustered demeanor and then glanced at the weak Li Xuanji on the bed, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Since Qinghai had sent such an important person back and granted him the title of fiancé, with her daughter the underlying significance was clear. Though this young man appeared a bit weak at present, surviving both temporal turbulence and enemy pursuit, while carrying Qinghai's token and message was no small feat. Since he was someone Qinghai valued as a mother, she ought to lend him a hand. All right, I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Lin Moyue turned and melded back into the shadows. Remember your task, Youyue. If anything happens to him, I will hold you accountable. As her words faded, her figure vanished, and the darkness in the room dissipated, restoring normal brightness. Only Li Xuanji and Li Youyue remained in the room. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward and intimate. Li Xuanji looked at the vial in his hand, standing still as he observed the nearly burning Li Youyue, and cleared his throat. Amiss, shall we start your mother's task now, or? Li Youyue abruptly looked up, glaring fiercely at him. Her eyes were a mix of embarrassment and anger, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Gritting her teeth, she squeezed out a few words through clenched jaws. Undress. Don't get me wrong, if this is your mother's task. Undress. Li Xuanji was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the implication. She intended to apply medicine to him. He looked down at his tattered, blood-stained battle attire riddled with holes and acknowledged that it was indeed time for a change. All right. Li Xuanji was surprisingly straightforward, showing no signs of hesitation. After all, he had faced far more embarrassing situations on the battlefield. As a man, what was there to be shy about? Suppressing the excruciating pain, he began to tear away the fabric that had stuck to his wounds. Hiss. As the cloth was ripped off, it pulled at the ghastly wound on his chest, corroded by strong acid, sending a jolt of pain through him that made him gasp. Li Youyue stood by the bed, observing the crisscrossing old and new scars on his body, her expression turning complex. These wounds bore witness to the brutal battles he had endured, some inflicted by sharp weapons, others by energy burns, and this deep, gaping tear that exposed bone, each one attesting to the harrowing experiences he had faced. These were not marks left by the sparring sessions at the academy. What he said might indeed be true. He had come here from a battlefield where life and death hung by a thread. For reasons she could not comprehend, the shame and anger that had previously stirred within her began to dissipate, replaced by a vague, indescribable emotion. After much effort, Li Xuanji finally managed to remove his tattered shirt, revealing a reasonably muscular upper body. He leaned against the headboard and nodded toward Li Youyue, who was still in a daze. Miss, we can start now? Please be gentle. Li Youyue snapped back to reality at his words, her cheeks heating up once more. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself that this was part of her task, as instructed by her mother. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she unscrewed the cap of a small dark green jade bottle. A chilling yet oddly vibrant aroma wafted through the air. She poured a thick black liquid into her palm, and the moment it touched her skin, it emitted a hissing sound indicating its corrosive nature, yet her hand remained unscathed. Indeed, as a master of the shadow system, she had immunity to her own concoctions. Li Xuanji watched the bubbling substance with trepidation. Are you sure this is for healing and not for obliterating evidence? Shut up. Li Youyue snapped back, but her tone lacked the usual coldness imbued instead with uncertainty. This was her first time applying medicine to a man. With a slight tremor in her fingertips, she reached for the most severe wound on Li Xuanji's chest. Her icy fingers brushed against his feverish skin. Both of them flinched simultaneously. Li Xuanji felt as if a block of eternal ice had been pressed against him, sending a chilling sensation throughout his body that made him shiver involuntarily. Meanwhile, Li Youyue felt as if she touched a branding iron. The warmth radiating from his skin nearly made her withdraw her hand. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to remain calm and gently pressed the shadow-cleansing liquid against Li Xuanji's wound. Sizzle. It was as if boiling oil had splashed onto raw flesh, unleashing an intense burning sensation. Damn it! Li Xuanji could not contain himself and let out an expletive. This was no healing, but felt like pouring concentrated sulfuric acid onto his wound. The pain made his muscles tighten instantly, veins bulging on his forehead as beads of sweat poured down. He felt as though thousands of ants were voraciously gnawing at his injury, or that a searing knife was being twisted within him. Just bear with it. Li Youyue exclaimed, startled by his reaction, her voice slightly panicked. The cleansing liquid is eliminating the foreign energy and necrotic tissue in your wound. Oh, it will hurt a bit. A bit of pain. This was beyond mere discomfort. He had never felt such agony, even when his femoral artery was pierced. Li Xuanji gritted his teeth, but amidst the intense suffering, he sensed a peculiar cooling energy, swiftly repairing his damaged muscles and nerves. Pain came hand in hand with an unexpected pleasure. Watching his tormented expression, Li Youyue felt a pang of sympathy. Clumsily, she began to apply the medicinal liquid, more evenly, gradually becoming gentler. Her fingertips glided over his solid chest and the defined lines of his abdomen, each touch causing her heart to race uncontrollably. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly strange. One was enduring the extreme torment of icy fire, while the other experienced her very first intimate contact. Li Xuanji could no longer contain himself, releasing a series of muffled groans. Gently, I can't take it. His voice, coupled with his sweat-drenched, flushed appearance, took on an entirely different tone in Li Youyue's ears. Her face flushed crimson as if it might bleed. This scoundrel. Why was he making such strange sounds? Be quiet. If you keep that up, I'll sew your mouth shut. Li Youyue exclaimed in a fit of embarrassment and anger, unconsciously tightening her grip. Arg, you're murdering your husband. Li Xuanji cried out in agony. As they bantered, or rather as she inflicted a one-sided torment, an unexpected change occurred. As the shadow-cleansing liquid seeped deep into Li Xuanji's body, it encountered a force not of this world. Residual temporal laws from the Blue Star universe forcibly imprinted on his soul and body by the Destiny Hand system when he had traversed time and space. The collision of these two distinct forces erupted in a violent clash. Buzz! Li Xuanji's body suddenly glowed without warning. Silver-blue arcs of electricity danced across his skin, colliding and annihilating the black shadow energy bursting forth with blinding light. His body transformed into an unstable energy reactor, as if it were on the verge of exploding at any moment. This is bad. Li Youyue's expression changed drastically. She sensed that the energy within Li Xuanji had spiraled out of control. Instinctively, she wanted to sever the energy connection and pull back her hand. But just then Li Xuanji grasped her wrist tightly, as if clinging to his last lifeline. Don't let go. He managed to squeeze out, his consciousness beginning to fade. At the moment their skin touched, something extraordinary happened. Li Youyue felt a strange pull emanating from Li Xuanji's palm. The shadow core within her, an energy source only she could sense, began to operate uncontrollably at high speed. Pure shadow energy surged through their connected wrists, flooding into Li Xuanji's body. Yet this time the shadow energy did not clash with the temporal energy. Instead, it seemed to find its anchor drawn, enveloped, and fused with the silver-blue force. Li Youyue was astonished to discover that a mysterious link had formed between her and this man. She could distinctly feel his pain, his struggle, and even see the tumultuous clash of the two violent energies within him. Was this the synchronized resonance that occurred between a battle maiden and her pilot? Moreover, the compatibility was astonishingly high. As Li Youyue processed this shocking revelation, a tempest surged within Li Xuanji's mind. Warning: high concentrations of shadow energy detected merging with residual temporal laws. Merging progress 10, 30, 70, 100. Merging complete. Congratulations, host, you have gained unexpected fortune. Talent awakened, dual temporal ability beginner. Boom. Li Xuanji felt as if his brain had been struck by lightning, an influx of profound knowledge about time and space flooding his mind. Instinctively, he followed the sudden clarity in his thoughts and directed his newly awakened ability toward the ghastly wound on his chest. Time rewind. In the next moment, a scene unfolded that left Li Youyue utterly stunned. Before her eyes, the deep, bone-exposing wound on Li Xuanji's chest began to visibly retract. The torn flesh closed up, severed blood vessels reconnected, and even the blood that had just spilled flowed back into the wound. In a mere 3 seconds, that once terrifying wound healed by 70 to 80%, leaving only a faint red mark. Though Li Xuanji's complexion paled further from using this ability, the miraculous act of making his wound return to its pre-injury state completely shattered Li Youyue's understanding. Time. He could actually touch the forbidden domain of time. This was a supreme law that even her father could only tentatively approach. At that moment, the last shred of doubt in Li Youyue's heart vanished completely. She gazed at the man before her filled with shock and awe. No wonder her father chose him. No wonder her mother said he was no ordinary individual. Possessing the ability to manipulate time, even in its most rudimentary form, was enough to demonstrate his immeasurable potential. He was truly the one chosen by her father. Gasping for breath, Li Xuanji reveled in the transformation within his body, feeling a surge of elation. He had not anticipated that a near-fatal healing session would awaken his extraordinary powers. Dual temporal ability. It sounded absolutely phenomenal. Just as he began to relax and prepare to explore his newfound capabilities, a light sound of pop resonated. Without warning, a face suddenly pressed against the bedroom window. It was a girl who looked around 15 or 16, with striking silver hair that shimmered with a hint of purple at the tips. Clinging to the outside like a gecko, her face was pressed against the glass, her bright eyes curiously scanning the room. When her gaze landed on the shirtless Li Xuanji and the blushing Li Youyue sitting at the bed's edge, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She broke into a mischievous grin, her voice ringing out clear as a bell penetrating the glass and sound barriers. "Wow, big sister, is this the wild man you've been hiding? He looks like so much fun and I want to play too." The sound completely disregarded the shadow barriers set by Li Youyue. Li Xuanji and Li Youyue turned simultaneously. Outside the window, a silver-haired girl hung upside down, giggling as she waved. In the next second, her body pierced through the bulletproof glass as if it were a holographic projection malfunctioning, floating down like a feather onto the carpet inside the room. There was no noise, the window remained intact, and the barrier was unbroken. A spatial system. Quite intriguing. Li Xuanji raised an eyebrow, instantly discerning her true nature. Li Xing Yao. Li Youyue's originally rosy cheeks flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and anger, causing her blood pressure to spike. "Who let you in? Get out of here." The notorious troublemaker of the Divine King Academy, the Void Walker, Li Xingyao. She was also the mischievous younger sister who wouldn't stay quiet for 3 days. Relying on her space-bending abilities, there was no forbidden ground she dared not trespass, nor any instructor she feared to provoke. "Don't be so stingy, big sister." Li Xingyao chuckled, her hands behind her back as she circled around the bed, her mischievous eyes scanning Li Xuanji like an X-ray. "Wow, those abs. And that wound looks cool. Did a Gundam hit you?" As she critiqued, her little hand reached out to poke Li Xuanji's recently healed chest. Smack! Li Youyue swatted her hand away, standing protectively in front of Li Xuanji, her feathers ruffled like a hen guarding her chick. Her speed surprised even herself. "Oh my, the protective hen!" Li Xingyao exclaimed, dramatically covering her mouth with a smile reminiscent of a mischievous ant. "So this is what it means to bring him home. I thought you'd be calling him dear or darling. I could hear your heartbeat clearer than the one in this room from outside the window." She made a face at Li Xuanji. "Hello there, my wild brother-in-law. I'm Li Xingyao, your most adorable and obedient sister-in-law for life." Li Xuanji looked at this quirky little demoness, feeling a buzzing in his head. Is their family devoid of normal people? The older sister is a sickly, aloof beauty, and this one is devious and socially awkward, with a mother-in-law of devastating caliber lurking in the shadows. This is not just living off soft rice, it's survival in the wilderness. "Hello, sister-in-law," Li Xuanji mustered, forcing a polite, yet awkward smile. "Much better than that grumpy golden retriever." Li Xingyao nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly her expression shifted, a devilish grin appearing at the corner of her mouth. "But you know, to enter the Li family, good looks alone won't cut it. You also need to be tough." Before she finished her sentence, she snapped her fingers. "Off you go." Li Xuanji felt the ground vanish beneath him. The mattress disappeared, replaced by a rapidly spinning azure vortex, and he heard the sound of rushing water from the other side. A bathroom. A bathtub. Good heavens, is she trying to tempt him into a wet encounter? "Xingyao, how dare you?" Li Youyue gasped, her aura swelling with dark energy as several shadow snakes shot out like lightning, attempting to grab Li Xuanji. Li Xingyao merely snapped her fingers again. The space before the shadow snakes twisted and folded, teleporting them directly to the ceiling, where they collided into a tangle of dark energy. "Big sister, don't be silly. This is my ice-breaking game with my brother-in-law," Li Xingyao grinned like a cat who got the cream. Just as he was about to fall into the vortex, Li Xuanji remained calm, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smirk of disdain and nonchalance. You think you can play space teleportation in front of the self-proclaimed ancestor of the dual space system? Using a big knife in front of Guangong, showcasing skills in front of a max-level character. In that moment of weightlessness, Li Xuanji made his move. Spatial anchor activate. With the system's enhancement, he instantly analyzed the clumsy spatial coordinates, driving an invisible nail firmly into the ground beneath his feet. The next second, what unfolded would have made Newton rise from his grave. Li Xuanji's falling body abruptly halted midair, defying the laws of physics, as if he were standing on a steel plate instead of air. The blue vortex spun furiously beneath him, its pull cranked to maximum, yet it couldn't even tug at the hem of his pants. Etch. Li Xingyao's smile froze, shattering into pieces. She slightly opened her mouth, forgetting to close it, revealing her adorable little canines. What the heck? Is my spatial replacement broken? Or is this man 3 tons heavy? Sister-in-law, is that all you've got? Li Xuanji crossed his arms, looking down at her with a mocking gaze. Impossible. Do it again. Li Xingyao, undeterred, became competitive, her hands a blur of motion. Spatial cutting. Spatial compression. Forced exile. Invisibly sharp blades, terrifying pressure, and twisted black holes bombarded Li Xuanji without restraint. However, something bizarre occurred. These attacks, potent enough to reduce a mech to scrap, encountered an invisible lubricant as they neared within half a meter of Li Xuanji, sliding off harmlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The wall cabinets and chandelier behind Li Xuanji exploded in an instant, the cuts as smooth as a mirror. Li Youyue watched in horror. If those had hit a person, Li Xuanji would be a jigsaw puzzle by now. Yet the man at the eye of the storm remained as steady as a rock. He even had the leisure to brush off non-existent dust from his shoulder. This wasn't just withstanding, it was a dimensional suppression from a max-level character. Time prediction activated. With the system's incredible computational power, every trajectory of Li Xingyao's attacks unfolded before him in what felt like slow motion. He only needed to exert a fraction of spatial energy to create a slight curvature deviation at the impact point. It was akin to predicting your opponent's prediction of your prediction. This defies science. Li Xingyao was utterly baffled. In the academy, she walked with such confidence that even senior students would avoid her. How could all her skills be rendered useless in front of this seemingly powerless pretty boy? Your spellcasting wind-up is far too long. Li Xuanji shook his head, exuding an air of a master giving a lesson. Before he could finish, time acceleration self-limited activated. Everyone felt a flash before their eyes as Li Xuanji vanished into thin air. Li Xingyao's scalp tingled instinctively, wanting to activate spatial jump to create distance. But it was too late. A warm, powerful hand grasped the nape of her neck, lifting her effortlessly, as if she were a small kitten. Li Xingyao stiffened, all her spatial energy abruptly cut off, rendering her powerless. She turned her head stiffly like a rusty robot, coming face to face with Li Xuanji's grin, so close, it was almost intimate. How could you possibly predict my landing point? That's random. Li Xingyao's voice trembled, her worldview shattered. Random. Li Xuanji extended another hand, and with a crisp snap, he flicked her forehead. Every time you want to teleport left, your left eyebrow twitches for 0. 1 second, to teleport right, it twitches for 0. 2 seconds, when you want to jump up, your eyelids blink an extra time. Li Xuanji spoke nonchalantly, as if dissecting a small white mouse. In truth, he had deduced all of this from their brief exchange, relying on his exceptional dynamic vision and time prediction. But that didn't stop him from putting on a grand show. Li Xingyao was dumbfounded. She hadn't even realized she had such micro-expressions. This wasn't just a brother-in-law, this was a monster. Seeing the look of astonishment on the little demoness face, Li Xuanji felt elated. If I can't deal with your doomsday-level mother, how could I possibly struggle against you, a little girl? He released her, allowing Li Xingyao to thud onto the carpet. Then, bending slightly, he mimicked a classic movie scene, smiling as he asked, "Sister-in-law, would you like to learn? Call me something sweet, and I'll teach you." Li Xingyao sat on the ground, clutching her flushed forehead, gazing up at Li Xuanji. The cunning and mischief that had been in her eyes moments ago vanished, replaced by 2 blazing flames. That was the light of admiration. As an extreme fan of the strong, whoever had the hardest fist or the most dazzling skills was her idol. This lesson was worth it. Beside them, Li Youyue was utterly stunned. She had initially thought Li Xuanji was merely lucky to awaken his abilities, never anticipating his understanding of them would be so terrifying. Even the troublemaker in their family was completely under his control. Just as the atmosphere in the room began to turn brotherly and harmonious, Li Xingyao suddenly dropped her playful demeanor. She dashed up to Li Xuanji, sniffing at his neck like an eager puppy. The next second her expression changed. It turned serious, even tinged with a hint of horror. Brother-in-law, why do you smell like the stench of the void insect queen? Li Xingyao stared fixedly at Li Xuanji, her voice icy. This odor is identical to that of the filthy creatures my father personally slaughtered back in the day. The void insect tribe. As soon as these 4 words escaped Li Xuanji's heart, nearly skipped a beat. This was no stranger, it was akin to triggering PTSD. Just a few hours ago on the extraterrestrial battlefield of Blue Star, there was the chitinous behemoth codenamed Leviathan, its abyssal maw capable of crunching cruisers like cookies, and its hellish breath that could knock one out. Those scenes replayed in his mind like a 3D loop. You mean that kind of creature with a chitinous shell looking like a cockroach magnified 10,000 times equipped with biochemical weapons? Li Xuanji instinctively added. Li Xingyou's pupils trembled. Yes. That's it. So hideous, with an absurdly hard shell, it's a nightmare for physics. Have you seen it, brother-in-law? Li Xuanji tugged at the corner of his mouth, pointing at the newly formed pink scar on his chest. Not only have I seen it, I nearly became its snack. This scar was its welcoming gift. At his words, Li Xingyao gasped, her gaze on Li Xuanji akin to that of someone staring at a prehistoric monster. Surviving from the jaws of such a calamity, this brother-in-law was impressive indeed. Only Li Youyue, while her expression was grave, had a glimmer of realization in her eyes. You encountered my father on that battlefield. Li Youyue suddenly spoke, her tone shifting from questioning to probing. Li Xuanji's heart stirred. Judging by her reaction, was there a chance? He was troubled about how to cover up his time-traveling story. Since he couldn't reveal the system, this was the perfect script. He immediately adopted a dramatic demeanor, showing a deep expression of nostalgia. Indeed, the situation was dire, and had it not been for my father-in-law's intervention, I would have probably turned into that giant bug's waste. And then, oi! Li Xingyao nearly jumped up in her urgency. Did Dad save you? Then brought you here? Yes, Li Xuanji fabricated with utmost seriousness. He likely thought my bones were astonishing, a talent worth nurturing. With a wave of his hand, I ended up in your sister's bathtub. Wow. So it was really Dad who sent you. Li Xingyao was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped. I thought so. With such a strong barrier at home, which wild cat could just wander into the eldest sister's bathroom? Turns out it was an official airdrop. In contrast to her sister's exuberant reaction, Li Youyue let out a sigh of relief, the tension in her shoulders finally easing. As expected, her mother hadn't lied. Her father indeed sent a special person. Brother-in-law, don't panic. Seeing Li Xuanji's expression darken, Li Xingyao, thinking he was still overwhelmed by fear of the insects, patted his shoulder reassuringly. Since you're here, just settle in. This is the God King Academy, the safest zone in the universe. Those insects wouldn't dare come here, even if they had 100 lives. Safe zone. Li Xuanji chuckled bitterly, his gaze somewhat distant. But my hometown is still in that hell. As she observed the persistent worry in his eyes, Li Youyue's heart fluttered slightly. This man, who usually appeared nonchalant, seemed to bear a weight far heavier than she had imagined. Brother-in-law, let's not discuss this further. Suddenly, Li Xingyao leaned in closer to Li Xuanji, her little nose sniffing him like a police dog finally locking onto his carotid artery. This is it. The strongest scent. She pointed at Li Xuanji's neck, her eyes gleaming. Li Xuanji froze, a tingling sensation coursing through his neck. What scent? The smell of someone who hasn't showered in days. No. Li Xingyao tilted her head, her expression one of bliss. Aside from the stench of the insects, there's something hidden beneath, a super fragrant, super sweet aroma that makes you want to take a bite. As she spoke, the girl bared her sharp little canines, ready to sink them into his neck. Li Xingyao. Li Youyue reacted swiftly, grabbing her sister by the collar like a wayward husky, pulling her away. Are you a dog? Biting people on sight? I'm wronged. Sister, don't you believe me? It's absolutely amazing. Li Youyue approached, her skepticism evident as she leaned in to sniff. In the next moment, her ears flushed crimson. That soul-stirring, seductive fragrance made her shadow core tremble uncontrollably. Ridiculous. There's nothing. She retreated in a panic, fearing she might succumb as well. Ding. System notification visible only to the host. The residual temporal laws in the host's body have formed temporal essence, which possesses a fatal allure to high-energy life forms in this world, equivalent to SS regrade catnip. Li Xuanji silently cursed as he watched the two strangely reacting sisters. Goodness, so I'm a walking catnip. To break the awkwardness, Li Xuanji cleared his throat and shifted the topic. Now that my background is clear, shouldn't we discuss some serious matters? He turned to Li Youyue. Young lady, since your father sent me here, I should have a legal identity to stay in the academy, right? I can't remain a black household, or worse, just a trinket in your room. Li Youyue nodded. Indeed, you need a reasonable identity. This is simple. Li Xingyao immediately raised her hand, excitement radiating from her. Let's ask second sister. She's the student council president and has great power. She can easily arrange a transfer student identity for you. Second sister. Li Xuanji felt a jolt in his heart. Oh boy, another one to meet. From the title, it seemed she was the second daughter. Ding. Character card unlocked. Character Li Xiguang. Title Shield of Splendor Student Council President. Description: a perfectionist with severe control issues. Motto: everything is within control. Hates surprises and uncertainties. Li Xuanji's eyelids twitched. What kind of divine configuration is this? The whole family is composed of boss-level characters. Absolutely not. Before Li Xuanji could voice his concerns, Li Youyue reacted, as if her tail had been stepped on, immediately rejecting the idea without a second thought. We can't approach second sister. Why not? Li Xingyao asked in confusion. We're all family. Second sister wouldn't eat brother-in-law. Is there glue in your brain? Li Youyue glared at her sister, exasperated. Have you forgotten second sister's personality? She's notoriously a rules machine. If she finds out there's suddenly a man at home, especially one with an unknown background, and only a decree from our father. Li Youyue took a deep breath, her tone icy. She will absolutely investigate him top to bottom and might even drag him to the lab for dissection. If any hint of his identity leaks, how do we explain it to mother? Li Xingyao shrank back, clearly recalling the terror of being at the mercy of second sister. Indeed, second sister Li Xiguang was the demon king of the academy, allowing no sand to slip through her fingers. Li Xuanji, with his catnip attributes, was practically dancing on her landmine. What should we do? Li Xingyao spread her hands. Li Youyue bit her lip, contemplating for a moment, as if making a decision that defied lineage. I'll take care of this. She looked at Li Xuanji, her gaze resolute. I will use my authority as the head of the discipline committee to arrange for you to have a special tactical advisor identity. It will be under the discipline committee, an external position that second sister cannot touch. Special advisor. Li Xuanji raised an eyebrow. Sounds prestigious. Do I get meals and accommodation? Yes. Li Youyue gritted her teeth. Full board and lodging and access to the library and beginner training grounds. As for the accommodation, her voice suddenly turned somewhat awkward, her gaze wandering, and the blush that had just faded crept back onto her cheeks. Due to the special identity, you'll need 24-hour supervision, so you'll stay with me. Huh. Li Xuanji and Li Xingyao simultaneously let out high-pitched exclamations. Wow. Li Xingyou's eyes instantly lit up like searchlights. Sister, you're quite something. Keeping a man in your golden house. How thrilling. Is this the aloof goddess who's above worldly affairs? Shut up. Li Youyue's face was nearly bleeding from embarrassment as she forced herself to explain. This is for safety. He is an important person sent by father. What if the remnants of the insect tribe target him? He needs close protection. Do you understand? Li Xuanji stroked his chin, delight blooming in his heart. Close protection. I see, it's more like guarding one's own treasures. However, this soft life sounds quite appealing. I have no objections. Li Xuanji feigned innocence. As long as the young lady doesn't mind the trouble, I'll move my bedding right over. Dream on. You'll sleep on the sofa. To cover her embarrassment, Li Youyue swiftly turned her attention to Li Xingyao, issuing orders. You right now immediately go back to your own room. Keep today's events to yourself. If second sister hears a word of it, I'll melt all your cherished figurines. Got it. You're so naggy. Li Xingyao made a face at Li Xuanji. Brother-in-law, take care of yourself tonight. My sister may seem cold, but she's actually very he. With that, the girl activated her spatial abilities and vanished, leaving behind a series of bell-like laughter. Once again, the room was left with just a solitary man and woman. The atmosphere shifted instantly from a family meeting to a certain indescribable ambiguity. Li Xuanji glanced at the remaining ointment in his hand, then gestured to his bare back. Officer, I still haven't finished applying the ointment. Since we're going to live together, could you provide complete service? Li Youyue's face flushed all the way to her collarbone. In the depths of the night, the time for mischief had arrived. The internal forum of the God King Academy had been overwhelmed, the servers crashing under the sheer volume of traffic. In just a few hours, discussions surrounding the mysterious fiancé of the goddess of night had escalated into a towering edifice of posts, with programmers struggling to fix bugs as the hungry crowd refreshed faster than they could type. With images as proof, the evidence was undeniable. A Princess Carrie photograph stealthily captured from 800 meters away by an unknown party was pinned at the top of the forum, glowing with attention. Though the resolution was somewhat blurry, Li Youyue's cold and aloof profile, coupled with the blood-soaked man in her arms who sported an infuriating grin, shattered the defenses of every male student on campus. The comments section resembled a grand display of heartbreak. My youth is over. Brothers on the rooftops squeeze in. Who is this guy? I need his entire dossier in 3 minutes. Otherwise I'll kneel and beg you. How can such a rare flower be plucked? I can't accept this. This must be some sort of tactical exercise, right? Wake up upstairs. Latest intel. Vice Captain Zhao Wuji of the enforcement team, consumed by jealousy, tried to confront him only to be suppressed on the spot by the God King order. He's now foaming at the mouth in the infirmary. What? The God King order? Is this officially sanctioned? It's confirmed. My second uncle's cousin was there, and said Zhao Wuji's slip was remarkably smooth. Rumors cease with the wise, but thrive among fools. Li Xuanji's identity was spun into hundreds of versions ranging from an otherworldly divine heir to the illegitimate child of a god king to a fallen dragon lord, each more absurd than the last. Meanwhile, at the eye of this media storm, Xuanji lay comfortably on Li Youyue's fragrant soft bed, enjoying treatment like a revered elder. With the aid of the shadow cleansing elixir and time rewind, his recovery was astonishingly rapid, though his physical strength remained somewhat depleted. Li Youyue, though sharp-tongued, displayed remarkable efficiency, making sure he stayed. The suite was outrageously spacious, with him in the outer room and her inside, separated by a door that could easily become a line between life and death. Hey pig, food dinner's ready. Li Youyue entered with a tray, her expression sour, as if someone owed her 5 million credit points. She slammed the tray onto the bedside table, nearly spilling the liquid meal within. Thank you, Miss Li, Xuanji replied nonchalantly, sitting up to dig into the meal. A top-tier nutritional dish, this soft food was indeed delightful. Noticing Li Youyue's still fierce expression, he couldn't help but tease her. I say, since we're living together now, can we show a bit of professionalism? How about a smile? With that stern face all day, one might think I'm the one who led you astray. What more do you want? Li Youyue shot back, her gaze sharp enough to freeze the air. Do you believe I'll pour this bowl over your head? Please don't. Wasting food is shameful. Li Xuanji quickly backed down. This woman was a classic example of a high offense yet low defense paper tiger. As long as he didn't cross the line, her unpredictable charm was rather endearing. Just then the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Li Youyue frowned at this hour. Who could be so oblivious? She checked the door monitor, and her entire demeanor froze, her complexion paling further. Standing at the door was a woman exuding an aura of commanding presence. With flowing violet waves of hair and a meticulously tailored white uniform, the student council badge on her chest gleamed under the light. She stood with an air that made her appear like an immovable mountain blocking the entrance. Li Shiguang, the true demon king of the God King Academy, the second daughter, known as the Brilliant Shield. It's over. Li Youyue thought, her heart sinking, instinctively glancing back at the bed's occupant. As expected, her second sister's controlling nature meant that upon discovering a man in the house, she would undoubtedly arrive first for an audit. Who's there? A creditor. Li Xuanji chuckled at her panic. Shut up. If you want to live, don't say a word. Li Youyue whispered fiercely, taking a deep breath as if bracing for death before swinging the door open. Second sister, I thought you intended to weld that door shut. Li Ziguang's voice was laced with a unique magnetism, pleasant yet frigid, reminiscent of marble striking stone. She didn't even glance at Li Youyue, her penetrating gaze directly targeting the man on the bed who was currently sipping porridge. Their eyes met. Li Xuanji encountered those violet irises, proud and scrutinizing, radiating an air of authority that could decide one's fate. In contrast, Li Shiguang perceived a pale-faced, weak-looking man as fragile as a dandelion in the wind. This was the fiancé chosen by their father. Just this. Li Shiguang's elegant brows furrowed slightly, her disdain palpable. Without waiting for an invitation, she strode in her high heels, clicking rhythmically against the floor, each step resonating like a heartbeat in Li Youyue's chest. You are Li Xuanji. She approached the bed, looking down as if inspecting a bewildered husky that had wandered into a lion's den. Indeed, that's me. Li Xuanji set his bowl down, remaining seated, leaning casually against the headboard, even crossing his legs. Interesting, this second sister was on a different level than Li Youyue. While Li Youyue pretended to be aloof, this woman was genuinely cold, her demeanor etched with authority. I am the president of the student council, Li Shiguang. Long time no see, your reputation precedes you. Li Xuanji nodded, his tone as dismissive as if he were shopping at a market. I've seen the commotion on the forum, Li Shiguang stated directly, her aura intensifying. I cannot interfere with our father's misguided decisions. However, if you intend to remain at the God King Academy under the title of fiancé of the Goddess of Night, then you must abide by my rules. Rules? Li Xuanji chuckled. Is this an identity check? Or perhaps a financial audit? More like a life audit. Li Ziguang's eyes sharpened, the air seeming to freeze at that moment. It's simple. Take one of my strikes. As long as you can remain standing, or rather as long as you can survive, I will acknowledge your right to stay here. Before she finished speaking, she raised her hand, without any regard for martial ethics. A brilliant flash erupted from her fingertip, coalescing into a petite spear of light radiating a terrifying heat capable of piercing steel, aimed straight for Li Xuanji's forehead. Fast, accurate, ruthless. There was no intention of holding back. Sister, are you insane? Li Youyue's face turned pale, and she screamed as she lunged forward. He's still injured. It was too late. The light spear whistled through the air, carrying the overwhelming pressure of a enshranked battle queen poised to pierce Li Xuanji's skull. Impulsive. This woman is serious. Li Xuanji's pupils constricted, his previously carefree demeanor shifting to one of alarm as the highest warning sirens blared in his mind. Was this the weight of Enshrank's prowess? The sheer force of the oncoming pressure stung his skin. Time stasis activate. Buzz. The world shifted into shades of gray and white. What should have been a blindingly fast light spear slowed dramatically in his perception, as if being replayed in slow motion. However, only Li Xuanji knew how strenuous this was. His mind felt as if struck by a massive hammer, searing pain overwhelming him. His mental energy surged forth like a torrent unleashed, barely managing to maintain this small area of stasis, enough to hold off her casual strike, while his reserves were rapidly depleting. Damn it, is this what level suppression feels like? If this drags on, I'll be drained dry. Gritting his teeth, he could even hear the thunderous rush of blood through his veins. Forcing himself to suppress the dizziness, he trembled as he lifted his right hand, his index and middle fingers painstakingly pinching the weakest point of the light spear. Stop! As his fingers made contact with the spear, a burning sensation shot through him. Crack! A soft sound echoed. Gray and white dissipated, and the world regained its colors. The deadly light spear halted a mere centimeter from Li Xuanji's forehead, firmly gripped between his two fingers. Yet behind this seemingly effortless display lay trembling fingertips and a back drenched in cold sweat. Success in posturing, but I really can't hold out much longer. Li Xuanji met Li Shiguang's astonished gaze, his mind racing. He absolutely could not let her see his weakness. Nor could he allow her a chance for a second strike. If she attacked again, he would surely perish on the spot. He had to turn the page on this encounter. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength, his fingers suddenly exerting force. Crack! The light spear shattered, dispersing into a shower of golden light. He raised his head, meeting Li Ziguang's bewildered eyes, forcing out a somewhat pale, yet still mischievous smile. Second miss, is that all? As soon as the words left his mouth, his expression shifted, as if the last threads of his strength had finally snapped. Pooh! A mouthful of blood unexpectedly erupted from him, staining the pristine white sheets with a vivid red bloom. 7 parts of that blood were genuine internal injuries, while 3 parts were the dramatics of a master thespian. Then Li Xuanji's body went limp, collapsing backward like a marionette, with severed strings falling heavily onto the pillow, his complexion turning ashen breath faint. Yet he still remembered to embellish his performance, weakly extending a hand toward the perplexed Li Shiguang, his voice feeble, as if he were on the brink of death. You have such a cruel heart, but an injured man. Are you plotting to murder your sister's husband? With that, his hand dropped, his head tilted, and he fainted. This entire sequence flowed seamlessly, pushing the art of playing victim to its zenith. The room fell into a deathly silence for a second. Then a scream erupted. Li Xuanji. Li Youyue dashed forward like a whirlwind, her eyes instantly reddening, turning to Li Shiguang to roar, "Second sister, you've gone too far. If anything happens to him, I will settle this with you." At the doorway, Li Shiguang stood frozen. She stared at her still outstretched finger, then at the man who had just been able to withstand her attack, now lying half dead on the bed. For the first time, a hint of confusion and alarm flickered across her normally proud and indifferent face. Had she really been so harsh? That one strike had clearly been intercepted by him. Could it be that his internal injuries had flared up? Under her sister's piercing gaze, this renowned, brilliant shield of the academy felt an unusual twinge of guilt. Li Shiguang arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. However, the deep-water bomb she had dropped in the academy bore a power akin to a nuclear explosion. As the esteemed president of the student council and an S-level Valkyrie personally arrived to inspect the goods, she was thwarted by her future brother-in-law, who deftly intercepted her lethal strike with just 2 fingers. The news spread like wildfire, flooding every gossip group in the academy within half an hour. Even the cafeteria aunties were buzzing about that astonishing display. Who would dare to question Li Xuanji's status as fiancé now? What a cosmic joke. Even the scrayed powerhouse Zhao Wuji was suppressed to the ground by the Divine King's order, leaving Li Shiguang utterly defeated. Li Xuanji was certainly not a man living off a woman. He was clearly a hidden gem. In an instant, Li Xuanji's reputation within the academy soared to new heights. Of course, where there were admirers, there were also those who seethed with envy. At the forefront of this disdain was none other than the unfortunate backdrop, Xuanji. Upon waking in the infirmary, he overheard the whispers outside, nearly lifting the treatment pod's lid in fury. What a humiliation! It was a disgrace that felt like offering one's face for repeated rubbing. How could the distinguished heir of the Zhao family become a stepping stone for Li Xuanji's fame? Li Xuanji. Xuanji ground his molars, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He dared not provoke Li Youyue nor utter a word against the divine king's order. All his fury was precisely aimed at Li Xuanji. He was merely a soft-handed man relying on women and connections. Last time, I must have underestimated him, intimidated by the aura of the divine king's order, and failed to showcase my true strength. He'll have another go. In a fair mech duel, I will crush him into the mud, and he will know the terror of a true Padawan player. Early the next morning, a challenge letter was slapped down right at the door of Li Youyue's dormitory. Xuanji initiated an all-academy live broadcast for a mech simulation battle wagering on the dignity of a strongman. In the academy's public mech simulation training ground. At this moment it was packed to the brim, the aisles crammed like sardines in a can. The atmosphere was more lively than during the year-end exams, with everyone's eyes glued to the two mechs in the center. On the left was the imposing golden-white mech, the Glory Knight. Although it wasn't the legendary Scrade, it was undeniably a genuine B-grade military class restricted mech. In an academy where crade civilian mechs were the norm, this was akin to rolling a tank into a kindergarten with firepower armor and power systems that overwhelmed the competition. Inside the cockpit, Xuanji wore a cruel, confident smile, as if he could already envision Li Xuanji kneeling in surrender. And on the right, Li Xuanji piloted an old grade training mech. To add to its description, it was obsolete. Lacking neural link assistance and intelligent fire control systems, the control panel was cluttered with a myriad of physical buttons and joysticks. This type of mech, due to its inhuman operation difficulty, had long been discarded into the annals of history. Only a couple could still be seen in museums. Holding a short alloy blade no bigger than a fruit knife, he stood there solitary. The two mechs stood face to face. It was like a fully armed special forces soldier facing an ancient primitive with a firewood stick. The stands erupted, the chat buzzing on the public channel. What the hell? A grade. Did this thing come from the scrapyard? Pure manual operation. Is Li Xuanji out of his mind? Who practices with such an antique nowadays? Xuanji's fire control system can lock onto him 800 times in a second. How is he supposed to compete? GG brothers, I can already see the scene of slaughter. In the VIP viewing room, Li Youyue fumed, her small face pale. Has he gone mad? The power furnace of a grade mech is like a tractor engine. How can it compete with the nuclear fusion reactor of the Glory Knight? Yet inside the cockpit, Li Xuanji remained remarkably calm. His fingers gently brushed over the cold, slightly chipped physical buttons, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Though it's a bit worn, the feel is just like my old buddy back on Blue Star. In this world, mech technology was advanced with neural links and AI assistance, making operation a fool's errand. Anyone could hop on and drive. But back on Blue Star, every mech was a steel beast with no assistance. The pilots who survived in that hellish battlefield were all monsters who had ingrained their predictions into their bones and honed their precise maneuvers into muscle memory. Compared to the hellish nightmare mode, on Blue Star, operating a mech in this world was akin to playing house. Zhao Young Master, today, they'll show you what it means. Manual transmission is the romance of a true man. As the countdown reached 0, fight! Xuanji made his move. The Glory Knight's engine roared, the terrifying thrust of the B military engine, transforming it into a golden flash hurtling toward Li Xuanji with a sonic boom. Too fast. It's impossible to see with the naked eye, the audience gasped. But to Li Xuanji it was too slow. Not that Xuanji was slow, but his mind was already in motion. Time acceleration x10. Buzz. An invisible wave enveloped the grade training mech in an instant. From Li Xuanji's perspective, the world seemed to have hit the 0.5x playback speed while he and his mech entered another dimension of time. The originally sluggish transmission system of the grade mech, under the influence of temporal abilities, appeared to exceed physical limits. Xuanji's lethal strike came forth. To the average observer, this shot was as swift as lightning, impossible to evade. But to Li Xuanji, seasoned from the hellish battlefields of Blue Star, this attack was riddled with openings that could even be described as a slow-motion replay. Such a straightforward attack, even rookies on Blue Star would scoff at using. Li Xuanji's hands became a blur over the control panel, the sound of his fingers striking buttons forming a raucous rock melody. Click, 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 click. The heavy grade mech executed a physics-defying zaped shutter at high speed. This was a mandatory skill for Special Forces pilots on Blue Star, inertia deception. Screech. The gun's tip grazed the training mech's armor, missing by a mere centimeter. What a... Zhao Wuji's eyes nearly bulged out. Before he could react, Li Xuanji was already launching his counterattack. With the enhancement of time acceleration, the degrade mech moved with the speed of a specter on steroids. Instead of a heat-in clash, it slid into the inner circle of the Glory Knight, the alloy short blade, aiming precisely at the seam of the knee joint. That was the balancing pivot of all bipedal mechs. Get down on your knees. Snap. Precise, ruthless, without any hesitation. This was the killing technique honed on the battlefields of Blue Star. Ignoring flashy stats, only targeting lethal weaknesses. Zhao Wuji felt his mech lurch violently, losing balance like a drunken man. How could this piece of junk possibly keep up with my speed? He yelled in terror, his composure utterly shattered. Speed. Li Xuanji sneered, his finger striking the enter key decisively. In my BGM, your time is under my control. Time acceleration erupted once more. The degrade mech spun behind Li Xuanji's hands, danced like a butterfly fluttering through flowers as he operated with astonishing speed, locking the Glory Knight's head in place with his mech's arms. In that moment, the terrifying micromanipulation skills of a Blue Star pilot were fully displayed. He did not rely on brute force, instead utilizing the mech's high-frequency vibrations to instantly disengage the locks on the opponent's neck armor. No matter how good the equipment in the hands of a novice, it's merely a delivery service. Li Xuanji murmured, pressing a red button with force. Disassemble. The degrade mech suddenly twisted with full power, completing a clockwise 360 degrees. Creak, boom. Accompanied by the nauseating sound of metal fracturing, the expensive head of the B-grade military mech was brutally wrenched off. Even the main control circuits inside were torn apart, resembling a tangled mess of colorful entrails. Sparks flew, arcs of electricity danced. The scene was brutally savage. The headless Glory Knight wobbled a couple of times before crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Silence enveloped the arena. Everyone's mouths hung agape, jaws seemingly dislocated, staring at the grade training mech in the center, which held a gleaming golden mech head aloft, like a god of war emerging from the wasteland. A grade defeating a B-grade. Manual slaughtering of intelligent assistants. Was this truly the level of human operation? Li Xuanji took a deep breath, calming the turmoil in his blood from forcefully using his temporal abilities, casually tossing the mech, head worth millions, onto the ground. Dong! The dull sound echoed like a slap across everyone's face, stinging. On the public channel, Li Xuanji's voice, tinged with a hint of laziness and mockery, rang out. If this is what you call elite, then I'm sorry, at this level in my hometown, you wouldn't even qualify for the battlefield. You might as well be a delivery boy. The cockpit door made a soft sound as it slowly rose. All eyes, whether in the arena or those watching via live stream, were fixed intently on that small exit. In the dust-filled training ground, the wreckage of two mechas stood in stark contrast. One was the once glorious grade Radiant Knight, now reduced to a heap of scrap metal, its core light extinguished. The other, universally acknowledged as junk, was the grade training Mecha Pioneer No. 9, which now stood like a silent war god. A figure emerged from the cockpit of Pioneer No. 9. Li Xuanji, with black hair and black eyes, wore a calm expression. He casually raised his hand to wipe away a trickle of blood from his nose. A collective gasp resonated throughout the crowd. He has a nosebleed. Of course, surviving a direct hit from the radiant sword strike of a grade knight in a grade mecha is already miraculous. A little nosebleed is nothing. No, you don't understand. Look at his expression. He doesn't care at all. This injury is like a mere mosquito bite to him. What utter disdain. What chilling indifference. No one realized that Li Xuanji's head was buzzing as though he had been awake for 7 continuous days and nights. Forcing his spatial abilities to their limits within a fraction of a second placed an extraordinary burden on his mind and body. This pampered body, accustomed to luxury in the inner world, had never endured the kind of battlefield exhaustion that drained every ounce of strength. He simply felt a bit tired and slightly dizzy. Yet to the onlookers, this scene was interpreted in a completely different light. It was not fatigue, it was the calmness after battle. It was not dizziness, it was disdain for victory. The casual motion of wiping away the blood was the ultimate humiliation for the Radiant Knight Zhao Wuji. Defeating you wasn't even worth my full effort. A bit of nosebleed was merely a warm-up. After a 3-second silence, the barrage of comments in the live stream exploded. What just happened? Am I seeing things? Record it. Who the hell recorded that? I want to see frame by frame. How did a grade mecha dismantle the Radiant Knight? Where are all the mocking comments now? What happened to you? Come out and show yourselves. Big shot. From today on, you're my long-lost brother. Please accept my respect. This isn't science. This isn't mecha. This is sorcery. This is mysterious magic from the east. Amidst the ruins of the training ground, a sound of metal scraping was heard. Zhao Wuji struggled to crawl out from a pile of parts. His pilot suit tattered, his handsome face covered in dust and madness. It's impossible. This cannot be happening. He glared at Li Xuanji, his eyes filled with resentment and despair. You cheated. You must have used some illegal plugin. How could a grade mecha, a piece of trash, defeat me? His mindset had completely shattered. A prodigy since childhood, the elite student surrounded by admiration was humiliated in front of everyone by a connected individual piloting a junk mecha. This shame was more unbearable than death. I will kill you. Zhao Wuji roared, drawing a high-frequency dagger from his waist and charging at Li Xuanji, who had just exited the cockpit and was in a vulnerable state. Shameless. Can't handle losing, so you resort to sneak attacks. The audience erupted in anger. However, Zhao Wuji's speed was like lightning, and no one had time to intervene. At the moment his dagger was about to pierce Li Xuanji's back, a black shadow moved faster than he did. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Li Youyue had appeared at Li Xuanji's side without anyone noticing. Her right leg, clad in black boots, delivered a powerful kick to Zhao Wuji's chest with precision. Zhao Wuji flew backward like a broken sack, rolling several times on the ground before losing consciousness. Li Youyue retracted her leg, not sparing a glance at the fallen Zhao Wuji. Her cold gaze settled on Li Xuanji's face, her brow furrowed. Fool, you didn't even know to guard your back. She criticized, though her tone carried an unintentional hint of concern. Li Xuanji grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Well, I had you here. A faint blush crept to Li Youyue's cheeks, and she huffed, turning her head away. At that moment, the noisy crowd parted to make way for a figure. A person stepped forward, clad in the white uniform of the Student Council president, her signature purple wavy hair shimmering with a regal luster under the lights. She was tall and curvaceous, moving with an elegance that exuded the presence of a natural queen. Li Shiguang, president of the Student Council at the Divine King Academy, the second daughter of Li Qinghai. Her arrival transformed the atmosphere of the training ground. If Li Youyue was a terrifying knight, then Li Shiguang was the sun that one dared not gaze upon directly. She ignored everyone walking directly into the arena, her similarly purple eyes locking onto Li Xuanji with newfound seriousness. This time her gaze was not one of condescension, but mixed with shock, confusion, and a faint yet genuine recognition. Play back the last minute of the battle. Data analysis mode. Slow it down by 100 times. Li Shiguang commanded into the air. A massive holographic projection lit up above the training ground. Everyone saw the astonishing scene unfold. At the moment the Radiant Knight initiated the Radiant Sword Strike, countless data streams cascaded through the cockpit view of the grade mecha. Li Xuanji's hands left a trail of afterimages on the control console. Zoom in on the operational details. Li Ziguang's voice trembled slightly. The image magnified again, and everyone clearly witnessed that in a mere 0.01 seconds Li Xuanji's fingers executed a total of 16 precise operations on various buttons and joysticks. Each operation caused the mecha's engine joints and energy shield to undergo tiny yet crucial changes. My heavens, a mecha instructor, gasped he. He's manually overclocking the engine, and he's forcibly altering the energy shield's deflection angle. How is this possible? What kind of terrifying understanding of mecha structure and energy circuits does this require? Li Shiguang's voice resonated in the hushed venue, carrying unprecedented gravity. He's not modifying, he's deceiving. He issued commands far beyond the system's capacity, forcing the mecha to perform actions exceeding its performance limits. Each of those 16 operations danced on the brink of the mecha's disintegration. One more or one less, or a misordered sequence by a mere 0.01 seconds, and this grade mecha would have exploded on the spot. Silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone looked at Li Xuanji with the eyes of a monster. This was no longer mere technique, it was art, a deathly dance on the edge of a blade. Li Xuanji finally regained some composure. He glanced at the serious Li Shiguang, shrugged, and spoke in a teasing tone. I was a bit rusty, it was a little slow. If we were back home, he wouldn't have had the chance to draw his sword. In a corner of the crowd, an unremarkable student with an average appearance flashed a strange purple light in his eyes. He lowered his head and whispered into the communicator on his wrist, target threat level assessment incorrect. Recommend elevating from observation to elimination. Hey, are you okay? Li Youyue furrowed her brow, watching Li Xuanji sway slightly. I'm fine, just a bit. Sleepy, Li Xuanji replied. As soon as he finished speaking, his body went limp and naturally fell towards Li Youyue. Instinctively, she reached out to support him, letting him lean against her. The warmth of his breath brushed against her neck, causing her body to stiffen, and her cheeks instantly flushed. Why you get up? She attempted to push him away, but seeing his pale face and tightly closed eyes, her strength unconsciously diminished. Around them, the boys in the audience were heartbroken. That was Princess Youyue. Even getting within 3 meters would freeze one into an ice sculpture. But now she was allowing a man to lean against her. Li Shiguang looked at this scandalous scene, her brow furrowing deeper. She stepped forward, pulled out a gleaming silver badge from her pocket, and tossed it to Li Youyue. This is a special grade pass from the Student Council, granting the holder the highest priority within the academy. Give it to him. Li Shiguang stated coldly. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not rewarding him. I simply believe that such a dangerous and unstable element must be kept under close supervision. With that, she turned, leading the Student Council members away without looking back. Back in the top-floor dormitory belonging to Li Youyue, with a thud, Xuanji was unceremoniously thrown onto the soft sofa. Li Youyue stood with her hands on her hips, looking down at him, cursing under her breath, while retrieving nutritional supplements and muscle relaxant spray from the medical kit. Idiot. Always getting into trouble. And daring to take advantage of me in public. She muttered, yet her hands moved gently as she carefully treated the strained muscles in his arm from the extreme maneuvers. Li Xuanji closed his eyes, enjoying the service from the young lady, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, he suddenly felt a subtle chill. He opened his eyes and looked at Li Youyue. Under the light, the girl's shadow was elongated. Not sure if it was an illusion, Li Xuanji noticed that Li Youyue's shadow seemed darker and deeper than usual. It was as if it were not just a shadow, but an entrance connected to an unknown abyss. The next morning, Li Xuanji woke up shivering from the cold. Damn that central air conditioning, the temperature was reminiscent of a morgue. Clearly Miss Li Youyue was still holding a grudge from yesterday, subjecting him to a comprehensive physical cooling. They'll give you 10 minutes to wash up and change. Li Youyue stood in the middle of the living room clad in a black disciplinary committee uniform. The fitted cut accentuated her class figure unmistakably. She was busy adjusting the silver badge on her collar, not bothering to look up, her tone colder than the air conditioning. Where are we going? To the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a certificate. Li Xuanji, wrapped in a blanket, yawned, trying to prevent his upper and lower jaws from clashing. We're going to the disciplinary committee. Li Youyue turned around, a hint of smugness barely contained at the corners of her mouth. My second sister has signed off on it, and from today you are the specially appointed tactical consultant of the disciplinary committee. Li Xuanji was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Goodness, this wasn't just consultancy. This was clearly a talisman she had sought from her second sister to legally keep him by her side. This soft life was a bit hard, but truly delightful. The disciplinary committee building loomed before him, its black and gold facade radiating an aura of keep your distance, high-tech coldness. As Li Xuanji followed Li Youyue into the office hall, hundreds of eyes suddenly focused on them. Their gazes were filled with questions like, who is this pretty boy? And I want to stab him, while the air thickened with jealousy. Chairman, this is the airlifted consultant. A young man with slicked-back golden hair approached. Carl, the vice chairman of the disciplinary committee, and Li Youyue's #1 sycophant radiated an aura that screamed, dapper predator. That's right, Li Youyue replied tersely. To speak frankly, Carl adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, blocking their path, his eyes scanning Li Xuanji from head to toe like a scanner, a smirk playing on his lips. The disciplinary committee doesn't employ idlers. Consultant. Consult whom? Ask who? This Mr. Li, aside from winning against Zhao Wuji yesterday through unorthodox means, what else do you have to show for yourself? Laughter erupted around them. I heard he's an illegal resident, even his student status is borrowed. Relying on looks to rise to power, he truly disgraces the disciplinary committee. Li Xuanji couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. These sheltered flowers of the ivory tower were adorably naive. If they were on the battlefield of Blue Star, people who babbled like this usually wouldn't survive the first episode. Li Youyue's pretty face darkened, ready to explode, but her hand was halted by a warm grip. Li Xuanji leaned over her, wearing an innocent smile, even adjusting Carl's tie. Do you think him unqualified, vice chairman? How about we play a game? A game? Don't be nervous. Li Xuanji pointed to the large holographic screen in the center of the hall, where various unresolved cases were scrolling in red. Pull up your longest standing case, the one that's drained your brain cells dry. I'll take a quick look, and if I can't summarize it in 5 points, I'll pack up and leave. If I can solve it, he paused, a cheeky grin spreading across his face. Your office is mine, and from now on you'll call me Commander when you see me. Arrogant. Carl exclaimed, amusement in his voice. Fine. Since you want to embarrass yourself, I'll oblige. The screen refreshed, displaying 3 classified files marked SS grade difficulty. The case of the stolen high-grade alchemical materials, the phantom hacker invasion, and the disappearance of living beings in the Forbidden Book Zone. An eerie silence fell as everyone awaited the spectacle. However, Li Xuanji merely glanced lazily at the files. A fleeting silver-blue light flickered in his pupils. Time-space ability, visual residue retrospection. The world rapidly rewound in his vision. Everything that had happened within the last 24 hours played out like a fast-forwarded silent film on his retina. The feeling of dominating noobs with a max-level cheat was indeed quite enjoyable. In less than a minute, Li Xuanji snapped his fingers. All right, we're done. What? Carl was stunned. You finished. Are you dreaming? First case, stolen materials. Li Xuanji spoke rapidly. Check the logistics worker named Green. The items are hidden in the space between his bedboards. This unfortunate soul suffers from sleepwalking and has an unawakened spatial leap talent. He stole them without even knowing. Second case, hacker invasion. He shot a sly glance at Carl. Stop looking for outsiders. The insider is right here. Lilith from the intelligence department has a crush on you, vice chairman. She tried to hack into your private cloud to see your selfies, but accidentally triggered the firewall. She's probably still in the third-floor ladies' room, crying. You might want to bring her some tissues. As for the third case, Li Xuanji's expression grew peculiar. Those 3 students didn't go missing. They intended to sneak a peek at the wild histories of the Divine King in the Forbidden Book Zone, but accidentally activated a teleportation array and fell into the current principal's private wine cellar. At this moment, they're likely luxuriating with a few bottles of vintage wine. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. With each statement from Li Xuanji, Carl's face paled further. Go investigate. Li Youyue barely contained her amusement, issuing orders with an ironclad resolve. 20 minutes later, 3 reports confirmed every detail, even the posture of Lilith hiding in the restroom matched perfectly. Carl stood there looking as if his soul had been sucked out, his face swollen and speechless. As Li Xuanji walked past him, he patted his shoulder, a grin on his face. Remember to keep your office clean. I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. That night, in Li Youyue's apartment, Li Xuanji settled in as he wished at the cost of signing a humiliating cohabitation agreement. First, the sofa is your only territory. Cross the line, and I'll break your legs. Second, you are not allowed to touch any of my belongings. And third, the most important rule, absolutely no entering my bathroom. Watching Li Youyue lay down the rules like a strict housekeeper, Li Xuanji lay back on the genuine leather sofa, in a relaxed position, his heart filled with joy. As the night deepened, the sound of running water from the bathroom sparked imagination. Suddenly, the space beside him rippled like water. A silver-haired girl in a laser hoodie floated in midair, legs crossed, and clutching a large bag of potato chips appearing out of thin air. Hey, brother-in-law. Li Xingyao munched on her chips, grinning like a mischievous little fox. I heard you were making waves at the disciplinary committee today. Did Carl's face get swollen? Tell me all about it. Keep it down, your sister just finished showering. Li Xuanji shot her an annoyed glance. Please, I'm from the space system. Who could stop me? Li Xingyao's eyes gleamed as they landed on the closed bedroom door, a wicked smile spreading across her face. Brother-in-law, want to see something exciting? Not interested. I have my principles. Stop pretending. Oh, every man would want it. Li Xingyao snapped her fingers, a burst of silver light exploding at her fingertips. Spatial swap welfare line, let's go. What the? Li Xingyao, you little rascal. Li Xuanji felt a flash of dizziness before the familiar sensation hit, and the surrounding scene transformed in an instant. He was no longer in the spacious living room, but in a humid enclosed space fragrant with body wash. The walls were adorned with various black lace and silk nightgowns. This was a changing room. Moreover, it was connected to the bathroom. Before he could regain his balance, Li Xuanji looked up and froze in place. Less than a meter in front of him, Li Youyue stood with her back to him. The water droplets on her skin had yet to dry, and the towel that had wrapped around her had just slipped to her feet, her delicate hands reaching for a piece of black form-fitting clothing. In that instant, it was an absolute, unguarded, blinding visual impact. Li Xuanji's mind buzzed, a single thought flashing frantically. Li Xingyao, you've dug a massive pit. This is a life-threatening situation. Sensing a disturbance in the space behind her, Li Youyue paused mid-motion. She slowly turned around. Their eyes met. Time seemed to freeze. There were no screams. No bashful faces hidden behind hands. What Li Xuanji saw was the swiftly coalescing intent to kill in her beautifully captivating eyes. That was the prelude to the rampage of an S-class shadow-type ability user. You are dead. I'll make you into sashimi. In that moment, she was no longer a bashful girl. She was the princess of the night, the decisive and ruthless chairperson of the disciplinary committee. Buzz. Countless black blades formed from shadows roared into existence in the cramped changing room, each glinting with a cold light aimed directly at Li Xuanji's throat, heart, and lower regions. She truly intended to kill him. Misunderstanding. Li Xuanji screamed, desperation igniting within him. Spatial anchor point forcibly activated in conjunction with time acceleration, turning him into a blur as he rolled, and crawled through the rain of blades bursting through the door. Boom! The changing room door exploded into fragments. Half an hour later on the balcony. The night breeze was cool. Li Youyue, wrapped in a thick, long-sleeved nightgown, sat 3 meters away from Xuanji, her face flushed, as if it could bleed, tightly gripping a kitchen knife. Li Xingyao had long since vanished, leaving behind a mess of chip crumbs. The awkwardness hung in the air like thick glue. "Hey." Li Youyue finally spoke, her voice still laced with lingering hostility. "Did you truly see nothing just now, eh?" Li Xuanji raised 3 fingers, his expression righteous. "I swear. The lighting was too dim, I was still dizzy when I landed, everything was pixelated." Humph. Clearly unconvinced, but at least she lowered the knife. The two fell into silence. Unbeknownst to them, the tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. "Your homeland." Li Youyue suddenly changed the subject, gazing into the distant starry sky. "Is it really like Xingyao said, with those kinds of bugs everywhere?" The smile vanished from Li Xuanji's face. He pulled out an imaginary cigarette from his pocket, holding it between his fingers as his expression turned deep and somber. "It's worse than that. There are no battle maidens, no divine king academy, and no time for afternoon tea." His voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling resonance, one only someone who clawed their way out of a pile of corpses could possess. "We only have walls built of flesh and blood. Pilots are expendable, thousands die daily in that gaping maw. Their merely surviving is the greatest luxury." Li Youyue stared at his profile, captivated. This man, usually so carefree, had just revealed a moment of exhaustion, like a volcano long suppressed. Unknowingly, her shame and anger faded, replaced by an inexplicable sense of heartache. She instinctively shifted closer, the scent of the same body wash enveloping them both. At that moment, the time-space source material within Li Xuanji trembled. The alluring aura that held a deadly charm for the women in this world emanated quietly. Li Youyue felt her body soften, a wave of inexplicable heat crawling up her spine, even her shadow core trembled. She found herself leaning toward him uncontrollably. "What is happening?" Her voice became soft like a mewling kitten. Li Xuanji sensed something was off and reached out to support her. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing red alarm shattered the night sky without warning. The entire school broadcast blared. "Warning. High-energy reaction detected in the restricted area behind the mountain. Energy attribute unknown. Accompanied by a strong stench of void. All class students assemble immediately." Li Xuanji sprang to his feet, his eyes sharpening like a blade. That smell. That nauseating stench. The nightmare that had destroyed his homeland was here. The alarm sounded like a death knell, reverberating ominously across the night sky of the Divine King Academy. The communication channel of the Wind Discipline Committee was instantly activated, and Li Youyue's cold, yet urgent voice rang out. "All personnel on duty prepare for Level 1 combat readiness. Seal off all entrances and exits to the back mountain restricted area. Reconnaissance team assemble in 5 minutes at my dormitory building." As she issued her orders, she swiftly donned her close-fitting combat attire with decisive efficiency. "You stay here." Li Youyue turned to Li Xuanji, who was preparing to rise. "The situation is unclear, you lack a mech, and would only be a burden. I am familiar with this scent." Li Xuanji stood up, his gaze unusually grave. "Trust me, the elite dispatched by your academy cannot handle this." The odor wafting from the back mountain, described by the system as the stench of the void, was all too familiar to him. It was a scent unique to the colossal beasts of the void and the insectoid race, a mix of decaying flesh and the sulfur left in the wake of space rifts. It was the scent of the battlefield on Blue Star. "I am a specially appointed advisor." Li Xuanji looked at her with unyielding certainty. "My duty is to handle the troubles you cannot manage. Take me with you, or I will go on my own, or it's your choice." Li Youyue gazed into his eyes, which glimmered with an undeniable resolve. The gaze of a true warrior she had never seen before. She bit her lip and finally nodded. "Stay close to me and don't wander off." 5 minutes later, a reconnaissance team composed of 10 elite members from the Wind Discipline Committee, led by Li Youyue and Li Xuanji, stepped into the restricted area of the back mountain. Inside the restricted zone, a thick layer of grayish-white mist obscured their surroundings, limiting visibility to less than 5 meters. The air was saturated with a damp, putrid odor alongside the increasingly potent stench of the void. "Activate wide-area radar thermal imaging mode," the deputy team leader commanded. "Turn off all electronic detection devices," Li Xuanji interjected suddenly, his voice low, yet commanding enough to halt everyone in their tracks. "What did you say?" The deputy leader frowned at this privileged individual. "Disable the radar? Do you want us to be blind?" "In this environment, radar will only provide you with false signals and might even expose your location," Li Xuanji explained briefly, casting a glance at Li Youyue. "Trust my instincts, They are more reliable than your machines. Li Youyue hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to believe him. Do as he says. Everyone switched to auditory and intuitive detection form groups of 3 and maintained combat formation. Though the team members were reluctant, they could not defy the commissioner's orders and begrudgingly powered down the radar. They carefully advanced through the mist, surrounded by an eerie silence broken only by the crunch of dry leaves beneath their feet. Suddenly, Xuanji halted and forcefully pushed Li Youyue to the ground. Get down. At that moment, 3 black shapes zipped past the spot where they had just stood, the gust of wind stinging their faces. Howl! Accompanied by a metallic roar, 3 massive wolves comparable in size to armored vehicles and entirely composed of gleaming black alloy with glowing crimson electronic eyes emerged from the mist. It's the alloy terror wolves, the deputy leader exclaimed. These are transformed creatures from the fallen mechanical cult. How did they end up in the academy? The mechanical wolves moved with astonishing speed, their armor glinting with an eerie dark purple sheen. Be careful, they have anti-magic coatings. Li Xuanji shouted a warning. Before his words could settle, Li Youyue had already launched her attack. She darted forward, transforming into a shadow, and her dagger silently struck towards the neck of one of the terror wolves. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The once invulnerable shadow dagger now seemed to hit the hardest alloy, leaving only a shallow white mark. The terror wolf abruptly turned its massive jaws, snapping at Li Youyue. Li Youyue reacted swiftly, executing a backward somersault to evade, yet astonishment flickered across her face. Her shadow abilities had inexplicably failed. I warned you about the anti-magic coating. Li Xuanji roared, pulling out a roll of high-strength wire from his tactical leg bag, rolling on the ground to deftly wrap the wire around the forelegs of another terror wolf. The wolf, charging at high speed, was suddenly tripped and crashed to the ground, its massive body rolling several times. Attack its abdomen. That's where the core power furnace is, Li Xuanji shouted. However, despite their advanced equipment, the standard beam guns wielded by the Wind Discipline Committee members merely sparked against the wolves, failing to penetrate their thick armor. This was the Academy's weakness. They were accustomed to transforming into battle maidens and wielding devastating powers. Once those powers were countered, their combat prowess in physical form was even inferior to that of an ordinary soldier from Blue Star. The battle quickly devolved into a stalemate. Li Youyue and her team were thoroughly suppressed by the 3 alloy terror wolves, forced to dodge clumsily. One terror wolf seized the moment, flanking the team and slashing at the exposed Li Youyue with its gleaming metal claws. The strike was swift and brutal. Having just evaded another wolf's attack, Li Youyue could barely defend herself. In a critical moment, a figure crashed into her, pushing her forcefully aside. It was Li Xuanji. Thud! The wolf's tail, akin to a steel whip, struck Li Xuanji's back with undeniable force. He felt an irresistible surge of power hit him, sending him flying like a marionette, with severed strings crashing into a large tree before collapsing to the ground. Cough, cough. Li Xuanji spat blood, the agonizing pain of broken ribs darkening his vision. Li Xuanji. Seeing this, Li Youyue's pupils constricted to the size of pinheads. An unprecedented rage erupted from within her, surging like a volcano. Roar! She emitted no sound, yet everyone seemed to hear a roar emanating from the depths of her soul. Her once gold eyes transformed into pools of pure, untainted blackness. Dense shadow energy erupted from her body, no longer the light mist from before, but rather manifesting as tangible black flames that engulfed her. Die! A chilling word escaped her lips. Her figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, the alloy terror wolf that had injured Li Xuanji let out a heart-wrenching howl. Li Youyue had already appeared behind it, her hands plunging into its thick back armor. Accompanied by the screech of tearing metal, she brutally ripped the creature in half. Blue coolant and shattered parts spilled onto the ground. She was in a berserk state. This was a condition Li Youyue entered only when her emotions reached a boiling point. Her strength and speed surged exponentially, but at the cost of her rationality and rapid exhaustion. The other 2 terror wolves seemed taken aback by the ferocity of the scene, retreating a couple of steps. However, Li Youyue did not stop. She transformed into a black whirlwind of death, charging at the remaining 2 terror wolves. Yet just as she was about to strike, her body suddenly weakened, and she sank to one knee, gasping heavily. The price of her forced outburst had arrived. Howl! At that moment, crimson electronic eyes began to glow within the surrounding mist. 10:20. More alloy terror wolves encircled them from all directions. What was even more despairing was that behind the wolf pack, a colossal shadow slowly emerged. It was a mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex towering over 10 meters in height. Its body bristled with menacing cannons and blades, and within its massive jaws a purple energy sphere radiating terrifying void energy was forming. An elite-level transformed creature, the brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex. The situation shifted from a fierce struggle to one of hopelessness in an instant. Commissioner, the deputy leader, and the others turned pale as death. Li Xuanji, grimacing against the pain, struggled to rise. He rushed to Li Youyue and embraced her limp form. "If you want to survive, don't move," he growled, clutching Li Youyue and turning to flee deep into the forest. "Chase them." The mechanical beasts unleashed a thunderous roar, pursuing relentlessly. Carrying someone, Li Xuanji could not increase his speed. The brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its massive claw, poised to strike. "Damn it, I'll risk it all." Gritting his teeth, Li Xuanji activated the newly mastered space anchor. His figure flickered in place before reappearing 10 meters away, narrowly evading a fatal blow. Each short-distance shift felt like a needle piercing through his skull, inflicting excruciating pain. But he did not stop. He gritted his teeth and continued to flicker and dash through the forest. The beast horde chased after him relentlessly, the void cannon in the Tyrannosaurus' mouth locking onto him. At last, Li Xuanji was driven to the edge of a cliff. Before him lay a bottomless abyss, while the mechanical beasts closed in from behind. With no way to escape, the brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex halted. Its enormous mechanical head raised, its gaping maw aimed at the two on the cliff's edge, the condensed purple void cannon targeting them. The shadow of death loomed over everything. Confronted with a violet void cannon capable of shattering mountains, Li Youyue did not retreat. If she stepped back, the bastard behind her would die. And Class Battle Maiden had no entry for run in her lexicon, only obliterate the opposite. She drew a deep breath. Her eyes, once stark and black and white, were instantly submerged by a torrent of cerulean data. Class inhibition lock, grant me, open. Independent combat mode, Yuming Inshin activate. Boom. A blast wave tore through the air. An ice so pure it could chill the soul radiated outward from her like a planet's core. Within 100 meters, the temperature dove toward absolute zero. The rocks beneath her feet were instantly sheathed in black, crystalline frost armor. "Not bad," Li Xuanji murmured, shading his eyes against the glare, his gaze narrowing. Before him, the girl underwent a splendid lethal metamorphosis. Obsidian-like liquid metal crawled up her ankles and congealed into razor-edged leg armor, then a slender waist and an erect breastplate. The core reactor flared a ghostly violet. This was not mere donning of garments, but a rebirth of bone and steel, a savage apotheosis from flesh to instrument of slaughter. Crack! A crisp mechanical snap. Behind her, a pair of black metallic wings unfurled to more than 10 meters, like fallen angels descending to blot out the sky. A colossal scythe bound in deathly black mist manifested in her grasp. In that instant, the poised school bell vanished. The infernal Valkyrie took the stage. Die. With no ornamental prelude, Li Youyue's scythe sliced, leaving afterimages. The very fabric of space was cleaved. The void energy sphere the Tyrannosaur had harbored in its maw, along with that absurdly tough jaw, was sheared as though by a hot knife through butter. Violet ichor poured like a torrential downpour. A ragged, tormented roar split the air. The behemoth writhed in agony, its tail strong enough to fell buildings lashed out and uprooted the surrounding trees in a storm of splintered trunks. Li Youyue pressed the attack. Her wings ejected ghostly blue flame trails, tracing elegant, deadly zaped arcs across the sky. Each scythe arc carved a bone-deep gash across the beast's flank. In less than 30 seconds, the once untouchable Class sovereign was reduced to a bleeding husk. Yet Li Xuanji, the sole spectator, showed no elation. "This is off," he said, a blade of grass between his teeth, brow furrowed. "This approach is too energy-intensive." Although Li Youyue appeared to hold the upper hand, the cooling vents along her frame began exhaling unnaturally thick white mist, the brightness of her wings visibly dimmed. It was the Achilles heel of independent mode. Without a pilot to attune mentally and allocate power, a battle maiden was like a supercar with its pedal hammered to the floor and the engine misfiring. The engine idled, the GPU overheated, catastrophic failure loomed. As expected, alarms screamed inside her mind. Warning: core temperature critical. Warning: vital energy consumption, RAT 300. The cacophony of warnings rattled Li Youyue, and she faltered. The beast, though intellectually crude, was gifted with animal intuition. It sensed the iron shell before it had been drained. A roar, and the Tyrannosaur endured a slashing blow that tore a great chunk from its shoulder, then hurled itself forward in a brutal charge. The impact landed like a derailed bullet train. Li Youyue's massive frame pitched like an emptied consent, tumbling against the air. "Damn it, I'm going all out." Li Xuanji spat the grass from his mouth and moved faster than thought. He broke from behind a boulder unarmed, yet the inky depths of his pupils flared with two uncanny silver vortices. What he wielded was a law above elements, time and space. Facing the gaping maw poised to finish them, he spread his fingers and clenched. Stop now. A forbidden sequence temporal stasis. A numbing viscosity descended upon the scene. The roaring tyrannosaur mid-lunge was frozen like a paused 4K, film suspended in midair. Time was severed. It lasted only half a second, yet the price was savage. Li Xuanji spat a mouthful of blood. He staggered like a kite with its string cut. The backlash of commandeering and glass aberrations was like a hammer driving into his skull. His mind buzzed. The temporal lock shattered. The beast surged free, furious beyond measure at having been subdued like an insect. It whipped its monstrous head and fixed upon the tiny human with homicidal focus. With a thunderous roar, it abandoned Li Youyue and stamped toward Li Xuanji, its fetid gale sweeping the ground. Single-minded vengeance condensed into a cataclysmic sprint. There was no dodging. As its fangs were about to close, kaboom! A fractured black iron silhouette rammed in from the side with desperate force. It was Li Youyue. She drained the last of her energy and hurled herself like a projectile, intercepting the blow meant for Li Xuanji. A teeth-grinding screech of metal rent the air. Yuming Enshin sacrificed itself. One massive wing was torn clean off by the tyrannosaur sparks and cascading electricity erupting. The hulking black torso was hurled into a rock face, stone shattering and dust rising. Me miss. Li Xuanji stumbled to the ruined frame and pressed his hand to the scalding, trembling armor. The mech's optical sensors were dim. The core reactor, fissured from overload, emitted a dying whine. The tyrannosaur spat out shards of metal, stalking forward like a cruel cat toying with its prey. There was nowhere left to flee. Li Xuanji was about to pour his life into one last temporal acceleration when the dead-seeming mech emitted a weak, resolute electronic voice. Idiot! Don't waste yourself, it said. My power circuits have been severed. A seam split in the heavy alloy over its chest. Not to open a cockpit, but to reveal at the core a small ghost violet crystal. Li Youyue's voice, transmitted by bone conduction, echoed directly in Li Xuanji's mind, determined and threaded with a shy vulnerability unique to youth. A normal machine is merely dead matter. A battle maiden requires a soul. If you want to live, then give me your soul. Before he could process the words, a complex, archaic violet sigil shot from the mech's core like lightning and embedded itself in the center of his brow. A soul covenant. Contract sealed. The core erupted with a lancing beam of binding light that engulfed Li Xuanji. He offered no resistance. The attraction was irresistible. His body dematerialized and was drawn into the steel embrace. Full sensory neural linkage, online. Around them was a warm liquid space. Countless neural filaments tenderly coiled and linked. But true piloting went deeper. Suddenly, Li Xuanji's consciousness plunged into a profound darkness. Then the blackness receded to reveal a scene so achingly beautiful it stole the breath from his lungs. An endless sea of crimson blooms. Red as blood petal without leaf. Lurid and uncanny, their beauty carried the chill of the netherworld. They were the hellflowers. Bianhua the Manjishawa. This was Li Youyue's inner realm, Yuming Bian. At the center of that infernal field, she stood composed as ever in her flawless black academy uniform. Black hair fell like a waterfall, her skin pallid and cool took on an almost translucent quality against the red tide. Yet here the commissar who meted out death with a frosty serenity had her guard lowered, her eyes were wet, and vulnerability shone naked from within. Within this place, souls were laid bare. Stripped of worldly guises, every emotion was exposed. Li Xuanji stepped among flowers, brushing his ankles, surveyed the panorama without fear, and whistled, breaking the hush with a casual note. This is your world. Beautiful. Li Youyue trembled. She had not expected his first word to be praise. The brittle composure she'd been clinging to crumpled. She stepped forward, voice trembling. Why are you such a fool? You'd risk your life for me. Even in spectral form, she could feel Li Xuanji's soul, fragile, sapped from the earlier temporal exertion. Seeing the sheen of tears gathering in her steadfast eyes, Li Xuanji's mouth tilted into that signature roguish smirk. He strode up and without pretense ruffled the silk of her hair, like calming an irate kitten. Miss, you're still my fiancé after all. Her breath hitched. Through her tears, she looked at him. Li Xuanji shrugged, wearing an air of entitlement softened by exasperation. As a man, how could I not stay? Besides, he leaned close and lowered his voice as if confessing a dread tale. If I left you to die and your mother found out, she'd have me strung up and beaten. You know how scary Lin Yi Sickle is, right? The grim mood dissolved into something half absurd, half tender. Li Youyue stifled a laugh. Tears still clung to her cheeks, but an unfamiliar light kindled in her deep eyes. It was the joy of being steadfastly chosen and the nascent growth of an emotion called dependence. Humph, you knew what you were doing. She huffed, then flung herself into his arms, hands clinging to his waist, as if to anchor herself to his very soul. Since you don't want to die, then give me your life, and I will guard it. Their wills braided. No longer a unilateral plea, but a mutual plunge into fervor. The sea of Bienhua ignited in towering azure flames. Back in reality, the Tyrannosaur's jaws slammed shut with a stench of iron intent on crushing the inert husk of metal. Its teeth ground against armor, yet in that instant 2 dormant optical sensors flared to life and exploded into a piercing violet radiance. A black-armored steel hand swift as lightning wedged itself between the closing fangs. The tyrant's bite, terrible in raw power, found no purchase against that iron palm. Inside the cockpit, Xuanji's deep, proud voice merged with Li Youyue's cool, lethal cadence, 2 threads becoming one. Neural link, perfect. Synchronization, 400. Yuming Bien Blossom. With a thunderous roar, the battered black mech at the edge of death rose like an iron Bienhua in bloom, steeped now in a devouring sovereign fury, and stood again. Roar. The stench of blood filled the air as the Tyrannosaurus Rex, with a jaw powerful enough to crush tanks, snapped shut. But it stopped just a millimeter away from the armor of the Yuming Shinu. It wasn't that it wanted to stop, but was forced to pause. To an onlooker, only a fleeting shadow would be visible in that instant. Yet in Li Xuanji's world, everything had transformed. The dust floating in the air hung motionless, the murderous glint in the Tyrannosaurus' eyes stretched into elongated slow motion, and even the energy beam about to erupt morphed into a sluggish purple jelly. Time dilation activate. Li Xuanji's voice, laced with a hint of laziness and arrogance, resonated directly in Li Youyue's mind through the mental network. Young lady, watch closely. This is our true power. In the next moment, the once silent black mech erupted with visible silver ripples from its core. Boom. It was the sound of space being forcibly twisted. The Tyrannosaurus, certain of its prey, bit down into thin air, the sheer force of its jaws creating a sonic boom that shattered nearby stones. It shook its massive head in confusion. Where was that hunk of scrap metal? Oh, this glass intelligent mechanical overlord felt fear. It abruptly howled to the sky, its special frequency instantly covering a radius of 10 miles. The ground began to tremble. From the shadows of the ruins and the cracks of the cliffs, dozens of crimson electronic eyes flickered to life. The Hejin Konglang pack, which had been lurking nearby. Each one was the size of a truck clad in sharp blade armor, and upon hearing their leader's call, they charged frantically toward the target. Do they think they can win through sheer numbers? Naive. Li Xuanji chuckled softly, his spirit intertwining with Li Youyue's. Young lady, let me borrow your body. No resistance, please. Li Youyue's cheeks flushed. Before she could feel shy, a colossal wave of controlling power that made her soul tremble seized everything. It felt as if a deity had possessed her. Less than one space folding. Before the words settled, the figure of the Yuming Shinu flickered like a faulty TV signal. Whoosh. The mech vanished instantly, crossing 100 meters, abruptly reappearing above the head of the nearest Konglang. Without any flashy movements, the mech simply perched 1 foot atop the wolf's head. Boom. That glass hardiness of the Konglang didn't even have time to scream before being flattened into a steel disc. But that was just the beginning. Time acceleration. Li Youyue perceived the world around her racing backward, transforming into a kaleidoscope of vibrant lines. In her vision, the once swift Konglang moved as slowly as snails while their mechs zipped like lightning. See, at their joint connections, even a mere 0.1 seconds of delay is a fatal flaw. Li Xuanji danced through the Konglang pack like a grim reaper, waltzing, maneuvering the massive mech with the grace of a butterfly. This was no battle, it was a slaughterhouse. The azure Bienhua fire blossomed in the mech's hands, a blade of dark energy vibrating at high frequency. Thud. Left knee axle severed. Crack. Right energy conduit cut. Not wasting a single ounce of energy, each strike rendered a Konglang incapacitated. In mere seconds. In just a few seconds, the once furious pack of Hejin Konglang lay as scrap metal on the ground, sparking with electricity. Li Youyue was utterly stunned. In her mental realm, her mouth slightly agape, her typically cold and proud gaze now twinkled with stars. What divine maneuver was this? Teleportation. Time control. It could be played this way. When her father Li Qinghai fought, it was a grand display of overwhelming numbers. But this man had elevated skill and supernatural powers to an art form. Is this the power of a 400 synchronization rate? She murmured, her heart pounding as if about to burst from her chest. Don't dawdle, an even bigger one is coming. Li Xuanji took a breath, forcibly overextending his temporal abilities, a tearing pain shooting through his soul, yet the light in his eyes burned ever brighter. The brutal Tyrannosaurus had completely lost its temper. With its underlings wiped out, it had to take matters into its own hands. Roar! Its armor opened up, revealing a myriad of missile silos, and the energy spines along its back glowed red, signaling an impending widespread annihilation strike. You won't get a chance to amplify it. Li Xuanji's gaze sharpened, the cocky demeanor vanishing, replaced by a chilling aura of slaughter. Youyue, entrust your life to me. Okay. Li Youyue didn't hesitate this time, even willingly lowering all her mental defenses, allowing the man to siphon her energy. Buzz. In the void behind the Yuming Shenu, a massive ethereal bianhua, composed of pure dark energy, slowly bloomed. The scythe of annihilation in the mech's hand surged in the wind, transforming into a 40-meter-long giant blade of the underworld. Eye of time and space activate. Blood tears streamed from Li Xuanji's eyes as he glimpsed a fragment of the future. It was the moment the energy core of the Tyrannosaurus momentarily halted, revealing its most vulnerable point. Now, the space around the mech collapsed in an instant, and when it reappeared, it was already on the Tyrannosaurus path. Before the colossal beast could charge, the blade had already been positioned. It was as if the Tyrannosaurus had willingly driven its weakness into the blade's edge. This strike slay the god. Black light flashed, and the heavens dimmed. The entire world seemed to have been muted. Li Xuanji, controlling the mech, held the final pose of the strike back, turned to the Tyrannosaurus, standing quietly under the moonlight. Crack! A crisp sound shattered the silence. That once invincible glass overlord revealed a neat line from its forehead to its tail. Moments later, boom! Its massive body split in two, along with the 100-meter hill behind it sliced cleanly by that all-defying blow. The cut was smooth as a mirror, and due to the speed, even molten iron did not flow out. Total annihilation. A complete and utter obliteration. Confirming the enemy's life signs had vanished, Li Xuanji's taut nerves finally snapped. Disengage fusion. The light faded and two figures plummeted from the air. Li Xuanji lacked the strength to stand, dropping to one knee, spitting out blood that stained the ground beneath him. Hey, Li Xuanji. Li Youyue's face paled, but she disregarded her own weakness, scrambling over to catch the man who was about to topple. Have you gone mad? You've lost so much blood. Seeing his pale face, Li Youyue felt a sharp pain in her heart. She had never cried from injuries before, yet tears now streamed down her face uncontrollably. Frantically, she summoned the remaining shadow energy within her to help him stop the bleeding. Cough, cough, don't cry, young lady. Li Xuanji weakly lifted his hand, his rough fingertips gently brushing away the tears from her eyes, a faint smile lingering on his lips. A little blood for a man, what's it to worry about? So how was that last strike? Dashing, wasn't it? Li Youyue froze, staring at the man in her arms who risked his life for the sake of style, her anger flaring up. But the stirring emotion that surged from her soul rendered her unable to feel angry. Stunning, absolutely stunning. Is that enough? Biting her lip, she shouted with a choked voice, then, as if to vent something, buried her head into his chest, holding him tightly, without letting go. At that moment, Li Xuanji caught a glint of light flickering amidst the ruins. He struggled to move his finger, using the last remnants of his mental power to draw it closer. It was a charred metal badge, emblazoned with the logo of Heishui Company, a top arms dealer on Blue Star, yet behind the logo was a hidden purple vortex mark. Li Xuanji's pupils constricted. These bastards were indeed colluding with the fallen sect. Before he could ponder further, a piercing sonic boom erupted from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of silver-white mechs sliced through the night sky, descending with overwhelming force. The leading mech radiated a divine golden light, and before it landed, an oppressive queenly aura swept across the area. As the golden light dissipated, a purple figure strode forth. With long wavy hair, aggressive and stunning features, and a school uniform that accentuated her voluptuous figure. Li Shiguang, the second daughter. She surveyed the devastation around her, gazing at the cleaved mountain and the Tyrannosaurus, her typically cold countenance flashing with an unmistakable shock. Such destructive power, even she was unsure she could achieve. Her gaze finally settled on the pair embracing nearby, especially upon seeing her usually icy older sister now curled up like a frightened kitten in a man's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Li Ziguang's irritation surged to a peak. Li Youyue. She approached, heel boots echoing with authority, laced with a hint of barely concealed jealousy. In broad daylight, hugging and cuddling, what kind of decorum is that? Hand him over, the student council will take him back for interrogation. However, Li Youyue, who usually avoided this sister, did not flinch this time. Instead, she clung tighter. She lifted her head, her tear-streaked eyes glinting with an unprecedented fierce light, like a mother wolf protecting her cub. Sister, mind your attitude. You're overstepping. Just one word, yet it dripped with murderous intent. He is my fiancé and my contractor. No one shall lay a finger on him. Text translation. In the Divine King Academy, a special medical restricted zone. Inside the fully automated repair chamber, a light green life essence bubbled softly. Li Xuanji lay inside, his bare torso exposed as the deep wound on his back visible to the bone rapidly regenerated flesh at a remarkable speed. Though his body was recovering, Li Xuanji's mood felt as though it were bleeding. The atmosphere was suffocating. For 2 hours since he was carried in, Li Youyue stood like a sentinel at the left side of the chamber, door tightly gripping a bloody dagger, while to the right Li Shiguang crossed her arms flanked by a row of armed student council members, their stance more reminiscent of a funeral procession than a mere visit. The two sisters faced each other across the repair chamber, their gazes clashing in the air, as if one could hear the crackling of electric currents. I say, my dear ladies, Li Xuanji broke the silence, releasing a stream of bubbles from the nutrient solution. Could you refrain from looking at me with such mourning eyes? The doctor mentioned I only have superficial wounds, nothing to my kidneys. Li Shiguang scoffed, her purple eyes filled with scrutiny. Li Xuanji, don't be flippant. You brought the daughter of the Divine King into an S-class restricted zone and fell into an ambush by the mechanical sect. When Mother arrives, I would like to see how you explain this. Upon hearing the phrase, Mother, Li Youyue, who had been fiercely protective like a show-wolf, visibly stiffened. Li Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. Lin Youyue, the esteemed wife of the silent destruction king Li Qinghai and the embodiment of the SSS class, underworld goddess, known in legend as the Shadow Empress, who could kill without a second thought. Though she had reluctantly acknowledged him as her fiancé, it was predicated on one condition. He could not be useless, and he must not allow Li Youyue to fall into danger. This near-fatal incident was undoubtedly a life-and-death matter. Just then a shrill alarm pierced the silence. Warning. Energy response exceeding critical threshold detected. Warning. The next moment, all the instrument screens went black. An eerie chill seemed to seep directly from the void, even causing the temperature-controlled nutrient solution in the chamber to form a layer of frost. The door opened. There were no footsteps, only the auditory hallucination of high heels striking the ground, rhythmically pounding against everyone's hearts. A woman clad in a fitted black gown strode in. She appeared to be just over 30, with no signs of aging marring her features, exuding an aura that commanded respect. Her long hair flowed like the night, while her gaze was colder than the current winter. Lin Youyue had arrived. The previously intimidating student council officials instantly shrank back, like quails hardly daring to breathe. Mother, Li Youyue instinctively stepped in front of the repair chamber, her voice trembling yet unwavering. It was me. I insisted he take me. I insisted on fighting. Lin Youyue halted, her gaze not lingering on her two daughters, but directly piercing through them, fixing on Li Xuanji in the repair chamber. That look was not of a mother-in-law surveying her son-in-law, but rather of someone inspecting a corpse. Come out. The two words carried no emotional fluctuation, yet bore an undeniable authority. Li Xuanji inhaled deeply, disregarding his still-healing wounds, and pressed the drainage button. The chamber door opened, and he grabbed a nearby bathrobe to drape over himself, stepping barefoot toward Lin Youyue. He did not flinch, but met the gaze of this legendary executor of death. Hedon. Aunt Lin, Li Xuanji spoke, neither servile nor arrogant. Be silent. Lin Youyue's voice was as cold as ice. While I agreed to give him a chance, that does not mean you can treat my daughter as a tool for leveling up. Do you understand? She nearly died just now. I understand. Li Xuanji took a step forward, the irreverence he had previously suppressed, giving way to a fierce intensity born from the depths of blood-soaked battlefields. That is why I stood in front of her. He gestured to the grotesque new wound on his back. That was the claw of a mechanical tyrannosaurus. If I hadn't blocked it, Youyue would be the one lying inside. Though my power is lacking since I have signed a marriage contract, my woman must not die behind me. His words resonated with a solemn weight devoid of flowery rhetoric. Li Youyue's head snapped up, her gaze fixed on the man who usually seemed unrefined, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. Lin Youyue's expression finally shifted. She scrutinized the wound on Li Xuanji's back. It indeed was life-threatening. Had it not deviated a few centimeters, his heart would have been shattered. Only a rush of blood won't help you survive 3 days in the underworld. Lin Youyue's tone softened slightly, yet remained sharp. What you call protection is merely leading her to death. No, it is clearing the mines. Li Xuanji wasted no breath, flipping his palm to reveal a charred metal badge. S-class restricted zones are infested with mechanically modified beings, and this Aunt Lin you should recognize. Upon seeing the secret purple vortex insignia on the badge's back, Lin Youyue's previously impassive face finally displayed a crack. Her pupils constricted, and she beckoned with her hand, causing the badge to fly into her grasp. Blackwater Corporation and the void mark of the fallen sect. The cold air around Li Youyue surged explosively, as if a drawn blade had been unleashed. She understood all too well what this meant. Hostile forces had infiltrated the Divine King Academy, even targeting her daughter. Had it not been for Li Xuanji's keen senses, had they not fought desperately to bring back this evidence, the consequences would have been unimaginable. When she looked at Li Xuanji again, the murderous intent in her gaze diminished, replaced by scrutiny. You possess some cleverness. Li Youyue snorted coldly, but it is not enough. To become my Li family's son-in-law, mere intellect is insufficient. You must have the qualification. Before her words faded, she abruptly extended her slender finger, pressing it firmly against Li Xuanji's forehead. Ugh! Li Xuanji stifled a groan, feeling as if an ice pick had pierced his brain. A vast and domineering spiritual force surged in, forcefully probing the mental link between him and Li Youyue. This was a check-in from the mother-in-law. Li Xuanji gritted his teeth, offering no resistance, desperately guarding the secrets of his system and his status as a traveler, allowing the probing to inspect the state of his contract with Li Youyue. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Li Youyue's expression shifted from indifference to surprise, ultimately settling into a state of incredulity. She abruptly withdrew her hand, gazing at Li Xuanji, then at her apprehensive daughter, her usually calm voice tinged with a hint of fluctuation. Absolute synchronization. How is this possible? To note, she and that deadbeat Li Qinghai had fought for decades and shared a bed for decades, barely achieving a synchronization rate of 280 in the Divine King descending state. Yet these two youngsters, having only performed in their first practical collaboration, achieved an astonishingly close to perfect 400 in spiritual compatibility. What did this imply? It meant that Li Xuanji was practically a bespoke plug-in crafted for Li Youyue. Li Youyue fell silent. Rationality told her that this kid, endowed with a miraculous synchronization rate and having uncovered a tremendous conspiracy, was a treasure that must be retained. Yet emotionally, the thought of her carefully protected little cabbage being so perfectly matched with a pig from Waknoshire made her furious. After a long moment, Li Youyue exhaled a breath of cold air, looking at Li Xuanji with a complex gaze. It seems I truly underestimated you. She turned her back to the crowd, and the suffocating pressure that had weighed on them dissipated. This matter earns you credit. From today onward, you are not only Youyue's fiancé, but also her exclusive shadow guardian. If anyone from the student council dares to speak out, let them come to me directly. Beside her, Li Shiguang raised an eyebrow, a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. Was mother officially certifying this? However, Li Youyue's tone shifted, her head tilting slightly as a dangerous glint surfaced in her stunning eyes. Do not think that a title allows you to act recklessly. If you dare to commit any improper actions toward Youyue, or let her suffer such injuries again, I will personally chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. With that, she stepped out. As she passed by Li Xuanji, a grain-sized black chip discreetly slipped into his palm. Simultaneously, a barely audible voice reached Li Xuanji's ear. This is the underworld heart lock, capable of shielding your spiritual link fluctuations. Wear it well. Li Xuanji was taken aback. That stubborn old man is about to emerge from seclusion. If he detects that you've developed my daughter's spiritual sea to such an extent, he will directly strike you down. Li Xuanji tightened his grip, a wave of absurd, yet warm emotion surging within him. That stubborn old man referred to none other than the legendary daughter-slave, Li Qinghai, the Silent Destruction King. Goodness, this mother-in-law was indeed sharp-tongued and ruthless, but when it counted, she was fiercely protective. Was this her way of guarding him against his father-in-law? Thank you, Aunt Lin. Li Xuanji silently expressed his gratitude. Watching Li Youyue's figure disappear at the door, he tightened his grip on the chip, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Excellent. The first step in winning over the Divine King family began with conquering the most challenging mother-in-law. Accomplished. After lying in the medical center for an entire day, Li Xuanji finally regained his vitality. The benefits of the contract he forged with Li Youyue, which resulted in an explosive synchronization rate, were evident. His physical constitution had greatly strengthened, and his perception of energy had sharpened several times over. However, the drawbacks were equally apparent: an energy deficit. He felt as though his body resembled an emptied rice jar, desperately in need of a substantial influx of energy to replenish itself. This was the price of a 400 synchronization rate. The exhilaration was real, but so was the emptiness. Li Xuanji sprawled on the sofa in a relaxed manner, staring at the ceiling in distress. The glaring red warning of energy deficit on his system panel was more unsettling than a death notice. To fill this deficit, ordinary nutrient solutions were utterly insufficient. It had to be resources of extraordinary quality. Yet as a freeloader who hadn't even officially enrolled in school, his pockets were emptier than his face. How was he supposed to acquire such valuable items? He certainly couldn't go and ask Li Youyue for help. That young lady would probably just toss him a black card and coolly say, "Go ahead and use it." While the thrill of living off others was enticing, a man's dignity occasionally needed to assert itself. As he pondered whether to try his luck in the academy's black market, the doorbell rang. Li Youyue had gone to handle the follow-up report regarding the Tyrannosaurus incident. Who could it be? Struggling to his feet, Xuanji made his way to the door. Upon opening it, a delightful scent of milk mixed with a faint hint of machine oil enveloped him. Standing at the entrance was a girl who appeared to be only 16 or 17. With a playful high ponytail and skin so supple it seemed to glisten, her large eyes sparkled with innocence. However, as his gaze drifted down, he noticed her tight-fitting work vest was struggling to contain her astonishing curves. Childlike beauty indeed. The visual impact was akin to a nuclear explosion. Li Xuanji's mind flashed through his database. Yunqi, the fifth wife of the god king Li Qinghai, the goddess of life. Among the 7 divine maidens, she was also a top-tier mechanic and healer blessed with an eternal youthful appearance. Moreover, she was Li Yueye's biological mother. "Yo, little Xuanji, you're not dead yet." Yunqi greeted with a cheerful smile, her voice bright and lively. Holding an expensive-looking alloy fruit basket, she squeezed past him without a hint of hesitation. "It seems that Lin Yuuye's icy facade didn't deceive me. You really are quite resilient." Li Xuanji quickly adjusted his collar, feeling somewhat awkward. "And she, hello?" This prospective mother-in-law radiated warmth in stark contrast to Lin Yuuye's "stay away from me" aura, as if she wanted to melt him. However, Li Xuanji knew that anyone who could secure a place in the God King's harem was no mere pushover. "Don't call me madam, that's for outsiders. Just call me Aunt Shi," or Yunqi tossed the fruit basket onto the coffee table, leaned closer to Li Xuanji, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "You can call me Sister Chi, it makes me sound younger." Li Xuanji was momentarily speechless. "This hierarchy is a bit confusing," he cautiously replied, testing the waters. "I came to see you, our celebrity," Yunqi unabashedly declared, plopping down on the sofa, even pinching Li Xuanji's arm muscles. "Tisk, not bad, kid. I heard you hacked that tyrannical Tyrannosaurus in half last night and managed a 400 synchronization rate with Youyue." Her eyes sparkled as if she were gazing upon a rare treasure. "My husband, that old Li, didn't have this kind of skill when he was courting me." Li Xuanji forced a laugh. "Just lucky, but it's all about deep feelings." "Cut the nonsense." Yunqi suddenly dropped her playful demeanor, her slender fingers moving like lightning to press against Li Xuanji's pulse point. A gentle yet commanding surge of life energy coursed through him in an instant. After a moment, she released him, her brows furrowing slightly. "As expected, you're strong on the outside, but weak inside. Your body is like a leaky bucket, unable to contain Youyue's shadow divine power. If you attempt another deep link, you won't need an enemy to drain you dry." Li Xuanji sighed. "The doctor said I need to take it slow." "Take it slow, my foot. By the time you recover, the flowers would have wilted." Yunqi shot him a knowing glance, suddenly leaning forward and lowering her voice. "Kid, do you want to recover quickly? Maybe even become stronger?" Li Xuanji's heart raced. "Do you have a way, oi?" "Of course." A sly smile crept across Yunqi's face, reminiscent of a cunning fox. "I know a place filled with treasures. Just a sip of the primordial life spring or stellar dragon essence can revive you instantly." "Where?" "Old Li's private vault." Li Xuanji nearly choked. "Old Li? The God King?" Was she suggesting he steal from his father-in-law's secret stash? Wasn't that akin to lighting a lantern in the restroom, seeking death? "And she, please don't joke. I need to keep this life to serve Youyue," he insisted, waving his hands. "Look at you. Such a lack of ambition." Yunqi scolded, smacking him lightly. "Lin Yuuyue has already given her nod. You're half a son-in-law of our Li family. Taking a few things from your father-in-law isn't stealing, it's merely an advance on your dowry." Li Xuanji hesitated. Seeing his reluctance, Yunqi sighed and spoke more seriously. "Xuanji, do you think I came just to deliver a fruit basket?" She locked eyes with him, her expression earnest. "I watched the footage of the battle yesterday. The way you'd rather die than let Youyue be harmed. Honestly, I envy Lin Yuuyue. She has a wonderful daughter and a good son-in-law to boot. You know what our Wayne is like, socially anxious, locked away in her laboratory, surrounded by scrap metal. I've always worried she wouldn't find someone who understands her and would protect her with their life." Yunqi patted Li Xuanji on the shoulder. "Since you can synchronize with Youyue, your Bodis compatibility is definitely top tier. If you can fix yourself, perhaps you could also help our Wayne." Li Xuanji was taken aback. So that's why she was here? Was this the legendary mother-in-law competition? Willing to sell her husband's secrets just to secure a good support for her daughter? Gazing into Yunqi's expectant and mischievous eyes, Li Xuanji grasped the situation. This was not just an opportunity to restore his body, but a pivotal moment to win over another battle maiden. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. With a determined breath, Li Xuanji declared, "Aunt Qi, just tell me what to do." "That's more like it." Yun Qi's expression instantly brightened, her laughter bubbling with excitement. "Let's hurry while old Li is still deep in his closed-door training, and we'll execute a tactical resource transfer." Deep within the God King's palace. This should have been the most heavily guarded place in the entire academy, and even in the God-fallen city. Yet under Yun Qi's guidance, as an insider, the complex gene locks, iris verifications, and psychic sensing arrays felt like an unlatched fence gate in one's backyard. Beep, identity verification successful. Welcome, Goddess of Life. As the heavy alloy doors slowly opened, a dazzling array of treasures nearly blinded Li Xuanji. This was not merely a vault that was akin to a miniature cosmic museum. Suspended in midair were shards of golden divine essence, the hearts of colossal beasts submerged in absolute zero containers, and intricately carved furniture made from stellar cores. Just one item could purchase an entire country back on Blue Star. Stop daydreaming. We only have 10 minutes, Yun Qi urged. Like a seasoned thief, she pulled out 2 enormous spatial bags from beneath her skirt and tossed one to Li Xuanji. This is a 4-dimensional storage bag made by Wayne. It can hold a warship. Fill it up. Receiving the bag, Li Xuanji's eyes sparkled. If he had been trying to maintain a semblance of decency before now, he felt like a wolf unleashed in a buffet. Since his mother-in-law had handed him a plate, what was there to be polite about? Rolling up his sleeves, he charged into the vault, moving so swiftly it left only an afterimage in his wake. Is that glowing green pool on the left the source-quality life water? Li Xuanji aimed the bag toward the pool, swallowing a significant portion in one gulp. Perfect for replenishing my energy. That black stone on the right is a chaos star iron. Li Xuanji hefted it, feeling its substantial weight. Taking it. I'll have Wayne craft me a protective heart shield. Oh, these sealed jars, he sniffed. God King's private wine. Good stuff. 5 jars. No, leave one for my father-in-law for New Year's, the rest are all coming with me. Wherever Li Xuanji passed, it was akin to a locust swarm. Even the display stands for the treasures found their way into his bag. The thrill of zero-cost shopping under the God King's nose was more exhilarating than piloting a mecha with a focus on quantity over restraint. Yun Qi was equally busy targeting the glimmering gemstones and rare metals, stuffing her pockets while justifying her actions. If you gave me a wrench for our anniversary, you ignored me during your training. This piece is mine, and this one too. 10 minutes flew by. The duo worked in perfect sync, one sweeping up large raw materials while the other selected exquisite treasures, managing to empty 1/3 of the God King's vault. Just as they were reveling in their bounty and preparing to retreat, an alarm blared. Beep, warning. Vault quality detection anomaly. Initiating causal regression protocol. A piercing red alarm light erupted overhead. A red laser grid descended from the ceiling, poised to scan the two of them. Oh no, it's a top-level causal law alert. Li Xuanji's face turned pale. If they were caught, he wouldn't just be apprehended as Li Youyue's fiancé, even the King of Heaven would be subdued on the spot. In a moment of crisis, Yun Qi remained unfazed. She snapped her fingers, and a terminal with the highest authorization appeared in her hand. With agile fingers, she connected to the vault's main control system. Causal regression. Change it for me. Beep. Authorization confirmed, Goddess of Life. Operational command, routine maintenance. The red alarm lights flickered twice before instantly transforming to a calm green. The defensive cannons that were about to activate retracted as well. A new system log appeared on the main control screen. Log year 3024 of the Stellar Era, July 15. Goddess of Life Yun Qi, accompanied by Special Advisor Li Xuanji, conducted routine inventory and damage assessment of the God King's vault. Note: some materials have been listed as scrap due to natural wear and tear from the passage of time. Done. Yun Qi tucked the terminal under her arm, winking at the astonished Li Xuanji with a grin that resembled a cat who had successfully caught a mouse. Take notes, kid. This isn't stealing, it's expanding one's horizons. Li Xuanji gazed at his audacious mother-in-law, then at his bulging spatial bag, and could only give a thumbs up, genuinely exclaiming, "Mom, you truly are my real mom." Relying on the heavenly materials and earthly treasures counted from the Divine King's treasury, Li Xuanji completely replenished the void in his body overnight, and even surpassed it. The life-giving waters of the primordial essence restored his foundation, while the Chaos Star core tempered his sinews and bones. Now, in terms of physical strength alone, he was akin to a class mech. More importantly, he felt that the contract link between him and Li Youyue had become even more solid and clear. He could even vaguely sense that far away in the Feng Discipline Committee building, Li Youyue was frowning due to a report. This feeling was profoundly mysterious. The next day, while Li Xuanji was pondering how to monetize these resources to support Blue Star, a gilded formal letter was delivered to him. The envelope bore the seal of the Student Council of the Divine King Academy, featuring a holy sword and a radiant shield. It was evident who had sent it, none other than the Queenly Student Council President Li Shiguang. Mr. Li Xuanji, on behalf of all faculty and students, the Student Council invites you to attend a special inquiry meeting regarding the security vulnerabilities in the Back Mountain restricted area and the infiltration of the fallen divine cult today at 3 p.m. in the Student Council main building. Sincerely, Li Shiguang, Student Council President. The wording was very formal and polite, yet the condescending tone was unmistakable. An inquiry meeting. How well put, it's just a fancy way of saying they want to interrogate me. Li Xuanji chuckled, tossing the letter aside carelessly. He understood that Li Shiguang was restless. His contract with Li Youyue had not only evaded scrutiny from his mother Lin Moyu, but she had also granted him a legitimate status. Now, as a specially appointed consultant of the Feng Discipline Committee, he was thriving in Li Youyue's territory. This power-hungry student council president surely felt that her authority was being challenged. However, Li Xuanji was also eager to meet her. He needed a formal identity, a platform that would allow him access to more core secrets of the academy. The student council was undoubtedly the best springboard. At 3 p.m. Li Xuanji arrived punctually at the student council's main building. In stark contrast to the stern atmosphere of the Feng Discipline Committee, everything here was dominated by white and gold, grand and sacred, exuding a beauty filled with light and order. The members of the student council strode about with heads held high, their faces reflecting the pride of the elite. Amidst the scrutinizing gazes, Li Xuanji was led to the president's office on the top floor. The vast floor-to-ceiling windows showcased a panoramic view of the entire Divine King Academy. Li Shiguang sat in a chair that resembled a throne, dressed in a white presidential uniform, her long purple hair cascading like a waterfall, her demeanor imposing, resembling a goddess judging mortals. Behind her stood a row of top executives from the student council, each fixing Li Xuanji with unwelcoming eyes. Li Xuanji, you've arrived. Li Shiguang spoke, her voice cool and flat. I require a reasonable explanation regarding your actions in the Back Mountain restricted area, as well as your private contract with the president of the discipline committee. She immediately placed a heavy accusation upon him, branding Li Xuanji as a troublesome rule breaker. Yet Li Xuanji remained unfazed. He casually pulled up a chair, sitting with an air of nonchalance, crossing his legs. An explanation? I thought my previous clarifications were quite clear. He regarded Li Shiguang with a hint of playful amusement. Madam President, I am not a creator of trouble, rather, I am a discoverer of it. Those scoundrels of the fallen divine cult have turned the Back Mountain into their breeding ground right under your nose, and now you come to interrogate me, the whistleblower. Impudent, one of the executives behind Li Shiguang bellowed. How dare you speak to the president in such a tone? Li Xuanji paid him no heed, focusing solely on Li Shiguang. I am a solution. Yet you nearly treated the one who could resolve the problem as the problem itself. A flicker of anger crossed Li Ziguang's authoritative purple eyes. She had not anticipated that this man would remain so unperturbed and even audacious in the face of her pressure. Your methods are too barbaric, too crude, she replied coldly. This is the Divine King Academy, the most civilized and orderly place in the cosmos. We have our rules and procedures, not like you relying solely on brute strength to resolve issues. Rules, procedures. Li Xuanji laughed heartily. Madam President, may I inquire if your rules and procedures nearly cost you your own sister's life? If it weren't for me, a barbarian using crude means to forcibly contract with her, what you see now might just be the corpse of Li Youyue. Sometimes you need a barbarian to tackle the problems posed by barbarians. Your delicate rules are worthless in the face of a real slaughter. Li Xuanji's words struck like a resounding slap, landing hard on Li Shiguang and all the elite members of the student council. Li Ziguang's expression darkened, her chest heaving. She found herself unable to refute him. For Li Xuanji spoke the truth. Observing her expression, Li Xuanji knew the moment was ripe. He stood and approached the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gesturing towards the academy below, which operated like a precision instrument. Madam President, do you believe your defense system is flawless? Of course, Li Shiguang replied with pride. The Holy Light Guardian Array was personally arranged by my mother, Principal Yi Zixin. Even a divine king-level powerhouse could not infiltrate without alerting anyone. Is that so? Li Xuanji smirked. Have you considered that if the enemy doesn't attack from the outside, but rather from within? For instance, the energy supply core. He pointed to an inconspicuous energy tower in the distance. There exists a zero. 3-second energy switching delay between the 70-second energy node of the Holy Light Guardian Array and the 108th backup node. This delay is negligible under normal circumstances. However, if someone detonates both nodes simultaneously, Li Xuanji turned his head to meet the now pale-faced Li Shiguang. Then the entire Holy Light Guardian Array would experience a 5-second period of absolute defensive vacuum covering the entire academy. 5 seconds is ample time for those lunatics of the fallen divine cult to accomplish many things. For example, to plant a void fission bomb in your cafeteria. The color drained from Li Ziguang's face in an instant. She frantically operated her terminal, pulling up the structural diagram and operational data of the Holy Light Guardian Array. The more she examined it, the heavier her heart grew. The more calculations she made, the more her hands trembled. What Li Xuanji said was indeed true. This man, whom she regarded as a barbarian and a connection, had casually identified the most fatal defensive flaw that even she and the entire technical department of the student council had overlooked. What kind of terrifying strategic insight and computational ability did this require? She raised her head and looked at Li Xuanji again. Who exactly was this man? You. She tried to say something but found her voice slightly hoarse. Your insights are quite valuable. Ultimately, she set aside her position as student council president, speaking in an almost equal tone. I have decided to establish a special investigative task force specifically targeting the fallen divine cult, which I will lead personally. She gazed at Li Xuanji, her purple eyes shimmering with complex emotions. I need a consultant. A special consultant who can see what we cannot beyond the confines of the rules. This was no longer an inquiry but a formal invitation. For the first time, this proud student council president lowered her noble head to someone else. Stepping out of the dazzling student council building, Li Xuanji hadn't even caught his breath when a graceful figure blocked his path. A knowledgeable beauty in the principal's assistant uniform adjusted her glasses and smiled with a standard professional demeanor. Li Xuanji, Principal Yi Zixin requests your presence. Li Xuanji paused, his lips twitching involuntarily. Here we go again. Are the women from the God King family forming a party to tackle a dungeon? And the final boss is none other than me. The eldest daughter, Li Youyue, is an icy, proud figure embodying a relationship of love and conflict. The second daughter, Li Shiguang, radiates a queenly aura demanding prove your worth at every turn. His first wife, Lin Mou, is a challenge of hellish proportions, nearly exorcising him upon their first meeting. And the fourth wife, Yunqi, is quirky and just dragged him into a thrilling escapade of Bonnie and Clyde. Now the ultimate boss, his second wife, the supreme authority of the God King Academy, the beautiful Principal Yi Zixin, has entered the fray. What kind of surprise does she have in store for him? Or perhaps a scare? With a sense of tragic resolve, Li Xuanji followed the assistant into the forbidden area atop the academy's highest tower. As the heavy oak door swung open, it felt as if he stepped into another dimension. This office lacked the ostentatious grandeur of the student council and the chilling austerity of the disciplinary committee. The space was absurdly vast, adorned with impressionist starry sky paintings, and in the corners several unknown extraterrestrial plants emitted a soft glow. The air was infused with the delightful scent of books and a hint of intoxicating wine. Before a floor-to-ceiling window stood a woman in a purple backless gown, her back turned to him, swirling a goblet and surveying the academy below like a queen surveying her domain. Her signature cascading purple waves and elegant silhouette were captivating. You're here. Yi Zixin slowly turned, a mix of 3 parts amusement and 7 parts curiosity on her face. Li Xuanji, you've become quite the sensation in the academy lately. Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, yet her gemstone-like purple eyes were deep enough to seem like they could draw in one's very soul. First you were my student, then my daughters. Now even Mou and Yunqi regard you with new eyes. I'm quite curious. She took a delicate sip of red wine, her gaze suddenly sharp. What is it about you that holds such charm? Boom. Before her words could fully settle, an invisible, yet palpable pressure descended from above without warning. This was not the kind of murderous intent that would tear someone apart like Lin Mou's. This was an absolute oppression stemming from a higher plane of existence. It felt as though an ant were gazing up at a dragon, a monarch surveying his subjects. The air froze, and one could almost hear the creaking of bones under the unbearable weight. SS Glass Battle, Maiden, Eternal Holy Shield, Royal Pressure. Li Xuanji's knees buckled, nearly causing him to kneel before this formidable mother-in-law in a premature New Year's greeting. Perhaps she's serious. He mentally complained, cold sweat immediately soaking his back. This was no simple meeting with the parents. It felt more like a summons from the king of hell. At a critical moment, he bit his tongue, using the pain to keep himself alert while desperately tapping into the remnants of that energy from his cheap father-in-law's slipper token. The two forces clashed within him as Li Xuanji braced himself against the tenfold gravity, slowly straightening his bent waist. His face was as pale as paper, yet his eyes sparkled with an alarming brightness. Drawing a deep breath, he forced out a smile that was more painful than crying, locking his gaze on the wine glass in Yi Zixin's hand. He feigned nonchalance, though his teeth were chattering. Principal Yi, this initial pressure is quite intense. But this wine, it truly is delightful. He swallowed hard. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Falling Star Reserve from Starlight Vineyard, right? I've heard a single drop could trade for an interstellar warship. Isn't it a bit extravagant to serve it to a poor student like me? Yi Zixin paused her swirling of the wine glass. The overwhelming pressure that threatened to flatten him receded like a receding tide. The office returned to a state of serene tranquility, as if the previous ordeal had merely been an illusion. Interesting. Yi Zixin studied him deeply for a moment, and then remarked, your willpower is commendable and your taste is refined. Please have a seat. Li Xuanji felt as if a weight had been lifted from him, collapsing onto the genuine leather couch, as though he had just run a brutal 100-kilometer trek, gasping for breath. Principal Yi, you didn't call me here just to share a drink, did you? He asked, cutting straight to the chase after catching his breath. Of course not. Yi Zixin elegantly leaned against her desk, swirling her wine glass, her tone becoming lazy and casual. Li Qinghai, that man is usually as shrewd as a fox, but when it comes to his daughters, he's an absolute fool. Li Xuanji's eyelids twitched at her words. Well, it takes someone like her, both a former and current authority, to dare speak so boldly of the god of destruction. To him, you're merely a wild boar that has stumbled upon his prized cabbage. I imagine he's sharpening his knives right now, planning how to turn you into a delicious braised dish. Yi Zixin's tone remained flat, as if discussing what to have for dinner. But in the next instant, her expression shifted, a spark of intensity flashing through her purple eyes. But to me, you are different. She set down her wine glass, striding over in her high heels to stand before Li Xuanji, her commanding presence fully unleashed. I see a catalyst in you. A catalyst capable of igniting a reaction not just with Li Youyue and Shiguang, but within the entire God King family. Don't try to fool me with the strategic analysis you used on Shiguang. Yi Zixin leaned in, the pressure returning once more. I want the truth. About your homeland, about that air of despair lurking in your eyes. Li Xuanji fell silent. The air in the room seemed to thicken. After a moment, he pulled out an unlit cigarette from his pocket, twirling it between his fingers as his once playful expression gradually faded, revealing a somber gray beneath. That's not a story, Principal Yi. That's a manual for survival. His voice was quiet yet as coarse as sandpaper. There are no battle maidens, no god kings, nor any time for afternoon tea. Just swarms of insects and a line of defense built from flesh and blood. Our pilots are mere expendables with an average survival time of less than 3 days. In that place, seeing the sun rise the next day is the greatest luxury. He lifted his gaze, his eyes calm to the point of haunting, eyes that only those who have witnessed hell could possess. We do not believe in gods, for they cannot save us. We only believe in the guns in our hands and the comrades at our sides. Yi Zixin listened quietly, her smile fading. In its place emerged a complex expression, a blend of compassion, admiration, and respect. Having seen countless faces, she could distinguish between mere sob stories and the bloody realities of life. You are not merely a soldier. After a long pause, she softly broke the silence. You are a leader carrying the torch of civilization. Turning, she opened a drawer and retrieved a pure gold card embossed with a complex holy shield emblem, tossing it casually into Li Xuanji's lap. MOU is too straightforward. Ooh, she only knows how to kill. The underworld heart lock she gave you may conceal for a time, but not forever. Yi Zixin resumed her pose with the wine glass, a meaningful smile playing at her lips. To thrive under the watchful eyes of that old stubborn Li Qinghai, mere evasion won't suffice. You must learn to leverage your strengths. Li Xuanji caught the heavy gold card, momentarily stunned. This is the VIP pass with the highest authority in the academy, Yi Zixin stated casually. With it, you can move freely through 99 of the academy except for the women's restroom. This includes core laboratories and forbidden book repositories that even Shiguang cannot access. Use it wisely, kid. Don't let me down, and don't let Youyue down either. Holding the weighty gold card, a mix of emotions surged through Li Xuanji, ultimately coalescing into a warm current. From the fierce Lin Mou to the unruly Yun Qi, and now to the strategic Yi Zixin before him. This was no battlefield, it was clearly a divine support team. The mother-in-law alliance had officially been formed. With these 3 towering pillars of support, not to mention this golden card in hand, Li Xuanji's lips curled into a wild smile. Father-in-law. Huh. This advantage is mine. Since Li Xuanji was appointed as a special advisor to both the Wind Discipline Committee and the Student Council, receiving a golden VIP card personally signed by Principal Yi Zixin, his status at the Divine King Academy had become comparable to that of a crab strutting sideways. However, even crabs have their troubles. Too many claws can lead to self-inflicted wounds. In the Wind Discipline Committee building inside the chairperson's office, the air was thick with tension, so much so that even the air purifier in the corner had wisely ceased its buzzing. Explain yourself. Li Youyue sat behind a large desk, her long fingers tapping rhythmically on the surface, producing a disquieting thud sound. Her sharply tailored black uniform accentuated her perfect curves, yet the chill emanating from her was colder than the central air conditioning. Why were you in the student council all afternoon? Do you think my case files are not sufficient for you to review, or do you prefer the coffee in Li Shiguang's office? Li Xuanji rubbed his throbbing temples, forcing down the urge to admit it is indeed better being freshly ground. Miss, I was attending a meeting. The infiltration list for the Fallen God cult needs to be cross-referenced with the student council's data. It's a serious matter. Serious matter. Li Youyue scoffed, jealousy swirling in her beautiful eyes, her voice tinged with barely contained rage. I see you've been bewitched by that vixen Li Shiguang. Li Xuanji, you need to understand your position. She stood suddenly, leaning over the desk, her hands pressing down as she glared at him with a dangerously possessive glint in her eyes. You are my exclusive shadow guard. Whoever I take a liking to must be tethered to me, even if it's with a chain. No one else is allowed to interfere. If he didn't placate her, she might very well throw him into a small dark room. Just as Li Xuanji opened his mouth to calm the agitated cat, the heavy metallic doors of the office swung open with a forceful push. Wow, I can smell the fire from 3 corridors away. Aren't you afraid of scaring our advisor? A graceful figure clad in purple entered, followed by several student council members who observed attentively. Li Shiguang flicked her signature wavy hair, her face adorned with an impeccable professional smile radiating an undeniable aura. You can eat a meal haphazardly, but you cannot speak recklessly. Our advisor is now the core brain of the Special Investigation Group. His intelligence is a strategic resource for the Academy, not a private toy for anyone. This was top-tier understanding, elevating the struggle over a man to a matter of greater good for the Academy. Though Li Shiguang was also competing, her logic was clear. Since this man had talent, he must be in the hands of someone who could utilize him better rather than let a reckless sister squander his potential. The tea was getting too bitter. Li Youyue's eyelid twitched, her murderous intent becoming palpable. Greater good. You can't even clean up the pests in your own backyard, yet you dare to talk about ideals. Li Shiguang, if you want to steal him, just say so. Spare me the pretense, it's disgusting. Steal. That's a harsh word. Li Shiguang chuckled lightly, her gaze dismissive. A wise bird chooses its tree. Our advisor is clever enough to know where he can realize his value best. Should he spend his life chasing shadows with you? Bang! Li Youyue slammed her palm on the desk, leaving an imprint in the specially designed alloy surface. I think you're itching for a fight. What? You want to throw down? Who's afraid of whom? The sacred aura radiating from Li Shiguang surged dramatically. As the 2 daughters of the Divine King prepared to unleash chaos in the office, Li Xuanji let out a resigned sigh and tossed the empty cigarette box onto the desk. Enough, stop shouting. I have a headache. Both women turned to glare at him in unison, their voices echoing, shut up. Li Xuanji merely smiled, raising an eyebrow as he pointed to the enormous hemispherical building outside the window. Since neither of you wants to concede, let's do this the old-fashioned way. To the Mecha training hall. Whoever has the bigger fist gets to call the shots. A hint of mischief glinted in his eyes. Besides, I want to see just how much hype the legendary class battle maidens have behind them. 10 minutes later, the first training ground was packed to the brim. This was a public showdown between the eldest and second daughters of the Divine King family. Who wouldn't want a piece of such high society drama? Students from all over the academy poured in like cats catching a whiff of fish. In the center of the arena, 2 glass mechas faced off. On the left, shrouded in black mist, the Yinming goddess resembled a concealed dagger in the night, poised to strike. On the right, radiant with golden light, the Holy Radiance Valkyrie stood like a moving fortress, its 6-sided light shield a formidable barrier. Li Xuanji lounged in the referee's seat, crossing his legs, even holding a bucket of popcorn he had just purchased from the vending machine. Let's begin. Don't hold back. Fight to the death. Boom. The battle erupted instantly. Yet this was not an exhilarating confrontation, but a torturous spectacle that raised blood pressure. Li Youyue went invisible, maneuvering behind for a sneak attack. Clang. The dagger struck the light shield, sending sparks flying without leaving a single mark. Li Shiguang activated her shield, locking onto her target, unleashing a barrage of light beams. Whoosh! The beams sliced through the afterimages, creating a crater in the floor without even grazing Li Youyue's garments. A supreme assassin could not penetrate a turtle shell. A perfect tank could not catch a slippery eel. For a full 20 minutes, they merely showcased whose special effects were brighter and more power-hungry without any substantive progress. Is this the daughter of the Divine King? Is this what it means to be Sklas? Li Xuanji tossed the last piece of popcorn into his mouth, brushing crumbs off his hands, his expression revealing unabashed mockery. He turned on the arena-wide intercom, his languid voice echoing through every corner. "Stop, you two fools." Zing. The arena fell silent. The students in the audience were slack-jawed. Who was he insulting? Calling the two princesses fools? Was he asking for trouble? Both mechas froze, then erupted in furious wrath. "Li Xuanji, are you looking for death? Did I say something wrong?" Li Xuanji stood up, hands in his pockets, striding toward the center of the arena. Standing before the towering metal giants, he appeared as small as an ant, yet his arrogant demeanor made him seem larger than life. "You are sisters, one light, one shadow. These two powers have been intertwined since birth, yet what have you turned them into? Just two stones bashing against each other." He pointed at the Yinming goddess, suspended in midair, his tone biting. "Li Youyue, is your brain a single core? Who told you to bash against that shield? The stronger the light, the deeper the shadow. That's basic physics. Can't you see the shadow beneath her feet? That's her foundation. Poke at it. Are you really that stupid?" Li Youyue felt as if struck by lightning. She looked down, realizing that she had overlooked the dense shadow illuminated by the holy light. Dark beneath the light. How could she have missed that? "And you, Li Shiguang?" Li Xuanji turned his ire toward the other side, not holding back. "Is your shield welded shut? Do you think being a turtle is glorious? Light can be refracted. Spread your light field, compress the space. Force that little hide-and-seek player out. Has your strategic insight been eaten by a dog?" This was not just a referee, it was like a high-level player returning to a beginner's village to coach, each word hitting the mark. As Li Xuanji's precise commands rang out, the dynamic of the battlefield shifted. Li Youyue stopped mindlessly attacking shadow energy, surged like a relentless parasite, eroding Li Shiguang's foothold. Li Shiguang no longer remained passive, her holy light illuminating every dark corner of the training ground, forcing Li Youyue to reveal herself. Light and dark transformed from mere opposition into a bizarre synergy under Li Xuanji's command. Like interlocking gears, perfectly meshed. Watching this unfold, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Li Xuanji's eyes. The moment had arrived. The dual resonance mentioned in the system settings was happening now. "Had enough. If you're done playing, let's get serious." Li Xuanji roared, his voice piercing the heavens. "Li Shiguang, squeeze out all your energy. Forget defense, concentrate it into a pure beam of light, and blast it at me." What? Li Shiguang thought her auditory system had malfunctioned. "Are you crazy? That could kill someone. Stop talking nonsense. Fire at me. Now, do you need me to teach you how to pull the trigger?" Provoked by him, Li Shiguang gritted her teeth, her innate competitive spirit ignited. "You want to die? Fine. Don't blame me for the consequences." The Holy Radiance Valkyrie opened its chest armor, its core reactor going into overload, emitting a grating hum. A golden torrent as wide as a barrel surged forth with world-destroying force. "Now, Li Youyue." Li Xuanji didn't even glance back, merely issuing commands to the void, his tone imbued with absolute trust and authority. "Wrap that light with your darkness. Don't let it disperse. That's your blade, not your enemy. Absorb it, and then cleave it outward." This was a gamble. A gamble that these two sisters who couldn't stand each other might share a fleeting moment of understanding. In the darkness, the Yinming goddess took form. She did not flinch from the beam capable of vaporizing steel. Instead, she spread her arms wide, embracing it, as if welcoming a lover. Endless black mist like a gluttonous maw voraciously enveloped the raging golden light. Zzz. The opposing energies clashed violently, alarms blaring within the mecha, as if it were about to explode at any moment. "No, the rejection is too great, it's going to blow." Li Youyue's face turned pale, blood trickling from her lips. "You can do it." Li Xuanji's voice thundered in the mental channel, filled with undeniable dominance. "You are Li Youyue. Do you want Li Shiguang to laugh at you? Do you want me to look down on you? Hold it together." This statement acted stronger than any stimulant. Li Youyue's gaze sharpened, and with a fierce shout she ignited her mental energy to its peak. "Behave yourself." A miracle was born. The raging holy light, bound by darkness, was forced to stretch and solidify. The once chaotic beams transformed into a 100-meter-long blade, its outer layer as dark as ink, its core a dazzling gold. Light and dark fused into a colossal blade. Slash! Li Xuanji swung his hand down, his motion as graceful as conducting a symphony. Li Youyue, struck by inspiration, maneuvered the mecha, executing a strike that surpassed glass limits following his gesture. No sound accompanied the attack. a silence so profound that it felt as if the world had paused. A line of black and gold sliced through the air as if tearing the very fabric of reality. At the far end of the training ground, the super alloy target mountain used to test warship firepower remained eerily still even as the air trembled. But in the next instant, boom, the upper half of the mountain slid away, the cut smooth as a mirror, even reflecting the stunned faces of the two young mecha pilots. Molecular level cutting. Fusion technique. Aiming holy light slash. At that moment, thousands of students in the audience collectively forgot to breathe. The vast training hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Li Youyue and Li Shiguang stared in disbelief at the masterpiece before them, their mecha arms trembling slightly. Did they really do this? Was this power truly within the grasp of these two archenemies? Their eyes instinctively fell on the man in the center of the arena. He stood there, hands still in his pockets, his hair tousled by the shockwave, yet the expression on his face conveyed a nonchalance that was almost too cool. Li Shiguang's heart raced. In that moment, she finally understood why this man could garner admiration from both her sister and mother. He was not only a warrior, he was a commander. He could see a future that others could not. Not bad at all, Li Xuanji whistled, breaking the silence. It seems you're not beyond saving after all. Unbeknownst to anyone in the shadowy corners of the room, a vague figure slowly dissipated. It was but a fragment of the thought of the divine king Li Qinghai. Light and dark in harmony, that damnable kid. A low, complex whisper lingered in the air, tinged with 3 parts dissatisfaction and 7 parts nostalgia. How the hell is he becoming more and more like the old me? This is troublesome. I'll need an excuse to beat him up in the future. Li Xuanji. Damn it, don't you dare die. The deathly silence of the training ground was abruptly shattered by 2 shrill cries. If the previous battle was a visual feast, the current scene could only be described as the CPU burning out. With a mortal body forced to act as a human converter for the shrank energies of light, and darkly Xuanji's brain felt like a malfunctioning minigame console smoking and on the verge of crashing. His vision rapidly darkened, and his body felt as limp as a noodle. Before completely losing consciousness, he felt himself fall into a cold yet fragrant embrace. It was soft and quite comfortable. This is someone from the Wind Discipline Committee. We must take him to my private medical room. Ridiculous. When it comes to healing, who can compare to the Student Council's light healing techniques? Li Youyue, that's murder. Let go. You vixen. You let go. Violent freak. In his dazed state, Li Xuanji felt as if 1,000 ducks were squabbling in his ears. He also heard the whispers around him. Damn, 2 women fighting over a man. Can this melon ripen? They were just fighting to the death, now they're scrambling to hold him. This is what they call perspective, got it. When he opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a warm-toned high-end ceiling with a faint apple scent lingering in the air. Awake. The voice was right beside him, laced with a hint of haughty chill. Li Xuanji struggled to turn his head. To his left, Li Youyue was wrestling with an apple using a fruit knife. Her technique seemed less about peeling and more like performing amputation on the fruit, leaving the flesh pockmarked and a tragic sight. To his right, Li Shiguang sat upright, her fingertips resting on his wrist, a gentle holy light gradually repairing his damaged nerves. This treatment was rather exceptional. Just as Li Xuanji contemplated moving, a sharp pain like needles pierced his head. Don't move, Li Shiguang shot him a glare, retracting her hand. Your brain is overloaded by 300. Do you think you're a reincarnated god? It's a miracle you haven't turned into an idiot. Isn't there the protection of 2 young ladies? Li Xuanji managed a weak smile, glancing between them. The air was thick with jealousy, so palpable it could be dipped in dumpling sauce. Humph. Li Youyue brought the mutilated apple to his lips, her cheeks slightly flushed, though her tone remained firm. Eat it. It's good for your brain. Looking at the apple, which only had the core left intact, Li Xuanji couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. This wasn't a brain booster, it was a death sentence. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Beep. Host's mental energy is depleted. Causality lines are in a state of fluctuation. Daily void exploration hand refresh is about to occur. Remaining time 3 minutes. Host is currently unable to lock onto specific coordinates. Would you like to activate random void blind box mode? Oh, Li Xuanji's spirit perked up. Previous attempts were all directional thefts, risky and requiring careful calculation of causality points. This time he could open a blind box. After all, his father-in-law Li Qinghai had been missing for years. Who knew which dimension he was wandering through? As long as he didn't end up stealing from him, even a stray dog's bowl would be a win. Activate. Let's gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Command confirmed. Void exploration hand random version activated. Connecting to unknown dimensions, searching for unclaimed items. Capture successful. There were no earth-shattering effects. Li Xuanji merely felt a chill in his palm as something materialized under the covers. Seizing the opportunity, while the two women glared at each other, he stealthily reached out to touch it. Its rough texture was reminiscent of a book, an old one. Using the blanket as cover, he squinted to get a glimpse inside. The cover bore no title, just a flamboyant line of penmanship. Essays of the God King: How to Scientifically Raise S-Rank Battle Maidens Confidential Edition. Hey. Li Xuanji nearly choked. This handwriting, this tone. Who else could it be but his father-in-law Li Qinghai, the so-called strongest gigolo in the heavens? Where on earth had he dug up this treasure from? Some void garbage dump? His heart raced akin to a thief, and he cautiously opened the first page with his thumb. About Mou, first wife. Don't be fooled by her cold demeanor when killing. Her ankles are particularly sensitive to cold. Whenever I want her to obey, I just need to warm her feet in my embrace at night, and no matter how outrageous her demands or the next day shall comply. Oh, it's just a bit tiring. What the hell? Wasn't this the line given by the system when it saved his life earlier? It's confirmed. This is the official strategy guide. Li Xuanji swallowed hard and quickly flipped to the next page. If he didn't seize the time to grasp some core technology, this hellish place would eventually be his undoing. About Xuanji's second wife, current principal. This woman, having been the dean for so long, always carries herself with an air of superiority. Ironically, she was the one who cried to keep me here. Ahem. This woman has a fatal weakness: she can't hold her liquor. Even the lowest alcohol content Falling Star red wine will turn her into a clingy kitten mode after just 3 glasses, clinging to my leg and meowing impossible to shake off. Remember, do not record this moment, otherwise the consequences will be dire. Li Xuanji couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The regal and aloof Principal Yi Zixin, drunkenly meowing. What a delightful contrast. What are you laughing at? Did your brain really fry? Li Youyue leaned in suspiciously, her beautiful eyes scanning his face like radar. Nothing, cough, just thought of a joke. Li Xuanji swiftly tossed the diary into the system space and then seized Li Youyue's outstretched hand. It was cool and delicate like the finest jade. Miss, help me out. He immediately donned a pained expression. The light energy is too intense. I have a shadow constitution that needs your energy to balance it. Li Youyue's face flushed, and she instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but was held tightly. Seeing his pale complexion, she bit her lip and ultimately didn't have the heart to pull away, allowing the strands of shadow energy to flow through her fingertips as she insisted, "This is the last time. He'll join too." Beside them, Li Shiguang, unwilling to be outdone, grabbed his right hand. The light system is the true healing method. Shadows only corrode the meridians. Li Xuanji, bear with it. With an iceberg on one side and the warmth of sunshine on the other, Li Xuanji lay in the middle, enjoying the best of both worlds while mentally thanking his father-in-law. This diary was truly a treasure. Beep. Battle Maiden synchronization. Passive trigger. Li Youyue synchronization rate 410. She's easy to coax. Li Shiguang synchronization rate 150. Still in the process of conquest. As he gazed at Li Ziguang's proud and beautiful face, a mischievous idea suddenly sprouted in Li Xuanji's mind. Since he had grasped the strategy, how could he not test it out? By the way, President Shiguang, he asked nonchalantly, I heard Principal Yi hasn't been sleeping well lately. Is it because there's no one to warm her at night? Ahem, I mean no one to drink with her. Li Shiguang paused, her brows furrowing deeply. How do you know my mother has a habit of drinking red wine before bed? That's her private matter. I know more than that. Li Xuanji lowered his voice, adopting a mysterious tone like a fortune teller. I also know that Principal Yi's tolerance for alcohol is quite touching. Especially after 3 glasses, some very adorable things happen, don't they? Boom. Li Ziguang's expression froze instantly, her pupils shaking. That was her mother's biggest secret. Besides her missing father, no one had ever witnessed her mother inebriated. Even she had only accidentally seen her mother hugging a pillow once when she was little. How did this man know? You, Li Ziguang's voice trembled, her gaze shifting from scrutiny to fear, tinged with a hint of reverence. Who exactly are you? Could it be that he truly had some sort of cross-dimensional connection with her father? Or could he genuinely see through everything? Seeing the look of her worldview collapsing, Li Xuanji felt a thrill of satisfaction. Father-in-law, I will gladly accept your dark history. Just as he was about to press further for more information. Bang! The door to the intensive care unit was flung open, slamming against the wall with a loud crash. A gust of wind imbued with the scent of books, yet brimming with pressure, swept inside. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor was crisp and urgent. Then a stunning woman in a fitted professional skirt and gold-rimmed glasses stepped in. With long legs encased in black stockings, holding a pointer, the buttons on her blouse seemed ready to burst open. The #1 beauty teacher at the God King Academy, and also the mother of the 4th daughter Li Fengling. The storm goddess, Su Qingying. She adjusted her glasses and surveyed the ambiguous scene in the room, with her sharp phoenix-like eyes finally landing on Li Xuanji. It seems you've recovered well enough to embrace both sides. Su Qingying's voice was as cold as the autumn wind, yet carried an irresistible magnetism. She tossed a red classified document onto Li Xuanji's chest, her gaze narrowing. Stop pretending to be dead. Put on your pants and come with me. There's an Shrank mission that specifically requires you, the Gigolo King, to lead the team. Shrank emergency mission. They specifically requested me to lead the team. Li Xuanji was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the situation. This wasn't merely a mission, it was clearly a pre-departure training and capability assessment from his future mother-in-law. No way. I oppose this. Li Youyue and Li Shiguang stood up almost in unison, resembling two protective mother tigers standing in front of Li Xuanji. Teacher Su, he has just sustained serious injuries, and his mental strength hasn't fully recovered. He cannot take on a mission, Li Shiguang argued persuasively. Exactly. If anyone should go, it should be us. He must stay behind to recuperate. Li Youyue's stance was even more resolute. Watching this scene, Su Qingying's lips curled into a faint cold smile, as if viewing two children who didn't understand the gravity of the situation. What's this? The daughter of the God King's family engaging in such childish antics. Her voice was low but carried an undeniable authority. If he's merely a sheltered flower who needs to hide behind women, then he doesn't deserve to be the son-in-law of the God King's family. Her words were harsh, leaving Li Youyue and Li Shiguang momentarily speechless. All right, both of you. Li Xuanji sat up in bed, patting their shoulders to signal them to calm down. He turned to Su Qingying, wearing his characteristic calm smile. Teacher Su, I accept the mission. However, I need to see the mission briefing first. A glimmer of approval flashed in Su Qingying's eyes. This young man had a bit of courage. She projected an encrypted digital file into the air in front of Li Xuanji. Mission level Shrank. Mission location 300 kilometers outside the city Death Marsh. Mission objective: recover the missing Abyss Explorer Mecha 3 and investigate the anomalous energy fluctuations in the area. Note this area has been contaminated by high concentrations of void. Toxic fog communication signals are highly unstable, and unknown mutated creatures are present, making it extremely dangerous. Death Marsh. Li Xuanji had some recollection of this place. It was one of the Academy's forbidden zones, rumored to contain relics from ancient battlefields and an extremely harsh environment. As he pondered, he activated the Eye of Time and Space to discreetly scan Su Qingying. In the perspective of temporal laws, all energy flows were laid bare. He clearly observed a faint rust-colored energy cluster dwelling at the shoulder joint of Su Qingying's right arm, which throbbed painfully whenever she activated her wind-based abilities. This must be the wind injury mentioned in the father-in-law's diary. It was a remnant of her past attempts to control storms beyond her limits, leaving her in agony whenever it rained. Li Xuanji felt a plan forming in his mind. He closed the file, flexed his wrist, and casually leaned closer to Su Qingying, pointing at the Death Marsh on the map. Teacher Su, could you provide a more detailed topographic map of this area, especially of the core region? His voice was low, close enough for Su Qingying to catch a faint scent of medicine from him. Su Qingying furrowed her brow, about to ask him to keep his distance, when Li Xuanji lowered his voice, audible only to the two of them. Teacher Su, on rainy days, does your right arm hurt particularly badly? If you crush lianyang grass for a hot compress, it should help significantly. Su Qingying's body stiffened, her pupils narrowing in an instant. This secret was known only to her and Li Qinghai, the doctor who treated her back then. Not even her closest daughter Li Fengling was aware. How did he know? Moreover, Li Qinghai only knew she had an old injury, but was unaware that lianyang grass had miraculous effects on her. A discovery she made herself through ancient texts later on. Could it be? A ridiculous thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that after Li Qinghai left, he specifically informed this young man about her condition and preferences? How much did he value him to go to such lengths? In that instant, Su Qingying's gaze towards Li Xuanji shifted completely, from initial scrutiny and suspicion to curiosity, even tinged with a hint of approval. Ding. Su Qingying's favorability 5, current status, curious scrutinizing. Cough. Su Qingying cleared her throat to mask her inner shock, her tone softening considerably. I will request a detailed map and equipment support from above. For this mission, Youyue and Shiguang will accompany you as your team members. If you perform, well, I may consider letting you meet Fengling after the mission. The Fengling she mentioned was of course her daughter, the quiet and studious fourth sister Li Fengling. One down, Li Xuanji thought to himself, feeling triumphant. Before their departure, the three arrived at the Academy's rank equipment depot. Let's use my Dark Raven transport ship, it's fast, and has strong concealment, Li Youyue suggested. No way. The marshlands require ground support. We must deploy the Student Council's Holy Shield No. 3 all-terrain armored vehicle, Li Shiguang immediately countered. Seeing the two about to argue again, Li Xuanji decisively intervened. While use neither, he approached a control console and brought up the data on 3 individual mechas. This time we will all conduct an aerial drop in mechas. He pointed at the screen, his tone brooking no dissent. Li Youyue, your netherworld goddess, will handle infiltration and decapitation. Shiguang, your holy radiant Valkyrie, will provide defense and firepower suppression. As for me, I'll just need a highly mobile reconnaissance mecha. The commanding aura he had forged on the battlefields of Blue Star was unmistakably apparent at that moment. Li Youyue and Li Shiguang exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. They were witnessing for the first time that this usually carefree man possessed an undeniable authority when he was serious. They obediently closed their mouths and nodded in agreement. On their way to the hangar, they bumped into a girl with blue hair, carrying a pile of drone parts. The girl, dressed in a simple librarian's uniform and wearing frameless glasses, exuded an air of quiet intelligence, none other than Li Fengling, the fourth sister. Upon seeing Li Xuanji, she paused, her cold face revealing little expression. "Are you going to the Death Marsh?" she asked. "Yes, you seem well informed," Li Xuanji replied with a smile. Li Fengling remained silent, pulling a button-sized mini-communicator from her pocket and tossing it to him. "Put it on. Don't die out there, Ew, I still need to record your final data." With that, she turned without looking back, heading into the nearby laboratory with her parts. "My sister is like that, as she's a bit cold, so don't take it personally," Li Shiguang explained. Li Xuanji chuckled, remaining silent. He discreetly scanned the communicator with his system and discovered that in addition to communication capabilities, it also had a mini one-way positioning and life sign monitoring program embedded. This girl claiming to record data was actually worried about him, wasn't she? A typical tsundere. The three boarded the transport ship and the cabin doors slowly closed. As the transport ship reached the skies above the Death Marsh, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Below lay an endless expanse of dark green marsh, thick toxic fog blanketing everything like a heavy shroud, rendering visibility horrifically low. Even more terrifying was that the mecha's radar suddenly lit up with countless red dots numbering in the hundreds or even thousands, far exceeding the few indicated in the mission intel. "This isn't right, it's a monster nest down there." Li Ziguang's expression turned grave. Li Xuanji's eyes sharpened just as he prepared to order a forced airdrop. "Warning! Warning! Strong electromagnetic pulse interference detected. Navigation system malfunctioning. Engine shut down. We're going down." The massive metal transport aircraft plunged into the dark, silent marsh like an iron bird trailing thick plumes of smoke in a standard face-down position. Inside the cabin, chaos reigned, and the alarm blared like a mournful swona. "Saint Shield activate." In a moment of crisis, Li Shiguang shouted with urgency. A dazzling golden spherical shield instantly enveloped the three of them. The mud erupted, sending foul-smelling water splashing up to several meters high. Amidst the gritty sound of metal distorting, the egg-shaped vessel finally came to a halt in the mire. Fortunately, they were unharmed, though their position was rather awkward. "Spit, spit, spit." Li Xuanji spat out a mouthful of mud, wiped his face, and sharply remarked, "What a grand welcome with this crash landing, huh?" Before they could catch their breath, the previously calm waters erupted, violently boiling like heated asphalt. Glub glub. One after another, colossal creatures comparable in size to main battle tanks surfaced. Their dark green skin was riddled with sores, and the bony spines on their backs dripped with rotting flesh, while hundreds of crimson eyes fixated on the three intruders. The corrupted giant crocodile, the overlord of the swamp, a substandard product of void energy, boasted tough skin and powerful jaws capable of crunching class mechs like biscuits. What was more alarming was their sheer number, enough to send anyone with a phobia of density into a panic. "Prepare for battle." Li Shiguang reacted with lightning speed, her purple hair flowing as a phantom appeared behind her, instantly transforming into a towering saintly Valkyrie. With a mighty flap of her giant wings, she attempted to lift them into the air. However, an awkward scene unfolded. The particle streams from the wings scattered the mud everywhere, yet the mech's long legs remained stubbornly anchored to the ground, immovable. "Gravity field." Li Ziguang's expression shifted as the control panel blared alarms. "Damn it, the mud density down here is 50 times normal. The thrusters aren't enough. I'm stuck." Meanwhile, in the swirling black mist, Li Youyue completed her transformation, wielding a giant scythe as she tried to enter stealth mode. But in this open space devoid of cover, and with the crocodiles possessing an acute sense of smell sharper than radar, her shadow stealth was as obvious as a wig on a bald head, evident despite her efforts. As the surrounding crocodiles bared their massive jaws, closing in on them, the situation plummeted to a critical point. Don't move. The more you struggle, the faster you sink. Suddenly, Li Xuanji's calm, yet commanding voice resonated through the communication channel, interrupting her frantic thoughts. Instead of summoning his shabby mech meant for disguise, he stomped on the sinking cabin's ceiling, launching himself like a cannonball. Yue, catch me. In midair, Li Xuanji did not reach for any handhold, but opened his arms toward the dark mech. You idiot. This is in front of Xiguang. From the cockpit of the goddess of the netherworld, Li Youyue's voice rang out, a mix of irritation and anticipation. Though she protested, her body responded sincerely. The armor on the mech's chest instantaneously became transparent, and the core reactor erupted in a deep purple beam, precisely enveloping Li Xuanji in midair. There were no mechanical doors opening. This was a direct fusion on a soul level. Buzz. The moment Li Xuanji's body touched the beam, he transformed into pure data, vanishing into the heart of the mech. The perspective shifted, and their senses merged. In the next instant, that familiar soul-connecting thrill swept through both of them. If their first union had been a hasty life-saving measure, this time, it was a seamless, profound mastery. Contractor connection confirmed. Mental synchronization initiated. Synchronization rate soaring 100, 200, 400. Warning. Synchronization rate exceeds 420. Mech performance unlocked to the limit. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from the goddess of the netherworld, blasting outward and sending the approaching crocodiles flying. Li Xiguang, who had been struggling to extricate herself, was momentarily stunned. She gazed at the crimson number on the tactical panel, her beautiful eyes wide, mouth agape, completely losing her usual regal composure. 420. What kind of joke is this? Even my father never reached such levels. Are these two conjoined twins or something? Amidst her astonishment, an indescribable mixture of envy and longing welled up inside her. As an class battle maiden, she understood all too well what such a high synchronization rate entailed. It was the exhilarating ease of movement, the ecstasy of soul elevation. If only I could. Li Xiguang instinctively bit her lip, but then glanced at Li Xuanji's frail figure, her expression dimming again. No, this guy, though somewhat capable, would die from such a strain. Two class battle maidens would drain him dry. What are you daydreaming about? You planning to be a live target? Second sister-in-law. Li Xuanji's voice interrupted her thoughts, laced with undeniable authority. Listen up. Your mech is too heavy in this muck. You're just a sitting duck. Redirect all energy to the shield and lighting system. Who are you calling a sitting duck? Li Xiguang snapped her hair, standing on end. Let's talk. Turn on the headlights. Taunt them across the board. You. Li Xiguang was fuming, but upon seeing the dense swarm of crocodiles surrounding them, she could only grit her teeth and comply. Li Xuanji, remember this. I will settle the score later. Saint Light, flare. The saintly Valkyrie instantly transformed into a supernova within the marsh, the blinding light illuminating a radius of 500 meters, as bright as day. This move drew aggro perfectly. The previously hesitant crocodiles, now blinded by the intense light, went mad, howling as they lunged toward the massive, glowing entity. Now's our chance. Within the core space of the goddess of the netherworld, a smirk curled on Li Xuanji's lips. He felt fantastic. Li Youyue's mental energy enveloped him like a gentle ocean, allowing him to soar freely. Youyue, hold tight, I'm about to take you for a wild ride. What? Li Youyue's voice echoed in his mind, imbued with a soft, trusting tone. Shadow skate shoes, let's go. With a thought, Li Xuanji compressed the shadow energy not for attack, but into a high-frequency repulsion membrane at the mech's feet. The mech, previously sunk in the mud, suddenly lifted half a meter, and then, whoosh. The goddess of the netherworld glided across the surface of the mire. Like a black specter dancing on ice, it defied friction and gravity. This actually works? Li Xiguang watched in astonishment from within the light shield, her disbelief palpable. This isn't scientific. You can use energy like this. Li Xuanji had no time for a physics lesson. The black mech morphed into a blur, weaving through the gaps in the crocodile swarm. The scythe in his hand was no longer a wild swing. Instead, he deftly glided past each giant crocodile's throat with the momentum of his slide. Thud, thud, thud. Black blood gushed forth, resembling hell's blooming flowers. In mere seconds, dozens of giant crocodiles lay dismembered, unable to even utter a cry. This was the elegance and lethality of micromanipulation at a 420 synchronization rate. Roar. A deafening roar erupted. The marsh exploded as a beast the size of an armored vehicle covered in pitch-black metallic scales soared into the sky. The elite boss, Iron Scale Crocodile King. It was clever, realizing that the glowing entity was formidable. It opened its wide maw full of fangs, anticipating Li Xuanji's path with a deadly bite. This bite could shatter the mech's core. Be careful. Li Shiguang cried out, wanting to help, but finding herself completely immobilized. I've been waiting for you. Li Xuanji's eyes gleamed with a silver light from the cockpit. Time sequence temporal stasis. In that instant, the world seemed to slow to half speed. The Crocodile King's lethal bite appeared riddled with flaws in his vision. Too slow. Li Xuanji even had time to tease through their mental link. The goddess of the netherworld executed an impossible angular refraction, forcibly distorting inertia. Their forms exchanged. The scythe reversed grip, and with the Crocodile King's descending force, he struck upward with ferocity. Slash. A grotesque, colossal head shot into the air, showering blood everywhere. The enormous headless corpse crashed into the marsh, sending waves cascading. The entire area fell silent. Huh. Li Xuanji let out a sigh, the silver glimmer in his eyes fading. The mech exited the synchronized state. As the light dissipated, the two reappeared atop the transport aircraft. Li Xuanji swayed slightly, his face pale from the intense burst of energy. A pair of cool little hands instantly steadied him. Li Youyue's cheeks flushed. The profound resonance of their souls left her legs feeling a bit weak. Seeing the two in such a close-knit manner while still struggling in the mud, Li Shiguang felt a mix of jealousy and frustration. Hey, are you two done showing off? Li Shiguang dismissed her mech, huffily stomping over on the shield, her gaze darting between Li Xuanji and herself, finally snorting. That last move was barely acceptable. But don't think this erases the fact that you used me as bait. Before Li Xuanji could fire back, suddenly a frantic beeping erupted from his wrist-mounted tactical terminal. The long silent signal from the missing exploration team had suddenly sprung to life. And it was racing towards their location with eerie speed. Looks like we have company. Li Xuanji's eyes sharpened. Prepare for contact. The mist of the corrosive swamp was thick as unbreakable milk, the air heavy with the stench of withered branches and decaying leaves mixed with some kind of chemical reagent. All right, come out. Li Xuanji suddenly halted, calling out into the empty fog behind him. You've been trailing us since the academy entrance. If you're not tired, I am on your behalf, worried girl. Li Youyue and Li Shiguang both paused, turning back warily. The air shimmered as if the surface of water rippled. A tall figure gradually materialized. With a high ponytail of azure hair, gold-rimmed glasses perched upon her nose, she cradled a tome thicker than a brick titled Mechanical Structures Across Dimensions. It was indeed the fourth sister, Li Fengling. Let me correct 2 points. Li Fengling adjusted her glasses, her tone cool and devoid of any embarrassment at being caught. Firstly, according to my cloaking algorithm, the probability of you discovering me should be 0.03. Your perception is somewhat unusual. Secondly, I am not tailing you. She seriously opened a holographic projection panel. Mother is concerned that the three of you together might tear a hole in the sky, so she specifically sent me as tactical insurance. By the way, I need to collect real combat data on S-class mechas in extreme environments for my thesis. Sent by Teacher Su. Li Shiguang raised an eyebrow. No wonder I felt someone watching my back. Li Xuanji chuckled. That excuse was only good enough to fool the gullible. Would the gentle and graceful Su Qinging truly be worried? It was more likely that this girl simply wanted to watch the show. Since you're here, don't just stand around. Li Xuanji decided not to expose her, tossing her a piece of compressed biscuit. When the fight starts, be on the lookout for weaknesses, don't just focus on your thesis. Li Fengling did not take the biscuit, merely casting him a cold glance. I don't need your instructions, I have my own rhythm. Before she finished speaking, her expression suddenly sharpened, and the book in her hands vanished, replaced by an exaggerated long-range sniper rifle, the S-class weapon, Hawkeye Oblivion. Something foul is approaching. Li Fengling's voice instantly shifted into combat mode. 3 o'clock, 800 meters away, high-energy reaction. The three turned in unison. From the depths of the thick fog, a hulking figure staggered into view. It was an outdated model of the Abyss Explorer Mecha, but its current appearance was enough to send anyone with a fear of clusters into shock. One side of its body looked as though it had been corroded by strong, acid-covered and sticky swamp detritus. What was worse, countless purple-black fleshy tentacles coiled around its once gold alloy armor. This design is rather unique, Li Xuanji squinted. Before the system scan interface could appear, Li Fengling's cold report echoed. Target contaminated aggregate. Prototype of a C-class engineering Mecha 56 of its interior has been eroded by biological tissue. Core reactor readings are abnormal. This thing is burning the life force of its pilot. Through the scope, Li Fengling's voice carried a chilling tone. The pilot is still alive, but her brainwaves are severely chaotic. It's Lin Xiaowan, a freshman from the C-class support department. Lin Xiaowan. Li Ziguang's expression changed. That shy stutterer who turns red at the sight of people. How did she end up like this? Zing crackle. After a jarring electric sound, a twisted manic female voice came through the enemy's loudspeakers. Hee God King Academy, the lofty young lady. Kill you all, once you are sacrificed the master will grant me eternal life. Li Xuanji raised an eyebrow. The handiwork of the fallen god cult. Implants with violent chips treating humans as disposable batteries. These filthy rats truly have despicable methods. Roar. The stitched monstrosity clearly had no interest in conversation. Its chest armor suddenly burst open and dozens of missiles trailing a sickly green tail flame were unleashed recklessly. Sanctuary shield activate. Li Shiguang reacted swiftly with the Holy Valkyrie, instantly deploying 6 golden prismatic shields. ZZZZ. The missiles collided with the shield, exploding not with fire, but with large puddles of corrosive green slime. This slime is highly corrosive. My shield energy is plummeting. Li Shiguang gritted his teeth and shouted, I'm going to cut it. Li Youyue's eyes flashed with murderous intent as the goddess of the underworld darted toward the enemy cockpit like a black lightning bolt. Don't go. That's a decoy, Li Fengling shouted suddenly. But it was too late. The seemingly cumbersome stitched monster reacted like a startled sea urchin, its dozens of purple-black tentacles swelling instantly weaving into an impenetrable net. Boom. Li Youyue was struck back violently as she got close, the goddess of the underworld, crashing into the mud like a rag doll. Damn it, does this thing have no sense of pain? Li Youyue clutched her chest, blood trickling from her mouth. It has no sense of pain because its nervous system has been altered into external tentacles, Li Fengling stated coldly, adjusting her sniper rifle. I need 3 seconds to lock onto its chip location. But it's thrashing around, and the tentacles have an automatic blocking mechanism. 3 seconds, huh? A voice laced with a mischievous tone suddenly whispered in her ear. Li Fengling was taken aback, watching as Li Xuanji, who had been standing beside her, began to fade away. Time and space instant step. The next second a splash erupted from the mud. Li Xuanji appeared directly outside the cockpit of the half-kneeling goddess of the underworld, his form transformed into a streak of light merging into the mecha's core. Youyue, open your mouth. No, clear your mind. Inside the cockpit, Li Xuanji embraced the astonished girl from behind, their mental energies connecting instantly. Your husband is here to cover you. Buy me these 3 seconds. Buzz. Soul contract reconnect. Synchronization rate soaring to 400. The once dull goddess of the underworld suddenly surged with energy, propping itself up with one hand in an exceedingly strange iron bridge position, narrowly evading another lash from the creature. Fengling, now, show me its undergarments. Li Xuanji yelled over the communication channel. Vulgar, Li Fengling retorted with a scoff, but her fingers squeezed the trigger with unparalleled speed. Bang! This shot wasn't meant to kill, but rather to fire a specialized round equipped with high-frequency detection waves. The bullet flew precisely past the creature's neck, spraying a shower of blood. Simultaneously, a detailed, 3-dimensional cross-sectional view instantly filled the shared vision of Li Xuanji and Li Youyue. A red dot blinked frantically beneath the creature's nape. Li Fengling's voice was as cold as ice. Coordinates X34 Y78 3 centimeters below the 7th cervical vertebra. That's its only weak point. There's only one chance, it's about to self-destruct. Thanks, worried girl. A cruel smile curved Li Xuanji's lips. Youyue, brace yourself. Space-time fold, unleash your ultimate move at point-blank range. With the boost of a 420 synchronization rate, the goddess of the underworld vanished into thin air. When she reappeared, she was already mounted on the neck of the stitched monster. The scythe of oblivion was raised high, precisely aimed at the red dot. Game over him. Just as the blade was about to fall, an unexpected change occurred. The monster mecha's head suddenly spun a full 180 degrees, its single eye fixating on Li Xuanji with a gaze devoid of a pupil, only in endless swirling chaos. A frigid, sticky mental shock filled with brutality and madness surged through their line of sight, crashing into Li Xuanji's mind without warning. Mental contamination. Li Xuanji, watch out. Li Fengling's voice rang through the communication channel, rare panic evident in her shout. That's a soul virus. For an ordinary person, even an S-class powerhouse facing such a soul-striking pollution would be enough to drive them mad, or worse. However, inside the cockpit, Li Xuanji did not scream in horror. On the contrary, he gazed at the eye, attempting to contaminate him, a smile spreading across his face that would terrify even the dead. You want to compare mental contamination with me? Little girl, do you know what fills my mind? He not only did not defend himself, but actively opened his mental gates. Come take a look. Welcome to the doomsday hell of Blue Star. Don't forget to buy your ticket. The Clevel Jr., now under control, felt as if she were a deity. Her consciousness transformed into a cold, venomous serpent slithering through the back door of the mental link, hissing and grinning as it invaded Li Xuanji's mind. In her script, this man's spiritual world should have resembled a crumbling house on the verge of collapse, inhabited by a trembling soul. A mere display of her fangs would be sufficient to bring him to his knees begging for mercy, allowing her to tear him apart and consume him. However, when she finally opened her eyes, she was left dumbfounded. There were no resplendent palaces or fragrant gardens, only grayness. An endless leaden gray sky pressed down, making it hard to breathe. The ground beneath her feet was charred and cracked, and instead of floral scents, the air was thick with the pungent odor of rust and decaying corpses. Before her lay a sprawling graveyard of metal ruins. A cemetery formed by countless mech remained stretching to the horizon. This was Blue Star, the most authentic purgatory buried deep within Li Xuanji's memories. Perched on the highest throne of scrap metal, Li Xuanji lounged with one leg crossed over the other, casually holding a phantom cigarette, his gaze fixed on her as if she were a simpleton. Behind him, a vast system interface revolved like a divine halo, emanating an eerie blue data stream that sent shivers down her spine. Well, look who's here. Li Xuanji exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone languid, yet laced with chilling malice. Welcome to my world. But let me make this clear, even gods must shed some skin here. Stop this nonsense. The junior's consciousness shrieked, attempting to mask her inner turmoil with a sonic attack as she lunged forward like a shadow die. Li Xuanji didn't even lift an eyelid. He simply snapped his fingers. Little girl, have you ever truly seen despair? As the words fell from his lips, he directly activated the deepest, most reluctant memories sealed within his mind. It was the final battle day between humanity of Blue Star and the alien behemoths. Boom. The entire spiritual realm seemed to shudder with a magnitude 10 quake. The once silent sky was abruptly torn apart, revealing a terrifying visage that occupied half the heavens, slowly emerging from the rift. It was a fully formed void insectoid queen. It lacked the features humans understood. In their place were thousands of densely packed, independently rotating compound eyes. Each eye flickered with chaotic, brutal, and greedy ghostly lights. Its body comprised countless twisted limbs, glistening exoskeletons dripping with slime, and pulsating organic tissues. This was an indescribable horror. This was a brutal violation of human sanity. Just a glance sent a shudder of primal terror cascading through the junior's pampered psyche, shattering her mental defenses. SAN value 0. Aunt. A piercing scream echoed across the wasteland. The junior's consciousness fragmented instantly as she curled up on the ground, clutching her head, her pupils dilated, frothing at the mouth like a lunatic who had seen a ghost. Monster, monster, don't eat me, don't eat me. Before this world-ending creature, her meager spiritual power was utterly insignificant. In the real world, in the mire, the monster mech that had been thrashing its tentacles suddenly froze as if its bones had been removed. Then it began to convulse violently, its mechanical arms smashing against the cockpit in a frenzy, as if its pilot were enduring unimaginable agony. Now's the time. Li Xuanji's eyes sharpened. His voice on the communication channel was as cold as steel, radiating an undeniable commanding presence. Xiguang, turn your light into ropes and bind it. Yue, scalpel ready, cut the nape, but don't kill the pilot. Though Li Xiguang internally criticized his bossy demeanor, her body moved more swiftly than her thoughts. The Holy Valkyrie brought her palms together, transmuting her defensive shield into dozens of golden chains of light that coiled around the rampaging mech like a serpent. Understood. A bloodthirsty smile curved Li Youyue's lips. Whoosh. Black lightning sliced through the rain. The goddess of the underworld twirled her scythe in the air, precise as a master sculptor. With a delicate flick of the blade, she severed the neural connection at the back of the monster mech's neck. Clang! A biotechnological chip, still writhing and emitting a strange purple glow, was flicked into the air. As the chip detached, the purple-black tentacles on the mech swiftly withered and fell away, and the previously violent energy reaction faded into nothingness. Boom! The mech collapsed weakly to the ground. A flash of white light engulfed the mech, revealing the Clevel Jr. pale and unconscious on the ground. Mission accomplished. Li Xuanji deactivated the synchronous mode, leaping out of the goddess of the underworld's cockpit. He stepped forward and caught the chip that was still in free fall. He held the chip, which felt cold to the touch and pulsed rhythmically like a heart, his brows furrowing slightly. This object had a rather high technical content. Just then a long-lost mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection indicates host is in the realm of the god king the day after. Skill Void Cloud Probe, cooldown refreshed. Remaining uses today 1. Li Xuanji paused. His eyes instantly lit up. Goodness, was this what they called a timely gift? He gazed at the chip in his hand, a bold and audacious idea, surfacing in his mind. This chip was clearly for remote control. Since there was a signal, he could crawl along the network cable. If it was a probing hand, then not only could he steal physical objects, but could he also steal data? Steal intelligence? Could he even pilfer the very undergarments of the enemy's lair? System, activate the void cloud probe for me. Li Xuanji's lips curled into a trademark roguish grin. Target the remote signal source connected to this chip. Go along the network and steal whatever you can, the more core the better. Command confirmed tracing signal source in reverse. Warning. Multiple spatial encryption firewalls encountered, initiating brute force breach. Ding. Theft successful. Li Xuanji found no physical items in his hand. Yet within his system space, a heavily encrypted purple data file had materialized out of thin air. This sensation was akin to a hacker breaching the Pentagon's servers and directly copying top secrets. Li Xuanji's heart raced as he immersed himself in the system space and opened the file. The document's title bore a single line exuding a nauseating scent of blood. Cult of the Fallen God Saintis Descent Plan Final Candidate List Top Secret. Saintis Descent. Li Xuanji's eyelids twitched as he trembled while opening the details of the list. Rows of names and avatars appeared on the screen, all belonging to exceptionally gifted yet mentally immature students at the God King Academy. However, upon seeing the name highlighted at the top, he felt as if struck by lightning, his blood freezing in that instant. First eligible candidate, Li Xingyao. Codename Void Sorceress. Compatibility SSS, Perfect Vessel. Note this target possesses an exceptionally high affinity for the void, making her the best vessel to bear the will of the Mother Goddess. Damn it. Li Xuanji clenched his fist, tightly crushing the biochemical chip into powder. His previously roguish eyes now seethed with murderous intent, as if he wanted to evaporate the torrential downpour around him. These rats in the sewers. This time they had truly provoked the wrong person. They dared set their sights on my cunning little sister-in-law. It seems. Li Xuanji raised his gaze toward the depths of the academy, his voice low and terrifying. I need to prepare a grand gift for you. The task completed, Su Qingying swiftly carried the unconscious Lin Xiaoan away, transforming into a gust of azure wind, vanishing from sight in her haste to provide treatment and follow-up care. Li Xuanji, Li Youyue, and Li Shiguang returned to the academy on a backup transport plane, arriving by the following evening. The atmosphere in the cabin was eerily quiet. Li Shiguang sat upright, eyes closed in meditation, yet the slight tremor of her purple lashes betrayed her inner turmoil. Today's battle had been a significant shock to her, the usually proud president of the student council, who took great pride in her absolute defense. Beside her, Li Youyue remained silent, occasionally glancing at Li Xuanji with a mix of complex emotions, concern, worry, and a hint of dependence she was unaware of. Externally calm, Li Xuanji was in turmoil within. In his hand, he clenched the data storage device he had pilfered from the biotechnological chip. The words Fallen Church Saintis Ascension Plan Final Candidate List burned into his mind like a brand. The first candidate, codenamed Void Witch, was Li Xingyao, an SSS-grade perfect weapon. A wave of dread washed over Li Xuanji. Thankfully, he had carelessly utilized the Void Cloud Grasp. Otherwise, if the church had fully prepared and struck first, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He faced a dilemma: should he inform Li Youyue and Li Shiguang about this matter? No. Li Xuanji quickly dismissed the thought. Li Xingyao was their beloved younger sister. If they discovered she was in such grave danger, they would undoubtedly go berserk. Li Youyue might activate her assassination mode, turning the entire academy upside down, while Li Shiguang could very well initiate a thorough purge in the name of the student council. This would only alert the hidden enemies, potentially forcing them to act prematurely. Until he had absolute certainty, he must keep it a secret. What's wrong? Sensing a fleeting chill from Li Xuanji, Li Youyue asked softly. Nothing. Li Xuanji collected himself and casually replied, just pondering what to have for dinner. I wonder what crocodile meat from the swamps tastes like. Li Youyue shot him a glare. How could he be thinking about food at a time like this? But upon seeing him revert to his usual nonchalant demeanor, the weight on her heart inexplicably lightened. The transport plane landed smoothly on the academy's helipad. As the trio stepped out of the cabin, before they could even set foot on the dormitory stairs, an unexpected event unfolded. The metallic floor beneath Li Xuanji twisted ominously, without warning, forming a pitch-black opening that threatened to engulf him with a powerful suction. Another trick. Li Xuanji couldn't help but feel amused. This familiar tactic, this well-known flavor, could only belong to that troublemaker sister-in-law of his. He had anticipated this, barely raising an eyelid. Spatial anchor point. An unseen force instantly fixed his body in midair, as though he were standing on an invisible glass panel. No matter how strong the black hole's pull, it couldn't budge him an inch. He hovered half a meter above the ground, calm and collected. Brother-in-law. Quick reflexes, huh? A playful melodious voice rang out from the void. Then a petite foot clad in pristine white thigh-high stockings adorned with delicate white sneakers suddenly kicked through the spatial rift before him, aiming straight for his face. The kick was swift and cunning, and for anyone else, even if they managed to dodge, they would be utterly startled. But who was Li Xuanji? A seasoned veteran of countless battles, he had awakened temporal abilities. He remained still, his right hand darting out like lightning, grasping the incoming ankle with precision. The touch was warm and delicate. Through the thin stocking, he could even feel the lively warmth beneath the skin. "Xingyao, I've told you before, the same trick won't work on me," Li Xuanji said, holding onto her restless foot with a hint of exasperation. "Tch, how boring." The space rippled again, and a silver-haired girl dressed in a futuristic iridescent hooded sweatshirt peeked out from the void, her lovely silver bob styled into playful twin ponytails, pouting at Li Xuanji. She was none other than Li Xingyao, the third daughter. "Brother-in-law, I heard you had such an exciting adventure in the Death Swamp. You didn't take me. That's so unfair." Li Xingyao whined, trying to pull her foot back, only to find Li Xuanji's grip was as unyielding as a vice. Amidst this harmonious sibling banter, two palpable icy glares of murderous intent erupted from behind Li Xuanji. He felt a jolt of alarm within. Oh no, he had forgotten about the two jealous sisters beside him. Turning stiffly, he found Li Youyue and Li Shiguang standing less than 3 meters behind him. Their expressions were unexpectedly synchronized. The looks on their faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot. In Li Yu's beautiful eyes, shadow energy was swirling fiercely, as if on the verge of transforming into countless blades ready to sever both his and her sister's legs. Li Shiguang was even more direct, her body radiating a faint golden glow, the air turning scorching, poised to unleash judgment of light at any moment. "Li Xuanji." Li Youyue spat out each syllable through clenched teeth. "Can you explain what you are doing right now? What do you think you're doing holding my sister's foot?" Li Ziguang's voice was as cold as the Siberian chill. Startled by their imposing presence, Li Xingyao shrank back, realizing she might be in trouble. She quickly pleaded, "Sister, big sister, second sister, don't misunderstand. I was just playing with brother-in-law." "Playing?" Li Youyue scoffed. "Is this how you play?" This was it. He couldn't wash himself clean, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Li Xuanji's mind raced with survival instincts. Calmly, he released his grip, allowing Li Xingyao to withdraw her small foot. Then he smoothly pulled out 2 ancient-looking ceramic jars from the system's subspace storage. "Ahem, these are local specialties." Li Xuanji sincerely presented the 2 jars to Li Youyue and Li Shiguang. "I found this volcanic energy mud deep within an ancient ruin in the swamp. It's said to not only cleanse impurities from the body, but also possesses miraculous effects for skin whitening and tightening. I specifically brought it for you. Beauty, whitening." These words seemed to carry a mysterious allure. Li Youyue and Li Shiguang froze in unison. They stared at the 2 dirty-looking jars in Li Xuanji's hands, their expressions filled with skepticism, yet underneath was an undeniable curiosity and intrigue. After all, which girl could resist the temptation of beauty? The previous tension filled with murderous intent was instantly doused by the mention of beauty. Li Shiguang was the first to take a jar, opening it to inhale a unique fragrance tinged with sulfur. Using her light element energy, she sensed a remarkably gentle and pure fire energy within the mud. Li Youyue also took the other jar. Although she said nothing, her careful handling of the ceramic container spoke volumes. Thus, a potential family feud was effortlessly resolved by 2 jars of mud. Standing to the side, Li Xingyao was left dumbfounded. It could be done this way. Brother-in-law's technique was so smooth. This was textbook-level water-carrying mastery. Brother-in-law, what about mine? I want some too." Li Xingyao immediately chimed in, clinging to Li Xuanji's arm in a cute manner. "You're still young, your skin is so tender it could be pinched for water, you don't need this." Li Xuanji chuckled, naturally reaching out to ruffle Li Xingyou's hair. His touch was gentle, like a true brother-in-law caring for his beloved sister-in-law. Yet at the moment his fingertips brushed against Li Xingyou's silvery locks, a faint and nearly undetectable strand of mental energy quietly extended outward. His purpose was not merely to comfort Li Xingyao, but to check if she bore any tracking marks left by the fallen church. As his mental energy swept over her, Li Xuanji maintained his smile, but his heart sank suddenly. He found it. On a seemingly ordinary silver necklace pendant around Li Xingyou's neck, he detected a barely perceptible energy beacon. The energy signature of that beacon matched exactly with the remote signal he had deciphered from the biotechnological chip. This little girl had indeed been marked. Those damn zealots. Li Xuanji's heart seethed with murderous intent, yet his smile remained gentle. While continuing to tousle Li Xingyou's hair to divert her attention, he mentally issued a command to the system. System was today's void cloud grasp used. Ding. Daily skill Void Cloud Grasp. Has refreshed current available, uses 1. Good. Li Xuanji felt a wave of relief. Lock onto the energy beacon core in Li Youyue's necklace pendant. Activate Void Cloud Grasp Micro Manipulation Mode. Steal the positioning module and replace it with a micro jammer. Command confirmed. Consuming 0.1 mental energy. Executing. Ding. Theft successful. Acquired micro void positioning core. Damage dex 1. Ding. Replacement successful. Micro signal jammer has been implanted. The entire process unfolded in an instant, completing without a trace. Even Li Youyue and Li Shiguang, who were standing close by, failed to detect anything amiss. All right, enough of the antics. Li Xuanji withdrew his hand, playfully flicking Li Youyue's forehead. Time for you to head back. Your sisters are going to do their beauty treatments. Once he confirmed Li Xingyao was temporarily safe, Li Xuanji let out a long breath. But he knew this was only a temporary reprieve. Replacing the beacon would only buy time. Once the fallen church realized the beacon had malfunctioned, they would undoubtedly take new action. He must swiftly locate their stronghold and uproot these scoundrels. Just then his communicator in his pocket vibrated slightly. Taking it out, he saw it was an encrypted message from Li Fengling. The content was simple, just one sentence. Come to the library's forbidden book section. Ooh, I know the secret behind that list. And if you dare stand me up, I'll post about you peeping at the God King's diary on the entire school forum. Li Xuanji's lips twitched at the message. This fourth sister was truly a formidable character. You all head back first. I need to stop by the student council to verify some details regarding the fallen god cult. Li Xuanji put away his communicator, his expression unchanged as he passed the task to Li Shiguang, who was still leading the way ahead. Li Shiguang paused, glancing back. This student council president, known for his almost obsessive dedication to his work, had his suspicion dissipated almost entirely upon hearing the words, fallen god cult, leaving only a chilling intensity in his gaze. Go ahead. Report any anomalies immediately. Understood. Li Xuanji made an okay gesture before turning to Li Xingyao, who looked somewhat unsatisfied. His tone shifted to that of a cunning wolf grandmother enticing Little Red Riding Hood with a lollipop. Xingyao, you need to stay in the academy these days and not wander off. Your brother-in-law is currently developing a brand new spatial jump backstab tactic tailored just for you. Interested in learning? Backstab tactic. Li Xingyou's silver eyes lit up like two powerful light bulbs. It sounds so naughty, but I love it. Teach me, hurry. For this violent little girl who thrived on fighting and destruction, nothing was more tempting than a new tactic. They'll teach you in a couple of days, but only if you don't run around. Li Xuanji playfully pinched her soft cheek, relishing the texture. Okay, I swear. I'll stay in the dormitory for these days. Li Xingyao declared earnestly, raising 3 fingers. Seeing the normally unruly troublemaker so easily put in check by Li Xuanji's few words, Li Youyue and Li Shiguang exchanged a glance, both resigned yet oddly reassured. This guy has something special about him. In the forbidden zone of the God King Academy's library. Contrary to the legends of eerie spookiness, the place was instead filled with a hardcore sci-fi atmosphere. In the vast circular space, countless streams of data cascaded like waterfalls. The air was infused with a unique scent, a blend of aged paper, high-energy oil, and ozone, the essence of knowledge and violence. Li Xuanji, with his VIP card, moved freely and eventually found Li Fengling amidst a heap of garbage in a corner. The fourth young lady of the Fengling family was presently sitting cross-legged among a pile of intricate mechanical components completely devoid of any pretense. She wore a durable gray coverall, her azure hair casually tied into a bun, and a pair of heavy tactical goggles perched on her nose. Her face, which seemed ethereal and untouched by the mundane world, bore 2 smudges of dark oil, resembling a Persian cat that had just crawled out of a coal pile. She was fiddling with a menacing-looking heavy sniper rifle, the barrel longer than her entire body, adorned with a myriad of modified energy circuits. You're here. Without lifting her head, Li Fengling's voice was cold. Sit. There's a chair beside you. Li Xuanji glanced at the chair, made of discarded engine blocks and gears, and his lips twitched. Was this thing even safe to sit on? Choosing not to be polite, he leaned against the nearby control panel and got straight to the point. You didn't summon me just to watch you repair your gun, did you? What's the secret behind that list? That can wait. Finally putting down the monstrous weapon, Li Fengling adjusted her goggles, her emotionally vacant eyes fixed intently on Li Xuanji. I've cracked that list. The fallen god cult aims to create an artificial god and requires a vessel with top-tier spatial talent to contain the energy of dimensional rifts. And Xingyao is their chosen vessel. As expected, Li Xuanji narrowed his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent flashing through his mind. This was almost exactly what he had suspected. Here's the data disk. It contains all the node coordinates I found. Li Fengling tossed over a chip the size of a fingernail, her movement casual, as if disposing of trash. Li Xuanji caught it somewhat surprised. Just like that. I thought there was a trade involved. The trade is Li Fengling pointed at the massive sniper rifle beside her, pulling up a holographic blueprint that floated in midair. Help me solve this problem. This is my design for the long-range causality sniper rifle. Theoretically, it can hit targets regardless of spatial distance. But I've hit a snag with energy compression and trajectory correction. The data often overflows, leading to either barrel explosions or deviations. As she spoke, a flicker of fervor ignited in her otherwise expressionless eyes, a spark of obsession typical of a tech geek. I've observed your combat style. Your way of thinking is quite illogical. You seem to always achieve your goals through some inexplicable methods. Thus, I need you to use your thought process to help me fix it. Li Xuanji raised an eyebrow. So in the eyes of this academic prodigy, I'm an expert at debugging. He didn't rush to argue, but activated the system's omniscient eye analysis mode, his gaze sweeping over the complicated, headache-inducing blueprint. With the system's assistance, the intricate magical circuit began to morph into a red-blue energy flow diagram before his eyes. A few seconds later, Li Xuanji smiled. What are you laughing at? Li Fengling frowned, slightly displeased. I'm amused by how traditional your thought process is. Li Xuanji casually picked up a light pen and approached the holographic diagram. Fourth sister, do you want to kill, or are you pursuing academia? Why aim for a perfect energy loop? If we don't aim for a closed loop, how can the energy stabilize? Li Fengling countered sharply. That's a basic physics principle. That's your principle, not mine. With a sweeping gesture, Li Xuanji drew several bold red lines across the blueprint. Here, since it's prone to explosion, why not add a microspace pressure relief valve? Direct excess energy toward the muzzle to create a secondary thrust. And here, the targeting system is outdated. Still using optical locking. Too slow. Just make the bullets into a quantum entangled state. The moment you lock onto a target in the scope, the bullets are already in that position. Get it? This is high-end. Instant hit. As for trajectory correction, Li Xuanji grinned mischievously. Why correct it at all? Just install a simple tracking array on the bullets. Once it locks onto a presence, even if that bastard hides in the void, the bullet will curve around and blow his head off. This is called self-targeting. Got it? As Li Xuanji elaborated with a flurry of Blue Star gaming terms that Li Fengling had never encountered, he vigorously modified the blueprint. Initially, Li Fengling's face was plastered with disbelief. But as those red lines opened up the previously rigid circuit, the once congested data flow miraculously became smooth. Is this even possible? Li Fengling was taken aback. She suddenly stood up, eager to get a closer look at the core parameters Li Xuanji had altered. However, she clearly overestimated her coordination and underestimated the danger of the pile of parts on the floor. Clang! Her toe caught on a drive shaft, and in an instant she lost her balance. Her startled cry had yet to escape her lips before her body was hurtling straight toward Li Xuanji, or rather toward the control panel behind him. For an ordinary person, this collision would definitely result in a bloody disaster. But at that moment, a strong arm securely wrapped around her waist. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Li Fengling stiffened. She had never been this close to a male before. She could distinctly feel the warmth of the hand on her waist and the faint, delightful scent emanating from him. They were so close that their breaths intertwined. Li Fengling could even see her own wide-eyed expression of panic reflected in Li Xuanji's deep black eyes, her mouth agape. Looks like your coordination needs more work than your energy core, fourth sister. Li Xuanji's teasing voice rang in her ears, warm breath brushing against her earlobe, sending a tingling sensation through her. Boom. Li Fengling's brain overloaded like a malfunctioning CPU, crashing in an instant. Her previously composed face blushed, visibly resembling a boiled shrimp. In a flurry, she pushed Li Xuanji away, nearly stepping on a screw in her panic, staggering several steps before regaining her balance, even causing her heavy goggles to skew to one side. I am that design thought. The normally articulate, icy academic now stammered, unable to meet Li Xuanji's gaze, her eyes glued to the scattered components as her heart raced, threatening to leap out of her throat. So this is what physical contact feels like. Blood pressure spiking, heart rate exceeding, body temperature out of control. Seeing his usually aloof fourth sister in such a flustered state brought a sense of delight to Li Xuanji. This contrast is priceless. All right, I've modified the blueprint. Following this approach, the power will increase by at least 50. Li Xuanji decided to stop teasing the about overheat fourth sister. Additionally, I wanted to ask you something. Shifting the topic, his expression turned more serious. I heard that your mother, teacher Su Qingying, isn't in great health. I'd like to send a gift, but am unsure what she likes. Upon hearing her mother's name, Li Fengling forcibly rebooted her brain. Although the blush on her face hadn't faded, she could finally speak normally again. You want to win over my mom? She shot Li Xuanji a peculiar look. Ahem, it's called filial piety. Li Xuanji replied earnestly. Li Fengling hesitated for a moment, but recalling the breathtaking design blueprint and the heart-racing surprise earlier, she decided it was more practical to sell her mom out. Classical music, vinyl records. She spoke quickly, her voice barely above a whisper. Also, she's actually a hidden plush toy enthusiast. You could get her one of those oversized, fluffy teddy bears. The bigger the better. Inwardly, Li Xuanji did a victory dance. Progress bar 1. Thanks. Li Xuanji waved and turned to leave. Just as he was about to exit the forbidden zone of the library, Li Fengling's voice suddenly called out from behind. Wait. He turned back, and a blue crystal bullet appeared in his palm, smooth to the touch, as if it contained a storm within. This is the Wind Whisperer. It holds a fragment of my temporal ability. Li Fengling had readjusted her goggles, regaining her cool demeanor, though her ears still carried a hint of redness. If you encounter an insurmountable enemy, crush it. You'll find an unexpected surprise. Is this a token of affection? Li Xuanji blurted out. Get lost. A wrench shot through the air with a whoosh. Li Xuanji laughed heartily, dodging it with a swift movement, vanishing through the doorway. However, the moment he stepped out of the library and into the sunlight, an indescribable chill surged up from his tailbone to the crown of his head without warning. It felt as if an ant was suddenly being scrutinized by a dragon. Warning. Warning. Detecting a high-dimensional while descending. Warning. Locking source above the 9 heavens. Li Xuanji shot his gaze upwards. He saw the clear blue sky twisting and converging ominously, ultimately forming a colossal eye that overshadowed the sun. The eye was indifferent and majestic, much like a deity gazing down upon mere insects. Though separated by endless void, Li Xuanji could distinctly grasp the meaning behind that gaze. Kid, looks like you enjoyed that hug just now, didn't you? Li Xuanji's lips twitched, a chill running down his spine. Oh no, is my father-in-law crossing dimensions to check up on me? In the vast expanse of the sky, the terrifying giant eye formed by swirling clouds did not linger for long. It resembled a surveillance program, slowly dissipating once it detected that Li Xuanji had refrained from any further transgressions. Yet the choking sensation of being gripped by a top predator left Li Xuanji's back drenched with sweat. Is this the residual will of the strongest in this realm? Li Xuanji rubbed his forehead, still shaken. His father-in-law Li Qinghai had long since vanished to the higher dimensional battlefield, and even the several ladies were unreachable. That thing from earlier was probably an automated defense mechanism or an agent intelligence left behind at the academy. What a marvel! Even in his absence, he could monitor from across endless voids. This level of protective instinct was simply absurd. Li Xuanji's premonition soon came to fruition. Since physical destruction could not eliminate this fellow, it was time to attack from the economic foundation. The next morning in the cafeteria, as Li Xuanji placed his student card on the reader, there was neither a beep nor a balance displayed. The screen went black and a line of bold blood-red text appeared. Error code 42. This account is suspected of irregular operations and has been frozen by the highest authority. The explanation rights belong to the God King. A young man, the chubby ant serving food, said, balancing a ladle in her hand, her eyes filled with sympathy. Code 42. That's a God King level ban. Don't even think about eating. You can't even access the drinking water at the academy now. Did you dig up the ancestral grave of the principal? Li Xuanji's mouth twitched. He hadn't dug up any graves, but he had touched his daughter's hand and even made off with a bullet. All right, Li Qinghai, you crafty old man. You think you can cut off my supplies? Li Xuanji said nothing more, pocketed his card, and turned to leave. Starvation is trivial. Losing one's integrity is a grave matter. The hell with it. Just as he stepped out of the cafeteria, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him. A petite figure blocked his path. The newcomer had an innocent, youthful face, high ponytail, and wore an oversized loose sweater that accentuated certain curves. It was Yunqi, Li Weiyin's mother and the 5th wife of the God King. Xuanji, you must be hungry. Yunqi blinked her large, sparkling eyes and smiled like a cat that had gotten into the cream. She thrust a large, multi-layered food container, one typically used for picnics, into Li Xuanji's arms. Madam Yunqi, call me Sister Qi, or at least Aunt Qi, don't make me sound old. Yunqi stood on her toes, leaning in conspiratorially to whisper in his ear, I just heard from the backup system at the temple that Qinghai's program froze your card. Don't pay any mind to that old coot. He's just jealous of your youth and good looks. She patted the heavy food container. This is the 9-turn dragon tiger all-encompassing nourishing soup, specially made for you by Aunt Qi. It includes 3,000-year-old snow ginseng and 2 dragon kidneys, it's incredibly nourishing, especially for the kidneys. At the mention of the last 2 words, this youthful mother-in-law raised an eyebrow at him, wearing a knowing expression that spoke volumes. Li Xuanji nearly lost his grip on the food container, radiating warmth like a nuclear reactor. This was no mere soft meal. This was an outrageously priced high-grade item. Is this appropriate? What's inappropriate? Eat. If it's not enough, I have more. Yanqi said, boldly waving her hand before adding, oh, and remember to chew the dragon kidneys thoroughly. That's the essence. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic Aunt Qi, Li Xuanji barely had time to feel moved before another gift giver arrived. The principal's personal assistant, a frosty beauty wearing gold-rimmed glasses, strutted towards him in high heels. Advisorly, the assistant adjusted her glasses and handed him a pure black gold card adorned with a circle of fine diamonds. The principal heard about your account system failure and specifically instructed me to deliver this card to you. What is this? This is the principal's private secondary card linked to the God King's private treasury. The assistant's tone was flat, as if discussing something trivial. There's no limit on the amount. It's universal across the realm. The password is your birthday. Li Xuanji held the black gold card, watching the assistant's retreating figure lost in thought. His father-in-law was throwing obstacles in his way. His mother-in-laws were rallying to provide warmth. Not only did they send food, but they also offered unlimited black cards. In this family, it seemed that the mother-in-law truly held the reins. Li Qinghai, oh Li Qinghai, your family position tsk tisk. Li Xuanji shook his head, sighing at the soft meal that had somehow instilled in him a sense of officially sanctioned extravagance. However, the heavens' retaliation was evidently not as straightforward as severing his supplies. That afternoon, Zila, the Academy's broadcasting system, suddenly emitted a deafening electric sound followed by a cold mechanical voice, presumably the AI agent left by Li Qinghai, echoing throughout the campus. Temporary assessment notice. In light of the recent data anomalies concerning Special Advisor Li Xuanji, a mandatory assessment task is hereby issued. Today at 3 o'clock in the Central Training Ground. The assessed individual must independently defeat the A-Class Standard Mechanical Beast Brutalizer without piloting a mecha. The victor will retain their advisor status. The loser will be expelled immediately and never reinstated. Upon hearing the announcement, the entire academy erupted in commotion. An A-Class Mechanical Beast. Hand-to-hand combat. This was not an assessment, it was clearly a public execution. Even the so-called human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Battle Queen would not dare to face an A-Class Mechanical Beast Hedon without a mecha. This is it, that pretty boy is done for. With no weapons and no mecha allowed, are they really sending him to feed the dragon? Deserved. Who told him to be so arrogant? Now he's hit a hard wall. Hearing the news, the enforcement team leader Zhao Wujie was so excited, he nearly slipped in celebration. As Li Fengling's #1 admirer self-proclaimed, he had nearly exploded with rage upon seeing Li Xuanji exit the library yesterday. Now divine justice had arrived. At 3 o'clock Central Training Ground, the place was packed with no empty seats. Some enthusiastic onlookers even started a betting pool on how many seconds Li Xuanji could last. In the center of the training ground stood a 12-meter mechanical beast brutalizer, covered in black alloy armor, resembling a Tyrannosaurus Rex, anxiously clawing at the ground. Its eyes were 2 pools of crimson laser sensors, while the jet outlet at its tail expelled blue high-temperature ion streams, each breath carrying an intense scent of machine oil and bloodlust. Roar! A roar reverberated, shaking the eardrums of the front row spectators. At that moment, a tall figure leisurely walked in through the entrance. Li Xuanji. He was not wearing protective gear or carrying heavy weapons. He looked like an old man out for a stroll after a meal, clad in casual sportswear, holding a fishing rod. Indeed, it was an ordinary bamboo fishing rod that even looked a bit worn. It was the void causality fishing rod he had previously acquired for free from the God King's treasury. The arena fell silent for a second before erupting into uproarious laughter. Wait, what? What's he doing with a fishing rod? Is he trying to fish a dragon? Ha ha ha, I can't breathe from laughing. What kind of performance art is this? Although the mechanical beast isn't too bright, it doesn't eat worms. Has Li Xuanji lost his mind? Zhao Wujie, seated in the front row, laughed so hard he was nearly in tears. Li Xuanji, are you here to be a comedian? Do you want me to lend you a helmet, so you don't lose your head to a bite later? Li Xuanji paid no mind. Standing before the towering mechanical beast, he felt as small as an ant. Yet he simply adjusted the bait on his fishing line, calmly flashing a gentle smile at the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Shoo, don't make noise, you'll scare the fish. Assessment begins. With a whistle, the red light in the brutalizer's eyes surged to the max. Roar. The mechanical monstrosity roared to life, its engine roaring as its 12-meter frame charged towards Li Xuanji with the intent to crush everything in its path. The ground trembled and debris flew. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Just as the beast's massive metal jaws were about to engulf Li Xuanji, he moved. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, his wrist executing a flamboyant flick. Here we go. Ultimate technique, dignity of the fisherman. Whoosh. The fine fishing line sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. It did not aim for the mechanical beast's tough armor or entangle its limbs. Under the influence of the causality absolute hit principle, the hook traced an exceedingly bizarre arc, defying physical inertia, and smoothly hooked into the exhaust port of the mechanical beast's tail, which was expelling flames. That was its sole structural weakness, the only soft spot not shielded by armor. Here you go. Li Xuanji's arms bulged with muscle, his waist and legs working in unison to unleash a terrifying strength capable of lifting the earth. The next second, a scene that defied physics unfolded. The charging brutalizer, weighing several tons, suddenly felt a tightness at its rear, followed by an irresistible force. Its charge came to an abrupt halt. Not only that, but its immense body was yanked off the ground like a large fish on a line, tracing a tragic arc through the air. What the A? The entire audience dropped their jaws in disbelief. Was that a fishing rod? It was more like a crane. Go Pikachu. It's you. Li Xuanji flicked his wrist, sending the mechanical beast into a 180-degree turn in the not-so-spacious arena. And the landing spot. By sheer coincidence, it was right over Xiao Wujie, who had been laughing the loudest. Before Xiao Wujie could retract his smile, he saw a massive shadow blocking out the sunlight. It was the metal backside of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Li Xuanji. You son of a... Xiao Wujie let out a desperate scream, attempting to flee, but his legs had already gone weak from the shock. Boom. A thunderous crash ensued, dust swirling everywhere. The A-class mechanical beast crashed down onto the stands, precisely pinning Xiao Wujie and his cronies beneath it. A corner of the sturdy bleachers collapsed. The arena plunged into an eerie silence. Only the fishing line still vibrated in the air, emitting a faint buzzing sound. Li Xuanji reeled in the line with smooth flowing motions like an old man who had finally caught a fish after sitting by the lake all afternoon. He dusted off non-existent dirt from his clothes and, facing the invisible surveillance camera, made a heart shape with his hands. Thank you for the gift, father-in-law. This fish is truly large. In the void somewhere, in charge of maintaining the Academy's operations, an intelligent core flickered with red lights, seemingly overloaded by the absurdity of this operation. Meanwhile, in Li Xuanji's mind, the system's prompt sounded just in time. Ding. Detected that you have toyed with the God King's agent program with your mortal body. Achievement unlocked, fishing enforcement. Reward 100,000 destiny points. Hidden quest triggered, recognition of the God King, Phase 1. Quest description: since you're so skilled at fixing things, why not try it out in the Forbidden Zone? Please repair the legendary Mecha floating light and shadow located deep within the Stardust Garden. Special note: this Mecha has a rather foul temper. It is advised that the host prepare for a beating. When Li Xuanji saw the 4 characters, floating light and shadow, on the system panel, a wealth of information instantaneously flooded his mind. This was not merely a name, it encapsulated a profound, unsettled sentiment tied to the Divine King Academy. Xia Mengli, the first pilot and its creator. In her prime, she stood alongside Lin Moyu and Yi Zixin as a leading figure, showcasing an SS-level spatial talent that dominated the battlefield with a philosophy of, you cannot see me, but I can strike you down. However, during a team battle against the fallen god cult, she overextended her core to protect her teammates during their retreat, resulting in a catastrophic collapse of the core principles. Thus, a generation's prodigy fell from grace. Unable to control the chaotic spatial currents raging within her, she became a walking cutter, forced into self-imposed confinement within the Academy's forbidden zone, the Stardust Garden. Of course, she bore an even more explosive identity. She was the mother of Li Xingyao. In other words, she was the third mother-in-law that Li Xuanji needed to win over. I understand now. The old fox's scheme is so loud I could hear it from 3 kilometers away. Li Xuanji immediately discerned the sinister intentions of his father-in-law Li Qinghai. Claiming to repair a mecha, he was really assigning him the roles of psychologist and suicide squad member, handing a student the backlash of principles that even the Divine King could not manage. Did he wish for him to retreat in despair, or was he attempting to use him as a pawn? Unfortunately for Li Qinghai, he failed to account for the existence of a cheat. What others feared, the chaotic spatial currents, was for Li Xuanji a buffet, a high-end seafood feast to be precise. Swiping his card, he stepped inside. As he traversed the undulating spatial barrier, Li Xuanji entered the fabled Stardust Garden. He had expected a desolate wasteland devoid of life, but to his astonishment the scenery transformed into something breathtaking, as if viewed through a filter. Beneath his feet lay grass made of silver sand, while luminescent plants swayed gently in the breeze. Above him was not the sun but countless miniature stars within arm's reach, creating a tranquil atmosphere that felt as if time itself had ceased. At the center of the garden stood a delicate crystal cottage. Strange, where's the Mecha? Li Xuanji scanned the surroundings, and aside from a clearing and the cottage, he saw no towering metallic constructs. Wasn't the mission description supposed to say that floating light and shadow was right here? Just as he prepared to move a couple of steps forward, an unexpected event unfolded. Buzz! Without warning, the space ahead twisted violently, and a dozen dark spatial rifts emerged like scythes of death, tearing through the air and sealing off all paths before him. Such a destructive aura would instantly slice an ordinary person into sashimi. Yet Li Xuanji remained unmoved, not even blinking. He sensed that this was not an attack, but rather a chaotic protective reaction spiraling out of control. Don't come any closer. A trembling female voice emanated from within the cottage. Moments later, the door cracked open slightly. A young woman dressed in a white dress leaned out, clutching a faded rabbit plush toy tightly. She appeared excessively youthful, with hair cascading like a waterfall, her features delicate, as if she were a fragile porcelain doll. Her clear eyes were now filled with terror and resistance. Xiaomengli. But through the eye of insight that Li Xuanji had activated, he perceived not a person, but a humanoid weapon. Though shaped like a human, its core was shattered, radiating chaotic energy outward in a frenzy. So that was it. There was no mecha park nearby. The warrior was the mecha, and the mecha was the warrior. The so-called repair of floating light and shadow entailed mending her broken essence. Stay away from me, I beg you. Xiaomengli shrank back behind the door, her voice quivering. I could hurt you, please leave. Observing this once mighty SS-level powerhouse now resembling a frightened hamster stirred something within Li Xuanji. He did not retreat. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes, gently unfurling his temporal power like a flowing stream. As their powers touched, the once violent spatial rifts remarkably calmed, as if soothed like a cat being petted. Let me introduce myself. Oh, I am Li Xuanji. He offered what he believed to be his most harmless smile. To avoid alarming this socially anxious mother-in-law, he swallowed the word fiancé. I am a friend of Xingyao. She asked me to check on you. Xingyao? Upon hearing her daughter's name, the resistance in Xiaomengli's eyes dissipated by half, replaced by deep longing. That child, is she well? Is she eating properly? She's doing great. She can finish 3 bowls of rice in one sitting and fights harder than anyone. Li Xuanji fabricated a cheerful response, focusing on delivering good news. In that moment, separated by a safe distance of several meters in this secluded garden, the two engaged in casual conversation. From amusing tales about Li Xingyao to discussions about the cafeteria's meals, Xiaomengli had not spoken to anyone in ages. Initially, she responded like a shy child, answering only when prompted. Yet Li Xuanji's practiced conversational skills soon had her smiling. As the atmosphere grew warm, Li Xuanji took a gamble. Aunt Xia, he carefully chose his words. I actually came to help you heal, or rather to repair floating light and shadow. At the mention of those 4 words, Xiaomengli froze, the spark of hope in her eyes extinguishing instantly. It's pointless. Oh, Qinghai has tried many times, and even the Divine King couldn't succeed, she said with a bitter smile, looking down at the rabbit in her arms. My core is shattered. All I am now is a monster that brings disaster. The Divine King may not succeed, but that doesn't mean I can't. Without further explanation, Li Xuanji boldly stepped forward. One step, then another. The spatial rifts seemed to sense his resolve, parting to grant him passage. As he reached Xiaomengli, the socially anxious mother-in-law pressed herself against the doorframe, trembling in fear. It might hurt a bit, just bear with it. After uttering this rather insensitive line, Li Xuanji extended his hand and grasped Xiaomengli's icy wrist. Though cold to the touch, a torrent of violent energy surged through the point of contact, enough to shatter steel. Hiss! Li Xuanji inhaled sharply. This was no ordinary energy guidance. It was a force intending to forcibly transfer that chaotic and destructive principle onto himself. Skill-activated Void Cloud Grasp, causal link. Originally designed for theft, the Void Cloud Grasp was now operating in reverse, forcibly merging Xiaomengli's shattered and pain with himself. At that moment, Li Xuanji felt as if he had been tossed into a meat grinder. Thousands of razor-sharp spatial blades ravaged within him, instantly ripping his skin open, transforming him into a bloodied figure. Yet he did not let go. Not only did he not release his grip, but he also gritted his teeth, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace at the now-dazed Xiaomengli. So how's it feeling? Is it getting a bit easier? Xiaomengli was completely stunned. She gazed at the blood-soaked man before her mind blank. Why? For so many years, everyone had looked at her with fear, pity, and disdain. Only this person charged forward without a second thought, bearing all her pain through this nearly self-destructive means. The weight that had pressed down on her soul for so long was gradually lifting. In stark contrast, the scent of blood around Li Xuanji grew ever stronger. Enough, stop. You'll die, Xiaomengli cried, trying to pull her hand back, but Li Xuanji held on tightly. Don't move, just a moment longer, he replied, feeling both pain and joy. Though his body screamed in agony, the temporal essence within him was voraciously consuming the uncontrolled energy, his experience bar rising substantially. Finally, as the last strand of chaotic spatial current was extracted, Xiaomengli's once dull core reignited with a gentle silver glow. Buzz! A melodious chime echoed deep within their souls. Floating light and shadow successfully restarted. Done. Li Xuanji's eyelids fluttered and he gracefully collapsed backward, the angle of his fall meticulously calculated. Li Xuanji. Xiaomengli gasped in surprise, disregarding her social anxiety, and rushed to embrace him. Soft. This was the only thought that crossed Li Xuanji's mind before slipping into unconsciousness. When he awoke again, a faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Li Xuanji opened his eyes to find himself lying on the bed of the cottage, his wounds meticulously bandaged, resembling a mummy. By the bedside, Xiaomengli held a damp cloth, cautiously wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Upon seeing him awake, her face flushed to the roots of her hair, and she instinctively withdrew her hand as if shocked. She lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Thank you. If you don't mind, would you like to have some tea? Observing this mother-in-law who had regained her radiance yet still appeared shy though now devoid of gloom, Li Xuanji smiled. This was a substantial gain. Ding. Xiaomengli's favorability unlocked. Current status trust, even a hint of reliance. Ding. Hidden task recognition of the Divine King completion 50. The aroma of tea wafted through the air. After this, life and death, healing Xiaomengli's wariness of Li Xuanji had plummeted to near zero. As they chatted about why the cult pursued Li Xingyao so relentlessly, Xiaomengli gazed out at the stars, suddenly falling silent. After a long pause, she sighed softly and revealed a shocking secret. Actually, the cult's obsession is not merely with Xingyou's spatial talent. What are they after then? Her explosive temper. Her knack for destruction. Li Xuanji joked. Xiaomengli did not laugh. Her expression was more serious than ever, her voice barely above a whisper. Because deep within her genetic lock, there lies a key. A key that can unlock the true void gate. The key to the gate of void. Li Xuanji's hand trembled. The teacup rattled and scalding water splashed onto his palm. This was utterly ridiculous. Hidden plot. Or a hellish level of difficulty. What on earth is that? Unable to restrain himself, he blurted out the question. Xiaomengli sat in her wheelchair. Her fingers dug tightly into the pale rabbit doll. Her knuckles turned white from the pressure. Her voice was faint, fragmented. It's a legend recorded in the family's ancient texts. The Xia family's bloodline guards the gate of void. The purest bloodline in each generation. Her genetic lock is the key. What lies beyond the gate? The Pirate King's great treasure. No. Xiaomengli shook her head. Her eyes were filled with terror. It is chaos. Madness. A disaster capable of consuming this world entirely. Li Xuanji felt a chill run down his spine. Now it made sense. No wonder the fallen sex fanatics doggedly pursued Xingyao. As if creating a demigod wasn't enough, now they had a key to the void. This wasn't about creating a god. This was about kicking open the gates of hell. The stakes had risen, but they opened the door to a hellish scenario. Who else knows about this? Li Xuanji set down his teacup, the playful grin wiped from his face. Besides me, only Qinghai. Xiaomengli bit her lip. When he discovered something was off with Xingyou's bloodline back, then he has kept this secret ever since. Li Xuanji nodded. It seemed that the boisterous old man wasn't entirely reckless. Sending his daughter to the God King Academy was probably an attempt to utilize its godly defenses as free protection. Too bad. He hadn't accounted for the fact that the Academy's defenses had long since become riddled. No time to waste. He needed to return quickly. Li Xingyao was essentially a walking nuclear bomb trigger. Leaving her alone in the dormitory was akin to delivering her to her death. Aunt Xiaoyu, I can't leave. Xiaomengli forced a bitter smile. She pointed at the silver array beneath her feet. To suppress the encroachment of the void within me, I've turned myself into the human focal point of this star-dust garden array. Without the permissions of Lin Mou and the others, I cannot exit. Great. The top assassin in the entire server was now trapped. Without hesitation, Li Xuanji turned and dashed off. He hadn't even stepped out of the star-dust garden when, wail, a piercing alarm blared. His eardrums ached. The tranquility of the academy was shattered. A high-level enemy alert. Li Xuanji looked up sharply. From the direction of the dormitory area, a blood-red beam of light soared, striking the academy's protective barrier. The energy ripples radiated outward. Are they trying to lure me away? No, this is a blatant home invasion. Li Xuanji's mind buzzed. The sect's minions had calculated that he would be expending energy to treat Xiaomengli. Taking advantage of his momentary weakness, and while the other mothers-in-law were distracted by external feints, they struck. Damn it! Li Xuanji cursed under his breath. Time-space sequence basic acceleration. All abilities activated. The temporal turbulence within him, having just settled, throbbed painfully again, but he pushed through, forcibly activating it. His form blurred into a shadow. A series of sonic booms erupted beneath him as he sprinted madly toward the dormitory area. Chaos reigned all around. Numerous black-clad cultists wearing metallic masks emerged from the corners, creating mayhem and delaying reinforcements. Ahead on the main thoroughfare, flames erupted skyward. A figure shrouded in dark, ethereal light was fighting amidst the throng. It was Li Youyue. Faced with the sudden emergence of a strong enemy, she transformed into the nether goddess at once. The black bodysuit clung tightly to her form. In her hands, the massive scythe of annihilation swung with lethal precision. Every strike carried a piercing wail. But opposing her was an glass biosynthetic monstrosity towering 3 stories high. Its skin was tough and thick, exuding a corrosive aura. Its regenerative ability was formidable. This was merely a meat shield designed to buy time. Due to the lack of a pilot for soul synchronization, Li Youyue's mech power was restricted to a level. The scythe could inflict wounds upon the creature, but couldn't deliver a fatal blow. Get out of my way. Don't block me, Li Youyue shouted. The scythe severed the creature's tentacles. Yet those tentacles regrew in an instant. She wanted to save her sister, but was firmly ensnared by this abomination. Boom. The monster swung a fist down. Li Youyue sidestepped just in time. The shockwave still sent her tumbling back several meters, her mech shield flickering twice. Damn it. I'll have to forcefully go all out. Li Youyue's eyes hardened. She was about to burn her life force. At that moment, a familiar figure descended into the battlefield, landing securely on her mech shoulder. Don't be rash, your special accessory has arrived. Li Xuanji pressed down on the mech's energy core. His voice was steady. Li Youyue's tense nerves instantly relaxed. Though she shot back with sarcasm, her tone held a hint of reliance. You're so slow. Idiot. Hurry and cut this disgusting thing. At your command, my lady. Li Xuanji smiled. His expression shifted to one of fierce determination. A vast mental force surged into the mech's core through the contact point. Core bond battle, maiden synchronization, activate. No resistance. No need for acclimatization. Their souls resonated in an instant. The data on the retina surged wildly. Synchronization rate 100. 200. 400. Ding. High soul compatibility detected. Synchronization rate has surpassed critical value. Current synchronization rate 420. All attributes amplified 2 times. Boom. The dark ethereal light enveloping Li Youyue surged. The previously pitch-black nether goddess mech radiated with a silver temporal glow. The scythe of annihilation expanded to 40 meters long. The aura of annihilation was enough to instill dread. Youyue, time-space prison activate. Cut that thing down. Understood. Li Xuanji clasped his hand. The power of time and space activated. The area around the synthetic monster froze instantly. The regenerating tentacles were immobilized. Swish. With 2 times the mech's performance combined with time-space control. This strike met no hindrance. The shadow of the scythe flickered, ignoring defenses. Ignoring regeneration. Crack. The massive creature didn't even have time to scream as its body disintegrated into countless particles. Not a trace remained. A one-hit kill. Let's go. Without pausing, the two transformed into a streak of black meteorites, smashing through several walls as they barreled toward the dormitory area. However, what they saw caused their hearts to stop. Too late. Half of Li Youyue's dormitory building had collapsed. The usually vibrant silver-haired girl lay with her eyes tightly shut, like a broken doll. A gigantic pitch-black mechanical claw gripped her tightly. She had already been forcibly placed into a heavy transport ship hovering in midair. Around the transport ship, the space twisted violently. That was the precursor to a spatial jump. Even more despairing was the fact that as the warship ascended, 3 escort ships emerged, activating military-grade phase shields. The thick tortoiseshell-like shields deflected all of Li Youyue's attempted long-range strikes. Damn, it's a military-grade phase shield. Unless it's a God King-level attack, it can't be breached. Li Youyue's voice trembled. They're about to jump. Physical attacks were futile. The enemy intended to flee. This was a deadlock. Trying to run. Have you asked me first? Li Xuanji's eyes turned red. He leaped off Li Youyue's shoulder, charging toward the heights of the ruins. System overdraw. Extract all usable energy, he shouted in his mind. Time-space sequence, spatial anchor, void chains. Li Xuanji clenched his hands towards the sky as if grasping an invisible reins. Buzz. The transport ship about to jump suddenly halted midair. The engine emitted a mournful wail under the immense strain. The space that had been twisted into a vortex was forcefully flattened by Li Xuanji. What a... The enemy ship's commander was taken aback. The space engine has been locked. Who is this kid? Increase power. Break free. Boom, boom, boom. The transport ship's exhaust blazed 1,000 meters long. The terrifying thrust engaged in a tug-of war with Li Xuanji's spatial anchor. Uffed. Li Xuanji spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, he was only human. Forcefully engaging in a tug-of war with an interstellar battleship felt as if his insides were being rearranged. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices. His vision blurred. His consciousness wavered. Xuanji, stop. You'll die, Li Youyue cried out as she rushed forward. She attempted to slash at the escort ships with her scythe, but the phase shields remained unyielding. Don't worry about me. Cut the engines. Li Xuanji gritted his teeth. He wouldn't let go, but deep down he knew. He could only hold on for 10 more seconds at most. After 10 seconds, if he faltered, Xingyao would be dragged into deep space. From then on, she would be lost forever. He had to break this deadlock. He needed an overwhelming force to crush everything. Blood streamed down Li Xuanji's face. Gazing at that impenetrable tortoise shell, he suddenly grinned, revealing bloodied teeth. Since physical means wouldn't work, then let magic defeat magic. He raised the annihilation order bestowed by the god King high with his left hand. In his right hand, he held the principal's black gold card representing the highest authority. Pointing it at the all-band communicator on his wrist, he summoned every last ounce of strength to shout that ultimate command that demanded respect. Esteemed mothers-in-law. This shout was piercing, filled with sorrow and indignation. 3 parts grievance, 7 parts urgency. Its penetrating power resonated across all communication channels. These brutes are trying to abduct Xingyao for human experimentation. I'm on the verge of bleeding out to hold them back. I can't hold on much longer. Who will come to save your precious daughter? And while you're at it, save your son-in-law too. This was not a command. This was the ultimate signal for help from a son-in-law. The last spark igniting the powder keg. As Li Xuanji's shout echoed out, the elite figures who had been entangled with the enemy on the periphery, restrained by the fear of collateral damage, instantly broke their defenses. Deep within the God King Academy, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. The next second, boom, 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 boom. 5 terrifying SS-level auras. Like 5 pillars of light piercing through heaven and earth, ignoring distance and obstacles, erupted simultaneously. Golden holy light carrying judgment shot straight through the ceiling of the principal's office. The pitch-black shadows, dripping with cold, murderous intent, dropped the temperatures surrounding the Wind Committee building to freezing point. A magnificent divine glow dyed half the sky green, as if a divine tree had descended near the infirmary. A fierce azure storm tore through the clouds, ripping the library's roof clean off. And from the direction of the Star-Dust Garden, the previously imprisoned silver light forcefully broke through a corner of the formation. With resolute madness, it surged skyward. That was Xia Mengli, willing to risk the backlash of the array to break free. Yi Zixin Lin Moyu Yun Qi Su Qingying Xia Mengli. The 5 giants of the God King Academy. 5 God King wives. All of them had gone berserk. 5 distinctly different, yet equally furious voices converged in the sky above the academy, forming a deathly decree. Who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on my precious darling? When the 5 SS-level auras representing the pinnacle of combat power on this planet surged into the sky, the entire battlefield seemed to be paused by an invisible hand. All the fallen cultists engaged in battle froze in an instant. Through their cold metal masks, one could still sense the terror erupting from the depths of their souls. What a ridiculous international joke. Wasn't the intelligence report stating that the ladies of the Divine King Academy had long been in seclusion, merely enjoying tea and playing mahjong in a retired state? What on earth was happening today? Had they poked a hornet's nest or dug up their ancestral graves? Alert! Detecting ultra-high energy reactions. Energy levels cannot be measured. The dashboard exploded. In the sky, the fallen cult's warships, which were prepared for a saturation bombardment of the Academy, fell into chaos. The pilots of several escort ships trembled, nearly turning the air into a game of bumper cars. Retreat. Quick retreat. This is a trap. That old cunning fox of the Divine King is ambushing us. Activate the warp engines. Hurry. The public channel was filled with cries of despair, as if they wished to attach 8 more thrusters to their warships. But now wanting to run, it was too late. Since you are here, you shall all stay. A cold and authoritative queen's voice resounded like a divine proclamation from the direction of the principal's office. Boom. The earth trembled violently, and a brilliant golden light shot up into the sky. As the light faded, a colossal mech, standing 50 meters tall, emerged prominently. Clad in heavy platinum armor, the six-winged halo behind it slowly rotated while its left hand wielded a gigantic tower shield capable of blocking the sky. SS-level mech, Eternal Divine Shield. Pilot former principal mother of Li Youyue. Divine Authority Absolute, Forbidden Domain. Yi Zixin controlled the mech, bringing the tower's shield down heavily. Buzz. A golden translucent barrier instantly expanded, resembling an inverted golden bowl that sealed off a 10-mile radius. Several warships that had intended to accelerate away crashed headlong into the barrier, producing a resounding crash as if a fly had hit bulletproof glass. Their armor shattered, billowing black smoke as they bounced back. This was the might of the Eternal Divine Shield, shutting the door and beating the dog. A bunch of rats, do they even deserve to sully this air? The second colossal figure silently emerged. The once bright sky suddenly darkened. A slender jet-black mech with eerie lines stepped out from the Shadow Realm. It lacked heavy armor, but possessed a streamlined, perfect body, wielding an 80-meter-long black plasma scythe. SS-level mech, Ethereal Divine Maiden. Pilot Divine King Dark Blade Mother of Li Youyue Lin Moyu. Death line. Lin Moyu's voice was as cold as a death sentence. The black mech merely made a motion to draw its blade. Swish. The largest flagship in the sky, along with thousands of cultists aboard, and even that piece of space instantaneously misaligned. The cut was as smooth as a mirror devoid of explosions, for even the energy of an explosion was instantaneously devoured by the rule power wielded by this scythe. 1/ severed, you physically deleted. Oh dear Moyu, you were too quick. Leave a couple for them to play with. The third mech descended, radiating a green divine light. It was a mech brimming with a sense of biological technology, its wings sparkling like emeralds. In its left hand it cradled a holy grail, while its right hand was enveloped in a terrifying black mist. SS-level mech, Goddess of Life. Pilot a lowly in body but a demon in spirit, mother of Li Youyue. Children, it's time to go home, though it may be to hell. Yunqi controlled the mech, gently grasping the ground where the remaining biomonsters were still resisting. Reversal Withering Storm. The once vibrant green points of light instantly turned to a dead gray. Those tough, stitched monsters, upon contact with the light, aged as if they had endured millennia of erosion, their armor rusting and flesh turning to ash. In the blink of an eye, the ground was cleared. The wind roars. The fourth mech stood atop the ruins of the library. Its blue paint gleamed with a slender body, holding an extraordinarily long, ultra-long-range sniper cannon. SS-level mech, Goddess of Storm. Pilot mother of Li Su Qingying. Boom. A cannon fired without flames, only a visibly azure storm dragon piercing the sky. 3 escort ships attempting to activate stealth mode and slip away were instantly strung together like candied hawthorn and subsequently blew up in a spectacular display of fireworks. Finally, the scene that made Li Xuanji's heart race the most unfolded. From the direction of the star dust garden, silver light erupted. A mech seemingly forged from stars and surrounded by a galaxy-like radiance tore through space. SS-level mech, Goddess of the Starry Sky. Once a defective product, now a complete being. To save her daughter, Xia Mengli forcibly broke through the protective barriers set by Li Qinghai, achieving total awakening. Return my Xingyao to me. Her voice, filled with tears, yet brimming with fury, echoed across the heavens. Xia Mengli controlled the mech, thrusting the star spear in her hand fiercely towards the last transport ship, holding Li Xingyao. Void Great Exile. Boom. The laws of space crumbled. The space surrounding the transport ship shattered like a mirror, and then was mercilessly pulled back to the ground by a terrifying force. 5 50-meter-level divine mechs encircled the battlefield like 5 insurmountable mountains, sealing off all avenues of escape. This was no battle. This was clearly a max-level character clearing out a novice village with ease. On the ground, Li Xuanji held the already rescued Li Xingyao, gazing at the 5 colossal iron gods overshadowing the sky above him, his mouth curving into an uncontrollable grin. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. This was his mother-in-law's celestial entourage. What is status? This is status. From now on at the Divine King Academy, who would dare freeze his meal card again for his stingy father-in-law? Does he believe he could rally people to tear down the temple? At this moment, Zhao Wujie, who had just crawled out from under the ruins where the mechanical dragon had pinned him down, looked up at this scene, his entire being petrified. He felt warmth in his pants, but remained utterly oblivious. He had always thought Li Xuanji was a soft-bodied, pampered man, a waste reliant on women for advancement. But today he finally understood how terribly wrong he had been. What this guy was enjoying was not mere soft rice. This was clearly the supreme divine-grade soft rice, inlaid with diamonds, gilded, a one-of-a-kind treasure in the world. To have 5 retired divine king ladies simultaneously pilot SS-level mechs to save the day. What a face that would give even Li Qinghai himself would have to weigh his worth. I don't want to play anymore, or I want to go home. Zhao Wujie rolled his eyes and completely fainted. Crack, crack, crack. The battle ended, and the 5 mechs simultaneously exited combat mode. Accompanied by the sound of hydraulics deflating and light, retracting, 5 dazzling figures soared out from their cockpits, landing in front of Li Xuanji in unison. Xuanji, how is Xingyao doing? Xiaomengli rushed over with tear-filled eyes, not even taking the time to change out of her mech suit, and embraced her daughter, pulling Li Xuanji into the hug as well. She's fine, Mom Xia, she just fainted. Li Xuanji was nearly suffocated by the soft embrace, but dared not move, completely frozen. You're lucky to be alive, kid. Lin Moyu crossed her arms, her tone icy, but her gaze swept over his wounds several times. Well done, you didn't embarrass us. Yi Zixin, exuding a mature aura, patted Li Xuanji on the shoulder with enough force to nearly shatter his skeleton. Oh dear, look at this pale little face, 7th Mom is heartbroken. Yin Qi approached, her hands glowing with healing light. Come 7th Mom, we'll give you a full body checkup, especially your kidneys. We need to examine them thoroughly. Li Xuanji wore a dark expression. Surrounded by 5 top-tier beauties who were also the strongest forces on the planet showering him with concern. Li Xuanji took a deep breath and gazed up at the sky. This soft rice truly tastes delightful. The scent of gunpowder had yet to dissipate, and Li Xuanji felt as if he were on the brink of suffocation. It was not from injury, but from the presence of 5 formidable beings who had just shed their armored forms, still resonating with the terrifying echoes of their power, top-tier predators. He felt like a little white rabbit that had inadvertently wandered into a pride of lions sprawled on the ruins with his head resting upon a pair of warm, delicate thighs. The owner of those thighs was Xiaomengli. Just moments ago, she had pierced a warship with her spear while piloting the goddess of the stars, and now she knelt on the ground trembling as she wiped the dust off his face with a handkerchief. Her eyes reddened. Her hands shook and her gaze flitted away, unable to meet the eyes of her surrounding sisters. Gently, gently, Xiao Mama, it hurts, Li Xuanji uttered, shifting slightly as his bones protested. Oh, I'm sorry. My hands are too clumsy, Xiaomengli gasped, shivering in fright, tears welling up again. This image of a timid little wife bore no resemblance to the SS-level powerhouse. She seemed even more socially awkward than her own daughter. Humph. A cold snort carrying the chill of midwinter abruptly dropped the temperature around them by 10 degrees. Lin Moyu, dressed in a form-fitting black combat suit that accentuated her devilish curves, looked down at him with her arms crossed. Her gaze sliced through the air like a blade, grazing the thigh upon which Li Xuanji rested his head. Quite resilient, aren't you? I remember when I had a knife at your throat, you didn't even flinch. Now with just this little scrape, you're whining. With a flick of her wrist, a vial emitting eerie black smoke appeared out of thin air. Open your mouth. This is underworld corpse essence. Although it smells like vinegar buried for 300 years, it will heal any broken bones within half an hour. Li Xuanji stared at the bubbling concoction, his throat constricting. Is this medicine? Surely it can't be an attempt to poison the future son-in-law. Just as the biochemical weapon was about to be shoved into Li Xuanji's mouth, a hand clad in a white glove elegantly intervened. Moyu, that's for your undead army. Xuanji is a living person. Do you wish to turn him into a zombie? Yi Zixin adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her other hand open, a soft glow of golden powder hovering in her palm. Xuanji, use this. Holy light dust specially provided for divine beings, gentle and nourishing with no side effects, and it also helps with skin whitening. Yi Zixin, what do you mean? Why is my medicine suddenly considered zombie medicine? Lin Moyu's eyebrows shot up, exuding a murderous intent. Literally, Yi Zixin retorted, refusing to budge, her aura radiating authority. The two queens stood in opposition, with the frail, helpless Li Xuanji caught in the middle. Esteemed mothers-in-law. Shut up, they echoed in unison. Li Xuanji promptly fell silent, as obedient as a quail. At that moment, Li Xingyao, who had been curled up in his embrace, playing dead, fluttered her eyelashes and awoke. The little girl opened her eyes, groggily, memories flooding back. She remembered being captured in despair, recalling the figure who had desperately held onto the warship, bleeding profusely for her sake. Brother-in-law. Wow. Li Xingyao could no longer hold back. Like a startled koala, she dove into Li Xuanji's arms, wrapping her small hands tightly around his waist, crying with a heart-wrenching sob. "Whoa, I thought I would never see you again. Brother-in-law, you've lost so much blood, whoa." This embrace elevated the tension of the battlefield to a hellish level. Suddenly, not far away, Li Youyue, who had just exited her armored state, felt her previously subdued shadow energy erupt like a lit powder keg. Li Xingyao. Li Youyue gritted her teeth, a vein throbbing at her temple. "Have you hugged enough? That is your brother-in-law, not your personal body pillow. Let go of him." "I won't. I will not." Li Xingyao buried her head deeper, her tears and snot smearing across Li Xuanji's chest. "Brother-in-law is my savior. According to the customs of Blue Star, one must repay a life-saving debt with their body out." Before she could finish, Li Youyue yanked her up by the scruff of her neck like one would with a kitten. "Where did you pick up such nonsense? Who taught you that?" Li Youyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with a warning. "Named first wife, I'm not dead yet. Who gives you the right to make such promises?" As the two sisters prepared for an all-out brawl, Su Qingying, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. Holding a portable scanner, her gaze was calm and professional, azure winds dancing at her fingertips as she swiftly scanned Li Xuanji from head to toe. "Enough, stop making a fuss." Su Qingying adjusted her glasses. "Multiple internal injuries, and the veins are cracked due to overexertion. Although this guy looks spirited, he is actually at the end of his rope. If he is not treated soon, he will suffer permanent foundational damage." As her words echoed, the area fell silent. 5 pairs of beautiful eyes turned to Li Xuanji, their concern unmistakable. "Leave it to me." Yunqi floated over with a smile. She wasn't walking, rather she was stepping on a fluffy green cloud of life. With a cherubic face radiating innocence, she resembled a neighborly little sister. But only Li Xuanji knew that she was also quite formidable. "This is our great benefactor, and he got injured in saving Xingyao." Yunqi approached Li Xuanji, extending her well-manicured hand to gently pinch his cheek. "The Sanctuary of Life at my place has the most comprehensive equipment and the best environment, and..." She winked at the other sisters, revealing a mischievous smile that only accomplices would understand. "You all know my medical skills. Leave it to me, and within 3 days I guarantee you'll have back a vigorous son-in-law capable of fighting and even fathering twins." Cough, cough, cough. Li Xuanji nearly choked on his own saliva. "This pace is a bit too fast, Aunt Qi. Li Xingyao is still here." Yi Zixin and Lin Moyu exchanged glances. Though somewhat reluctant, they understood that Yunqi's goddess of life was indeed the best option for treatment. "All right, then we'll leave it to you." Yi Zixin nodded, her gaze sweeping across the room with sharp intensity. Those who had been hiding in the distance, clutching terminals and eager to record the scene, almost dropped their devices upon meeting her gaze. "Today's events, if anyone dares to leak even a single word or spread rumors outside." Lin Moyu slammed her scythe, the black ripples expanding and reducing a boulder to dust. "That will be the consequence." The atmosphere turned icy. Everyone understood one thing. The sky over the Divine King Academy had changed. Li Xuanji, once mocked as a freeloader, was now the true crown prince of this institution. Anyone who dared to harm him would first have to consult the 5 SS-level mechas. "Come, little one, let's go check your health with Aunt Qi." With a flick of her finger, a soft cloud rose beneath Li Xuanji, lifting him into the air as they soared towards the towering structure draped in green vines deep within the academy. The wind howled. Once out of everyone's sight, Yunqi's smile dimmed slightly, her usually innocent gaze now holding a hint of gravity. "Xuanji." Yunqi suddenly leaned in, her warm breath brushing against Li Xuanji's ear, her voice lowered so only they could hear. "Aunt Qi is eager to take you away this time, but I have my own motives." Li Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. He had known it. None of these mothers-in-law were easy to deal with. This soft life was not as comfortable as it seemed. "Just say it, as long as it doesn't involve kidney donation, I'm game." Such a rogue. Yunqi shot him a reproachful glance. This surprise attack from the cult wasn't just aimed at Xingyao. They unleashed a special virus targeting battle maidens, and unfortunately my daughter was infected. Li Xuanji paused, surprised. "Who?" Yunqi sighed, her gaze drifting toward the distant pinnacle of the Sanctuary of Life. "It's my little mute Wei Yin. Since just now she's locked herself in the basement piled high with discarded parts and activated a countdown to destruction. The security system there has gone haywire, and aside from you, who possesses time-space abilities and can penetrate physical barriers, no one can get in." Yunqi turned to Li Xuanji, her eyes filled with a hint of pleading. "Consider it Aunt Qi's request. Please save that child. As for the reward..." She pointed down to the direction of the Divine King's treasury, a cunning smile curling her lips, a smile shared only between accomplices. "During the chaos earlier, I went to your father-in-law's treasury and retrieved that little target for you. That's the Chaos Goldstone. You urgently need to upgrade your space abilities." Li Xuanji's eyes instantly lit up brighter than the stars in the sky. Well, well, this was truly about turning soft life into a hard bargain and going Allen with the family bucket. Deal. Aunt Chi, rest assured, Wei Yin is my little sister. No, my dear wife. I'll handle it. The Temple of Life, 3 levels underground. This was no place for carbon-based life forms. The air was tainted with the acrid odor of aged machine oil and the scent of ozone from high-voltage ionization. Above, massive bronze gears ground together slowly, emitting a low-frequency rumble that could make one's teeth ache, as if a metallic behemoth were grinding its teeth in slumber. We're here. Xuanji landed with Li Xuanji in front of a reinforced alloy door sealed shut, with welding its surface plastered not with auspicious symbols, but glaring red warning lights. Warning: high energy ahead. SS-level anti-gravity field preheated. Unauthorized entry will result in severe consequences. You will be crushed into a meat patty. This is Wei Yin's chamber. Li Xuanji stared at the malicious red letters, his eyelids twitching. This was no studio, it was a war-torn armory reminiscent of Syria. That child is usually very obedient, though she can be a bit stubborn. Xuanji chuckled, awkwardly retrieving a palm-sized brocade box and smoothly placing it in Li Xuanji's hands. This is the Chaos Gold Stone I promised you earlier. Consider it a down payment for your mental anguish. Li Xuanji accepted the box without hesitation, and at that moment the system notification chimed melodiously. Ping. Detected high-grade spatial material Chaos Gold Stone. The law of true fragrance has been triggered. System space upgrade progress 100. Congratulations, host. Your personal space has expanded to 1000 cubic meters. New function: unlock time and space stasis infinite preservation zone. Note: in the future, if you steal hot buns, they will remain warm even after 10,000 years. The horizon had broadened. This was a tremendous profit. Suppressing a smile, Li Xuanji tucked the box into his pocket. Once inside, stay sharp. Wei Yin is currently in a state akin to premature menopause combined with late-onset rage, commonly referred to as dark mode. Xuanji cautioned with a worried expression. Only your time-space abilities can resonate with her mechanical waves and soothe her core. I'll be cheering for you from outside. Don't worry, Aunt Chi. I'm a professional at psychological counseling, and I also serve as the head of the demolition office. Li Xuanji took a deep breath, a silver-white shimmer suddenly washing over his eyes. Time-space sequence phase shift. His body became indistinct, akin to a frame-skipped video game, effortlessly bypassing the half-meter thick alloy door and gliding through like a specter. The world beyond the door elicited an involuntary gasp of awe from Li Xuanji, who was accustomed to grand spectacles. This place resembled a mechanic's graveyard and a scavenger's paradise. Mountains of SS-class mech wreckage, missing limbs, and sparking with electrical discharges lay strewn about. In the center of this metallic ruin, a small figure curled up. The girl wore a grease-stained work vest that obscured its original color, oversized goggles dangling from her neck, and fiercely clutched a broken mechanical arm, as if it were the most cherished doll. With messy short brown hair, she shrank into the shadows like a small beast ready to pounce. Li Youyue, the 5th daughter of the God King, a legendary mechanical prodigy, and a severe social anxiety sufferer, with "Do Not Disturb" written all over her face. Get out. No sooner had Li Xuanji shown his face and steadied himself than a shrill, youthful voice laced with lethal intent pierced the air. In an instant, a heavy hydraulic wrench tall enough to rival a person and weighing hundreds of pounds whistled through the air towards his head. Goodness, this girl is really trying to kill me. Li Xuanji's scalp tingled. At this force, a human skull wouldn't stand a chance, let alone an armored vehicle. Time-space sequence bullet time. The world around him slowed dramatically. The wrench spinning towards him froze just a centimeter from his nose, the rust visible on its surface. He sidestepped as nonchalantly as if strolling through a garden, flicking the wrench's handle with his finger. Clang. A crisp metallic ring echoed as the wrench altered its trajectory, embedding itself with a thunderous crash into the alloy wall beside him, leaving only the handle quivering wildly. Wei Yin, I'm your sister. Li Xuanji attempted to reach out. Liars. Thieves. You're all bad people. Li Youyue ignored him entirely, abruptly lifting her head. Her usually clear amber eyes now glowed with an eerie blood-red data stream. She slammed her hands down on the ground, screaming, "Rise!" Click-clack. The abandoned parts surrounding them sprang to life, as if infused with a soul. Countless gears, bearings, and steel plates whirled through the air, reassembling with a cacophony of grating metal. In an instant, a towering mechanical spider, crafted from the wreckage of countless scraps, sprang forth, its dark plasma cannon pointed directly at Li Xuanji's face. System red alert detected: SS-level talent universal reconstruction. Target emotional instability 99. Warning: high-level corruption virus detected within target, eroding its soul core. Recommend physical shutdown. Corruption virus. Li Xuanji's gaze hardened. Could this be the mechanical virus Xuanji mentioned? These corrupted cultists truly meddle in everything, even preying on a socially anxious girl. Don't be afraid. I'm not here to steal anything or demolish your home. Faced with the cannon's deadly muzzle, Li Xuanji did not retaliate. Instead, he slowly raised both hands, dissipating his defensive field. He invoked the time-space essence within him, adjusting his mental frequency to a remarkably gentle, almost hypnotic tone. You can hear their voices, can't you? He gestured to the trembling remnants around them, his voice deep and magnetic. That engine on the left is crying, its combustion chamber is cracked and in pain. The bearing beneath your feet is screaming because it lacks lubrication, it's suffering. Li Youyue, prepared to pull the trigger, suddenly froze. A flicker of confusion and bewilderment passed through her otherwise emotionless, data-filled eyes, as if a sophisticated computer had encountered a logic error. No one had ever spoken to her like this. To everyone else, these were mere cold scraps of metal weapons of destruction. Only she could hear the lament of each shattered component, the cries of every burnt circuit. You can hear too. Her voice trembled, tinged with disbelief and a deeply hidden glimmer of hope. Absolutely. Li Xuanji's lips curled into a soothing smile, the kind he had perfected back on Blue Star. He stepped closer, completely dismissing the imminent threat of the heavy artillery. I can not only hear them, but also help them. And you, repair all the broken parts. Kneeling before Li Youyue, he aligned his gaze with the trembling girl. Even that bad bug deep within your core that makes you want to destroy everything. Li Youyue stared blankly at him, the data stream in her eyes momentarily suspended. At that moment, the corruption code within her seemed to sense a fatal threat, erupting in a piercing shriek of electrical currents, as if resisting. Oh. Li Youyue clutched her head in agony, the fleeting clarity she had regained swiftly consumed by madness, her expression contorting into a ghastly visage. Liars. All liars. If you want to destroy me, then let's die together. She forcefully pressed the bright red detonation button in her hand. Buzz. The gravity generators surrounding the basement blazed with red light, and an overload alarm blared to the heavens. SS-level anti-gravity field 200 times pressure activate. Boom. A terrifying gravitational wave descended the very space, groaning under the strain. Li Xuanji felt his bones crack and pop, as if an invisible mountain had crashed down upon him, threatening to burst his veins. For an ordinary person, this would be a mere puddle of flesh by now. But he did not falter, not even bending at the waist. Under this crushing weight capable of pulverizing steel, Li Xuanji forced himself to step forward, enduring the pressure, and opened his arms wide to embrace the girl on the brink of collapse and self-destruction. The bones emitted a brittle crack under the immense burden. With a sharp snap, in a gravity field 200 times that of normal, the air thickened, resembling liquid lead. Each time Li Xuanji lifted his leg, he left half-inch deep footprints on the alloy floor. The red alarm lights flickered across his face, casting a sinister glow on the blood that trickled from the corner of his eye. But he did not stop. 10 meters ahead, a frail figure curled up on a throne of ruins. Li Youyue clutched her head, her once clear heterochromatic eyes now filled with frenzied red data streams. Behind her, the remnants of a mechanical spider were pulled by an unseen force, several sharp metal tubes suspended like spears, their tips aimed directly at Li Xuanji. Get away. Just go away. Li Youyue's voice was hoarse, sharp as metal scraping against metal. Whoosh. A titanium alloy pipe tore through the air, hurtling straight towards Li Xuanji's face. He did not evade. The gravity field locked down his ability to dodge. Thud. The pipe pierced through his left shoulder, spraying a mist of blood. The pain exploded instantly, yet it brought an unprecedented clarity to his consciousness. Gritting his teeth, Li Xuanji pushed against the crushing weight, stepping forward with one last fierce stride. He opened his arms, fiercely embracing the girl teetering on the brink of collapse. No force restrained him. He rested his chin on the top of Li Youyue's head, which reeked of oil and rust, allowing the frantically thrashing mechanical limbs to carve bloody lines across his back. I've got you. His voice was barely a whisper, yet it pierced through the deafening alarm. The game of hide and seek is over. The body in his arms stiffened for a moment. In the next second, the fallen virus within Li Youyue sensed the intrusion, erupting with a piercing electronic wail. Zzz. Blue arcs of electricity exploded from her body, crazily drilling into Li Xuanji. He grunted, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The system panel bombarded him with alerts. Warning. High-level logic virus intrusion detected. Mental barrier damage at 30/50. System, open the door. Li Xuanji's eyes instantly shimmered with a silvery hue. Time and space master consciousness infiltration activated. Buzz. The scene of ruins shattered in an instant. Li Xuanji's consciousness plunged into a gray space. There was no sky here, only countless enormous rusted gears slowly meshing above. Black rain pattered down materialized oil and viral code mingling within. On an island constructed from discarded parts, a miniature Li Youyue hugged her knees nestled among shattered toys. A colossal mechanical centipede made of rust and red light loomed above her, its mandibles dripping corrosive black liquid. Don't come near. It's all broken, everything's broken. Little Wayne stared at the two halves of a music box in her hands, tears mixing with the oil on her face. That had been her first gift from her father when she was 5. Now it was nothing but a pile of scattered gears. Xuanji stood in the rain watching the helpless girl. He raised his hand. Silver light flowed in his palm. Time and space sequence local reflux. Broken. Just fix it. As he gently flicked his fingers, a miracle occurred. The mechanical centipede about to pounce suddenly froze, then began retreating uncontrollably. The scattered gears, springs, and cogs on the ground seemed to hear a call, rising to fly automatically, meshing, rotating, and returning to their places. Click. A crisp sound echoed. The music box restored to its original form. The sweet melody of Castle in the Sky resounded within the dead gray space. Little Wayne froze. She looked up, her once dull large eyes reflecting Li Xuanji's gentle smile. At the same time, in the basement of the Sanctuary of Life in the real world, Yunqi stared at the blood-soaked figure of Li Xuanji on the surveillance screen, her eyes reddening. You foolish child, do you really think your 7th aunt is just for show? Yunqi formed hand seals, a solemn apparition of the goddess of life appearing behind her. Live's tribute source infusion. A rich, nearly liquid green beam of light pierced through the dense physical barriers, directly enveloping the two tightly embraced figures. Darling, don't be afraid. Yunqi's voice thundered through the loudspeakers. That is your future support. Let him in. 7th aunt will back you up. In the realm of consciousness, the green light of life transformed into countless fireflies dispersing the torrential black rain. The silver light in Li Xuanji's hand surged, morphing into a 10-meter-long colossal sword of time and space. No one can bully her on my turf. He gazed at the roaring viral centipede, his expression icy. Not even a god. Flash. The silver giant's sword descended. There was no obstruction whatsoever. The seemingly hideous mechanical centipede instantly disintegrated, transforming into countless original zeros and ones of data dissipating into the air. Little Wayne slowly stood up. She looked at Li Xuanji, then at the surrounding mechanical toys that were automatically restoring themselves. Her heterochromatic eyes, once filled with chaotic bloodlust, now radiated pure affection. She opened her arms and leaped towards Li Xuanji. Their spiritual cores touched. Ding. S-level talent reconstruction of all things detected. Sync rate skyrocketing 100, 180, 200. In the real world. Boom. A massive wave of energy exploded, centered around the two. The discarded mech remains around them began to automatically decompose and reassemble. Numerous precise metal plates flew towards them, as if alive, stacking and locking together. In the blink of an eye, a silver-gray exoskeleton battle suit imbued with violent aesthetics and precision enveloped the two. The gravity field continued to roar, but the suit remained utterly still. The faceplate opened. Li Youyue clung to Li Xuanji, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck, burying her face in his neck. Brother-in-law. Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of nasal congestion. Warm. Li Xuanji patted her back, lowering the time-space barrier. All right, it's all over. As the gravity field lifted, Li Xuanji staggered, almost falling backward. Of course, it was mostly an act. With Yunqi's nurturing, this injury had already healed significantly, but how could he garner sympathy without some theatrics? Brother-in-law. Li Youyue panicked. She scrambled to pull various tools from the large pockets of her work pants, wrenches, screwdrivers, even a welding pen. What's broken? They'll fix it for you. She brandished the wrench, ready to gesture at Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji was amused and bemused, pressing her small hand, holding the wrench down. I'm a person, not a Gundam. Ooh, I don't need that. He pulled the girl into his embrace. A hug is enough. Li Youyue paused for a moment, then tossed aside the wrench and obediently nestled back into his arms like a kitten that had finally found its nest. With a heavy clang, the alloy doors slid open. Yunqi rushed in. She looked at the two entwined in the ruins, her expression devoid of anger, instead pulling out a miniature terminal from her pocket. Click, click. The flash went off repeatedly. Oh dear, this atmosphere is incredible. Yunqi beamed at the photos on the screen, her laughter ringing like bells. This composition, this light and shadow, this sense of fragmentation. I must send this to that deadbeat in Shanghai later, it will infuriate him. Li Xuanji. Yunqi stowed the terminal away, her smile gradually fading. She approached Li Xuanji, pulling out a tiny charred black chip the size of a fingernail. Xuanji, look at this. Yunqi's voice lowered. Although the virus was shattered by you, this implant port remains. Li Xuanji took the chip. It bore an extremely tiny emblem resembling a two-headed snake. This was expelled from the back of her neck when the life source washed over Wayne just now. Yunqi's gaze turned cold. This microimplantation technology can only be performed by the Equipment Development Department within the entire academy. The one responsible for Yin's regular prosthetic maintenance is the seemingly honest deputy director, Wang's son. Li Xuanji's fingers traced the chip, a cold smile curling on his lips. Wang's son, huh? He clenched the chip tightly in his palm. It seems our deputy director is hiding quite a lot. The upper level of the Sanctuary of Life. This place is in stark contrast to the dark ruins below. Sunlight pours through the massive glass dome, filling the room with a gentle warmth while the air is imbued with a faint herbal fragrance. Surrounding them are an array of automatically functioning treatment pods and culture dishes, with verdant plants climbing the walls radiating vitality. Li Xuanji sits comfortably on a soft sofa. Behind him hangs a large human-shaped pendant. Since leaving the basement, Li Wayne has completely lost her ability to walk independently. She clings to Li Xuanji's back like a koala, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. The goggles on her head obscure most of her face, and regardless of who calls her name, she remains unresponsive, nuzzling her head against Li Xuanji's shoulder. Here, Xuanji, drink this while it's hot. Yunqi approaches with a jade bowl, still steaming. The soup within is a bizarre purple-gold hue, with translucent slices floating inside, emanating an overwhelmingly potent energy fluctuation. Li Xuanji's nose twitches. Even just inhaling the aroma sends a warmth coursing through his body. Chima, this is too nourishing. Yunqi sits across from him, cheerfully inserting a straw into the bowl and bringing it to his lips. How can we not replenish? Just look at the one on your back. She gestures toward Li Wayne. This child usually seems reserved, but once she latches onto someone, it becomes an insatiable demand for spiritual sustenance. If your temporal essence doesn't recover quickly, you'll be drained dry by tomorrow. Li Xuanji feels the steady heartbeat of the girl behind him and sighs helplessly. He opens his mouth and bites the straw. Gulp, gulp. The soup flows down his throat, transforming into a torrential warmth that spreads through his limbs. His mental sea, which had been somewhat parched from forcibly activating consciousness infiltration, fills instantly, even teetering on the brink of overflowing. Ding. High-level life essence consumed. Constitution 50, a mental recovery speed increased by 300 for 24 hours. Note, is this the taste of living off others? Truly delightful. Li Xuanji excuses himself to the bathroom, slipping into the washroom. He locks the door and pulls out the still warm chaos gold stone from his pocket. The golden stone's surface swirls with chaotic energy, subtly distorting the surrounding space due to its presence. System time to work. Acknowledged. High-level spatial material detected, beginning absorption. The gold stone in his hand instantly transforms into a beam of light that pierces into his forehead. Boom. A thunderous sound echoes in his mind. The system's storage space, originally only a few hundred cubic meters, seems to be violently expanded by an invisible hand. The boundaries rapidly stretch. 100 meters, 500 meters, until it settles at a size of 1000 cubic meters. In the formerly gray corners of the space, an independent area covered by a transparent light membrane appears. System upgrade complete. Current space 1000 cubic meters. New function unlocked. Time stop. Zone infinite preservation area 10 cubic meters. Description: items placed in this area will have their time flow permanently locked at 0. Whether it's freshly steamed buns or freshly severed heads, they will always remain in pristine condition. Li Xuanji gazes at the suspended area, nodding in satisfaction. He casually brings in the half bowl of all-nourishing soup he had left over and places it inside. System prompt: host, you upgraded a function with a god-level material just to store leftovers. What do you know? This is strategic material. Li Xuanji dismissively closes the panel, washes his face, and steps out of the bathroom. As he emerges, he sees Yunqi standing by the window looking at Li Wayne. Behind her, her gaze filled with complexity. Qinghai has been away at war for years, sacrificing so much for this family and to resist the void. Yunqi's voice is somewhat ethereal. Little Wayne hasn't seen her father much since childhood. Her obsession with mechanics is in fact a way to fill the void within her heart. She turns, looking at Li Xuanji with gentle eyes. She has found that missing sense of security in you. Xuanji, you are not just her brother-in-law. You are also a projection of her father in spirit and a companion to her soul. Li Xuanji's heart jolts. He supports Li Yuye's thigh with one hand and gives her a gentle bounce. The girl murmurs in her sleep, tightening her grip. Don't worry, Chima. Li Xuanji's gaze is resolute. I will protect her. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that tender moment, the communicator on Li Xuanji's wrist suddenly vibrates violently. He looks down and his scalp prickles. 3 messages pop up almost simultaneously. Li Youyue image a photo of her sharpening the scythe of oblivion with a whetstone. I heard you picked up another sister. This scythe seems a bit dull. I'll come back and help me test it. Li Xingyao, brother-in-law. I want a hug too. Why does Wayne get to hang on you? That's unfair. I want to be a koala. Where are you? I will teleport over right now. Li Shiguang. The student council needs a special consultant to sign a document regarding the Mech competition sponsors. You have 10 minutes to come over. And bring that disobedient Wayne with you. Li Xuanji gasps. The battlefield has finally arrived, albeit late. This is not just a signature, it's clearly a 3-way interrogation. Li Wayne behind him seems to sense Li Xuanji's anxiety. She groggily wakes up, but doesn't let go. Instead, she digs into her dirty work pants pocket. Here. She clips a silver device the size of a button onto Li Xuanji's belt. This is a phase deflection shield. Li Yuan's voice is muffled. It nullifies attacks below glass. A gift for you. Li Xuanji is taken aback, then feels a surge of joy. Is this the pinnacle of living off others? Even before they meet, he receives life-saving gear as a bonus. Thank you, Wayne. You're welcome. The girl nuzzles against his neck. Brother-in-law, you smell good. Let's go to the student council. Li Xuanji takes a deep breath and adjusts his clothes. Time to meet that kind-hearted Vice Minister Wang's son. 10 minutes later, the door to the student council office swings open. The office, which should only have Li Shiguang, is now filled with people. Yi Zixin sits in the main seat, holding a teacup, her expression serene. Lin Moyu leans against the window, playing with a black dagger, his gaze playful. Li Shiguang sits behind the desk, his hands clasped under his chin, a serious expression on his face. The atmosphere is heavy with the gravity of a 3-way interrogation. Li Xuanji walks in with Li Wayne on his back, his demeanor calm. Everyone's here. He shows no sign of panic. Instead, he seems to have returned home. Mom, you look better and better. It seems you've been taking good care of yourself lately. He starts with a compliment aimed at Yi Zixin. Yi Zixin's lips curl up slightly, setting down her teacup. Enough flattery. Now tell me what's going on. Li Xuanji gently places Li Wayne on the sofa. As soon as the girl leaves his back, she immediately tries to leap back onto him, but Li Xuanji holds her shoulder to reassure her, allowing her to reluctantly sit there, though her hand still clutches his clothing tightly. Wayne has been poisoned. Li Xuanji's smile fades as he places the charred chip on the table. And the person who poisoned her is right under our noses. The previously relaxed atmosphere in the office instantly solidifies. Lin Moyu's dagger halts abruptly in his hand. Li Shiguang takes the chip, inserting it into the reader. A string of garbled text flickers on the screen, but deep within the mess, the name, Sunluo Heavy Industries, can be faintly seen as a signature. Wang's son. Li Ziguang's brow furrows tightly. He is the eldest son of Sunluo Heavy Industries and the largest representative sponsor of this mech competition. Half of the funding for the equipment department comes from him. Just because the funding is sufficient doesn't mean his heart is in the right place. Li Xuanji points to the sponsor list on the table. If I'm not mistaken, he did this to make Wayne lose control before the competition, rendering all the mechs from Shunwang Academy incapacitated. After all, Wayne is our only chief mechanic. At that moment, ding! A massive red exclamation mark suddenly pops up in Li Xuanji's mind from the system. Daily Void Cloud Seeking Hand is about to refresh. High-value target detected approaching. Distance 50 meters, 30 meters. The office door is knocked on politely 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Li Shiguang says coldly. The door swings open. A middle-aged man dressed in a well-tailored gray suit, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and neatly combed hair, walks in. He wears an impeccable professional smile, holding a delicate metallic briefcase. Good day, ladies. President, everyone is here. The man adjusts his glasses, his gaze lingering on Li Xuanji for a moment before moving on. I am here to deliver the new core data for the competition mechs. The visitor is none other than Vice Minister of the Equipment Department, Wang's son. Wang's son entered the room with an air of confidence. His handcrafted leather shoes glided silently over the wool carpet of the student council office. A permanent professional smile was etched onto his face, as standardized as if he had just picked it up from an assembly line. Miss Wei Yin's machine is said to be undergoing the final adjustments. The technical team from Sunluo Heavy Industries is on standby. After all, this is a major competition, and there can be no mistakes. Wang's son adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, casting a fleeting glance at Li Wei Yin, who was curled up in the corner of the sofa. His gaze was penetrating, harboring a cruel curiosity akin to that of a hunter observing a wounded prey. He was puzzled. According to the original script, the greed virus within her core should have erupted by now. How could she still be sitting there calmly playing with her mechanical dog? Li Youyue instinctively shrank back, like a startled animal. The green data stream behind her goggles began to glitch, her fingers twisting nervously around the straps of her overalls, knuckles turning white. A warm hand covered hers. Xuanji sat beside her, saying nothing trivial. A delicate ripple of temporal energy flowed from his palm, forcibly calming the girl's restless mental sea. Minister Wang Weiyin's current physical data is classified as S-level secret by the Academy. As someone who sells components, aren't you overstepping your bounds? Xuanji leaned lazily against the back of his chair, his tone dripping with the kind of nonchalance that could provoke irritation. The muscles in Wang Sen's face twitched almost imperceptibly. He looked at Xuanji, unable to conceal his disdain. An indigenous blue star who relied on women to rise through the ranks dared to challenge him, a member of a prestigious family. This must be the recently renowned special consultant, Mr. Li. Wang Sun pushed the metal box he was holding towards the desk with an elegance that resembled charity. Any so-called secrets must be grounded in safety. If something unexpected happens to the core during the competition, Mr. Li, I fear you might not be able to bear the burden. Unexpected? Are you referring to a virus with built-in anti-counterfeiting signatures? Xuanji didn't even lift his eyelids, bluntly exposing the topic. The air pressure in the office dropped to zero. Yi Zixin maintained her hold on a white porcelain teacup, but with a slight pinch of her fingers, a visible crack appeared along the cup's surface. The sound reverberated, causing Wang Sen's heart to skip a beat. In the shadow by the window, Li Youyue toyed with a black dagger, the cold blade seemingly poised at Wang Sen's carotid artery, as if assessing where to strike for maximum blood splatter effect. Mr. Li, you are quite humorous. Sunluo Heavy Industries has been a century-long ally of the Academy. How could we engage in such self-destructive acts? Wang Sun chuckled, dryly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He reached for a teacup on the table to mask his embarrassment. At that moment, a line of blood-red notifications exploded in Li Xuanji's mind. Ding! High-value, mobile treasury detected. Void probe has refreshed for today. Not stealing would be a shame. Target locked. Wang Sen's fitted suit inner pocket. Core encrypted soul guiding device evidence compilation. Causality determination. The opponent's level of guilt is off the charts. Defenses relaxed. Success rate 99. 9. Host, go for it. Li Xuanji felt an overwhelming burst of joy inside. If he didn't seize the opportunity now, it would betray the very name of the system. On the surface, he continued to wear the casual demeanor of a carefree, second-generation heir. He even lifted half a cup of cold tea toward Wang Sun in a perfunctory toast. Minister Wang cheers. In the blind spot of everyone's gaze, within the briefest fraction of a second, where time seemed to freeze, Li Xuanji's psychic energy transformed into an invisible hand, bypassing physical barriers, and directly slipped into the tailored layer of Wang Sen's suit. The sensation was peculiar, akin to extracting a still-beating heart from this scoundrel's chest. Ding! Success! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sunluo Heavy Industries' top-secret black ledger containing transaction records with the Fallen God Cult and the Divine Fall Project list. The item has been stored in the time-stopped zone. At the moment the item was secured, Wang Sun inexplicably shivered. His instinct for surviving in the gray areas of society sent chills down his spine. The cold soul guiding device in his possession suddenly felt like a puff of air. He instinctively reached for his chest, but his hand froze midway. Li Xuanji was on his left, Yi Zixin on his right, and behind him was Li Youyue with a dagger in hand. Making any gesture that suggested guilt would be akin to self-detonation. Mrs. Yi, since you all are having a family meeting, I as an outsider shall not intrude. Wang Sun suppressed his rising panic, grabbing his briefcase to make an exit. I hope you will consider my earlier proposal. Stop. Yi Zixin set down the nearly crushed teacup. Her violet eyes seemed capable of piercing through souls, exuding an absolute oppressive force befitting the consort of a god. Minister Wang, did you just imply that you wanted to search my son-in-law? Wang Sun stumbled, his face turning pale. Mistress, you misunderstand. I absolutely did not. Whether you did or not, you know in your heart. Yi Zixin slowly rose to her feet, her presence, as a 5th-grade mecha pilot, exploding within the confines of the small office, causing Wang Sen's knees to weaken. This is the Academy of the God King, not your Sunluo Heavy Industries backyard. My son-in-law, even if I stripped you of your underpants here, would be considered strategic requisition. As for that look you had earlier, I find it highly displeasing. Her protectiveness was utterly unreasonable. Wang Sun dared not utter a word, cold sweat instantly soaking through his shirt's back. He could only lower his head, mumbling apologies as he retreated from the office, resembling a mouse under the gaze of a tiger. As soon as the door closed, the soundproof barrier activated. Did you get it? Li Youyue emerged from the shadows, twirling the dagger with a flourish, her gaze toward Li Xuanji, carrying a hint of appreciative mischief. Mom, this is called reverse procurement. Li Xuanji chuckled, flipping his wrist. A black, thumbnail-sized soul-guiding device appeared in his palm, as if conjured from thin air. As the data streamed onto the large screen, the previously relaxed atmosphere instantly froze. This was no commercial secret. It was a list of sacrificial offerings. A dense collection of names detailed the ability attributes, core frequencies, and even physiological weaknesses of every contestant. At the top of the screen, 4 blood-red characters were jarringly prominent. Divine Fall Ceremony. What a clever scheme. Li Xuanji stared at the list, his voice devoid of mirth. They aren't just planning to cause destruction, they intend to turn this competition into a slaughterhouse using the blood of all the talented battle maidens to resurrect that artificial god. Trying to cut off my god king's lineage. Yi Zixin scoffed, her white porcelain cup finally crumbling into powder. The fallen god cult, these rats in the gutter certainly have grown bolder. At that moment, Li Xuanji's communicator in his pocket suddenly became scalding hot. He pulled it out, and the screen was filled with static, the signal source indicating unknown, extremely dangerous. As he answered, a roar filled with electrical static erupted, causing Li Xuanji's eardrums to throb painfully. You little bastard. Finally willing to answer the phone. The voice was arrogant and domineering, laced with a sarcasm that seemed intent on shattering bones. Li Xuanji was all too familiar with it, particularly as he had been flaunting the man's token daily. The God King Li Qinghai. Father-in-law. Li Xuanji raised an eyebrow. Your interdimensional long-distance roaming fee must be quite steep. Stop babbling. Li Qinghai's voice was laced with a teeth-gritting tone. Where's my destruction order? Where's my treasury? And what about the little cabbage I raised for 18 years? Did you let that pig of yours trample it? Li Xuanji glanced at the 3 mothers-in-law nearby, their expressions caught between amusement and inquiry, and straightened his back. Dear father-in-law, it's not like that. The token was borrowed. The treasury was shown to me by 7th mother, and as for Youyue and the others, that's a matter of mutual affection. Mutual affection, my foot. They'll deal with you when I get back. Despite his scolding tone, Li Qinghai's words suddenly turned serious. Listen, kid. I've also looked into that list. I can't intervene in this competition, or it's a battlefield for the young. Having stolen my token, you must bear the consequences. On the day of the competition, I'll send you a gift. Remember this, Li Xuanji. The static on the communicator grew louder, but Li Qinghai's voice became increasingly clear, brimming with undeniable authority. Don't die, and don't let my daughter be left a widow. If you disgrace the Li family, I'll cross 3 dimensions just to break your legs. Beep, beep. The call ended. Li Xuanji rubbed his numbed ear and looked up only to meet 3 pairs of knowing eyes. He scratched his head, revealing a big, toothy grin. Father-in-law said to stay alive, and by the way, to bring home a championship as a wedding gift. Since that stubborn old man has spoken. Lin Moyu abruptly plunged her dagger into the table, perfectly piercing through the virtual projection of the words Divine Fall Ceremony. Let those fanatics see who is truly hunting the gods. The air pressure in the laboratory was so low it made one uneasy. Even the newly installed superalloy vents creaked under the weight of the faint but oppressive SS-level aura. Wang Sen's list for the God's Fall Festival struck like a slap across the faces of everyone at the Divine King Academy. Outside, the festive red banners fluttered vibrantly, while inside the hidden space of the Wind Discipline Commission was already packed with captured traitors. Li Xuanji sat beside the control panel, fiddling with the soul guide device he had borrowed from Wang's son. Brother-in-law, stop fiddling with that piece of junk. Li Xingyao emerged from a space rift, moving with the ease of returning home, holding a can of unopened soda. Look, I borrowed this chilled special from Dad's secret chamber. Mixed with that bubbly sweet drink you gave, it's absolutely divine. Xingyao, that's the Qingling liquid mint to stabilize core fluctuations. 1 drop costs 100,000 gold coins. Do you think it's a soda? Oh. Li Xuanji didn't even glance up, casually flicking her forehead. Wei-Yin, how are you feeling? At the control panel, Li Wei-Yin wore only a black tight-fitting tank top, her pale shoulders dotted with numerous data interfaces. She shook her head gently, her emerald eyes reflecting a hint of stubbornness. Brother-in-law, the logic matrix is stuck. A 400 synchronization rate seems to be the limit for a human soul. If we attempt to force it beyond this, your consciousness will explode like an overloaded processor. Li Youyue, who had been lurking in the shadows of the beams, leaped down soundlessly, her long black legs touching the ground, with barely a sound, the scythe of extinction twirling at her fingertips. You're a blue star person, and your physical resilience is inherently lacking. Li Youyue's cool gaze landed on Li Xuanji, laced with unmasked concern. On the day of the competition, the God's Fall plan of the Divine Church will target the core frequencies of all contestants for resonance. With your current synchronization rate, you won't last 3 minutes. At that moment, the laboratory door was violently flung open. Lin Youyue, Zixin, and Yun Qi entered in unison. The scene was so imposing that Li Xuanji nearly felt as if he owed them billions in rent. There's only one way to break the deadlock, Yi Zixin stated directly, her tone as the academy head leaving no room for doubt. Practice the Li family's ancestral martial art, Shun Yu Jiutian. Isn't that my father-in-law's lifelong technique? Li Xuanji raised an eyebrow, thinking that this soft life was being indulged a bit too quickly, even to the point of passing down the family secrets to him. Not a chance, Lin Youyue snorted, though amusement flickered in her eyes. Li Qinghai is only practicing the third level now, of the complete version is in the Li family ancestral grounds. That old fossil Li Tianhao holds onto it tightly. Yun Qi leaned closer, her tone playful, like a neighbor, encouraging a younger sibling to mischief. Xuanji, that old man has a foul temper and looks down on those who live off their wives. He insists that the men of the Li family must have backbone. If you manage to get the technique from him, you'll be set for life. Li Xuanji stroked his chin, a grin spreading across his face. He looks down on those who live off their wives. How fortuitous, I'm quite skilled at eating soft rice hard. Beep. Detecting changes in the host's causal line. Triggering side quest ancestral meeting gift. Quest objective: go to the ancestral grounds and retrieve the Shun Yu Jiutian fragment. Reward 0 fate points. Unlock second contract slot for the War Maiden. This reward felt like a pillow for a sleepy head. Currently, he had only contracted Li Youyue, though he could harmonize with Xing Yao and the others. It was merely a temporary setup with insufficient bandwidth. Xuanji, think this through, Yi Zixin warned seriously. The ancestral grounds of the Li family are not governed by the Divine King's token, but by strength and the old man's mood. If you can't handle him, you might end up being hung up in front of the ancestral tablet for male virtue education. Li Xuanji rose, brushing off the metal shavings from his clothes, and conjured a pack of cigarettes from the Blue Star in the system warehouse, stuffing a few bottles of aged liquor into his pockets. Mom, don't worry. I won't forcefully take it. I'm just helping the ancestor integrate combat power, he declared, gesturing grandly to the girls behind him. Youyue, Shiguang, Xingyao, they're all seedlings of the Li family. If I grow stronger, isn't that helping the Li family expand? Li Youyue's cheeks flushed, and she turned her head away, muttering, "Who wants to expand with you? This is for fighting." All right, enough chatter. Li Xuanji waved to the three girls and led the way out of the laboratory, his eyes glinting with a light that spoke of plundering. Xingyao, stop drinking that Qingling liquid. Save it for the ancestor. We're not taking warships this time. Bring your spatial transfer. Target Li family ancestral grounds. Understood. Brother-in-law, I'll open the door right now. Li Xingyao, eager for chaos, tore her hands apart, forming a massive silver rift at the center of the laboratory. Li Xuanji glanced back at the complex expressions of the mother-in-law, waving his hand with nonchalance. Wait for my return. By the way, tell my father-in-law that I'm claiming this championship and I want that technique as well, whether he gives it or not. Just as he stepped into the spatial rift, he thought he heard Li Qinghai, 3 realms away, let out a furious sneeze. Li Xuanji grinned widely. Ancestor, I've lit the smoke for you. Let's have a good chat. A silver rift in space gaped like a violently torn zipper, its edges crackling with unstable particle sparks. Brother-in-law, we've arrived. Hold on tight to the handrail. The spatial turbulence here is a bit rough. Watch out for motion sickness. Li Xingyao leapt out of the rift, pulling Li Xuanji along like a rabbit returning to its joyful home. Li Xuanji was still immersed in thoughts of what the Li family ancestral grounds might look like. Following the conventional path of cultivation, it should have been a remote ancient temple shrouded in mist with a pair of venerable monks guarding the entrance, their eyes clouded, yet profound, greeting visitors with the phrase, "Please stay, benefactor." However, the moment his feet touched solid ground, the deafening roar of thunder and the acrid scent of industrial oil shattered his fantasies. What the hell is this? The ancestral grounds? Li Xuanji wiped away the static dust from his face, staring at the massive structure that loomed before him, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This was no traditional courtyard. Instead, it was a steel fortress, Tianyuan Fortress, suspended high in the sky, shrouded in dark thunderstorm clouds. The enormous black alloy walls were riddled with scars and scratches from past battles, marks of glory. Countless thick exhaust pipes protruded like the veins of a colossal beast, expelling scalding white steam with every breath. Atop the fortress, several anti-aircraft railguns pivoted slowly in sync with the flashes of lightning capable of obliterating meteors. This is the Li family's aesthetic. Brutal beauty, you understand. Li Xingyao stuck out her tongue proudly. Grandpa believes that living in a wooden house is unsafe. He says that if aliens ever attack, this thing can ignite and soar into space as a mothership. What a grand vision. Before she could finish her sentence, a shrill alarm pierced through the cold air. The fortress outer defense array, which had been dormant, instantly activated. Dozens of black missile silos popped open, accompanied by the thunderous sound of mechanical hydraulics. 30 glass drones known as judicators, entirely black and armed with high-energy beam rifles, soared into the sky like a nest of disturbed wasps. Red laser locks intertwined to create an impenetrable web of death, with countless red dots converging on Li Xuanji's forehead and heart, making him feel like a red-skinned duck. Intruder alert. Identity verification failed. Immediately crouch and cover your head, or firepower will be deployed in 3 seconds. A middle-aged man with a face full of flesh clad in exoskeletal armor leaned out from a watchtower. He glanced at Li Xuanji, then at Li Xingyao, revealing an infuriating sneer. Li Gang, the captain of the Li family's security detail. Oh, isn't this Miss Xingyao? Li Gang remarked, feigning politeness while his tone dripped with sarcasm. What brings an outsider back? Grandpa has decreed that this sacred ground is off-limits to outsiders and dogs, especially those who... He examined Li Xuanji's relatively inexpensive casual attire with disdain, as if he had spotted something filthy. Only know how to ride on women's coattails, living off their fortunes. Li Xingyou's anger flared instantly, particles of space crackling at her fingertips. Li Gang, how dare you stop me? This is my brother-in-law, a special advisor appointed by the God King. Do you believe I could dismantle this shoddy watchtower and send it to another dimension? Special advisor. Li Gang scoffed, twirling the control terminal for the defense system in his hand. In the ancestral grounds, don't try to impose your outside rules on me. Grandpa has said that the Li family only recognizes strength, not titles. If this kid lacks ability, even if the God King came, he'd have to wait outside. You... Li Xingyao was ready to strike. A hand gently pressed on her shoulder. Calm down, young lady. No need to shout and fight all the time, or it can lead to wrinkles. Li Xuanji casually fished out a crumpled cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. Facing the dozens of ominous gun barrels, he didn't bother to look at the raucous Li Gang. Mind lending me a light? He leaned toward the nearest judicator mech. Seeking death. Li Gang's eyes narrowed, his finger poised over the fire button. Since you don't know your place, I'll turn you into Swiss cheese. Just the thing to please Grandpa? In that critical moment, Li Xuanji maintained his smoking posture, but his right hand casually pulled out a black token, waving it before the swarm of mechs. Silencing order. The system interface flashed frantically across his retina, the words glowing brightly. Ding. Detected Class Defense Matrix Tianyuan Guardian. Detected host possesses the highest authority item. Silencing order. Attempting causal takeover. Takeover successful. Grandpa's items are indeed useful. All units obey. Call me Daddy. ZZZZ. The 30 mechs, which had begun charging and whose barrels glowed with deadly blue light, froze in unison as if their power had been cut. They resembled action figures that had lost their power supply. The next second, click, click, click. All gun barrels executed a swift 180-degree turn within a tenth of a second. The dense red laser points shifted away from Li Xuanji and converged onto Li Gang, the portly security chief standing at the watchtower. One particularly obedient mech flew before Li Xuanji, a precise plume of high-temperature plasma emerging from its fingertip, helpfully lighting his cigarette. Ah! Li Xuanji inhaled deeply and exhaled a perfect smoke ring, the vapor dissipating in the air. He lifted his gaze, peering through the swirling smoke at the now terrified and crumpled Li Gang, a broad grin revealing his gleaming white teeth. Now who is the outsider? Li Gang's face turned ashen, his legs trembling like leaves in a storm, a suspicious moisture seeping into his pants. He couldn't fathom how this so-called kept man, rumored to be inept, possessed such high-level control. That was a privilege reserved for Grandpa and the God King. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the fortress. The sound wave carried a terrifying force, shattering the cigarette, but between Li Xuanji's fingers, even scattering the surrounding storm clouds. You little punk, acting all high and mighty before even entering. Get your butt in here. The voice was so commanding it made eardrums ache, resonating like a bass speaker directed at one's face. Rather than feeling intimidated, Li Xuanji felt amused. He exchanged a sly glance with Li Xingyao. Did you hear that? Grandpa's voice is full of vigor. He seems quite healthy. I bet he can handle my teasing. Li Xingyao facepalmed in exasperation. Brother-in-law, good luck with that. Grandpa's morning temper is notoriously severe. Even my mother is afraid of it. Passing through the heavy alloy gates, the two entered the main hall of the fortress. There were no unnecessary decorations, no antiques, no paintings, no redwood furniture. The walls were adorned with various dismantled mech engines, shattered giant lightsabers, and the skulls of unknown interstellar beasts. The air was permeated with a mix of rust and high-voltage electricity, each detail reflecting the owner's character, hardcore, volatile, and ready to fight. In the center of the hall stood not an ornate throne but a metal seat crafted from the V12 engine of a retired heavy tank. An elderly man, his silver hair standing upright like steel needles, dressed in a black training outfit, sat imposing on the throne. Though his hair was white, his muscular physique was more exaggerated than that of any young man, his biceps threatening to burst through his clothing, and his gaze was electric, exuding an aura of authority. "Grandpa Li Tianhao, it's you, the one who deceived my incompetent daughters-in-law and now seeks to covet my family's secret techniques." Li Tianhao's eyes widened, a terrifying SS-grade mental pressure crashing down upon Li Xuanji like a tsunami. Boom. The special alloy floor beneath Li Xuanji fractured instantly, as if an invisible hand had gripped it tightly. He felt as if he had been thrown into a centrifuge spinning at full speed, every bone in his body creaking under the immense weight. As his knees buckled, gravity seemed to increase 100-fold, nearly forcing him to kneel. This was a genuine show of authority. "You want me to kneel?" Li Xuanji gritted his teeth, veins bulging at his temples, but a fiery determination ignited in his eyes. Time-space sequence, spatial anchor point, activate. He created a micro-warp field around himself, stubbornly resisting the pressure that could crush a tank. Though his legs trembled violently and cold sweat drenched his back, he stood tall, like a nail driven into the eye of the storm, refusing to bend. He raised his head, meeting Li Tianhao's nearly predatory gaze, forcing a smile that was both strained and humorous. "Grandpa, what a grand welcome. This little soft man is a bit overwhelmed by such generosity." In a corner of the hall, a miniature surveillance camera silently rotated, its pink, breathing light flickering for an instant, as if invisible eyes were keenly observing the scene. Li Tianhao stared at the young man, who not only refused to kneel under his pressure, but could even grin in defiance. His gaze shifted slightly, a fleeting hint of appreciation crossing his features. He reined in his pressure with a cold snort, his voice booming. "You've got guts harder than Li Qinghai back in the day. I heard you want to learn divine ascendance of the 9 heavens. And also help the Li family consolidate its combat power. On what basis? Just because of that pretty face that can charm the dead? Or that stolen token in your hand?" The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the hum of electricity. Li Tianhao sat in a chair fashioned from a tank engine, his murky old eyes fixed on Li Xuanji. He was waiting for the young man to falter, to break down in tears, and vow to serve the Li family with unwavering devotion. But he miscalculated. Li Xuanji did not tremble or kneel. Instead, he casually slipped a hand into his pocket. Before arriving, he had sent the day's void exploration hand back to Blue Star, originally intending to grab an AK for self-defense, but instead he found the director's stash of real goods. For dealing with such an ancient relic, perhaps this was more effective than a gun. Li Tianhao's muscles tightened. A hidden weapon. A bomb. What Li Xuanji produced was neither life-threatening nor valuable. A red hard paper box adorned with a golden pattern of a decorative column, and a glass bottle with a crooked red paper label. "Old master discussing martial arts can stir emotions. Let's first soothe our throats." Li Xuanji tore open the plastic wrap of the cigarette box, still imbued with the scent of Blue Star dust, and flicked out a stick to offer. "Specifically brought from my hometown. In this place reeking of oil and energy bars, this is a rare treat." Li Tianhao was taken aback. After guarding the ancestral land for 20 years, he had received coordinates to planets' glass mecha cores, and even proposals from alien princesses. And now someone was offering dried leaves. "Rubbish. Are you trying to fool me with this garbage?" Li Tianhao raised his hand, the gust of his palm aimed at the cigarette. "Don't be hasty, this is a man's romance." With a twist of his waist, Li Xuanji slipped past the gust. He pulled out a plastic lighter worth a mere 1 yuan, and with a snap, an orange flame sprang to life. The flame flickered in the cold air of the fortress. "Old master, you treat divine elixirs as meals and top-tier energy liquids as water. That's too mundane, too boring." Li Xuanji brought the flame closer. "Try this. What you swallow isn't smoke, it's our sorrows in this damn world." A roasted scent invaded Li Tianhao's nostrils. It was pungent and rough, but that was just right. Li Tianhao's hand, capable of tearing through a mecha, hovered in the air. He stared at the white stick, then back at Li Xuanji's earnest face. The old man snorted and seized the cigarette, placing it between his lips. With a hiss, Li Xuanji immediately ignited it. Taking a deep breath, the smoke scraped through his throat like a rasp, and he slowly exhaled. "Who?" The furrow in Li Tianhao's brow relaxed. "Cough now, that has some strength." The flavor was raw and direct, devoid of the sickly sweetness of synthetic tobacco. It brought back memories of when he piloted his first battered mecha across the wasteland. "Right? Pair it with this erguo too, it's perfect." Li Xuanji set the bottle down on the invaluable alloy table, producing a crisp sound. He lit his own cigarette, and plopped down on a nearby ammo box, crossing his legs. Old master, I know what you think of me. A pretty boy living off others, disgracing the Li family. He exhaled a ring of smoke, his face lined with weariness, but consider it from another angle. Among your granddaughters, which of them is easy to handle? He began to count on his fingers. Youyue is a walking refrigerator. She brandishes her sickle at the slightest displeasure. Shiguang has an overwhelming desire for control, even dictating the color of my underwear. And then there's Xingyao. He pointed at Li Xingyao, who was eavesdropping. She's like the head of a demolition office. With this family together, if I don't keep the peace, they could blow the Divine King Academy to bits. Is it easy for me? This isn't living off others. This is bearing humiliation and feeding the tiger. Li Xingyao, who was drinking water, spat it out. Brother-in-law, how can you slander me in front of Grandpa? I'm not that fiercey, I just occasionally slip up. Li Tianhao ignored his granddaughter. He took a drag from the cigarette, squinting as he scrutinized the young man. No cultivation, with dozens of defense turrets aimed at his head, facing the pressure of top-tier experts, yet sitting here, smoking and boasting. In a daze, he saw a resemblance between this young man and his long-estranged son, Li Qinghai. Years ago, that rascal stood here in the same manner, chewing on a blade of grass, grinning as he said, "Old man, the family rules are too restrictive. I'll go out and bring back a divine king to be your daughter-in-law." That ingrained shamelessness was like a mold from which they were both cast. In the shadow of the second-floor railing, a holographic projection flickered. A girl clad in a gothic dress with mechanical wings on her back hovered in midair, swinging her legs and sucking on a lollipop. Wow, interesting. Aside from Little Hai, he's the second one capable of charming this stubborn old mule. Li Tianhao noticed the ancestral gaze upon the scene and felt his face flush. He coughed heavily. Cough. Smooth talking. He slapped the armrest, sending a flurry of ash tumbling. Don't think a few lousy cigarettes can win me over. Want the divine guardian of the 9 heavens. That's the glory earned by Li family men with their lives. You, a boy relying on cheats and women, are unworthy. Li Xuanji's smile faded. He stood up, flicking away the ash. I don't covet glory. That stuff is neither food nor drink. I only want to survive and protect them. He locked eyes with Li Tianhao. The tournament is about to start, and those charlatans will sacrifice Youyue and the others to resurrect some artificial god. Old master, you wouldn't want to see the Li bloodline bullied on the battlefield, would you? His words struck like a knife, accurately piercing Li Tianhao's soft spot. Protectiveness was a hereditary flaw in the Li family, more stubborn than the divine king bloodline. Li Tianhao fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Good. He slammed the table, the tank engine roaring. Since you have this resolve, I will give you a chance. 3 trials, pass them, and you can take the martial arts. I will personally guide you in. If you fail, Li Tianhao pressed a red skull button on the armrest. Boom. The floor split open, revealing a pitch-black abyss. A terrifying gravity wave surged forth, distorting even the light within. Then you'll remain down there as fertilizer for 100 years. The first trial, gravity inferno. Starting at 1,000 times normal gravity. If you survive, consider yourself lucky. Li Xingyou's expression changed drastically. She rushed forward to grab Li Xuanji, great-grandfather. That's meant for class mechas. Brother-in-law is just a mortal. Shut up. Li Tianhao shot back. This is a matter between men. A war maidens should not intervene. He turned to Li Xuanji. It's not too late to regret. Leave the cigarette, and you can go home. Continue living off your benefits. Li Xuanji stood at the edge of the abyss, his bones creaking under the pull of gravity. He straightened his collar, flashing a grin that exposed his white teeth. Regret. I don't recognize those 2 characters. He pointed at the bottle on the table. Leave the liquor. When I climb back up, you'll have to drink this with me. With that, he leaped without waiting for Li Tianhao's reaction. Like a stone, with no hesitation, he plunged into the darkness. Li Tianhao watched the closing floor and grabbed the liquor bottle, taking a hefty swig. The fiery liquor slid down his throat, and the old man's lips curled slightly. Qinghai, your son-in-law, is even more audacious and wild than you were back then. Darkness. A pure darkness that instills a sense of unease. As Li Xuanji's feet landed on the cracked metallic floor, the anticipated sensation of weightlessness failed to manifest. Instead, an overwhelming pressure threatened to force his very organs out of his throat. Cough. A mouthful of blood sprayed onto the floor, and before it could splatter, the terrifying gravity crushed it into a dark red puddle. Warning: environmental gravity coefficient exceeded. Current multiplier 100 times. Increasing at a rate of 10 times per second. Warning: host bone density insufficient to withstand catastrophic fractures expected in 3 seconds. The system's red light flickered violently on his retina, as if staging a light show for the impending funeral of Li Xuanji. Above him, the square entrance had shrunk to a mere white. Li Tianhao, that old man, was not joking. This was not an assessment. It was a trial meant to compress him into a pancake, 100 times as a starting point. Li Xuanji gritted his teeth, each word forced out like it was being squeezed through his clenched jaws. His knees emitted a grinding sound, a mournful cry from the meniscus. His spine felt as if it were being disassembled like a set of building blocks, each vertebra forcibly misaligned. Crack! A sharp sound rang out. His left tibia shattered. The acute pain shot through his nerves, almost causing him to faint on the spot. If he were an ordinary person, he would already be dead. But Li Xuanji not only remained conscious, he grinned through the blood. Time-space ability activate. He roared internally. Local rewind. Buzz. A strange silver ripple emanated from his left leg. Time flowed backward. The tibia, which had just broken into 2 pieces and even pierced the skin, rejoined and healed in a bizarre manner within a mere 0.1 seconds. The wound on his skin vanished, and the blood flowed back into the veins. Did it hurt? Yes. The pain of a shattered bone was all too real. The rewind could only erase the injury, but not the memory of pain lingering in his nerves. Again, Li Xuanji gasped, taking a step forward. Crack! His right leg snapped. Rewind. Crack! 3 ribs fractured. Rewind. Crack. Crack. His entire skeleton sounded like firecrackers going off. It was akin to a person repeatedly experiencing a car crash and then hitting the undo button 1 second after the collision. Between life and death, he danced back and forth. In the central monitoring room of Tianyuan Fortress, Li Tianhao stared intently at the holographic screen before him, the half-burned cigar in his hand, oblivious to the heat. The data on the screen fluctuated wildly. The red life signs curve resembled a tango dipping into the depths of near death before suddenly soaring back to health. What kind of bizarre technique is this? Li Tianhao, having lived over 70 years, had encountered more psychics than he could count. Regeneration. No, that required vast amounts of cellular energy, and this kid's cellular activity hadn't changed at all. Was it a healing ability? It didn't seem so. There was no ripple of holy light. Sis, this is time, a crisp voice chimed in behind him. In the shadows of the second floor, the gothic girl with black wings, Li Tianzhao, was licking a lollipop with keen interest, her eyes filled with a whirlwind of pink data streams. Time. Li Tianhao whipped around, his pupils shaking. He's exploiting a bug, Li Tianzhao pointed at the screen. At the moment his bones shatter, he's forcibly rewinding that part of time back 3 seconds. As long as his mental strength doesn't deplete, he is essentially immortal in this gravitational field. Madman. Li Tianhao struggled to articulate his thoughts, managing only these 2 words. Such an operation sounded simple, but the mental toll was astronomical. Not to mention the repeated agony of experiencing brutal fractures. This kid was ruthless to himself. It seems our little cabbage isn't being trampled by a pig. This boy is a wolf in pig's clothing. Li Tianhao snorted, coldly pressing a button on the control panel. If you can endure so much, let's crank it up. 500 times. Boom. At the abyss bottom, the already suffocating pressure surged to unprecedented levels. The foot Li Xuanji had just raised was crushed back to the ground, sending a spiderweb of cracks exploding outward. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices. This time it wasn't just his bones that suffered. His organs, blood vessels, and even his eyeballs were on the brink of rupture under the terrifying weight. His vision turned a bloody red, and all he could hear was his own heavy breathing akin to a wheezing bellows. Warning. Mental strength nearing exhaustion. Rewind function cooling down. 30 meters to the finish. 30 meters. Under normal circumstances, it would be a simple step. Now it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Li Xuanji lay on the ground, his fingers digging into the cracks of the metallic floor. His nails had long been torn off, leaving behind a bloody mess. Damn it, father-in-law, you scoundrel, he muttered as his consciousness began to fade, cursing incessantly. You promised not to let your daughter become a widow. This is more like a widow village. Gravity continued to mount. 600 times, 700 times. Li Xuanji felt as though his very soul was being squeezed from his body. The time-space rewind could no longer keep pace with his collapsing form. Was he going to kneel here? No. He still wanted to go back to living off the soft food. He wanted to take Xingyao to eat at street stalls, wanted to see Youyue in that new combat outfit, wanted to hear Wayne call him brother-in-law. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion, a minuscule, elusive purple data stream silently infiltrated the core code of the gravitational control system. System malfunction, gravity generator node 3 overloaded, peak value reduced by 0.5. That 0.5 was negligible. For an ordinary person, it would be like a drop of water missing from the ocean. But for Li Xuanji teetering on the edge of life and death, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. That moment of relief allowed him to seize his chance. Roar! Li Xuanji let out a howl that resembled no human sound. He exhausted the last remnants of his vitality, igniting a trace of lingering energy within the Divine King Order. Time-Space Sequence Ultimate Overload Space Folding. This was not teleportation. In this gravitational field, space had been compressed to the density of iron. There was no way to pass through. Instead, he folded the 30 meters of space together as if he were folding paper. Whoosh! His blood-red figure vanished from the spot. In the next second, a bloody hand clutched desperately at the edge of the abyss. Up! Li Xuanji's veins bulged as he summoned every last ounce of strength like a dying fish flinging itself from that hellish abyss. Bang! He crashed heavily onto the floor of the hall, rolling over to lie on his back. Covered in blood, not a single unscathed inch. Yet he smiled. A smile so vigorous it sent a spray of blood from his chest. He trembled as he raised his right hand towards Li Tianhao, who still sat in astonishment on his tank engine throne. He defiantly raised his middle finger. Old man, Li Xuanji gasped, his voice gravelly, as if filled with grit. Pour me a drink, fill it up. Li Tianhao stared at the bloodied figure on the ground, then at the middle finger. The muscles in his old face twitched twice, unsure whether to be angry or amused. All right, I'll give you credit for your guts. Li Tianhao waved his hand, and a gentle stream of energy lifted the bottle of wine from the table, landing precisely by Li Xuanji's side. Don't get too cocky. This is just to gauge how tough your skin is and warm you up. A sly smile curled at the corners of Li Tianhao's mouth, the classic expression of a cunning fox setting a trap for a little fox. The next trial is not about brute strength, but wits. The second trial, desperate situation battle of the fallen gods. This is what you meant by using your brain. Li Xuanji stared at the cold metallic shell of the device before him. After downing a bottle of erguotu from his hometown and drawing energy from the system, his injuries had mostly healed. However, his clothes were utterly ruined, hanging on him like tattered rags. The holographic tactical simulation system, the family heirloom of the Li clan, Li Tianhao said, patting the metal shell, the dull sound echoing through the hall. Once inside, you will become the supreme commander of a battle that is destined to be fatal. If you win, you can leave with the techniques. If you lose, you will experience 1,000 ways to be devoured by the insectoid swarm. Sounds fair, and I get a free VR experience. Li Xuanji shrugged as he stepped into the coffin-like capsule. Remember to leave a good review, old master. The hatch closed, neural connections engaged. Consciousness descended. When he opened his eyes again, the world had transformed. Gone was the stench of oil and sweat in the ancestral hall. This was a hellish battlefield. The sky was a nauseating dark red, and colossal rings of stars shattered overhead. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and charred flesh, burning his lungs with each breath. Li Xuanji stood on the bridge of a Titan-class battleship, the tactical map before him glaringly red. Mission objective: hold the line, defeat the insectoid queen, survive. Current forces comparison: our remaining fleet 90 casualties versus the endless tide of the insectoid swarm. System victory prediction 0. 00001. Are they kidding me? Li Xuanji stared at the long string of zeros after the decimal point. This was no battle simulation, it was a stylish funeral invitation. Before he could familiarize himself with the interface, the alarm blared, threatening to shatter his eardrums. On the radar screen, red dots representing the enemy surged from all directions, devoid of tactical maneuvering, only a sheer crush of numbers. In the first round, Li Xuanji attempted a textbook defensive formation, a turtle-style strategy. Result lasted 3 minutes. The defense line collapsed, and he was swallowed whole by a leviathan beast, catching a whiff of its foul breath before dying. His vision went black, and he reloaded. In the second round, he tried guerrilla warfare, scattering the fleet and using the asteroid belt as cover. Result lasted 8 minutes. The insectoid queen unleashed a mental storm, leaving everyone brain dead. Third round, 10th round, 50th round. Decapitation missions were thwarted midway, suicide attacks failed to breach the shields, and surrendering crews were treated as food. With each death, the painful reality surged through his nerves. In the real world. In the ancestral hall, Li Tianhao took a sip of the cigarette offered by Li Xuanji, squinting at the screen where the avatars flickered between gray and bright. Youthful impatience, the old master exhaled a puff of smoke. The prototype of this battle of divine fall is a deadlock I barely broke through after 3 days and nights on the border. Want to win? Dream on. This challenge tests your ability to withstand pressure. Surviving 15 minutes is considered passing. Grandfather, brother-in-law, he isn't planning to command anymore. Li Xingyao exclaimed, her eyes glued to the live data. He gave up. Li Tianhao turned to the screen. In the 51st restart, Li Xuanji was not maneuvering the fleet or organizing defenses. He dismissed all escort ships. The avatar representing the commander piloted an unarmed high-speed shuttle, the throttle stuck, racing towards the edge of the map. What does this kid think he's doing? Running away? Li Tianhao frowned. The boundary of the virtual battlefield is a logical air wall. Running out leads to data turbulence, a dead end. In the virtual world, Li Xuanji piloted the shuttle, the thrusters overheating, a swarm of insects relentlessly pursuing him. To hell with holding the line, to hell with tactical skills. Li Xuanji gazed at the faintly glowing blue boundary, representing no passage, his eyes ignited with madness. After dozens of brutal defeats, he understood. This system was rigged. The insectoid forces were locked as infinite respawn. Due to logical constraints, as long as this underlying setting remained, he could be a reincarnated war god and still tire out. Since playing by the rules was futile, he decided to flip the table. System, get to work. Li Xuanji extended his left hand and grasped at the void. Void grasped steel. This time the target was not a tangible item, not hidden cash. In this purely data-constructed virtual world, his causality plunder skill underwent a qualitative change. His hand did not collide with the insurmountable air wall. Instead, it penetrated through the surface like dipping into water, reaching into the supercomputer's core code repository, touching the burning logical core. Target locked, virtual battlefield core, logic protocol library. Cheating code detected, enemy respawn rate infinite. Theft judgment. This is an exposed code segment, success rate 100. Give it here. In the real world, Li Tianhao, flicking ash off his cigarette, suddenly heard a shrill alarm. Warning. System logic error. Core data lost. Warning. Enemy generation module cannot be retrieved. Loading failed. Cough, cough. The old master choked on the strong tea, extinguishing his half-finished cigarette. Cannot retrieve. Loading failed. It was fine just a moment ago. He widened his eyes, staring at the red error codes flashing before him. In the virtual battlefield, the tide of insects which had been pouring out of the wormholes transformed into disconnected video game characters. The insectoid queen, poised to launch a full-scale attack, froze in motion. The reinforcements that should have continuously emerged from the wormhole vanished. Not only did they vanish, but the existing escort swarm around her also began to flicker, glitching due to the absence of refresh logic. Pop. Like bubbles bursting, they disappeared. The battlefield instantly quieted, leaving only ambient sound effects. The insectoid queen, all alone in the void, wore a bewildered expression on her monstrous face. Li Xuanji piloted the battered shuttle back, leisurely drifting through space. He opened a public channel and whistled at the bewildered queen. Hey, big bug. No internet, huh? Let's settle this onion on. The ensuing scene was a massacre. The boss of the dungeon, stripped of reinforcements, was surrounded and brutally beaten by Li Xuanji's remaining fleet. 3 minutes later, the insectoid queen exploded into a magnificent display of electronic fireworks. Golden letters flashed in the center of the screen. Victory. Completion rating SSS. Consciousness returned. The hatch slid open, hydraulic pressure hissing away. Li Xuanji crawled out, stretching lazily, his joints cracking. He glanced at Li Tianhao, whose hands trembled as he struggled to hold a teacup, and smiled innocently. Old master, is your system in disrepair? Li Xuanji scratched his head, pulling a flickering blue data code sphere from his pocket and tossing it up like a coin. That big bug suddenly disconnected mid-fight, and I had to finish it off one by one. So exhausting. Here, this seems like it fell out of its belly, returning it to you. Li Tianhao's eyes locked onto the familiar, infinite respawn logic code in his hand. That had been the core algorithm he had commissioned a top hacker to write for 300 million. His face flushed red. He pointed at Li Xuanji, fingers trembling. You? After a long pause, Li Tianhao finally shouted the words hidden in his heart, shaking the ancestral hall. You bastard. You even managed to steal the source code. Are you a devil? In the shadows on the second floor. The holographic projection of the gothic lowly with twin tails, Li Tianzhao, the true powerhouse of the Li family, laughed, her black wings fluttering behind her. She wiped away a data stream tear from the corner of her eye, sending Li Xuanji an emoji in a private channel. Perspective opened. JPG. Note, this maneuver is even more audacious than when Li Qinghai dismantled the motherboard back in the day. The night in Tianyuan Fortress was eerily quiet, with the cold winds howling against the outer walls, creating a cacophony of sound. Li Xuanji lay on the hard bed, his body aching from the trials of the day. Despite using his retroactive abilities, the sensation of being crushed lingered, leaving him in discomfort. Even the slightest movement sent pangs of pain through his head. That old man is ruthless, and the beds in the Li family are truly unforgiving. No mattress in sight. Li Xuanji muttered to himself, rolling over in search of a more comfortable position on the unforgiving pillow. Click. There was no sound of footsteps nor any fluctuation in the air. The alloy door, which could only be locked from the inside, slid open without warning. A gust of cold air mingled with the musty scent of old books, and a hint of sweet candy rushed in, instantly dispelling the lingering smell of oil in the room. Instinctively, Li Xuanji tightened his muscles, feeling for the high-frequency, vibrating dagger he had pilfered from the vault beneath his pillow. Yet in the next moment, he found himself unable to move. It was not a binding restraint like ropes, but an absolute suppression stemming from the very core of his being. It felt as if he were a fly trapped in amber, his thoughts racing while his body was utterly disconnected. Who? Li Xuanji strained to turn his eyes. In his line of sight, a shadow cloaked in black did not walk through the door, but glided in like a specter. Bathed in the faint red glow from the railgun lights outside the window, he discerned the visitor, a young girl. She appeared no older than 15 or 16, clad in an elaborate black Gothic lace nightgown complete with a pair of aesthetically pleasing black wings on her back. Clutched in her arms was a filthy rabbit plush toy, missing one ear, exuding an eerily whimsical vibe reminiscent of a doll from a sinister nursery rhyme. An assassin, or just a lost little brat? Just as this thought flickered in Li Xuanji's mind, the doll floated to the edge of his bed. Her bare feet hovered 3 inches above the ground, and her pink eyes gleamed with a greedy, neurotic hunger, as if she yearned to swallow him whole. "Haven't you gone to sleep yet, little one?" Her voice was soft and youthful, yet laced with an unsettling ancientness that sent shivers down his spine. Li Xuanji attempted to speak, but it felt as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat, allowing only a few monosyllabic sounds to escape. "Shoo." A cold finger pressed against his lips adorned with black nail polish. "Don't wake the old man. He sleeps lightly, and has an even worse temper than I do." The girl giggled and slowly sank down, directly straddling Li Xuanji's waist. Even through the blanket, the penetrating chill seeped into his bones. She leaned closer, her nose almost touching his face like a small beast with a keen sense of smell, inhaling deeply. "I knew it." Her gaze became dreamy as her fingers glided down his cheek to his throat, lightly scratching his skin and sending a shiver through him. "You carry the scent of that little bastard from Qinghai, and the smell of that weeping girl Xiaomengli. Is she still cuddling that old rabbit to sleep?" Li Xuanji's heart raced, his mind nearly overloaded. Overload of information. Calling his father-in-law a little bastard. And knowing Xiaomengli's intimate habits. Who was this girl? Was she Li Qinghai's illegitimate daughter? No, her tone sounded more like that of a jilted ex-lover. "Tell me." The girl's expression shifted abruptly, her previous playfulness transforming into a chilling intent. Her fingers tightened around his throat. "Who taught you that code-stealing program you used in the virtual battlefield during the day? Don't tell me it was the system or divine intervention." Her eyes glimmered with a dangerous crimson light. "That method which can bypass basic logic and directly alter causality, we call it the hand of God in the void. What exactly are you?" Li Xuanji's mind raced. This was no ambush, it was a death sentence. Compared to the physical pressure from Li Tianhao, this psychological interrogation was far more lethal. A single misstep in his response could lead this capricious, lowly, to unhesitatingly crack open his skull to examine whether his brain was merely data. Cough. Li Xuanji forced his meager temporal source to break the paralysis in his throat. He neither begged for mercy nor offered explanations. Instead, he grinned, showcasing his signature rogue smile. "Well, beautiful, while I know I'm quite handsome, bursting into someone else's room like this in the middle of the night would definitely get me a call to the authorities for harassment back on Blue Star. Also, could you introduce yourself first? This position is a bit beyond what I expected." The girl paused, caught off guard. She had anticipated fear, trembling, or forced calmness, but not this audacious flirtation. "Introduce myself." She tilted her head, a sickly smile curling at her lips. "I am Li Tianzhao. By lineage, Li Tianhao is my brother-in-law, and that ungrateful Li Qinghai should call me aunt. So, my dear son-in-law, you should address me as Auntie Milk." If Li Xuanji could move, he would have spat out a mouthful of blood. Auntie Milk. Looking at this ethereal 15-year-old Gothic lowly, then recalling the nearly 80-year-old muscle-bound Li Tianhao. Was this lineage of the God King experiencing some bizarre genetic mutation? Or do the wealthy just take care of themselves to such an extreme? "What's wrong? You don't want to call me that." Li Tianhao's eyes turned cold, her fingers tightening slightly, sending a sting through him. "Or do you want me to turn you into a rabbit as well?" "Wait. Auntie Milk." "Dear Auntie." Li Xuanji quickly yielded, adept at bending to circumstances. "It's just that you look so young with your impeccable maintenance, I can't bring myself to call you that, fearing it might shorten my life." As for that ability, Li Xuanji blinked, his tone becoming earnest as he entered his leading man mode. "It's merely because of my profound love for the Li family, wanting to alleviate my father-in-law's burdens." This sincere heart moved the heavens, and they rewarded me with the ability. Is that so wrong? The skill of softening hard truths, full of hot air, activated. The atmosphere fell silent for 2 seconds. Then Li Tianzhao leaned back, bursting into a fit of laughter, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Aha! Move the heavens. What a sincere heart. She laughed until tears nearly streamed down her cheeks, and the suffocating pressure dissipated alongside her mirth. If that bastard Li Qinghai had half your shamelessness back in the day, he wouldn't have been banished from the family, nor would he have abandoned me. Beneath her laughter lay a hint of madness and melancholy. Smooth talker. But I like it. Li Tianzhao leaned closer again, this time devoid of menace, only the excitement of discovering a new toy. She extended her delicate pink tongue and teasingly licked Li Xuanji's earlobe. Moist cold with a hint of sweetness. Li Xuanji shivered, goosebumps erupting all over him. This was not the affection of a relative, it was akin to being licked by a venomous snake. Since you've called me Annie Milk, I can't let you die too disgracefully tomorrow. Snap. She tossed a biological chip the size of a fingernail onto Li Xuanji's chest. The third round is a real battle. That stubborn old man will surely drag out the dusty old relic from the basement. Li Tianzhao picked up the ragged rabbit plush again, her form beginning to turn transparent, like a data stream on the verge of dissipating. This is a weakness analysis of that rusted hunk of junk along with a message I want to convey to that deadbeat Li Qinghai. If you manage to survive and meet him, please deliver it. Li Xuanji picked up the chip, feeling a faint data pulse beneath his fingertips. Why help me? He asked, surprised. Given her previous madness, he expected her to turn him into a specimen. Li Tianzhao's figure floated toward the door, pausing briefly at his question. She did not turn back. Because this family is too boring. For decades, the Li family has become like this fortress, rusty, decaying, and monotonous. I want to see what kind of stir you, the little brat who can infuriate Li Qinghai and dismantle the virtual systems, can create in this stagnant pool. Don't die, my dear son-in-law. With that, the door closed behind her. Only the faint, sweet scent lingered in the air, a testament to the surreal encounter. Li Xuanji clutched the still warm chip, touching his damp earlobe with a wry smile and shaking his head. This soft life not only risks infuriating my father-in-law, but also involves dodging these elder relatives. Is there not a single normal person in this God King family? The next morning at the training ground. The air was dry as if sparks could ignite at any moment, and the ground was not soil, but a steel surface laid with layers of discarded mech armor plates. Li Tianzhao remained seated upon his throne, modified from a tank engine, holding a bottle of Erguo. He hadn't finished the night before his gaze sharper than the previous day. Opposite him, the central arena trembled violently. Boom. As a massive platform slowly rose, a mech towering 15 meters high, entirely black, and exuding a menacing aura, emerged into the morning light. It lacked the sleek beauty of modern mechs, its body covered in sharp spikes and rough welds. The left arm bore a heavy tower shield still dripping with black oil, while the right wielded a 10-meter-long chainsaw sword. Prominently engraved on the chest of the mech were the two bold characters, Shura. The third round, and also the final round. Li Tianzhao's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, reverberating in Li Xuanji's ears. This is the Shura prototype that I piloted in my youth. Although it's merely a hunk of metal, now moving under the control of a combat assist AI, its combat instincts are rated SSS. The rules for this round are simple. Li Tianzhao took a swig of his drink, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. I know your wives are formidable, especially that starry Yao girl with her spatial abilities. It's practically cheating. So, buzz. A light blue force field enveloped the entire training ground. The absolute prohibition field has been activated. Here, any external battle-made summons will be ineffective, and don't think about escaping via spatial transmission. Li Xuanji, you must rely solely on your meager physical strength to contend with this killing machine. Defeat it or be torn apart. The wind and sand swept across the training ground, striking Li Xuanji's slightly pale face with a sting. There was no battle maiden, no resonance. Even the space kite strategy he excelled at was largely sealed by that damned force field. Li Xuanji stood alone on the steel ground, gripping a 20-centimeter-long high-frequency, vibrating dagger. Before the 15-meter-tall Shura prototype machine, he felt as insignificant as an ant armed with a paring knife preparing to slay a dragon. Old man, you're not playing fair. I'm a mage, and you want me to switch to a berserker and grapple with a Gundam. Li Xuanji complained, but his body instinctively lowered its center of gravity, muscle memory immediately taking over his brain. It was an instinct honed in the bug tied back on Blue Star while piloting a class scrap mech. Li Tianzhao sneered from the stands, crushing half a railing in his grip. A man who can't survive without a woman isn't a man at all. Begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally motionless Shura mech's single-eyed monitor suddenly blazed with a crimson light. Roar. Although it was a machine, the sound of the engine starting resembled the roar of an ancient beast. There was no need for a warm-up. That explosive power defied the laws of physics, manifesting in an instant. The colossal figure of 15 meters left a blur in its wake. Damn. So fast. Li Xuanji felt his scalp tingle, his dynamic vision barely able to catch a whirling vortex of black. Neural acceleration. He didn't hesitate to expend mental energy, applying a double-speed buff to himself. The world around him slowed, and the rusted giant chainsaw sword screamed through the air, slicing past his nose. Boom. The shockwave upturned the ground. Although Li Xuanji avoided the direct strike, the gale generated by the blade hammered against his chest like a heavy blow. He flew like a ragdoll, rolling several times on the steel surface, finally kneeling on one knee and carving a deep groove into the ground. Too weak. Li Tianhao shook his head in disappointment from the stand. Without the battle maiden's shield, you're merely a fragile carbon-based life form. Surrender, leave the smoke behind, and get lost. Grandpa, don't rush to conclusions. In the shadowy depths of the second floor, the holographic image of Li Tianhao swung his legs, crunching on a lollipop, his eyes filled with rapidly refreshing pink data streams. This kid's heart rate is remarkably steady. Steady as a surgeon in the operating room. At the edge of the training ground, Li Xingyao stomped anxiously, wishing to rush in. Brother-in-law, hurry and use space teleportation to escape. That metal lump will flatten you. Escape? Why? Li Youyue emerged from the shadows, arms crossed, her cold gaze devoid of panic, exuding a blind trust instead. He broke the Academy's record for defeating AB Mech with a Class 1. Such a straightforward, rigid program is full of flaws in his eyes. I agree. Li Weiyin, who had been staring at the data terminal, adjusted her goggles, her tone mechanical yet assured. Brother-in-law's evasion route follows the golden ratio. He's guiding the mech into overload. In the center of the battlefield, Li Xuanji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes shining with intensity. Surrender. The only words in my dictionary are dismember. He took a deep breath, recalling the schematics from the chip Li Tianhao had given him last night. Red lines accurately outlined the sole weak point of this killing machine on his retina. Shura Mech's left armpit, forced cooling valve. Activates every 15 seconds, duration 0. 5 seconds. On Blue Star, he piloted the worst mechs and repaired the most complex engines. He knew better than anyone that the more intricate a killing machine, the more vulnerable it was to a grain of sand. Come again. Li Xuanji roared, charging forward. The Shura mech seemed infuriated by the ant's provocation, its massive tower shield crashing down like a fortress wall. Now's the moment. Li Xuanji twisted his body with an uncanny agility, executing the textbook-level Zaxxy's jitter from Blue Star's pilot training. He darted repeatedly around the mech's ankle, knee, and even the edge of the shield, each movement akin to dancing on the blade's edge. Each evasion brought him face-to-face with death. 5 seconds passed, and the mech's chainsaw sword left a bloody gash across his back. 10 seconds, and the high-temperature steam expelled by the mech burned half of his face bright red. 13 seconds. 14 seconds. The Shura mech seemed to lose patience, raising its left arm to prepare for the deadly Mount Tai crush. In that instant, the heavy armor plate beneath its armpit emitted a soft click, slowly sliding open to reveal a glowing crimson cooling pipe inside. Only 0. 5 seconds. Freeze for me. Li Xuanji's eyes widened, silver light flashing in his gaze as he drained his soul power to unleash the most extravagant skill. Time stagnation. Buzz. The entire world turned gray-white. The unstoppable mech froze in midair, the steam it had expelled crystallizing into a statue. The originally brief 0. 5 second window was forcibly stretched to 1. 5 seconds in Li Xuanji's subjective experience. In that 5 seconds, a top-tier Blue Star veteran could accomplish many things. Li Xuanji leaped off the mech's knee, his high-frequency, vibrating dagger acting as a precise surgical scalpel. No flourish, only extreme speed, accuracy, and lethality. With a swift thrust, the dagger severed a hydraulic line as thick as a thumb. But that wasn't enough. It merely incapacitated it, not enough for a true shock. Li Xuanji reversed the dagger into the gap, and in the blink of an eye, using the Qilin arm he had honed in the repair shop, clamped down on the scalding core armor plate. Open for me. Muscle fibers snapped, blood vessels burst. Crack. That was the sound of metal fatigue fracturing. Time resumed its flow. Roar, eh. The Shura mech emitted a bewildered mechanical sound. Its fist poised to strike fell limply as its hydraulics failed. Then everyone witnessed a scene that sent shivers down their spines. Li Xuanji, covered in blood, hung beneath the mech's armpit, forcefully extracting the still-sparking control core. No flashy system hack, purely the result of his profound understanding of mechanical structure and that one violent moment of life-risking disassembly. Boom. The steel behemoth, bereft of its core, buckled at the knees, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Ha. Li Xuanji stood on the mech's shoulder, holding the still-dripping core, grinning at Li Tianhao in the stands, who was left speechless with his jaw nearly on the ground. Old man. He shook the component in his hand, his voice hoarse, yet laced with a rebellious tone. This thing was too noisy, so I just casually gave it a neutering operation. Silence enveloped the arena. On the second floor, Li Tianzhao bit through his lollipop, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Violent aesthetics combined with god-tier microcontrol. This kid is even wilder than Li Qinghai when he dismantled my mech back in the day. Below the stands, Li Xingyou's mouth formed an O, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow, brother-in-law is so cool. What was that move? I want to learn too. Li Youyue's lips curled slightly upward, her scythe of extinction quietly retracting. I knew it. The man I chose, even without a battle maiden, is a god of war. Only Li Wayne quickly rummaged through her spatial pouch, her face tense. Soft tissue bruising all over, 3 fractured bones, mental power exhaustion. We need to get him back quickly. My recovery pod is already warmed up. In the stands, Li Tianhao watched the swaying figure momentarily, seeing the same rebellious child from years past. Good boy. Li Tianhao took a deep breath, waving his hand to dismiss the barrier. You've won this round. For the first time, the old man's voice lacked that lofty arrogance, instead carrying a hint of genuine recognition for the young man as a member of the Li family. Come down, stop posing up there. If you don't get down soon, I'm afraid you'll dismantle the remaining parts of that mech and sell them as scrap metal. Li Xuanji chuckled, the tension finally releasing. As his vision dimmed, he plummeted straight from the mech. Yet just before he hit the ground, a gentle wave of spatial energy caught him. A familiar aura accompanied by a comforting fragrance. Brother-in-law. Before his consciousness faded, Li Xuanji heard his sister-in-law's tearful cry along with the system's melodious notification in his mind. Ding. Side quest completed. Acquired Divine Guardian of the 9 Heavens. Congratulations, host. Your hard power has gained recognition from the ancestor, achieving the soft rice, hard eat accomplishment 1. The smoke of battle had yet to dissipate, and the coreless mecha, the Xiao Luo, resembled a steel beast with its heart ripped out. Though it lacked a central intelligence, the remaining energy circuits had gone completely haywire. The alarm blared sharply, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard. From the seams of the mecha, dark red streams of high-energy particles erupted, crackling ominously. This thing was about to explode. Li Tianhao sprang from the tank's pilot seat, as if propelled by springs. The self-detonation of its glass mecha was akin to a small nuclear bomb. Inside this confined metal, anyone caught in the blast would be reduced to mere shadows on the walls. Get moving, you fool. What are you posing for? Run. Li Tianhao shouted until his voice cracked. Was this kid's brain addled after the recent skirmish? Yet Li Xuanji remained still. Clutching the sparking heat dissipation core, he stood nonchalantly on the shoulder of the impending explosion. The wind whipped around him, fluttering the tattered cloth of his attire, revealing bruises on his chest that made him look tragically heroic. Run. What a joke. This was an ancient glass prototype crafted from genuine starfallen iron. If it blew up, it would be a colossal waste. Why run? It can still be fixed. This is a valuable piece. Li Xuanji muttered, tossing the core into the system space. Immediately, he executed an action that nearly made Li Tianhao's eyes pop out. Instead of fleeing, he crouched down and pressed both hands directly onto the scalding energy conduit of the mecha. System, stop playing dead. Get to work. Li Xuanji roared internally. That last assessment was an SSS rating. The rewards should be in by now. Give me a plan and I'm claiming this mecha. Ding. Congratulations, host, on clearing the 3rd assessment. SSS rating settlement complete. Reward fate points, 50,000. Qualification for the Xuanji Jiutian inheritance confirmed. The system's notification sounded like celestial music. High-energy explosion source detected. Glass mecha Xiao Luo is in a state of frenzy. Plan A, tactical retreat. Survival rate 100, but you will lose this cool toy. Plan B, spend fate points to alter destiny. Consume 10,000 fate points to activate the talent skill reconstruction of all things basic level. Coupled with the host's spatial abilities, forcibly take over the mecha's logic. 10,000 points. Are you robbing me? Li Xuanji grimaced at the thought of losing that many points, but glanced at the giant beneath him and gritted his teeth. Fine. He'll buy it. Ding. Purchase successful. Reconstruction of all things activated. Is this the joy of a spending player? Buzz. A colossal and intricate stream of data surged into Li Xuanji's mind, revealing the deconstruction and reassembly logic of countless mechanical structures. What had once appeared to him as mere scrap metal transformed into a web of transparent lines and nodes. Obey me. Li Xuanji's eyes blazed with a blinding silver light, a perfect fusion of temporal power and reconstruction logic. The chaotic red energy stream upon encountering this newfound force seemed to hit a pause button. The domineering system logic spread through the mecha's neural pathways like a virus, forcibly altering the base enemy recognition code. Unclaimed high-energy mecha detected, initiating forced ownership. Judgment result: Mecha Xuanji has submitted. After all, who could refuse a man willing to spend on it? The dark red light, which had been on the verge of explosion, suddenly contracted, transforming into a remarkably stable azure hue. The suffocating wave of heat vanished in an instant. The massive steel giant trembled, its singular eye reigniting, now glowing not with murderous crimson, but with obedient blue. Then, in the profound silence that enveloped the scene, boom! The 15-meter-tall war machine that had accompanied Li Tianhao into battle slowly knelt. Its movements were stiff yet solemn as it lowered itself to one knee, its enormous mechanical hand opened gently, supporting Li Xuanji, who stood on its shoulder as if paying homage to a new ruler. Li Xuanji took a seat in the palm of the mecha, the previous exertion nearly draining his mental strength, causing his hands to tremble. He wiped the oil and blood from his face, grinning widely at the stunned Li Tianhao in the distance, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. Old man, this giant has quite a temper, but I just spent a little pocket money to give it a minor brain surgery, so it's calmed down now. He patted the cool armor beneath him, producing a crisp sound. Consider this third assessment cleared for me. If it's deemed property damage, I can't afford to pay. All I can offer is my flesh. The hall fell silent save for the hum of the exhaust fan. In the shadows of the second floor, Li Tianhao's holographic image erupted in laughter, his small black wings flapping wildly. He brandished a neon sign that read, 100 points, shaking it enthusiastically. Huh, old man, you look utterly stunned. What do you call this? It's called broadening one's horizons. Not only did he dismantle your mecha, but he also went ahead and claimed it. Li Tianhao stood rooted to the spot, his chest heaving violently, his face flushed with indignation. Did it hurt? Of course. This mecha had been with him for decades. Though retired, it was still a half-comrade in arms. Yet more than that, a long-lost appreciation bubbled within him, igniting his blood with fervor. This audacity, this madness of risking everything for survival, and that composed manner of spending money even if he didn't know how much. Damn it. Li Tianhao muttered under his breath, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Just like, too much like, more shameless than that ungrateful Li Qinghai, but also stronger. Back in the day, Li Qinghai had passed this assessment by sheer skill. This kid before him had torn up the test paper and snatched away the examiner's pen. Enough. Stop showing off. Li Tianhao waved his sleeve, deactivating the defensive field of the training ground, and bellowed, "Get down here. Now that you've claimed it, the maintenance expenses are on you. Why, don't keep idle hands. And don't smear your blood on my mecha." Got it. Li Xuanji had no intention of being coy. He controlled the mecha to gently lower himself to the ground. Just as his feet touched the ground, a fragrant wind laden with tears enveloped him. "Brother-in-law, you scared me to death." Li Xingyao clung to him like an octopus, her tears and snot making his already dirty clothes even dirtier. That red light almost exploded. "You just stood there. If you had been blown to bits, sister would have skinned me alive." "Cough easy now, Xingyao. My ribs are going to break." Li Xuanji grinned through the pain, feeling warmth in his heart. From the shadows, Li Youyue stepped forward. She still wore a cold expression, as if the person who had wanted to rush into the force field to save him was not her at all. But the advanced treatment spray in her hand, already uncapped, betrayed her. "If you act recklessly like that again, I'll break your legs first, so you won't be recklessly endangering yourself." Li Youyue said coldly, though her hand moved gently as she sprayed the treatment on Li Xuanji's wounds. "Enough with the tears, it's embarrassing." Li Tianhao turned, hands clasped behind him, and walked deeper into the hall, his posture still upright, though his footsteps were noticeably lighter. "Kid, follow me. What you want is inside. As for you girls," the old man paused without turning around, "wait outside. Some things are secrets between men." Li Xuanji patted Li Xingyou's head, signaling for her to relax, then took a deep breath before dragging his weary body to follow. Passing through several heavy biological recognition doors, the air grew colder, the smell of machine oil vanished, replaced by a dry electrical scent. There were no bookshelves, no stacks of ancient texts, only a colossal floating light brain. It was crafted from translucent crystal streams of data flowing within that sparkled like galaxies, emanating a pressure that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. "Here we are." Li Tianhao halted, pointing at the immense light brain, his voice dropping to a solemn tone. Did you think Xuanji was a book? Or perhaps a jade tablet? The old man turned, his murky eyes gleaming with sharp intelligence akin to a fox revealing its tail. Incorrect. It is a living memory, a mental fortress constructed by the ancestors of the Li family using spiritual power. Whether you can bear it depends not on talent, but fate. But before that, Li Tianhao suddenly fixed Li Xuanji with a piercing gaze, uttering words that sent a chill through Li Xuanji's heart. There is a secret about this world that you must know first. In the dimly lit room, the flickering light cast the faces of the two men in a ghostly pallor. Li Xuanji felt a jolt of unease in his heart. The old lord's words held deeper meaning. Could it be that the Li family had already discovered his origins from another world? Or did this old man possess some sort of mind-reading ability? A secret? Li Xuanji feigned calmness as he fiddled with his ear. Don't tell me that the Li family is actually the remnants of aliens, and that this planet is our backyard. Li Tianhao ignored his jest, his gaze fixed on the glowing orb of light hovering in the air, his eyes as deep as a bottomless well. This object was excavated by our first ancestor from an ancient battlefield of gods and demons. It is due to this that the Li family was able to rise swiftly during the early stages of the Great Catastrophe, establishing a legacy worthy of a god king. Outsiders only know that Xuanji can command battle maidens and dramatically enhance mental power. Yet they remain unaware that its true essence is not a martial technique. The old lord turned, his head pointed to his brow, and spoke with an unprecedented solemnity. It is a divine decree, a pact that can transform a person's soul into a god's seat, and the souls of battle maidens into stars. It is not about control, but rather symbiosis and dominion. God's seat. Stars. Li Xuanji was momentarily stunned. The atmosphere had shifted abruptly from hardcore science fiction to mythical epic. Go ahead. Li Tianhao moved aside. Place your hand on it. Whether you can sit on this god seat depends on your own fortune. Qinghai took 3 days and nights to barely condense the first wisp of imperial divine thought, nearly becoming a vegetable from soul exhaustion. Li Xuanji stared at the orb flowing with golden runes, swallowing hard. This is it. Having come so far, how could he return empty-handed? He stepped forward slowly, extending his right hand to press against the cold crystal surface. Boom. Without any warning, a terrifying torrent of souls surged up his arm and directly into his mind. It felt as if an entire galaxy was being forcibly crammed into a mortal vessel. Pain. His soul felt as though it were being ripped into countless fragments, each piece being washed and restructured by myriad rules. Deep within his consciousness, Li Xuanji beheld a vast, boundless chaos. At the center of this void floated the legendary Xuanji. When he finally discerned its true form, his entire being went numb. This was no book. It was a sprawling map of souls. Countless invisible threads of causality radiated outward, awaiting the connection with those destined. This is the inheritance of the God King. Li Xuanji was overwhelmed in his consciousness. Isn't this just a cross-dimensional soul chat system? Ding. High-level soul laws detected, fragment of divine level. System intervening, analyzing. Discovering a multitude of complex soul incantations. Ancient people truly are formidable, resisting rules with mere flesh optimization underway. The system's voice sounded like celestial music to his ears. Li Xuanji distinctly felt the pressure that threatened to burst his head suddenly ease. The once obscure ancient runes swiftly transformed into simple and comprehensible concepts under the system's translation. First-tier mental resonance establishes soul bonds. Significant increase in mental power, allowing contracts with multiple battle maidens. The stronger the mental power, the more battle maidens can be contracted. Communicating with one's wives no longer requires speech, a mere thought broadcasts throughout the entire channel, even instantaneously across the cosmos. Second-tier ability projection, the battle maiden's innate skills can be directly projected onto the host. There is no need for Mecha. The host can exhibit the abilities of the battle maidens in their flesh. One can also project their own abilities onto multiple battle maidens. Third-tier king's descent, force dominion, soul fusion. All connected battle maidens' mental powers merge with the host. One person is an army, one person is a deity. Fourth-tier divine, right domain fragment, Li Qinghai's realm-specific abilities unknown. I understand. Li Xuanji snapped his fingers in the void. In simpler terms, the reason my father-in-law is powerful is that he has trained himself into a god king, treating his wives as divine generals with interconnected powers. And I. Li Xuanji gazed at the progress bar optimized by the system, a wild smile creeping across his face. With the system as my extraordinary auxiliary artifact, I won't need to painstakingly navigate the soul contract's rejection like my father-in-law. Ding. Optimization complete. Loading 1050-100. In the real room, Li Tianhao watched Li Xuanji, who was trembling with closed eyes, clutching a heart-saving pill, his palms slick with sweat. Hang in there even just for an hour. However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes wide. In that instant, the previously dark room burst into brilliant light. Deep within Li Xuanji's pupils, 9 different colored divine rings began to rotate slowly, each emanating a chilling mental wave. These represented the soul ports of various battle maiden attributes. Although most remained unoccupied, the majestic god seed had already been forged. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from within him, not a violent destructive force, but an absolute dominion akin to a god king gazing down upon all living beings. Mental power materialized. Mental intensity. The heart-saving pill in Li Tianhao's hand fell to the ground with a thud. He glanced at the timer on the wall. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. The old lord's voice trembled, his beard quivering. Qinghai took 3 days, and you took 3 minutes. Are you some kind of born divine soul body? Li Xuanji reigned in the divine light in his eyes, the overwhelming pressure dissipating, returning to his carefree demeanor. Old lord, is this what you meant by high difficulty? He rolled his neck, feeling an unprecedented clarity of mind. Perhaps my physique is somewhat special, perfectly aligned with this thing. Li Tianhao took a deep breath, picked up the fallen pill, blew on it, and swallowed it himself to calm his nerves. He stared at Li Xuanji for a while, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. Physique. The old man scoffed, suddenly lowering his voice to a volume only the two could hear. Kid, stop pretending. There's a trace of that thing on you, right? Li Xuanji stiffened, a cold sweat breaking out. This was his greatest secret. Don't look at me like that. Li Tianhao waved his hand, dismissively turning toward the exit. The Li family has guarded this place for hundreds of years and has seen many strange occurrences. Qinghai also had that so-called opportunity, though not quite like yours. This is a variable of the times as well as the Li family's fortune. I don't care if you're from another world or if you've taken over someone's body, as long as you recognize these wise, you are one of the Li family. The old lord's figure vanished at the doorway, leaving behind a cryptic remark. Make good use of that power. The God-Fallen Festival is in fact a trap set for those with such power. Don't die. Li Xuanji stood rooted to the spot, exhaling a long breath. The old fox really is as cunning as they come. Just then an unexpected uproar erupted in his mind. The soul link ports he had just established suddenly lit up, several of them. Hey, can you hear me? This is the Xingyao channel. Wow, brother-in-law's voice is really directly in my head. So cool. Shut up, Li Xingyao. This was Li Youyue's cool voice, but it carried a barely perceptible hint of shyness and reassurance. Are you all right? I felt your soul waves were quite intense just now. Li Xuanji, daring to directly link to the president's mental core. Did you get my approval? But this feeling of being enveloped isn't too bad. This was Li Shiguang's proud huff. There was even a timid voice that chimed in. Brother-in-law, I'm Wayne. I've linked up too. Your brainwave frequency is so warm, like being back in the cradle. Li Xuanji covered his forehead, listening to the din of voices in his mind, unable to suppress a tender smile that crept across his lips. Though it was a bit noisy, this mode of fully embracing life was truly delightful. The wind in the conference room had not yet subsided, carrying with it the lingering scent of gunpowder from the ancestral grounds of the Li family. Li Xuanji slumped into the main seat, the creaking of his bones resonating as he sank into the chair like a lump of melted clay. His tattered windbreaker hung in strips, and the bloodstains on his face had yet to dry, but the wild glint in his sideways glance commanded the room with an iron grip. He did not rush to lament his fate. With a casual gesture of his left hand, a swirling pattern of dark golden light flickered at his fingertips, accompanied by a low rumble reminiscent of thunder. The goods have been retrieved, personally handed to me by the old master himself. No one could stop it. Li Xuanji's voice was hoarse, as if he had swallowed gravel, yet a wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I won't delve into the details. The old man is probably lamenting over his liquor right now. The 5 women in the room, any one of whom could shake the city of Shenin to its core, were momentarily stunned. That was the core imprint of Shun Yu Jiutian. Yi Zixin instinctively stepped forward, her fingertip barely grazing the golden light, before a surge of overwhelming energy repelled her, causing her pale fingers to redden slightly. He really managed to get it. Yi Zixin's eyes shone with disbelief. That old fellow is tighter than a miser. Li Qinghai spent 10 years without seeing the complete volume. Xuanji, did you cast a spell on him? Not much to it, just offered him a few cigarettes and shared a couple of jars of erguo too. Li Xuanji patted his empty pockets. Perhaps the old man, being of advanced age, appreciated my grounded sincerity. Enough with the humble bragging. Lin Moyu toyed with the pitch-black scythe of silence, her killing intent barely contained. How many layers can you currently support? Li Xuanji straightened up, his expression growing serious. I've managed to cultivate it, but my processor's bandwidth is limited and the mental burden is too heavy. He held up 3 fingers. Aside from Youyue, the unyielding main consort, I can currently offer 3 more deep contract positions. The atmospheric pressure in the room plummeted to a chilling low. 3 slots. 5 mothers-in-law. A horde of eager daughters. These were not mere slots, they were essentially one-way tickets into Li Xuanji's private network. Li Youyue sat in the corner still wearing her signature icy, no entry expression, yet her crossed arms had noticeably relaxed. The first to sign a contract would be the most confident. Slots are limited. I suggest you all process this internally. Li Xuanji tossed the dilemma back. Chaos erupted. Shiguang is a natural-born commander. Yi Zixin reacted swiftly, sliding a black gold card across the table towards Li Xuanji with a swift motion. Xuanji, the private lounge next to the director's office has been cleared for you. I'll feel free to use the card. By the way, Shiguang also has a custom battle suit. Would you like to see the designs first? Yin Shi, unwilling to be outdone, edged closer, her presence fragrant with medicinal herbs, her voice soft and syrupy. Sister Yi, discussing money is so mundane. Xuanji, I've just brewed a batch of life essence. It cures all ailments. Though my Wayne is quiet, she can craft nuclear bombs. Having a healer who can repair mechs and blow up planets is far better than anything else. Su Qingying adjusted her glasses, her tone cold. Technical support is for logistics. Fengling's causal sniper can take a head from 3 dimensions away. Xuanji, do you want someone to fix pipes, or do you want someone who can clear the field? Enough noise. Xia Mengli's face turned red with urgency as she interjected softly. Xingyou's spatial teleportation is the real lifesaver. Without her, you won't even know which way to run. The once aloof and untouchable queens were now bickering like market vendors over discounted produce for their precious daughters. Li Xuanji sat there amused. The taste of this hard-earned soft power was intoxicating. Ding. High-energy emotional battlefield detected. Void probe has refreshed. Immediate physical disconnection recommended. Target locked. Yi Zixin's handbag. Success rate 100. Handed over. Li Xuanji swiftly reached beneath the table, and a pink gold-embossed notebook appeared in his lap, faintly scented with a high-end perfume. He casually flipped it open, a smile creeping onto his face as he raised his voice to read aloud. Confidential, the excellent son-in-law cultivation plan, author Yi Zixin. First rule, use top-tier resources to daze him, fostering a sense of dependency. Second rule, once Shiguang has signed the contract, lock him in a secret room forbidding meat unless he hands over 10 bottles of pure energy liquid daily. Li Xuanji's face darkened halfway through. What on earth was this? This was no mother-in-law, this was clearly a ruthless boss recruiting labor. Yi Zixin's smile shattered. She instinctively checked her waist. Empty. Li Xian. Gee, give it back to me. The director, who had maintained her composure for a lifetime, was now as red as a ripe apple, wishing she could tear open a crack and disappear inside. Yima, this 36 strategies to manage a husband is well written, but the scope is a bit narrow. Li Xuanji waved the notebook, grinning mischievously. How about we study together tonight to see how we can lower that 10 bottles of energy liquid requirement? Boom. The door collapsed. That so-called nuclear-proof special alloy door was torn apart at its center by 2 waves of violent energy twisted into a knot. One side was frost-coated, crumbling to bits, the other blazed red and was still smoking. 2 pairs of visually striking long legs stepped through the dust. On the left, the girl with icy blue short hair had a gaze colder than the winter wind outside. On the right, the girl with fiery red curls seemed to harbor 2 potentially explosive fireballs in her eyes. The Ji family twins, Li Binglan and Li Youyue. Is this the best you can do? Li Youyue chewed gum, her gaze filled with disdain as she surveyed Li Xuanji. She blew a red bubble that popped audibly at her lips. Looks like a scavenger from a slum. Big sister, have you been bewitched by this soft rice guy? Such a loser isn't worthy of our Li family's contract slots. Li Binglan adjusted her crystalline glasses, her tone as frosty as a manual, reeking of machine oil with chaotic mental waves. A guy who hides behind women to gain advantages does not deserve to be our fiancé. Li Xuanji casually tucked the pink diary into his pocket, standing up slowly. He stretched his sore shoulders, the joints cracking with a crisp sound. What brings you two here? To make introductions, or are you here to snatch the last 3 slots? Snatch? Li Youyue scoffed, igniting a golden flame at her fingertips, instantly raising the temperature in the room. I'm here to smash the place up. If I beat you into a pulp, this marriage is off. In the training arena, frost and flames intertwined, the air crackling with tension. Li Binglan held her ice spear pointed directly at Li Xuanji, her gaze colder than the surrounding frost. Li Xuanji, don't think that by deceiving the old man and Sister Youyue, you can just laze around the Li family. Our G family's bloodline does not marry weaklings, nor does it marry deceivers. Exactly. Li Youyue was enveloped in crimson flames, her red hair dancing wildly like a frizzled lion. Today we'll beat you back to your true form so Sister Youyue can see what kind of sugar daddy you really are. Li Xuanji sighed helplessly, hands in his pockets, a mixture of affection and resignation in his eyes. It seems that you both think my sugar is not well earned. Before he finished speaking, shadows at his feet suddenly boiled, surging like ink. A pitch-black scythe of obliteration swept out violently, forcing the twins who had intended to close in to retreat. Li Youyue's elegant and cold figure slowly emerged from the shadows. She stood protectively in front of Li Xuanji, her usually frigid eyes now filled with a fierce determination. Anyone who wishes to harm him. Li Youyue slightly adjusted the angle of the scythe in her hand, reflecting a chilling light. No one has the right to bully him, not even you two. Sister Youyue, you've been brainwashed by him. Li Youyue stomped her feet, in anger, flames scorching the alloy beneath her. What's so worth protecting about a man who hides behind a woman's skirt? Hiding. Li Xuanji chuckled lightly, reaching out to grasp Li Youyue's wrist, gently pulling her to his side. Since you two sisters want to see my true strength, let's give them a lesson on the gap inversions. Youyue, are you ready? Li Youyue turned, her icy demeanor melting into a pool of spring warmth filled with absolute trust and surrender. Ready to fight for you, my husband. Battle maiden form. Ghostly goddess log in. Boom. A column of black light shot into the sky. Li Youyue's form instantly deconstructed and reassembled into a sleek dark purple mech, standing 15 meters tall. The armor on the mech's chest suddenly slid apart, revealing a cockpit brimming with neural cables. A gentle beam of attraction enveloped Li Xuanji. With no resistance, Li Xuanji was drawn into the cockpit. Click. The hatch closed. Neural connections were instantly established. The sensation was profoundly mystical, not like entering a cold machine, but as if his soul had returned to its rightful vessel. His senses were amplified, the mech's steel body felt like his own skin and flesh, even the tightness of each screw was perceptible. System prompt detected: divine unity, level 1 of godly sovereignty over 9 heavens. Synchronization rates soaring 100, 200, 400, 500. Warning: soul fusion has reached theoretical maximum. Current state: man-machine integration euphoric. Across the arena, the twins were not idle. Since Sister Youyue is so infatuated, let's dismantle this mech together. Wake her up. 2 beams of light flared simultaneously, one blue and one red, shooting skyward. The Sklas Mech's king of ice winds and king of flame dragons descended with a thunderous roar. On the left, frost laid a path, freezing all in its wake. On the right, flames scorched the sky, distorting the void. The 2 mechs charged forward with unstoppable momentum. Bring it on. Inside the cockpit, Li Xuanji felt as if he stood on solid ground. He issued no complicated commands, only a surge of battle intent. Outside, the electronic eyes of the ghostly goddess lit up. This wasn't mere mechanical mimicry, it was a projection of his soul. Temporal sequence phase folding. Li Xuanji silently chanted. As the twins' attack was about to land, the ghostly goddess vanished into thin air. Not invisibility, but rather a manipulation of spatial abilities, folding the dimension in which the mech existed. Simply put, he had pulled himself out of this space for that brief moment. The next second, the mech appeared directly behind the king of flame dragons, its massive mechanical arm reaching out, not wielding any weapon, but lightly flicking the mech's head. Boom. The seemingly gentle action contained tons of kinetic energy. What a... Li Youyue felt alarms blaring as her mech was propelled like a ball, crashing into the ground and carving a deep trench. Youyue. Li Binglan exclaimed in shock, her ice spear instantly transforming into countless afterimages, blocking all of Li Xuanji's escape routes. Too slow, full of flaws. Li Xuanji didn't even need to check the radar. At 500 synchronization, Li Youyue's perception was his perception. The flow of time around him felt as slow as a snail's pace. He maneuvered the mech smoothly, gliding like a waltz in a storm. Those lethal ice spears whizzed past his armor, not even grazing the paint. In the stands, the mother-in-law, who had been munching on sunflower seeds, now had seeds scattered everywhere in shock. This is impossible. Ji Yanlong's eyes widened in disbelief. That was in Sklas Mech's high-speed charge. How did he manage to turn and counterattack in microseconds? This prediction is insane. It's not prediction. Yi Zixin adjusted her glasses, her purple eyes filled with astonishment. It's a time differential. Xuanji has perfectly integrated his spatial abilities into the mech's movements. To us, it looks like he's dodging, but in reality, he's evading a second before in the future. This kid is a monster. On the field, as their attacks continuously missed, the twin sisters were thoroughly enraged. The humiliation of being toyed with ignited their rationality. Sis, let's go all out. Li Youyue clawed her way out of the debris, her eyes burning with fury. Use that move. Li Binglan gritted her teeth. But that move puts too much strain on us. Forget about that. I want to freeze this bastard into an ice pop and then roast him. The two mechs suddenly drew together, blue cold air and red flames, swirling chaotically, forming a highly unstable energy vortex. The surrounding space began to fracture, terrifying energy fluctuations triggering alarms on the protective barriers around the stands. No, it's the ice and fire obliteration finale concerto. In the stands, Ji Bingfeng's face paled as she prepared to leap down. Have these two gone mad? That's a forbidden spell used in desperate situations. It could be deadly. Ji Yanlong panicked as flames surged around him. Hurry, stop them. If they kill my wealthy son-in-law, I won't let them off the hook. Just as the two mothers-in-law were about to intervene forcefully, a calm voice resonated throughout the arena via the public channel. Dear mothers-in-law, please remain calm. Li Xuanji, controlling the ghostly goddess, slowly raised both hands, exuding an air of composure that suggested he was in control of everything. Since they want to play big, then I'll play along. I'll extinguish this fire. With that, the ghostly goddess abruptly grasped at the void. Temporal sequence, ultimate principle, void exile. Buzz. The impending explosion of the terrifying ice and fire vortex was suddenly seized by an invisible hand gripping its throat. The space before Li Xuanji shattered like a mirror, revealing the dark, chaotic void behind. Get in there. Li Xuanji commanded, and the ghostly goddess executed a move reminiscent of Tai Chi, forcibly guiding and twisting that world-destroying energy, then stuffing it into that rift in the void. Boom. The rift closed, isolating all explosions in another dimension. In the real world, only a few wisps of smoke remained. Puff. The grand move was abruptly interrupted, and backlash surged forth immediately. The twins' core, which had been operating frantically, collapsed in an instant. The two mechs lost their energy support, plummeting like two heaps of scrap metal. Swish. A shadow darted past. Li Xuanji controlled the mechs, catching the powerless glass, mechs one on each side with ease. The scene froze. As the swirling snow and flames dissipated, Li Xuanji stood at the center of the arena, cradling the ice-blue king of ice winds in his left arm and the crimson king of flame dragons in his right. It was a scene reminiscent of a world-class masterpiece depicting a life winner. Are you convinced? Li Xuanji looked down at the mechs in his arms, his voice resonating through the speakers, deep and magnetic. Li Youyue and Li Binglan, weakened by the backlash, felt their cheeks flush, though in their mech forms it was hidden. The sensation of their full-force efforts being effortlessly neutralized felt humiliating yet exhilarating, causing their hearts to race. Is this the power of a divine king? Now who else wants to back out of the engagement? Li Xuanji released his grip, allowing them to slide down to the ground as he scanned the crowd. In the stands, initially prepared to rush down to intervene, Ji Bingfeng and Ji Yanlong were now frozen in place as if struck by lightning. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the fervor in each other's eyes. That last move, Ji Bingfeng inhaled sharply, her voice trembling. Spatial exile. That's 1,000 times more sophisticated than mere resistance. This kid's micromanipulation is incredible. So cool. Really too cool. Ji Yanlong was even more direct. She instantaneously teleported to the ground, kicking away the still smoking mech that her daughter had transformed into, and directly grasped Li Xuanji's hand. Xuanji, look at how these two useless girls have been completely outplayed by you. A radiant smile blossomed on Ji Yanlong's face, her tone so sweet it sent shivers down one's spine. Since it's come to this, according to Li family customs, you must take responsibility for what's been broken. Huh. Li Xuanji was taken aback. Ji Bingfeng also teleported over, though her expression remained cool. Her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Exactly. Only you can teach them to wield spatial abilities to this extent. From now on, these two girls are yours. Mom. The Ice and Fire sisters, who had just returned to their normal forms, exclaimed in unison, hardly believing their ears. Are you selling us off? Shut up. Ji Yanlong swiftly gave Li Youyue a light smack on the head. Dare to retort when you've been outclassed. In this team, he calls the shots. Whether it's training or anything else, you will obey. Understand? As she emphasized the words, anything else, Ji Yanlong winked at Li Xuanji, the suggestion unmistakably clear. Li Xuanji looked at the two mothers-in-law whose attitudes had completely flipped and were practically forcing a marriage upon him, and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This was not a blessing of having many wives, it was clearly putting him on a hot seat. How were these mothers-in-law like enchantresses from a trap-laden cave? Before he could figure out how to cope, he suddenly felt a tightening around his waist. Li Youyue, having reverted from her transformation, had appeared behind him. Her cool little hand pinched the flesh at his waist, and as she breathed softly in his ear, her tone dripped with a jealousy that could freeze the air. Husband, wasn't it quite nice to embrace both sides in the cockpit just now? Given how adept you were at catching them, I suppose you've had plenty of practice before, right? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Li Xuanji. The after effects of this 500 synchronization seemed rather overwhelming. The vinegar jar at home had been overturned. The night at Tianyuan Fortress was howling with wind as if spirits were wailing in despair. The gale struck against the heavy alloy walls like a drum, causing the cups inside the room to dance. Li Xuanji lay sprawled on a bed that felt as hard as steel, feeling like a salted fish freshly pulled from the shore. This bed from the Li family was undoubtedly designed to the standards of punishment. He turned over, every joint cracking like dried twigs, the pink book titled Son-in-Law Training Plan, still warm from the embrace of Yi Zixin. Alas, eating soft rice is tougher than chewing on rebar. Just as Li Xuanji was about to close his eyes, terrifying psychic energies outside the door intermingled and crashed into him like radar waves. These were the presences of strength and above powerful beings. And not just one, but a whole group. Knock, knock. The polite knocking came, but it carried an imposing aura that suggested, if you don't open the door, I'll tear down the wall. The door isn't locked, the landlord isn't here, and those bringing warmth are welcome to enter. Li Xuanji sighed in resignation. Click. The door lock slid open. Su Qingying was the first to step in, immediately casting a silence barrier with a practiced motion that tugged at the heart. This usually stern teacher Su had changed out of her austere black uniform, now dressed in a tailored silk shirt, her golden-rimmed glasses glinting coldly in the dim light. Instead of a teaching stick, she held a hefty book on heavy sniper principles that could crush a person. Teacher Su checking up on me in the middle of the night. Isn't that against the rules? Li Xuanji shrank back towards the head of the bed. Without further ado, Su Qingying approached the side of the bed, her hands bracing against it, emanating a palpable pressure characteristic of a domineering woman. To make a long story short, Winbell is with me. She's quite the closed-off person and won't act coy. Su Qingying adjusted her glasses, her fingertip lightly tracing over Li Xuanji's collarbone, sending a tingle through him. But on the battlefield, amidst the charge of hundreds of Mech, sweet words won't save your life. But a sniper capable of blowing the enemy commander's head off from 3,000 kilometers away can. Her gaze was intense. Only you with shrank causal sniping are worthy of Winbell's gun. Do you understand what I mean? This was no mere sales pitch for a daughter, it was armed coercion. Before Li Xuanji could respond, the air suddenly rippled like water. Su's sister cutting in line is not a good habit. Thud. A pink down sleeping bag fell from the sky, landing squarely on Li Xuanji's thigh. The sleeping bag unzipped slightly, revealing Li Wayne snuggled inside, sound asleep, a tiny droplet of saliva at the corner of her mouth, clutching a wrench. Yunqi poked her head out from the void, still holding a half-eaten human rabbit leg, grinning like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Oh dear sister, you was blocking the stairs, so I had to take the airdrop route. Yunqi blinked her big eye. Xuanji Wayne can only repair mechs and sleep, but I am the goddess of life. Bringing her along is like carrying an infinite health pack. Buy one, get one free, you'll profit immensely. If you dare to return her, I'll stuff 100 microbombs into your mech's core. Li Xuanji looked at the sleeping Li Wayne on his lap, wondering if this buy one get one free was a bit too hardcore. Buzz. Suddenly the window glass emitted a tortured scream. The left window was covered in thick frost while the right was glowing red hot, threatening to shatter. Li Xuanji, don't think we don't know you're home just because you're hiding inside. Two voices exploded simultaneously like a duet. Ji Bingfeng and Ji Yanlong, the twin mothers-in-law, one riding a projection of an ice dragon, the other wrapped in a fiery storm, were hovering outside the window, thousands of meters in the air. Although our two silly girls have a bit of a temper, they are genuine. Ji Yanlong's booming voice broke through the glass. The combination of ice and fire is a divine skill. If you dare not make space, we'll blow up this fortress's air conditioning system. And me. A faint spatial fissure opened quietly at the foot of the bed. Xia Mingli timidly extended a hand, quickly dropping a shimmering space ring, her voice barely above a whisper. Xingyao's spatial abilities are very useful. This is her dowry, you must choose her. With that, her hand retreated with a swish, the fissure sealing instantly. Good heavens. Li Xuanji felt his brain tremble. A wind-powered dominatrix, a healing lowly, a duo of ice and fire, and a socially anxious space controller. This tiny single room had become a battleground for the League's elite powers. This was not about selecting a battle queen, it was as if they were throwing a Twilight of the Gods party in his mental sea. Amid this chaotic scene, the bathroom door suddenly rattled. Click. Steam billowed out, carrying a scent of expensive rose oil. Instantly, the clamor in the room quieted down. Yi Zixin emerged wrapped in a deep purple bathrobe, barefoot on the floor, her damp long hair cascading over her shoulders. The authoritative presence of the dean, usually so commanding, was now mixed with an irresistible languid charm, a true weapon of seduction. She ignored Su Qingying, overlooked Yunqi in the void, and paid no mind to the dual forces of ice and fire outside. Striding to the bedside, she pressed her knee against the edge of the bed, supporting herself with one hand against the wall, delivering a textbook-level bed slam to Li Xuanji. Dinyi. Li Xuanji stammered, his throat dry. Call me mom in private. Yi Zixin lifted Li Xuanji's chin, exuding the full force of a queen, instantly suppressing all. Shiguang must be the captain. She is a born leader capable of orchestrating the whole. Your wild tactics may work in a closed room, but in a grand arena, it will rely on her. She leaned closer to Li Xuanji's ear, her voice magnetic enough to weaken his knees. This is a notification, not a discussion. In return, the Academy's SS-grade resource vault. The password is your birthday. Is that sufficient? Li Xuanji found himself caught between the queen, the dominatrix, and the lowly on his lap, while two furious women loomed outside the window. He sighed heavily. Moms, can we not talk about martial ethics? This soft rice is making me fear indigestion. Enough with the theatrics. At that moment, a mocking cold snort came from beneath the bed. If you keep this up, the foundation of this fortress will be uprooted by you crazy women. A pale, bloodless hand shot out from under the sheets, precisely clutching Yi Zixin's wrist. Who? Yi Zixin tensed, an instinctual, deep purple shield flaring around her, a reflex of an SS-rank powerhouse. Your ancestor. With that exasperated reply, Li Tianzhao leisurely emerged from under the bed. She dusted off her complicated Gothic Lolita dress, still clutching the tattered rabbit plushie, her pink electronic pupils filled with mockery. Auntie. Silence engulfed the room. The ice and fire outside instantly extinguished. Yunqi nearly fell from the void. Su Qingying stood up straight, and Yi Zixin almost dropped her bathrobe, hurriedly wrapping it tighter. This was the odd but powerful young descendant of the Li family, someone even Li Qinghai had to address as Auntie. Don't look at me, I've been napping in the bed slats. Who knew you all would make such a fuss tonight? Li Tianzhao yawned, her gaze sweeping over the usually imposing women in the room. All this for a contract position, and you're willing to lose your dignity. Especially you, little girl from the Yi family. Li Tianzhao pointed at the blushing Yi Zixin, grinning like a child who had just pulled off a prank. That wall slam move, who did you learn it from? Watched too many idol dramas. You seem quite skilled at it. Yi Zixin's face turned crimson, wishing she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. All right, let's disperse. Li Tianzhao waved her hand like shooing away flies, an irresistible force enveloping the room. This boy is under my interrogation tonight. You lot find somewhere cool to hang out. If you don't leave, I'll post your childhood pictures and split crotch pants on the Academy forum. That was too cruel. With a series of swift movements, Su Qingying teleported away. Yunqi dragged her daughter in the sleeping bag and vanished. The twins outside disappeared entirely, and Yi Zixin fled red-faced and without a single harsh word. In the blink of an eye, the room was quiet. Li Xuanji exhaled a sigh of relief. Auntie, I owe you a debt of gratitude that I can never repay. Stop the nonsense. Li Tianzhao hopped onto the bed, sitting cross-legged opposite Li Xuanji, her pink eyes suddenly glowing with streams of data. Extend your hand. Li Xuanji obediently held out his hand. Li Tianzhao's cool fingertips touched his pulse point. In that moment, Li Xuanji felt as if his soul were stripped bare and suspended in the data stream, devoid of any secret. After a moment, Li Tianzhao withdrew her hand, her expression turning contemplative. Just as I thought. Li Qinghai, that rascal actually placed a divine lock on your soul. Divine lock. Is my father-in-law trying to prevent me from absconding with the funds? Li Xuanji was taken aback. He's worried that before you've had a chance to grow, someone might swallow you whole like a miraculous pill. Li Tianzhao leaned in closer, her exquisitely crafted face appearing particularly eerie under the light. This lock not only seals half of your psychic energy, preventing you from being overwhelmed by the massive information flow of divine sovereign nine heavens, but it also serves as a declaration of ownership. It bears his primordial essence. Oh, anyone who dares to touch your soul will be declaring war against the entire Oblivion Temple. She playfully licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief. It seems, despite his harsh words, he's protecting you like a cherished son. Tisk, quite unlike that cold-blooded rascal's usual style. Li Xuanji felt warmth in his heart, followed by a chill. So what are you suggesting? Since that control freak has locked you down tonight, we will study it carefully. Li Tianzhao suddenly produced a chip, glowing with a ghostly blue light, how to create a backdoor under his very nose. A backdoor? Li Xuanji's eyes lit up. Yes, a backdoor aimed at the Divine Fall Festival. If those old geezers want to scheme against the Li family, I'll show them what a dimensional drop in code means. Just as Li Xuanji was about to reach for the chip, a shrill, ear-piercing red alarm blared, without warning, instantly penetrating the soundproofing of Tianyuan Fortress. Li Tianzhao's expression changed dramatically, her grip tightening on the plush toy, and the pink data stream in her eyes turned to a crimson alert. Trouble has come knocking. The atmosphere in the room shifted. Li Tianzhao's mischievous grin faded, revealing an air of poise and coldness that belied her youth, as if she had long been accustomed to a position of power. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill alarm blared from the personal terminal on her wrist. Li Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Are the mothers-in-law coming to check up on us? Stop joking. Li Tianzhao's fingers danced quickly in the air, summoning ethereal blue streams of data that spread out across the bedside. It was the life monitoring system of the lowest tier of the Divine King Academy. The screen lit up with a glaring red alert. In the past 7 days, 5 newly awakened battle maiden students have gone missing. Li Tianzhao focused on the data. The files show they entered the Tranquility Chamber to consolidate their realms. Just as she finished speaking, a sixth light on the screen extinguished. Li Xuanji frowned. People are being taken right under the nose of the Divine King Academy. All of them are freshmen. Physical location indicates Li Tianzhao's fingernail dug into her palm. The last signal source was in the Fallen Zone. The Fallen Zone. A forbidden area in Xinyun City, the origin of the world's calamity 30 years ago, and the stronghold of the fallen mechanical god cult. Being there is essentially a death sentence. Li Tianzhao's expression darkened. The pollution levels are too high. Even Li Qinghai wouldn't dare to venture into the core area lightly back then. Li Xuanji was about to inquire about the student's situation when suddenly the lights in the room went out. Buzz. The holographic projection device activated automatically, piercing the darkness with a blood-red beam, casting a massive silhouette in the center of the room. The backdrop revealed a dim underground laboratory filled with enormous gears and bubbling green petri dishes. A man clad in a dark red suit lounged on a leather sofa, swirling half a glass of red wine in his hand. His left side was strikingly handsome, while the right was obscured by a mechanical mask, a red electronic eye flickering erratically. The tyrant of the Fallen Zone, the head of the Wang family, Wang Batian. Take a look at who we have here. Wang Batian's voice was distorted by a voice modulator resonating with a metallic rasp. Is that the Li family's ancient ancestor? I heard you're 38 this year. You're holding up quite well. Wang Batian. Li Tianzhao rose to her feet, mechanical wings unfurling behind her. You dare to intrude into the academy. Tomorrow I will raise your den to the ground. Raise it. Wang Batian laughed heartily, wine splashing from his glass. If Li Qinghai were still around, I might be worried. But what does today's Li family know beyond living off past glories? With a snap of his fingers, the camera pulled back, turning to the depths of the laboratory. Let me show you something interesting. Li Xuanji followed the camera's angle, his pupils constricting sharply. It was a monster standing nearly 3 meters tall. Its form resembled that of a human female, yet its limbs and head were replaced with black biological metal. The creature's back was embedded with 6 massive transparent life pods. Inside, 6 missing girls floated with closed eyes in murky nutrient liquid, their bodies punctured with black conduits. Their once rosy faces now appeared as pale as paper, their life energy continuously siphoned into the core of the mechanical monster. Like 6 dry batteries. Do you see this? Wang Batian spread his arms wide. The mechanical god. This is the evolution granted to us by the cult. It doesn't require those delicate battle maidens' cooperation. It only needs high-purity cores as fuel. Li Xuanji tightened his fists, the knuckles cracking ominously. Using living beings as resources crossed his line. What do you want? Li Xuanji's voice turned icy. You didn't break in at this hour just to flaunt your inventions, did you? Clever. Wang Batian pointed at Li Xuanji through the screen. I know you're investigating. But this is an open conspiracy. You can't enter the Fallen Zone now. If you do, it's simply a death wish. During tomorrow's grand competition opening ceremony, I will bring this mechanical god to participate. Wang Batian gestured at the life pods behind him. These 6 girls will serve as its power source. Li Xuanji want to save them. It's simple. In front of the entire city, defeat my god. He made a slicing motion across his throat. As soon as the mecha is deemed destroyed, the life pods will automatically eject. But if you lose, they will be drained instantly. And you, along with your beautiful fiancés, will become the cult's new trophies. Buzz. The screen went black, the lights extinguishing. The room fell into a profound silence. Bang! Li Tianzhao slammed her fist against the bed frame, the heavy alloy structure crumpling under the force. Damn it! This scoundrel turned hostages into batteries for his mecha. Li Tianzhao trembled with rage. This is a deadlock. If we rush to save them, now the hostages will die first. If we fight in the arena tomorrow, that monster's energy reaction is close to SSS level and specifically counters battle maidens. She turned to the silent Li Xuanji. We can't act impulsively. That thing was specifically designed to counter the Li family's techniques. A heating clash would be suicide. Li Xuanji stood by the window, the night wind billowing through the torn collar of his shirt. Specifically countering battle maidens. A subtle smile curved his lips. There was no fear, only an inscrutable excitement. Click. He retrieved a special cigarette from his system space, pilfered from Li Tianhao, and lit it. The flame illuminated his slightly roguish face. Since it's a place even that cheap father-in-law wouldn't dare to breach, I won't go. Li Xuanji took a deep inhale, releasing a smoke ring. Since he's so considerate as to deliver this forbidden technology right to my doorstep, it would be rude not to accept. Targeting battle maidens. How fortunate. Ooh, I've never been one to play by the rules in a fight. He flicked the ash from his cigarette, gazing into the pitch-black night, as if eyeing a colossal treasure about to come into his grasp. Using people as batteries. I will show him what reverse charging truly means. Since he dares to deliver, I will dare to dismantle it in front of the entire city, while also stripping away the cult's dirty laundry. Li Tianzhao stared blankly at the young man before her. In that moment, she discerned a quality in Li Xuanji that was darker and wilder than even Li Qinghai's. It was the rogue spirit of the Blue Star people. All right. Li Tianzhao adjusted her disheveled skirt, the data streams flickering in her eyes once more. Since you're set on tackling this tough nut, as an elder I'll join you in your madness. She activated her personal terminal, and countless intricate mechanical schematics unfolded in the air. Stay awake tonight, let me give you a crash course about the fatal bugs of the mechanical god cult. That night the lights of the Tianyuan fortress remained illuminated, burning brightly through the night. The wind in the conference room had yet to settle, the air thick with a heady blend of hormones and the scent of gunpowder more intoxicating than aged liquor. Li Xuanji slumped into the main seat, clutching the freshly minted roster that felt hotter than a live grenade. Across from him, the G-twins fixed him with a gaze that seemed to threaten. If you don't pick me, you'll burn the whole place down tonight. Li Fengling adjusted her glasses, and in the reflection, the causal sniper rifle appeared ready to fire. Ahem. Li Xuanji cleared his throat strategically and slammed the roster onto the table. Stop glaring. If you keep it up, you'll crack the bowl of rice I earn my living from. This competition isn't child's play, it's all about version configurations. Understand? He pointed at the list, his tone leaving no room for argument. Starting lineup: Youyue as the main damage dealer to cut the backline, Shiguang as the tank and Commander Xingyao for crowd control, and Wayne as the healer. As for Fengling and the G-twins, Li Xuanji's gaze swept over the red and blue faces, suddenly breaking into a knowing smile. You are my trump cards. Trump cards, you understand. They are meant to deliver a surprise at the most critical moment. At least you've learned how to speak. The flames at Li Hua's fingertips extinguished. Though still displeased, the term trump card greatly stroked her vanity. All right, meeting adjourned. The four of you named come with me to the underground elite contract room. Li Xuanji rose, a flicker of divine authority passing through the air. Tonight's a big deal, don't let me down. Underground level 3 of the Divine King Academy elite contract room. There were no frills here, only 4 massive circular mechanical platforms, the air thick with the scent of expensive liquid ether, each breath costing a fortune. Time is of the essence. To confront the monster that uses living beings as batteries tomorrow, we must achieve full synchronization tonight, Li Xuanji declared from the central control console, shedding his tattered jacket to reveal a muscular torso, the scars crisscrossing it, causing a flicker of unease among the girls. Since I have 4 contract slots, let's make full use of them. Who's first? As the president of the student council, it is my duty to set an example, Li Shiguang said, tossing her purple waves as she stepped forward in her high heels. Although she spoke with a veneer of authority, the blush on her cheeks betrayed her nervousness. Light War Maiden. Holy Radiant Valkyrie activate. Golden light erupted. Li Ziguang's form reassembled amidst the brilliance, morphing into the solemn sacred platinum mecha. The chest armor slid open, and Li Xuanji smoothly entered the cockpit along the guiding beam. This wasn't his first time in the Valkyrie's cockpit, but this time was for the fusion of souls. As the neural link inserted into the back of his neck, the world before him transformed. If Li Youyue's mental realm resembled a serene sea of dead flowers, then Li Ziguang's was a resplendent golden temple. In the grand hall, Li Shiguang sat regally on a throne draped in an extravagant gown and wielding a scepter, gazing down at the intruder. Commoner, even with a contract in this realm, you must. Are we really playing the queen act when we're about to fall in love? Li Xuanji manifested in the mental realm. Instead of kneeling like others, he ascended the steps, as if strolling through his own living room. With each step, the Divine King's phantom behind him solidified further. When he finally stood before the throne, he boldly seized the proud queen, lifting her effortlessly, while he himself sat down on the throne, a symbol of absolute control. In this space, I am the king, and you are the queen. Ugh! Li Shiguang gasped, her scepter slipping from her grasp. As Li Xuanji settled into the throne, an irresistible golden torrent surged through her soul. It was not merely suppression, but an unparalleled embrace enveloping and filling her. Her pride, her defenses melted away like ice under the warmth of this domineering force. Beep. Contract established. Synchronization rate 120-250-0400. In the outside world, the 6 pairs of wings behind the holy radiant Valkyrie suddenly unfurled the divine energy, causing dust to cascade down from the basement ceiling. Next, Xingyao. Li Xuanji wasted no time seizing the momentum. All right, brother-in-law. Let's see if you can catch me. Li Xingyao giggled, her form shifting into the futuristic, stellar Voyager. Upon entering Li Xingyou's mental realm, Li Xuanji almost retched. There was no up or down, only floating Mobius strips and chaotic geometries resembling a living Escher painting. Brother-in-law, you're too slow. Li Xingyou's voice echoed from all directions. You little brat, are you trying to play with your brother-in-law in space? Li Xuanji smirked. Instead of chasing the elusive shadow, he closed his eyes and activated his spatial ability, Temporal Lock. In this dimension, I won't chase your figure, I will lock your fruit. I've got you. Li Xuanji lunged into what seemed like empty air. The space twisted, and he grasped her silver-booted foot. Pulling her into his embrace, he grinned. Still acting up. Keep it up, and you won't get any candy tomorrow. Wrong. Brother-in-law is the best. Their spatial powers resonated instantly. This was not conquest, but a dance transcending dimensions. Beep. Contract established. Gained spatial law enhancement phase shifting. Finally, Wayne. Li Xuanji turned to the petite figure in the corner, her head bowed. Li Wayne stiffened and timidly approached. With a series of mechanical clicks, she transformed into the light and shadow gospel, adorned with intricate instruments and floating cannons. But this mech was unique. The left half was a pure white finish, while the right half bore a rusted dark aesthetic. Upon entering her mental realm, Li Xuanji was taken aback. It was a wasteland Eden. The left side brimmed with vibrant mechanical flowers, while the right was a festering metallic swamp. The girl with dual-colored pupils curled up at the junction, trembling. Brother-in-law, don't come any closer. The right side will hurt you. Li Youyue's voice quivered with tears, fearful that the destructive force within her might erupt. You silly girl. Li Xuanji stepped on the corroding metal ground, ignoring the shadowy tendrils clawing at him, and walked slowly to her. He crouched down, ruffling her distinctly black and white head. Light symbolizes how lovely you are, like an angel, and dark signifies your ability to crack open the skulls of our enemies. I love both. Really? Li Youyue lifted her head, the malice in her crimson eye dissipating, replaced by dependence. Of course. From now on, I'll bear the burden of your volatile calculations. When you want to blow someone up, I'll pass you the explosives. Beep. Contract established. Gained dual birth talent, life, reconstruction, darkness, collapse. Boom. As the last contract was finalized, Li Xuanji felt as if his head were stuffed into a supernova in eruption. The combined burden of the souls of 4 top-tier battle maidens nearly pushed him to the brink of a cerebral hemorrhage, even with system optimization. Steady yourself. He roared deep within his consciousness, forcing the first layer of Divine Guardian of the 9 Heavens to its limit. Though he couldn't yet achieve the legendary 3rd layer, the King Descends, he forcibly twisted these 4 independent lines into one cohesive strand with the system's computational power. Divine Guardian of the 9 Heavens, modified quad-core overclocking soul local network. Buzz. The previously independent pillars of soul light synchronized at a terrifying frequency. Li Xuanji sat in the cockpit of the light and shadow gospel, his mind seemingly filled with 4 split screens. No words or gestures were needed. Just a single thought: prepare for battle. In the real world, the 4 distinctly styled mechas raised their arms in unison, their movements so synchronized it felt as if a single soul controlled 4 bodies. Even the rhythm of their breathing lights synchronized perfectly. A terrifying mental storm swept through the underground. ZZZ boom. The training ground's holographic simulation host could not withstand the overwhelming surge of mental data, spewing black smoke before exploding. Amidst the blaring alarms and swirling smoke, Li Xuanji leaped from the cockpit. His face was pale, streaks of blood running from his nostrils, yet his eyes burned with an unsettling fire, like 2 blazing phantoms. My dear wives, he wiped his nose with the back of his hand and grinned, revealing his pale teeth. Configuration adjustments complete. Tomorrow we're going to blow that damn mechanical cult to bits. Godfall City Sky Arena. The roar of 300,000 people boiled the air, violently impacting the colossal energy shield floating 3,000 meters above the ground. Thousands of drones hovered like sharks, sensing blood, locking onto the massive holographic screen at the center. Family of Godfall City, welcome to the Slaughterhouse, the 20th Mecha Championship. I am your boisterous commentator, Mad Dog Jack. The commentator soared atop an anti-gravity device, spitting words with fervor. Without further ado, we enter the most thrilling segment, the draw for the death groups of the top 16. This year's format is quite ruthless: 16 groups, with only one team from each group allowed to walk out alive. The first phase is unknown. Unless you can achieve a 30 clean sweep, you'll be dragged into the lengthy quagmire of a 5v5 team battle. On the big screen, data streamed wildly. Ding! With a crisp sound, the grouping results were finalized. The crowd erupted in chaos, quickly followed by jeers of schadenfreude. Group F: Death Group, Polaris Heavy Industries Team versus God King Academy. Holy crap! Group F. Isn't that the flag group? God King Academy is doomed. Polaris Heavy Industries is infamous as the armored bulldozer. That guy named Li Xuanji is about to be ground into minced meat. The southern gate slid open. Amidst the chorus of boos, Li Xuanji strolled out, hands in pockets, accompanied by his stunningly beautiful fiancé, Squad, swaying casually. Across from him, the northern gate burst open as several heavy mechas resembling iron fortresses crashed down, shaking the ground. Leading the charge was Gustav, the captain of Polaris, who from several meters away made a throat-cutting gesture at Li Xuanji, the sound of his boisterous voice echoing through the loudspeaker. Hey, you pampered pretty boy. Hurry back home to drink your milk. This is a battlefield for men. Watch out, or you might lose your father-in-law's fortune. Li Xuanji didn't even acknowledge him. He raised his wrist, frowning at a cheap electronic watch, clicking his tongue in impatience as he shook his legs. It's 5:40. Drawing lots and dragging it out for half an hour. If it goes to the team battle phase, we won't get to fight until at least 7:30. Li Xuanji turned his gaze, sweeping over his diverse fiancés before finally landing on Li Youyue, who was clad in black and as cold as the moon. Youyue, there's been a change in plans. I initially wanted Xingyao and the others to get some practice, but they're too slow. You mentioned wanting that hot fish from East City. The owner is a stubborn mule and closes at 6:30. What do you mean? Li Youyue's cold eyes flickered slightly, and a glimmer of anticipation crossed her otherwise expressionless face, one that only Li Xuanji could understand. I'll go solo for the individual matches. Li Xuanji stretched his long fingers, rolling his neck, his eyes revealing a blend of urgency and languor akin to I'm in a hurry to buy groceries. I'll get a clean 30. For dinner, I refuse to work overtime. A breathtaking smile curved on Li Youyue's lips, an exquisite charm born from being pampered. She placed her cool hand in his palm, her voice soft, yet laced with cruelty towards their enemies. As you wish, my long-term meal ticket. Buzz. Darkness erupted, enveloping the two in a shroud of black data. The ominous oppressive rank Mecha+Ability+Double thundered down. Match 1: Individual Battle. Blue side, Mountain Zhao Lei, a rank heavy mecha earth tyrant versus red side, Li Xuanji S rank Mecha+Ability+Double. Soft rice boy. Die. Zhao Lei roared, controlling the earth tyrant to launch a brutal charge, its heavy armor moving like a mobile fortress. Each step shattered the alloy floor, stirring up a gust of ominous wind as he aimed to smash the slender black mecha into scrap. Inside the cockpit, Li Xuanji couldn't be bothered to utilize Li Youyue's cloaking ability, his eyes merely flashing silver. Too slow. Are you from a senior mecha rehabilitation center? Time-space sequence, spatial folding. In front of Zhao Lei's charge, the flat space suddenly folded like a piece of paper. Visually unchanged, but on a physical level, an insurmountable invisible tripwire appeared. Boom. The dozens of tons of the earth tyrant stumbled as if tripped by shoelaces, its massive inertia causing it to lose balance and slide face first for hundreds of meters, sparks flying along the way until it crashed at Li Xuanji's feet. Li Xuanji commanded the Invades to raise its delicate mechanical foot and gently step on the armored shell of his opponent. Spatial shockwave. An invisible wave penetrated the armor like striking a cow from across a mountain, directly causing Zhao Lei in the cockpit to roll his eyes and faint. Winner Li Xuanji. Time taken 3 seconds. Evaluation: slippery ground, watch your step. Silence enveloped the arena. Commentator Jack's microphone dropped in shock, struggling to utter, "Is this a staged accident?" Match 2: Individual Battle. Blue side, Hurricane Sun Ling, a rank mecha rift mantis versus red side, Li Xuanji, Invades. This kid is a bit unnatural. Don't fight him, Heaton. Captain Gustav of Polaris yelled from the sidelines, his cold sweat pouring down. Sun Ling used speed to kite him to death. The blue rift mantis instantly morphed into a blur, spinning wildly around Li Xuanji, the high-frequency ion blade in its hand slicing the air, emitting a piercing sonic boom like hundreds of cicadas calling at once. Li Xuanji sat in the cockpit, even taking a moment to glance at a notification for hot fish at a 20% discount today. Spinning makes me dizzy. Have you turned into a washing machine? Time-space, sequence time dilation. The world before him slowed to a mere 0.1 times its normal speed. The lightning-fast ion blade appeared to him as if it were playing in slow motion. The Yiming Shinu merely tilted slightly too slender dark, purple mechanical fingers reaching out precisely akin to plucking a falling leaf. Clang! A crisp metallic clash resonated throughout the arena. The ion blade capable of slicing through gold and jade was held firmly between his fingers without budging. How is this possible? That's a supersonic strike. Sun Ling cried in terror, his voice cracking. You're cheating. You have an aim assist. In your eyes, it's a burst of speed. In my view, Li Xuanji replied nonchalantly, it's all in slow motion replay. Crack. The blade snapped. Kicking it away, he moved on. Winner Li Xuanji. Time taken 10 seconds. Evaluation in martial arts, speed reigns supreme, but you're too slow. Match 3, match point. Blue side, Tyrant, Gustav, a rank Mecha Destruction Tyrannosaurus versus red side, Li Xuanji, Yiming Shinu. Damn it. I'll fight you, heathen. Captain Gustav of Polaris had completely lost his cool. The 18-meter-tall Destruction Tyrannosaurus laden with heavy weapons crashed down, resembling a mobile armory. Die. Saturation attack. Full missile launch. Rat-a-tat-tat, boom boom boom. With no hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate attack. A dense barrage of firepower blanketed the entire arena, smoke instantly engulfing the slender black figure. Is it over? That's a bit presumptuous. Is he really going to withstand missiles with his body? The commentator screamed, his voice hoarse. However, as the smoke cleared, the audience fell into a stunned silence, as if their throats had been gripped. The Yiming Shinu emerged unscathed, not even a scratch on its paint. 1 meter in front of it, all bullets, lasers, and shells hovered mysteriously in midair, as if the play button had been pressed. Time-space sequence, spatial solidification. This was an impenetrable wall of size. Here's a gift for you, free shipping returns. Don't forget to leave a good review. Li Xuanji snapped his fingers. Space reverse. Buzz. All projectiles turned around, reflecting back at twice their original speed. Boom boom boom. The Destruction Tyrannosaurus was instantly overwhelmed by its own firepower, exploding into a spectacular firework. Li Xuanji didn't pause, he teleported the mecha into the air. The scythe remained sheathed, and with a simple gesture, he drew a dark crack through the fiery display. The final strike, let me show you what it means to be subjected to dimensionality reduction. Swish. A fine line swept through. The colossal Tyrannosaurus mech froze. 1 second later, it slid perfectly in half, the cut smooth as a mirror, revealing the inner circuitry still sparking with electricity. Winner Li Xuanji. Final score 30. God King Academy triumphs. No need for a team battle. Click. The mecha disengaged. Li Xuanji landed, glancing at his watch, exhaling a sigh of relief, a smile of liberation spreading across his face. Under a minute, good. The boss hasn't closed up yet. He ignored the nearly frozen air around him and the gaping audience, merely turning to take the hand of Li Youyue, who had just exited the mecha, her cheeks slightly flushed. He adjusted her disheveled hair with a gentle touch, his tone as tender as discussing weekend plans, entirely devoid of the bloodlust from moments before. Let's go, dear. You worked hard in this fight. When we get back, I'll make you that fish with extra spice. Behind them, the massive golden wind flashed on the screen, along with the names of the victors glowing fiercely in the sunset. In this moment, Li Xuanji not only won the match, but elevated the art of eating soft rice, while hard fighting to an entirely new level. Li Xian, please hold on. That space-cutting move from earlier was simply art. May I ask if your core tactical philosophy in cutting through mechas in the atmosphere is the ultimate pursuit of power? Crazy Dog Jack, riding on his hoverboard, nearly thrust the microphone into Li Xian's nostrils, so excited he looked ready to kneel and sing conquer on the spot. Behind him were hundreds of thousands of hoarse-voiced spectators, the holographic sky above still looping footage of the Shrank Destruction Tyrant being sliced into sashimi. Li Xian paused disdainfully, pushed the microphone aside, and pointed to the digital watch on his wrist, a serious expression on his face. My tactical philosophy is simple. Boss, is this fish still fresh? Jack's enthusiasm instantly deflated, as if he had swallowed a fly. The camera followed Li Xian's finger. This was not a press conference, it was a makeshift market set up beside the competition arena. Having just secured the MVP title, Li Xian squatted in front of a fish stall filled with an overwhelming fishy smell, poking at a floundering fish, with an expression more solemn than when he had cut through mechas. Bro, this is old John's signature from East City, it was just dancing around. The fishmonger trembled, knife in hand, staring at the fierce figure before him. Freshly dead won't do, the meat is loose, lacking soul. Li Xian shook his head, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, pointing to a fish in the corner of the tank. I want that one. Its eyes are fierce, clearly trained in underwater combat, and the flesh is firm. Enough. Li Xian, aren't you ashamed? A sharp voice interrupted as Li Youyue, dressed in a fiery red combat suit, pinched her nose while approaching. Although her expression was one of disdain, she obediently pulled out her payment code. I'm a distinguished Shrank Fire Warrior, You want me to carry scallions? Cut the nonsense. If you don't want dinner, just say so. Li Xian shoved a handful of muddy scallions into the proud young lattice arms, and casually took the hand of Li Youyue, who had been silent all this time. Li Youyue effortlessly accepted the red plastic bag handed to her by the fishmonger, her movements so practiced they tugged at the heartstrings. Xian, do we need more ginger? It seems we're out at home. Let's go, time to heat the oil. Crazy Dog Jack watched this family treat the mech competition like a morning market visit, and his microphone clattered on the ground. The next day, the top trending news in Xinyun City was not the God King Academy's stunning comeback, but rather, shocking, the self-cultivation of the strongest sugar daddy. Even if you're a god of war, you must cook a delicious meal at home. At the Tianyuan Fortress in the top-floor kitchen. Originally a fully automatic molecular cooking room, designed by Li Qinghai to show off, it had been forcibly transformed by Li Xian into a traditional Chinese kitchen filled with the warmth of cooking. A large crowd of onlookers gathered at the door, staring at the man in front of the stove as if he were a rare animal. Turn down the heat, control your strength. Li Xian leaned against the doorframe, watching Li Youyue engage in a death match with the fish. This usually unflinching shadow assassin was now clad in a pink bear apron, wielding a knife that sent out flickers as she scraped the fish scales with the intensity of a Ling Chi execution. It won't listen. Li Youyue pouted, her eyes stubborn, as if that fish were an undercover agent of the mechanical god cult. All right, step aside. Let me show you what high-end operation looks like. Li Xian stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind and taking the knife. Watch closely. This kind of ingredient requires divine skills to handle. Buzz. Li Xian's eyes flashed with silver light, and a mysterious temporal wave enveloped the cutting board. Temporal sequence space cutting. There was no flash of blades in the air. The flounder disintegrated in the blink of an eye. Flesh and bones separated, each slice of fish as thin as a cicada's wing, precisely measured to the micron, and even the bones were completely removed, neatly arranged on the plate. What a... Li Youyue, peeking from the doorway, looked as if her eyes were about to pop out. Using a space manipulation ability for cutting sashimi. That's too extravagant. And it's not over yet. Li Xian snapped his fingers, tossing the fish bones and spices into a clay pot, adding high mountain spring water. Temporal sequence local time acceleration x 100. What would normally take 3 hours to simmer into a creamy fish soup began bubbling within mere seconds under the watchful eyes of everyone, the rich aroma exploding throughout the kitchen. Even the usually composed Su Qingying adjusted her glasses, her throat slightly moving. Using temporal laws to simmer soup just for flavor. This kid has some skills. This is called professionalism. Li Xian lifted the pot lid, sprinkled some scallions, and turned to the wide-eyed women, raising an eyebrow. In the sugar daddy business, not only must you eat hard, but you must also eat with technical expertise. Serve the dishes. In the dining room, a long table capable of seating 20 was now completely filled. The atmosphere was decidedly nuclear level. Smack! A black gold card was slammed onto the table with such force that the expensive fish soup rippled. Yi Zixin, dressed in a rich purple velvet robe with a low neckline, sat casually on the left side of the main seat, her legs crossed, her purple eyes filled with displeasure. I have no objections to Youyue starting. After all, she's the main consort. Yi Zixin's smile was more of a sneer as she fixed her gaze on Li Xian. But why should my daughter Li Shiguang be left out? This card has 50 million, as she must start next match. I can add more if needed. How tacky. Across the table, Ji Yanlong, Fire Mom, handed a piece of fish fillet to his daughter. Li Youyue's eyes, however, hooked onto Li Xian. Xian, money is impersonal. My set of twins, despite their fiery tempers, offer the ice and fire duality of joy, something most cannot enjoy. What do you think about giving them a real combat opportunity? Ji Bingfeng, Ice Mom, coldly interjected. Or perhaps we could discuss privately how to apply your temporal abilities in more enduring ways. Uffed. Li Xingyao, who was sipping soup, nearly choked. Cough, cough. Let's eat. Eat. Li Xian's face flushed. He hurriedly filled each mother-in-law's bowl with soup. Stop arguing. This is just a meeting to discuss strategies. Su Qingying elegantly sliced the fish, the reflection of her glasses flashing. Fengling's sniping position cannot be moved. She is the eyes of the entire team. Xian, you understand the importance of range, right? That sounded a bit off. Li Xian felt like a piece of meat caught in a spider's web, quickly changing the subject. He waved his hand, and a holographic projection unfolded above the dining table. Let's get to business. Group F is dubbed the Group of Death. Aside from the Polaris that was just filleted, the remaining two are the real tough nuts. He pointed at the screen, displaying heavy mechas adorned with chainsaws painted blood red. Tomorrow we will face these madmen, the Frenzied Battle Legion. Their captain, Crazy Dog Tyson, employs a brain-dead suicidal strategy. Then there's the final match, the Iron Wall Brotherhood. The image switched to 5 mechas resembling turtle shells. All equipped with reflective armor, they're a truly irritating bunch. Li Xian's gaze swept across the dining table. Li Youyue was picking scallions for him. Li Shiguang pretended to be uninterested while stealing glances at him. Li Xingyao and Li Weiyin were fighting over the last piece of fish belly. The twin sisters were secretly vying to sit closer to Li Xian. The strategy is simple. Li Xian's lips curled into a mischievous smile, his gaze sweeping over every exquisite beauty present. To fight Crazy Dog, we must be crazier than him. He looked at the elegantly napkin-wiping Yi Zixin, then at the proud Li Shiguang. Tomorrow Shiguang will start. Humph. Li Shiguang tossed her wavy hair, chin raised, though the delight in her eyes was hard to conceal. Finally remembered your president. But I must clarify, the Queen's shield is for smashing, not for being hit. Don't worry, tomorrow you'll smash to your heart's content. Li Xian's tone was suggestive, and in such a way that you'll hit all angles without missing. Crack. Yi Zixin satisfactorily broke her chopsticks. What about that big turtle? Li Huowu shouted, that thing is too tough, my fire can't even burn it. Li Xian turned his gaze toward Li Weiyin, who was peeking from behind Yin Qi, secretly licking her spoon. Weiyin. The little girl shivered, nearly shrinking under the table. Sister, brother-in-law, I can't do it. There are too many people, I might crash. Don't be afraid. Li Xian's voice was as gentle as luring a little bunny, yet the words sent chills down spines. When the time comes, I'll activate a one-way transparency mode for you. Just think of it as playing a match 3 game. Melt those tin cans. He made a grasping gesture into molten iron. Li Weiyin paused, her heterochromatic pupils flickering slightly. Melt as in melt. That sounds quite relaxing. Exactly, and Li Xian squinted, eyeing the so-called Iron Wall data. These guys have some dirty base code. Tomorrow let's casually catch a few mice to send some free goods to our lab. In his mind, the system notification chimed inappropriately. Ding. Detected host is executing high-end tactical deployment. With style like the wind, I am never alone. Reward 5,000 fate points. Unlocking new maneuver library Mecha Fusion. Couple Yoga Edition notes significantly increases synergy by 50, recommended for use with tight combat suits. Li Xian glanced at the utterly unserious system rewards, then at the room full of mesmerized battle maidens and mothers-in-law, silently draining his bowl of soup. This sugar daddy life was indeed delightful, though it was a bit taxing on the waist. The next day, in the Tianqiong Arena, the heat threatened to lift the dome. Scalpers had driven ticket prices to astronomical heights, with 300,000 people crammed together, all eager to gamble on one question. Would the legendary Soft Rice King be torn to shreds by the Mad Dog of the North today? 30 seconds to countdown. Mad Dog Jack roared from atop his flying machine, spitting words like venom. Lock it in. Will he take the soft route, or will he be turned into minced meat? The answer will be revealed soon. Just as the countdown was about to reach 0, the gates of the passage swung open with a thunderous crash. No flashy entrance effects, just Li Xuanji, yawning, a hint of drowsiness lingering at the corners of his eyes as he staggered out. Behind him stood Li Shiguang, clad in platinum armor, exuding an aura of regal authority. Apologies, Li Xuanji waved at the commentary booth, feigning innocence. I overslept, my bed was too cozy. The audience gasped collectively. Across from them, Tyson, the captain of the frenzied war corps, had long since grown impatient. He controlled an 18-meter-tall machine known as the Bloody Maniac, its dual chainsaw axes slicing through the air with a menacing hiss, the engine roaring like a wild beast. Pretty boy, you finally crawled out from a woman's embrace. Tyson's voice boomed through the speakers, laced with an obnoxious bloodthirst. Swap out your delicate princess. If I scratch that beautiful mech, I'll break my heart, ha. Li Xuanji dug at his ear, glancing at Li Shiguang beside him. Did you hear that? He called you a vase. Li Shiguang scoffed, her violet eyes shimmering with golden light, the innate arrogance surging to its peak. A mere wild dog dares to bark at the throne. Then let him be silenced. Li Xuanji extended his hand, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Are you ready, my queen? Ready to play? Li Shiguang tilted her chin proudly, placing her hand in his palm. Boom. A golden beam shot skyward. Unlike the silence of shadows, it was as domineering and dazzling as the blazing sun. The S-class war maiden mech, Holy Radiance Valkyrie, had descended. In a flash of brilliant golden light, enveloped Li Xuanji, drawing him into the cockpit. Inside the cockpit, this sensation was entirely different. If the synchronization with Youyue had been like water flowing smoothly, then syncing with Shiguang felt like taming a wild stallion. I want control too. Li Ziguang's consciousness surged through the mental network, her voice urgent. That fool is provoking me. I want to twist his head off. Give me the fire control system. What's the rush? Li Xuanji's brow flickered with a mystical pattern as the absolute dominion of divine sovereignty of the nine heavens unfurled in an instant. In the mental realm, he pinned the queen's desire to seize the steering wheel, forcing her back onto the opulent throne. Today you focus on beauty, the dirty work is for your husband. Li Shiguang struggled, but a warm and powerful mental force enveloped her. The overwhelming sense of safety, even causing her soul to tremble, made her instinctively relent. Suit yourself. If we lose, I'll lock you in the small dark room. Outside, the bloody maniac moved. Tyson had no intention of testing the waters. This madman aimed for a swift kill right off the bat. Die? Bloody meat grinder. The red mech transformed into a gust of bloody wind, two colossal chainsaw axes slashing downwards aimed directly at the Holy Radiance Valkyrie's head. The speed was blistering, the sound of air exploding like 100 firecrackers detonating simultaneously. The audience gasped, shielding their eyes. If that strike connected, forget defensive mechs, even aircraft carriers would be reduced to debris. Li Shiguang instinctively raised her shield to block, even contemplating retreating to lessen the impact. Don't move. Li Xuanji's voice resonated in her mind, steady as a rock. He did not maneuver the mech to dodge. He didn't even lift his eyelids. Standing firm with one hand on his hip. Are you insane? Li Shiguang screamed in the mental link, you'll die? Just as the axe was about to make contact with the armor, Li Xuanji stirred his thoughts. Temporal sequence, absolute anchor. War maiden technique, holy light sigh. Buzz. A translucent pale golden light membrane appeared, clinging tightly to the surface of the Holy Radiance Valkyrie. This was no ordinary energy shield, it was a wall of size fused with spatial principles. Clang. The chainsaw axes capable of cutting through mountains struck hard against that thin layer of golden light. No sparks. No shattering. Not even a ripple was stirred. The immense kinetic energy was completely arrested in that moment, as if a fist had struck an absolutely motionless cosmic barrier. Crack. A sound that sent shivers through the audience echoed throughout the arena. The dual-arm transmission shaft of Tyson's bloody maniac snapped under the sudden and terrifying counterforce. Bang bang. The chainsaw axes flew from his grasp, spinning toward the audience area, sending the front row spectators into a panic. Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, the platinum mech remained perfectly poised, not a single fold in its attire, as proud as an unshakable statue. Li Xuanji opened the public channel, his voice languid, broadcasting to the entire arena. Put in a little more effort, Captain Tyson. Did you skip breakfast, or are you just tickling me? Silence engulfed the crowd. What kind of defense was this? Was this some sort of health cheat? Insufferable. Insufferable. Tyson was completely rattled. Veins bulged on his face, now reduced to a single electronic eye, as he slammed down a crimson injection button. Sizzle. The engine behind the bloody maniac spewed black smoke, red steam seeping from the surface like blood. Core overload. Drug rampage mode. He'll kill you. Tyson abandoned his weapons, driving the mech forward like a rabid dog, throwing punches, knees, even head-butting. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact felt like striking a 10th-sand-pound ancient bell. Yet that layer of golden light acted as a barrier between two dimensions, the wall of size. In the mental realm, Li Shiguang watched the frenzied beast outside, yet she felt not a single tremor. An unprecedented thrill surged from deep within her heart. This was the power of absolution. This was the sensation of being protected in the palm of his hand. That should be enough. Li Xuanji observed the energy gauge now glowing red and smiled slightly. Shiguang, are you ready? Let this mad dog witness the majesty of the queen. Yes. Li Ziguang's voice trembled with excitement, a longing for retaliation. Li Xuanji slammed the controls forward, his gaze icy. War maiden technique, Thorn Halo, full power reversal. Damage multiplier 200. Buzz. The golden light membrane, once defensive, transformed into blinding pure white. All the kinetic energy that Tyson had pummeled with hundreds of punches was forcibly converted, compressed, and doubled by divine sovereignty of the nine heavens. Get out of my way. Boom. A terrifying white shockwave erupted from the Holy Radiance Valkyrie. The bloody maniac, which had been frantically attacking, was smashed like a soda can struck heated by a high-speed train. There was no suspense. The red mech disintegrated midair. Parts rained down like raindrops, leaving only Tyson's cockpit rolling out of the arena like a ball emitting black smoke. As the light faded, the Holy Radiance Valkyrie slowly lowered its raised arm, the 6 pairs of light wings behind it bursting forth in a grand display, casting shadow over the arena like a deity. Li Shiguang was now completely exhilarated. She seized the microphone, her pride ingrained in her being ignited by Li Xuanji's influence, the soul of the queen blazing. Kneel. Just those 2 simple words. Yet they carried an enchanting power sweeping across the arena with the mental pressure of its glass powerhouse. The remaining mechs of the frenzied war corps, once roaring with bravado, now lost their balance, collapsing to their knees under the oppressive aura. The crowd erupted in fervor. Mad Dog Jack's voice was hoarse from shouting, "Queen! This is the Queen's judgment. Absolute defense and full counterattack. This is going to end badly." Li Xuanji sat in the cockpit, rubbing his ears, still buzzing from Li Shiguang's energy, gazing at the sea of kneeling figures outside with a cold smirk. The stage has opened up. But in his system's view, the cockpit that had rolled out from the wreckage of Tyson's mech was flashing with ominous red light. Amid the broken circuits, a black chip, not part of standard mech configurations, lay exposed to the sunlight. Just as I suspected, Li Xuanji's gaze turned icy. The hint of laziness vanished. Drug control combined with neural takeover. Wang Beishan, your reach is quite extensive. He did not rush to exit, but controlled the mech to stomp on the self-destructing chip. In the next round, it's time to clean house. The cheers from the Tianxiong arena had not yet faded when the alert for the second match pierced the air. Clearly stung, the members of the Berserker Corps were silent on the bench, where they had been shouting just moments before. After a few seconds of struggle, a sleek, pitch-black mech, slender as a ghost, glided into the center of the arena. Blue Team Ghost Shadow Hosan, Class A Mech Phantom Assassin. I won't confront you directly. Hosan's voice was low and filled with a gnashing resentment. Heavy mechs turn slowly and have large blind spots. As long as I can't see you, you can't hit me. Buzz. As the match began, the light around the Phantom Assassin distorted, and it inexplicably vanished into thin air. The optical camouflage activated fully, leaving no signals even on the thermal imaging radar. This is troublesome, she said, a hint of anxiety creeping into her mental link. The Valkyrie is specialized for positional warfare, which means it lacks mobility. This sneaky rat is my worst nemesis. If I don't use full-spectrum holy light, I won't be able to catch him, but that would consume too much energy. What are you panicking for? Close your eyes. Huh, are you crazy? That's an assassin. Though Li Shiguang protested verbally, her body obediently followed the command. In the next moment, a refreshing mental tide surged into her consciousness through the neural link. Temporal sequence, soul, wide-angle vision, activate. The previously pitch-black field of vision instantly transformed. This was not a sight visible to the naked eye, but rather a higher-dimensional soul thermal sensing. In Li Shiguang's perception, the vast arena morphed into a gray and white line drawing, while the prideful, invisible mech now glimmered with a blinding red light, resembling a nude clown crouching, sneaking around to her 7 o'clock. Do you see it? Li Xuanji chuckled lightly. This is the god's perspective. I see it. Li Shiguang said, a cruel smile curling on her lips. That little rat is still making throat-cutting gestures over there. Don't rush to strike. Li Xuanji snapped his fingers. Let's perform a magic trick. Shiguang adjust the shield's refractive index. We're going to give him a show. To the spectators outside, it seemed as if the Valkyrie was frozen in place, lost in chaos due to the absence of a target. At that moment, the Phantom Assassin moved. Hosan grinned wickedly and lunged forward, his high-frequency dagger aimed directly at the energy core at the back of the mech's neck. Die, you cumbersome tin can. The dagger pierced through the armor without resistance. However, there was no explosion, no sparks. The Valkyrie that had been stabbed burst apart like a soap bubble, scattering into countless points of light. What? Hosan's pupils trembled. Surprised. Unexpected. Li Xuanji's voice rang out on the public channel. That was an illusion created by light refraction. If you don't understand physics, how can you pilot a mech? Hosan looked up sharply, only to discover that 3 identical Valkyries had appeared simultaneously to his left, right, and behind him. It was impossible to tell which was real. Those are fake. All of them are fake. Hosan swung his dagger, frantically charging toward the one on the left. Once again, it was merely an afterimage. Wrong. Li Xuanji sounded like a patient examiner. Last chance. Hosan was in a complete panic, trying to retract his mech and create distance. Too late. Li Xuanji's gaze sharpened as he predicted the opponent's only landing point. Battle Maiden skill chains of light. The previously inconspicuous dots of light on the ground suddenly surged, transforming into golden chains that shot upward, perfectly ensnaring the Phantom Assassin that had just landed. Its limbs were bound, immobilized. At this moment, the real Valkyrie slowly deactivated its optical cloaking, standing less than 10 meters away from Hosan. Li Shiguang's enormous tower shield emitted mechanical transformation, sounds instantaneously reshaping into an exaggerated cannon, its muzzle aimed directly at Hosan's forehead. This shot is to teach you a lesson. Li Ziguang's cold voice sounded like a verdict. Boom. A golden beam pierced through the arena. The Phantom Assassin didn't even have time to scream before being obliterated into pieces, its cockpit ejected and dangling precariously on the protective net. Match 2 victory for the God King Academy. The crowd erupted in cheers. In the subsequent third match, the last contestant from the Berserker Corps completely lost his composure. The mech named Self-Destruct Maniac entered the arena, and before the referee could call the start, it was already emanating an ominous red glow, charging recklessly forward with the intent of taking everyone down with it. Let's die together. Die. Li Xuanji sighed, my dinner time is precious. I don't have time to accompany you in your suicide mission. He lightly swiped his finger through the air. Temporal sequence local rewind. A bizarre scene unfolded. The mech on the verge of exploding suddenly had its red glow flow back into its body, its expanded armor plates closing up, and its forward charge reversing. In just those brief 3 seconds of rigidity, the Valkyrie lifted its long alloy leg and delivered a solid kick right into the opponent's chest. Off you go. The mech was sent flying like a ball, crashing into a garbage pile outside the arena. 3-0. God King Academy wins decisively. No team battle required. The victory message flashing on the big screen dazzled everyone. Li Xuanji stretched lazily, disengaging from the synchronization state. Xiguang, well played. Both the refractive maneuver just now and the power behind that kick were quite refined. Li Xiguang deactivated her transformation, a flush of triumph still coloring her cheeks, and with a haughty huff, she declared, of course, this president is perfect. Half an hour later in the changing room, steam enveloped the air laced with a faint scent of shower gel. Just as Li Xuanji pulled on a t-shirt, he suddenly heard the hurried sound of high heels behind him. Before he could turn around, a pair of warm hands pressed against the cabinet doors on either side of him. Bam! A classic wall slam. Only the positions were reversed. Li Xiguang, dressed in fitted attire with her purple hair still dripping, was less than 5 centimeters away from Li Xuanji, her regal countenance strikingly close. Breath intertwined. Li Xuanji. Her voice trembled, a mix of shame and excitement flooding her senses as the adrenaline subsided. What? Is the president planning to impose rules on her subordinate? Li Xuanji leaned against the cabinet, a smirk playing on his lips. Shut up. Li Xiguang bit her lip, her gaze darting away, yet trying to maintain her composure. Just now, when you took control of my body in the cockpit, she recalled the sensation of her soul being enveloped, every thought directed by him. It was too humiliating, but also too intoxicating. I just want to say, in the next match, you're not allowed to casually look into my memories. After a long pause, Li Xiguang managed to spit out this feeble threat. Oh, who was it that cried out, hubby, save me, in the mental realm just now? You. Go die. Li Xiguang's face turned crimson as if it might bleed. She stomped hard on Li Xuanji's foot and turned to flee in a panic. Li Xuanji rubbed his instep, watching her flustered retreat, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This queen was quite adorable when she was flustered. The reason Group F is dubbed the Death Group is not due to that pack of mad dogs, but because of the true hard nut to crack, the Iron Wall Brotherhood. This infamous team is notorious for their defensive counterattack strategy. Equipped with anti-energy coatings, they claim to be immune to all beam weapons specifically designed to annoy those teams relying on powerful area-clearing attacks. The next match, Shenwang Academy versus Iron Wall Brotherhood. Mad Dog Jack roared from the commentary booth. Can Li Xuanji, the soft food king, create a miracle? How can he possibly attack the Iron Tortoise fortified with both physical and energy defenses? At the entrance, Li Xuanji stepped out holding the hand of a small figure. The audience fell silent. It was neither the fierce black-haired beauty nor the glittering queen, but a little girl clad in oversized overalls, wearing goggles and clutching a wrench. What is she doing here? Selling cuteness. Is there no one else in Shenwang Academy? Sending a minor to her doom. Laughter erupted. Li Wayne shrank back, clutching Li Xuanji's hand tightly, her eyes glistening with tears. Sister, brother-in-law, they're laughing at me. I don't want to go. Wayne. Li Xuanji crouched down to adjust her slightly crooked goggles, his tone uncharacteristically gentle. Listen to your brother-in-law. They're not laughing at you, they're laughing at their own ignorance. He pointed at the heavy mechs across the arena, resembling moving fortresses. Look at those iron clumps. Don't you think they're ugly? The wiring is a mess and the armor plating is asymmetrically welded. It's simply industrial trash. Peering through her goggles, Li Yuye's timid expression suddenly transformed. Her eyes mirrored that of a perfectionist discovering a construction violation. Yes, that hydraulic pipe on Unit 3 is misrouted, and there's a 2mm gap in the armor seam. It's so uncomfortable. Her fingers tightened around the wrench, turning pale. Exactly, Li Xuanji ruffled her hair. Since it bothers you, let's help them fix it. This is called after-sales service. Okay. Light radiated forth. Dual-born Battle Maiden Light and Shadow Gospel activated. The moment this mech appeared, a stir rippled through the crowd. One half was as pure as an angel, while the other half was rusted and grimy like a hellish demon. This extreme dichotomy was enough to send anyone's sanity plummeting. First match, individual battle. Blue Team Immovable King Zhao Taizhu S-Class Heavy Mech Sign Barrier. Zhao Taizhu commanded the towering beast standing 20 meters tall and reinforced with triple reaction armor squatting in the center of the arena and deploying his shields. Come on, soft food man. This armor can withstand a nuclear bomb. Give me 10 minutes, and if a layer of paint chips off, I'll admit defeat. Inside the cockpit, Li Xuanji perceived a unique scene within Li Youyue's mental landscape, a blend of blooming flowers and ruins. Don't be afraid. Lend me your talent. Li Xuanji squinted, his pupils alight with rapidly refreshing data streams. Talent Universal Reconstruction, Analysis Mode. In his eyes, the so-called sighing barrier, touted for its absolute defense, transformed into a densely packed blueprint in blue. Every load-bearing structure energy node, and even the torque specifications of every screw became crystal clear, and marked in red, structural weaknesses. Ugh, this craftsmanship is even worse than a blue sky vocational project. Li Xuanji refrained from firing a shot, nor did he draw any conventional weapons. The toolbox behind Light and Shadow Gospel opened, and he leisurely retrieved a 4-meter-long super alloy pneumatic wrench and an industrial-grade laser drill still buzzing with energy. The audience was bewildered. What is he planning? Renovating? Zhao Taizhu was equally stunned, caught off guard as the scene in front of him flickered. Temporal displacement. Light and Shadow Gospel appeared right beneath the sign barrier. First step, disassembly. Li Xuanji's pneumatic wrench precisely latched onto a core fastening bolt at the knee joint. High-frequency oscillation, reverse rotation. With a jarring metallic screech, that bolt the size of a basin was forcefully twisted free. What the hell? Zhao Taizhu felt his mech's left leg buckle, alarms blaring. Don't rush, there's more here. Li Xuanji moved with the finesse of a seasoned craftsman, wrench flying with astonishing speed. Within 5 short seconds, the legs of the sighing barrier collapsed, scattering parts like a puppet with its strings cut. The once mighty heavy mech was brought to its knees. You shameless coward. Zhao Taizhu panicked, raising his double-barreled cannon to blast Li Xuanji. Get away from me. Oh dear, there's a crack in the barrel. That's too dangerous. Let me patch it up. Li Xuanji didn't even flinch, casually lifting the laser drill and aiming it at the gaping barrel. Talent Mechanical Healing Physical Version. A bizarre green light shot into the cannon's mouth. The metal of the barrel melted and reformed, then was completely welded shut. It transformed into a solid lump of iron. At that moment, Zhao Taizhu pressed the firing button. Boom. The shell exploded within the chamber. After a thunderous roar, the upper half of the sighing barrier erupted in thick black smoke, resembling a pressure cooker that had blown its lid. Now that's more like it. Li Xuanji brushed off the dust from his mech, as if inspecting a freshly repaired tractor. Legs are dismantled, cannon is blocked. Now it's more symmetrical. Within their mental connection, Li Youyue chimed with joy. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. That asymmetrical gap is finally gone. So much better. The arena fell silent. Commentator Jack had crushed his microphone in disbelief. What kind of fighting style is this? Forced repair tactics. Physical deterrence. The cockpit door of Zhao Taizhu's mech blew open, and he crawled out, his face smeared with soot, coughing out a cloud of green phosphorescent smoke. He pointed at Li Xuanji, attempting to shout insults, but his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Li Xuanji gazed at the tendril of green smoke, his expression cooling instantly. The system interface automatically popped up. Warning. Detected trace amounts of neurotoxin alpha variant. Source mechanized cult biochemical laboratory. Just as I thought. Li Xuanji activated the mech's internal circulation system, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The so-called Iron Wall Brotherhood is nothing but a bunch of drug-enhanced biochemical guinea pigs. He raised his head, directing his gaze at the cloaked, brooding captain of the Iron Wall team in the stands. Since you enjoy playing with toxins, then in the next match, I shall give you a comprehensive extermination. He patted Li Youyue's trembling hand. Are you ready, Wayne? In the next round, we won't be repairing. We're going to demolish. The wind in the arena of the sky now carried an unsettling blend of rust and oil, mingled with the shattered ideals of the hundreds of thousands of spectators. Zhao Taizhu's side barrier, now reduced to a state of osteoporosis, lay on the arena floor like a heap of unwanted industrial scrap, exuding a melancholic yet amusing aura. This is just unscientific. Mad Dog Jack wiped the cold sweat from his brow atop his flying machine, lamenting the downfall of his commentary career. Did player Li really just use a pneumatic wrench to expel that heavily armored mech from the Godfall city? The audience exchanged glances, torn between the urge to boo and the fear of doing so. After all, no one had ever witnessed such a wild form of physical expulsion. Li Xuanji paid no heed to the noise around him. Seated with his legs crossed in the excessively spacious cockpit of the light and dark gospel, he held a thermos filled with goji berries freshly summoned from the system space. Wayne, steady your hands, this is basic maneuvering, Li Xuanji said, noticing how tense the girl beside him was like a coiled spring. He reached out to ruffle her hair. You tightened those screws perfectly earlier, that was true craftsmanship. After this match, I'll take you to try those limited edition mechanical cookies. Eat as many as you like. In the mental realm, Li Youyue's tiny hands were knotted together, her green left eye filled with apprehension, resembling a guilty schoolchild. Brother-in-law, the next opponent, seems really fierce. Did I perhaps dismantle that old man too thoroughly? Dismantled? That was art, Li Xuanji said, taking a sip of tea, his gaze drifting toward the dark entrance ahead, his expression growing colder. And for a bunch of scum who have tossed their bottom line down the drain, we are merely performing a forced recycling. Second match, personal battle. Blue team, Scorpion. Wang Ming S-Class Biological Mech Iron Armored Tyrannosaurus. Thud. 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 Every heavy footfall pounded against the hearts of the spectators, even the shock absorbers of the arena base groaned in agony. What emerged was less a mech and more a stitched monstrosity clawing its way out of a nightmare. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus was covered in a slimy dark green carapace with no mechanical bearings at its joints, only writhing bundles of blood-red muscle. The most disturbing sight was its chest devoid of a viewing window featuring a massive glowing red compound eye that swiveled like a living creature. Li Xuanji, your antics end here. Wang Ming's voice crackled through the loudspeakers, thick and viscous, as if stirred in liquid enough to make one want to heave. I will chew your beautiful mech into pieces, leaving not a shred behind. The entire audience exchanged bewildered glances, unsure whether to cheer or jeer, having never witnessed such a brutal display of physical expulsion. Target acquired biological metal parasite. Weakness analysis core extremely unstable, reliant on living spinal fluid for energy. Recommended strategy, don't discuss physics, apply magic instead. Li Xuanji smirked. This aligned perfectly with the intel provided by Li Tianzhao last night. Wang Beishan, that old lunatic, had forcibly fused the battle maiden's spinal fluid with a mechanical core. Treating a living being as a mere resource and reveling in it, Li Xuanji tightened his grip on the joystick, his fingertips turning white from the strain. Fine, since you don't want to be human, I'll send you off to be reincarnated. Before he finished speaking, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus suddenly roared, its back armor splitting open to reveal dozens of green tentacles, barbed and equipped with suction cups, whipping out like whips and sealing off all possible escape routes for Li Xuanji. Opt! Li Wayne screamed, instinctively shutting her eyes in terror. The tentacles moved with lightning speed, their tips exuding a bizarre force field that drained the energy from the surrounding air. Wayne, open your eyes. In the mental realm, Li Xuanji did not take control, but gently pressed down on Yuan's shoulder. His voice, usually gentle, now resonated with a low, ancient power of persuasion and pressure. Look at this trash. They've harmed your kind, defiling your beloved mechanical talent. His mental force surged like a tide into Wayne's consciousness, guiding the suppressed power within her. Don't fear that bad child inside you. Today, brother-in-law permits you to unleash her and let loose. Li Youyue's body stiffened momentarily. In the next second, the emerald glow of her left eye extinguished, replaced by the blazing pure and maddening crimson light surging from her right eye. Warning. Mental synchronization rate has exceeded threshold. Switching to dark decay mode. The once angelic, light and dark gospel, with its rusted right side, seemed to come alive. Countless black curse runes spread wildly along the cracks in the armor, and the 6 pairs of floating cannons behind the mech no longer emitted healing beams, but instead unleashed a thick, inescapable gray mist of death. In the communication channel, Yuan's voice had transformed, carrying a chilling excitement that felt like a different person had taken over. Brother-in-law is right, filthy things deserve to be cleansed. With a swish, dozens of green tentacles lashed violently against the mech. Wang Ming erupted into maniacal laughter from his cockpit. Got you, fool. Devour it, my darling. Reduce it to a pile of scrap metal. But his laughter abruptly halted, as if his throat had been squeezed. Those biological tentacles, capable of piercing S-class armor, met the gray mist enveloping the light and dark gospel, and not only failed to absorb any energy, but instead disintegrated, as if they had plunged into a pool of acid. Before the audience's eyes, they visibly changed color, shriveled and carbonized, eventually turning into fine black dust that scattered with the wind. What in the world is that? My divine tentacles! Wang Ming shouted in terror, his voice cracking. That's called decay, you uneducated fool. Li Xuanji sat in the cockpit, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He yanked back on the controls, allowing more tentacles to entangle the mech without defense, like moths drawn to a flame. Simple corrosion is too slow, let me add some seasoning. Li Xuanji's eyes gleamed with a silver light, signaling the full activation of his temporal abilities. Temporal sequence, 10,000 times acceleration, erosion of time. If Wayne's power was to make matter decay, then Li Xuanji had just pressed the fast-forward button. A millennium of erosion poured down upon the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus in a single second. Sizzle, sizzle. The audience witnessed a scene they would never forget, jaws dropping and popcorn spilling everywhere. The once mighty, grotesquely vibrant biological mech, upon contact with Li Xuanji, resembled a documentary video, suddenly accelerated. The dark green organic carapace dried, cracked, and disintegrated into dust. Its robust mechanical skeleton rotted in the gray mist, softening until even the internal wiring turned to fragile ash. This was a dimensional strike. Boom. In mere 3 seconds. The third-turtle, iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, disintegrated before the eyes of all, collapsing into a stinking heap of black soil. Only Wang Ming's cockpit was intentionally preserved by Li Xuanji with a spatial shield. It landed solitary amid the gray mound, the hatch popping open to reveal Wang Ming resembling a plucked quail clad only in a pair of red shorts, staring in horror through the shattered window. The light and dark gospel, with its glowing mechanical feet, hovered gently above him, just a mere 0.01 centimeters from his forehead. Brother-in-law, this toy is of such poor quality, it broke down in an instant. The darkened Wayne licked her lips, her voice sweetly laced with a chilling madness. I wanted to see if its insides were rust as well. How about I step on it to find out? Li Xuanji's eye twitched, quickly restraining her eager mechanical foot. This girl, when corrupted, was more villainous than any antagonist. Hold back, crushing this scum isn't worth it. We need to leave a witness to inquire about those 6 girls' whereabouts. Li Xuanji took over the loudspeaker, ignoring the terrified Wang Ming beneath him. He slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing toward the highest seat in the audience. There, the leader of the mechanical divine cult, Iron Bone, was gripping his fists tightly, nails embedded in his flesh, his face twisted in disgust, as though he had swallowed a fly. Stop looking, it's your turn next. Li Xuanji controlled the mech, half angel, half demon, raising his hand to make a decapitation gesture toward Iron Bone, his tone as calm as if he were ordering a meal. Clean your neck and wait, I'll be right there to unbox. The alarm in the arena blared frantically, the blinding red light fragmenting the sky into disarray. System failure. All judges offline. The protective barrier is melting down. Jack the Mad Dog shouted hoarsely, run. If you don't want to die, hurry and escape. Boom. The commentary platform exploded into a fireball. In the center of the arena, the captain of the Iron Wall Brotherhood, known as Iron Bone, tore off his camouflage cloak, revealing a grotesque exoskeleton that appeared particularly fearsome in this moment. His eyes burned with fervor as he crushed a black test tube in his hand, the liquid inside writhing like a living creature as it seeped into his skin. Li Xuanji. The Li family should have been tossed into the trash long ago. Only through mechanical ascension can we achieve eternity. Iron Bone roared, merging seamlessly into the colossal mech behind him, named Plague Fortress. Boom. A cylindrical monstrosity stood 40 meters tall, covered in oozing blisters, crashing down. The exhaust vents at its base erupted with dark green toxic mist, which was no ordinary biochemical gas, but countless microscopic mechanical parasites. They swarmed like locusts, voraciously devouring the energy nodes of the shield, even spreading toward the audience. Zzz. The screens in Li Xuanji's cockpit began to flicker wildly. These bastards can't handle the heat and are flipping the table. Li Xuanji watched as ordinary citizens in the stands clutched their chests, collapsing, their skin turning green. The laziness in his eyes vanished, replaced by a chilling intensity that could freeze souls. In his arms, Li Wayne trembled. Brother-in-law, it smells so dirty and foul. Wayne doesn't like it, she murmured, teetering on the edge of a rampaging dark persona, instinctively repulsed by such underhanded tactics. Then let's clean it up. Li Xuanji extended his right hand, grasping at the air as if seizing an invisible power. Wayne, don't suppress yourself. Release the deepest power hidden within you. I will support you. But that state will make my body feel strange and hot. Li Yuye's voice was tinged with a breathless anticipation, a precursor to energy overload. Listen to me, I will guide this power gently. The sigils on Li Xuanji's forehead flared to life, dark golden mental energy, surging into Li Yuye's spiritual realm, forcibly merging a world that was half a sea of flowers and half a wasteland. In the VIP section, Xuanji, who had been elegantly sipping tea, suddenly spat out her red tea, her eyes glued to the mech below her doll-like face, flushed with disbelief. What is this kid doing? Xuanji gripped the railing tightly, her fingers turning pale. That's the forbidden valve within Wayne. A life and death balance point that even I wouldn't dare touch, and he's trying to open it directly. The depth of this mental invasion, what if Wayne loses control? Beside her, Ji Yanlong watched with a bemused expression, even whistling. A little sister Yin looks like your little cotton-padded jacket has been developed into a remarkable new position by her husband. This light and dark duality fluctuation tisk, it's exhilarating. On the arena floor. Divine Descent of the Nine Heavens. Modified. Yin-Yang Twin Stars Chaotic Unfolding. Buzz. The originally half-white, half-black, light and dark gospel erupted into dazzling brilliance akin to a supernova rising from the ground. On the left side, holy chants swirled as if an angel had descended. On the right side, countless wails resonated as if a demonic god had awakened. Light and dark spun and compressed violently in Li Xuanji's temporal force field, ultimately forming a Tai Chi circle that enveloped the entire arena. Battle Princess Technique. Gospel. Great Purification Art. Li Wayne's emerald left eye suddenly opened wide, devoid of youthful shyness, only the indifference of divinity. A fan-shaped wave resembling the aurora swept outward. Wherever it passed, the grotesque dark green mist evaporated, as if confronted by blazing sunlight, having no chance to struggle. The audience, initially screaming in agony, marveled as the deadly poison within them transformed into a warm flow, healing their wounds and even alleviating years of suffering. This is impossible. This is a divine technique that involves the essence of life. Iron Bone howled hysterically within the plague fortress, his voice laced with terror. How can a mere milk-drinking pretty boy wield such power? He went mad, controlling the mech to unleash dozens of massive cannons, black corrosive shells pouring down like a storm. Why? Li Xuanji scoffed, pushing the levers down sharply, the violent mental energy causing the entire cockpit to light up with overload warnings. Because we are hardcore enough. Wayne let him hear the sound of despair. Okay, brother-in-law, I feel like I'm going to break. Li Wayne let out a suppressed moan, her crimson eyes swiftly taking control. Light and dark great collapse. This time there was no explosion. The world seemed to have been muted. Li Xuanji activated the Eye of Causality. In his vision, the colossal mech was no longer steel but a multitude of intricate causal threads. Among them, the thickest dead line lay exposed beneath his blade. The light and dark gospel pressed its palms together as if praying for the deceased. The white of life and the black of death compressed to an extreme in his palms, transforming into an indescribable grayish flow of light. Dust to dust, earth to earth. The flow of light disregarded spatial distance and energy shields, effortlessly passing through the core of the plague fortress. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The massive plague fortress, capable of annihilating half a city, suddenly froze. What followed was an extraordinarily terrifying scene. It did not explode, nor did it burn. Instead, it resembled a pencil drawing erased by an eraser. From its shell to its inner workings, from screws to engines, all material structures lost their physical properties under the cleansing of light and dark laws. 1 second the shell vanished. 2 seconds the engine dissolved into nothingness. 3 seconds this ultimate weapon, the culmination of the mechanical cult's efforts, disappeared silently like a sand sculpture meeting the waves before the eyes of hundreds of thousands. Only a faint metallic scent lingered in the air. Clang. A core the size of a basin fell to the ground, rolling twice. Next to that core, Iron Bone lay naked and trembling. Everything around him vanished, even his undergarments, leaving only his person. This was more terrifying than death. It was a dimensional strike. It was a miracle. In the stands, Yin Shi fell into her chair, her gaze dazed, muttering. Insane, truly insane, reversing material reconstruction into annihilation. What kind of monster is this kid? That frequency of vibration, weighing that girl. The arena fell into a 3-second silence. Then a scream erupted, powerful enough to shake the dome. Li Xuanji, controlling the mech, pinched the already dazed Iron Bone between his fingers, the enormous mechanical fingertip pressed against his forehead. Where are the others? In the falling zone, the abyss, Iron Bone was already broken, wetting his pants. Please don't kill me, they are vessels of divine descent. Vessels? Li Xuanji's eyes turned cold. Then you can be discarded as scrap. Crack. Without further ado, he shattered Iron Bone's mental sea, rendering him a vegetable. F Group qualification confirmed, Divine King Academy, first place. Golden letters shone brightly on the big screen. The mech released. Li Xuanji, cradling the limp, blushing Li Wayne, as if she were a ripe shrimp, stepped down from the platform. The little girl nestled in his embrace, her tiny hands clutching his collar tightly, her voice barely a whisper. Brother-in-law, that feeling just now was so strange, it felt like my soul was about to fly out. That is the price of power. Li Xuanji calmly adjusted her slightly disheveled clothing, his gaze drifting over the crowd towards the ominous clouds in the falling zone. However, this round was worth it. We not only won, but we also obtained a ticket to raid their stronghold. In the shadows of the stands, a man in a red suit slowly stood up. He adjusted the half-mask on his face, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. No computational power, just pure law-crushing. The man's figure gradually faded as if merging with the air. Li Qinghai, where did you find this exceptional son-in-law? However, the stronger the soul, the more delicious it is to consume. In the lounge of the Tianqiong arena, the air still lingered with the residual heat of adrenaline. Outside, the cheers sounded like waves crashing against thick glass, while within this small sanctuary the atmosphere was subtly warm and intimate. Li Youyue nestled in a corner of the sofa, having changed out of her lifeless work pants and now donned a large white t-shirt. Her slender legs dangled in the air, and she clutched a wrench tightly in her hand, her head bowed, eyes red like a little rabbit that had been wronged. Brother-in-law, am I very bad? She sniffled, her voice barely above a whisper. I was so scary just now. When I thought about dismantling that old man, I actually felt a thrill. Bad? What do you mean by bad? That was pest control. Li Xuanji approached, performing a sleight of hand as he pulled out an unopened box of East City limited edition gear cookies, a gift from the fish vendor next door. Click. He opened the tin, and a rich, creamy aroma instantly dissipated the smell of machine oil in the room. Wayne, heed your brother-in-law's advice. Don't get tangled up in your thoughts. He popped a cookie into her mouth and tousled her twin ponytails. There are no bad weapons in this world, only bad users. You managed to clean up that trash. You're an environmental guardian, understand? Besides, should we let the bad guys take all the good deeds for themselves? That would be stealing their livelihood. Li Youyue chewed on the cookie, her bright green eyes blinking in surprise, seemingly finding her brother-in-law's twisted reasoning quite sensible. The tension in her face finally eased into a sweet smile. All right, enough of this mushy stuff. Li Xuanji clapped his hands, scanning the room at his fiancés. Li Youyue was polishing a dagger, Li Shiguang was touching up her makeup, and Li Xingyao was floating from the ceiling stealing cookies. Next up is the spoils division. The review session. He concentrated, summoning the system interface. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the F group's full victory achievement, including hidden evaluation, physical transcendence. Reward calculation in progress. 1. Mental capacity increased by 30. Current level S-class threshold can barely support 5 people online at once, and my head finally doesn't hurt. 2. The skill Divine Ascendance, 9 Heavens has broken through to the 2nd level. Unlocking Skill King's Network local version. 3. Special reward designated contract, slot 1. Li Xuanji's eyes lit up. The mental block imposed by his father-in-law had finally loosened a bit, and no longer did he feel as if his head were being crushed every time he unleashed his ultimate move. The most crucial part was the new contract slot. Instinctively, he turned his gaze to the corner of the room. There, a tall figure in a blue uniform leaned quietly against the storage locker, cradling a thick brick-like firearm manual, the thin frames of her glasses glinting with a sharp light. His 4th daughter, Li Fengling. Sensing Li Xuanji's gaze, Li Fengling looked up expressionless as she adjusted her glasses, then returned her focus to the book as if the world around her was of no concern. Cough, no need to rush. Li Xuanji redirected his gaze. With so many people around, it was essential to strategize carefully when it came to courting such an aloof goddess. There's one last chance. Rubbing his hands together, his eyes took on a mischievous glint. The once-a-day skill Void Cloud Grasp Causal Plunder had yet to be used. Since that old coot Wang Batian dares to send me a grand gift, how can I not return the favor to his good-for-nothing son? That would be impolite, wouldn't it? Li Xuanji closed his eyes, channeling his mental energy along the still-present causal thread, locking onto the deepest part of the falling zone, the most repulsive yet powerful aura. Wang Lin, the heir of the Wang family. System capture for me. I want the most core, the most private, the most damaging thing. Ding. Causal anchoring successful. Target Wang Lin, possessor of the Destiny Revenge system. Warning. Detected that the target system possesses a God-level counter-detection shield. Capture difficulty Hell level. Deep within the falling zone, in an underground palace constructed from flesh and machinery. Wang Lin, submerged in a green nutrient solution, suddenly twisted his handsome yet sinister face. He abruptly opened his eyes, and a strange data stream flickered within his pupils. Who dares to pry into my affairs? Boom. A terrifying dark red mental storm surged back along the causal line, threatening to shatter Li Xuanji's mind like a fragile egg. Li Xuanji's face paled. What the hell? This old coot reacts so quickly. At this critical moment, a golden chain deep within his soul, sealed by his father-in-law Li Qinghai, suddenly glowed. Far away in the void beyond Li Qinghai, who was fishing across the heavens, furrowed his brows. The aura of that old dog Wang Lin, daring to touch my son-in-law. While Li Qinghai was displeased with Li Xuanji, who was courting his daughters, he would never allow an outsider to butcher his own. Get lost. A voice resounded across dimensions, crackling through the void. A gigantic golden hand composed of pure divine power shattered the void and struck the dark red mental storm fiercely. Li Qinghai, you persistent old ghost. Wang Lin's furious roar echoed through the dimensional crevices. You're not dead yet. Even if your whole family perishes, I won't die. Li Qinghai's voice was domineering and infuriating. Dare to touch my people? You must be tired of living. Fine. Since you dare to cross dimensions, don't blame me for being rude. I have reviewed Devour. The wills of the two god-level powerhouses clashed violently in the void, tangling the causal lines into chaos. And at the eye of this storm stood Li Xuanji. When gods fight, mere mortals can fish. Li Xuanji was no coward either. Seizing the moment when Wang Lin's defense system was fully engaged with his father-in-law, he maneuvered a sliver of void cloud grasp into the fray with precision and ruthlessness. Whatever it is, I'll take it. Bring it to me. This is easy. The void closed. The auras of the two titans instantly dissipated. In the changing room, Li Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Thud. Two items fell from nowhere onto the coffee table. Silence enveloped the room. Li Shiguang dropped her powder compact. Li Youyue froze mid-polish, and even Li Xingyao, suspended from the ceiling, forgot to chew. On the coffee table lay a crystalline card, glowing with a crimson light still adorned with strands of flesh. And a pair of men's boxer shorts, silky in texture and printed with pink Hello Kitty designs. Embroidered on the underwear was a line of small text, "For my love, Wang Lin, your mechanical princess." Cough. Li Xingyao plummeted from the ceiling, rolling on the floor with laughter, tears streaming down her face. Sister, brother-in-law, what kind of twisted humor is this? Pink Hello Kitty. That perverted villain actually likes this. Ha, I can't handle it. Li Xuanji turned pale, his mind racing with 1,000 alpacas. This is an accident. Absolutely an accident. It's a trophy dragged from the clash of experts. At the same time, a faint trace of Li Qinghai's divine consciousness echoed through the void, tinged with mockery and disdain. Stupid boy, using me as a shield is one thing, but stealing someone's underwear. With that taste, don't ever say you're my son-in-law if it's embarrassing. Meanwhile, deep within the falling zone, Wang Lin's frenzied roar reverberated, shaking the underground palace. Li Qinghai, you bastard. Stealing my core key is one thing, but you dare to steal my soul armor. I'll take your 7 daughters and turn them into specimens. All of them. In the changing room, Li Xuanji cleared his throat twice disdainfully, using his flame to reduce the soul armor to ashes, trying to salvage some dignity. Forget about that pink thing, let's focus on business. He pointed to the blood-streaked crystalline card. The card felt cold to the touch, pulsating with a biological signal that was far from technological, a nauseating biological pulse. This is... The previously silent Li Tianzhao emerged from the shadows of Li Xuanji, snatching the card. Her mismatched pupils constricted suddenly, her expression turning as grim as if she had just eaten a dead fly. The highest authority key of the Abyss Laboratory. Li Tianzhao's voice was icy. This thing is directly implanted in Wang Lin's spinal column. It can't be removed unless he's killed or forcibly extracted. What kind of divine war did you just trigger? Nothing much, just let 2 old men hurl insults at each other, Li Xuanji replied nonchalantly. What's in it? Li Tianzhao's fingers danced across the card, rapidly projecting a holographic image into the air. There were no complex codes, only shocking diagrams of human experiments. At the very core of the diagrams stood 7 massive red incubation tanks, each labeled with the names of his fiancés Li Youyue, Xingyao. Below them was a line of glaring, bold red text. God-slaying project, pseudo-god incarnation container. Phase 3, extract divine blood. After the target's heart shatters, remove the spinal cord and reshape the mechanical divine personality. Just as I thought. Li Xuanji's gaze darkened, becoming more terrifying than when he had burned the underwear as the temperature around him plummeted by dozens of degrees. Wang Batian isn't just aiming to win the competition, he wants to turn this place into a sacrificial site. And that's not all. Li Tianzhao brought up an encrypted audio file. It was the most recent call record attached to the key. Wang Lin's effeminate voice emerged. Don't worry, the schedule has been tampered with. That soft rice man named Li Xuanji won't survive the next round. If he dies on stage, those battle maidens will crumble, and it'll be the perfect opportunity to capture them. Crack. Li Xuanji's teacup shattered in his grip. You want me dead? You want to touch my people? A dangerously sharp smile curved at the corners of his mouth, a fury ignited from being pushed to the edge. All right, then if you want to play dirty, don't blame me for flipping the table. At that moment, his wrist communicator suddenly exploded with activity. Mother-in-law Alliance Chat Group 5. G Family Furious Fire Dragon, Ji Yanlong Son-in-law. I heard you have a new slot. My twins must be included. Buy one get one free. I'll even throw in 10 Scrade engines as dowry. If not, I'll dig up Wang Beishan's ancestral grave. Director Yi Zixin, don't pay attention to that nouveau riche. Xuanji picking Shiguang is just the first step we need to develop further. Come to my office tonight. I want to discuss advanced theories on divine ascendance, 9 heavens privately. Lin Moyu main Queen Mother smiling expression. JPG, I think we should strengthen Li Youyue. After all, she's the most stable. And by the way, leave Wang Lin to me. The Scythe of Oblivion is already itching for action. Li Xuanji scrolled through the flood of messages, feeling his scalp tingle. This group of mothers-in-law was more ferocious than one another. Just then the door to the lounge swung open. Su Qingying, clad in her signature black form-fitting uniform, her long hair elegantly pinned up, adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, and strode in confidently, carrying a large thermal lunchbox. Stop the bickering. Su Qingying set the lunchbox down on the table and opened it. A rich, savory aroma of red braised pork wafted out, instantly overshadowing the earlier cookie scent. She glanced at her daughter in the corner, and then at Li Xuanji, her tone calm, yet laced with undeniable confidence, as if she had locked onto her prey in the sniper scope. In a fight, my Fengling may not be the most reckless. But when it comes to shooting Wang Lin's dog head from several kilometers away, no one is more professional than her. Su Qingying approached Li Xuanji, even straightening his slightly disheveled collar, her voice lowered, infused with the magnetic allure unique to mature women. And my red braised pork is the best in the entire alliance. Just give me the nod, and you'll have all you want. Is that reason good enough? Li Xuanji looked at the refined and alluring woman before him, then at the box of red braised pork, and finally at the corner, where Li Fengling remained engrossed in her book, her ears flushed red. He chuckled helplessly, picked up chopsticks, and grabbed a piece of meat. Tender and sweet, it melted in his mouth. Delicious. As Li Xuanji swallowed the red braised pork, his eyes sharpened like a blade. Tonight we work overtime. Target the 5th synchronization. We need to prepare a gift for Wang Lin. At the highest level of the Tianyuan fortress, tranquility reigned. The door to Li Xuanji's room was slightly ajar. Li Fengling stood outside, adjusting her frameless glasses, clutching a hefty volume titled High-Energy Particle Fluid Dynamics and Firearm Modification Paradox Revised Edition, and stepped inside. My mother insisted I come. Her opening line was direct, imbued with an academic chill. Have a seat. Li Xuanji leaned back on the sofa, skimming through opponent data, and gestured to the empty space beside him. Professor Su's braised pork is indeed exquisite, but I didn't bring you here just for a post-dinner chat. Li Fengling sat down deliberately, maintaining a half-meter distance from him. I know you want a contract. Her tone was grave, but I must state my concerns up front. My Mech Silent Wind is a precision instrument with micron-level stability requirements for mental energy. A sniper requires absolute rationality. Even the slightest emotional disturbance can cause a deviation in trajectory. Your reckless approach, like wielding a knife to chop vegetables, is highly likely to result in a catastrophic failure. Reckless. Li Xuanji chuckled, leaning forward and pointing at the structural diagram in her textbook. Are you referring to such a basic error? Li Fengling furrowed her brows. This is the theory of Professor Fermi, the chief firearms master of the Federation, an absolute truth of textbook caliber. How could it possibly be wrong? Textbooks are static, the battlefield is dynamic. Li Xuanji waved his hand, projecting a holographic firearm model identical to the one in the book. Look here. According to the book's logic, when energy output exceeds this level threshold, this backflow valve will experience a 0.3-second delay due to overheating. In the shooting range, that's called an error. But on the battlefield, it's a death sentence. Change it to parallel, sacrificing 5 of range for absolute 0 delay. That is the true solution. As his words fell, the holographic firearm flashed a brilliant red light, perfectly withstanding the pressure of an overloaded shot. Li Fengling stared intently at the model for a full minute, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. How do you understand this? She turned to gaze at Li Xuanji, as if he were a monster. To survive, one must learn a bit of everything. Li Xuanji shrugged, his smile disarming. Now do you still think I'm unworthy of being your observer? Li Fengling took a deep breath, setting her treasured textbook aside. Then let's give it a try. She closed her eyes and softly intoned, Battle Maiden form, Silent Wind login. A whirlwind erupted in the room, pages rustling wildly. Li Fengling's form reassembled in a glow, morphing into a sleek ash-gray mech carrying a full-sized long-range sniper rifle, the Sigh of the End. Li Xuanji skillfully slipped into the cockpit. Inside, there were no excessive decorations, only a cold instrument panel and a rapidly refreshing stream of green data. Neurons connected. Li Xuanji instantly entered Li Fengling's mental realm. It was a gray mist surrounded by countless massive gears interlocking, yet utterly motionless. Li Fengling sat curled up on the largest gear, her gaze vacant. Time here is dead, she said. Because moving even for a second creates errors. I detest errors. Life is exhausting, isn't it, Li Fengling? Li Xuanji casually approached and sat beside her, boldly grasping her somewhat cold fingers. Precision has never been about stillness. It's about blooming into the most dazzling fireworks in that singular moment. He leaned closer to her ear, his voice low and enticing. Fengling, since you fear to move, let me be your wind. Boom. Divine Guardian 9 heavens roared to life, the violent mental energy scattering all the gray mist. The previously silent gears began to spin wildly, the springs tensed, and the hands of the clock jumped. A clear chime echoed in the sea of consciousness, the mist completely dissipated, revealing a vast and brilliant starry sky overhead. Look, this is your range. Li Xuanji raised his hand, pointing to the river of stars. As long as you can see it, I can hit it. No matter if it's a god or a demon. Beep. Contract established. Synchronization rate skyrockets to 420. Acquired battle maiden exclusive talent causal anchoring level 1. System explanation line of sight equals trajectory, thought equals hit. Ignoring spatial barriers, ignoring physical evasion. This isn't marksmanship, this is the law of causality. In reality, the electronic eye of Silent Wind suddenly glowed with a haunting blue light. Li Xuanji took control of the Mech's fire control system, instantly laying out a holographic three-dimensional coordinate map within a 10-kilometer radius. How does it feel? Li Xuanji maneuvered the mech to the window, kneeling on one knee and aiming the exaggerated sigh of the end, closing his eyes. 1 kilometer away, under the 3rd streetlight in the southern district, there's a fly rubbing its hands. Its left wing is rather bothersome. No charge, no aim. Bang. An invisible energy bullet shot forth, carving a bizarre-shaped trajectory through the air, weaving around 3 buildings, precisely slipping through the gaps in the leaves. A kilometer away, the fly's left wing vanished into thin air, leaving it frantic and spinning in place. Got it. Li Xuanji opened his eyes, blowing away the non-existent smoke from the gun. Truth only exists within range. That is the allure of Lacan. The mech disengaged. Li Fengling collapsed onto the soft carpet, her originally fair cheeks now flushed crimson. She hastily removed her glasses, unable to meet Li Xuanji's gaze. You? She bit her lip, her voice trembling. Your mental energy is too overpowered. There's no way to directly force control over someone else's cerebral cortex. Is that overpowered? Li Xuanji reached out, pulling her up and casually brushing aside her tousled hair. We'll be working together for a lifetime. I'm your observer, you're my gun. As long as I'm not blind, you'll never run dry. Li Fengling stood frozen, her heart racing like a drum. Just as the atmosphere heated up, ahem, a deliberately loud cough echoed from outside the door. I was just passing by. I wanted to ask if you want fried dough sticks or soy milk for breakfast tomorrow. Yun Qi's soft voice, tinged with a hint of guilt, floated in through the door. I was just passing by too. We absolutely did not eavesdrop. The Ji twins chimed in with poorly concealed enthusiasm. Li Xuanji helplessly held his forehead. These meddling mothers-in-law would never change their habit of eavesdropping. Disregarding the antics outside, he opened his personal terminal and pulled up the schedule for tomorrow's matches. His gaze fixed on the screen, Li Xuanji's expression sharpened. Next match, Divine King Academy vs. Immortal Corpse Brigade. Team characteristics, all members implanted with level Deadpool cells. Core abilities, super speed, regeneration, pain suppression, viral infection. Li Fengling leaned closer, readjusting her glasses and regaining her cool, academic composure. The Corpse Brigade is the Wang family's ace executioners. She pushed up her frames, her tone serious. Their mechs are living organisms. Unless every single cell is annihilated in an instant, they can regrow even if their heads are smashed within 3 seconds. For a single target explosive sniper like me, this is a nightmare. Li Fengling clenched her fists. Each of my shots consumes immense energy. Oh, I can't outlast such a shameless war of attrition. Smashed heads can regrow. Li Xuanji studied the data, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then let's leave them as mere remnants. Fengling, tomorrow we won't play precision shooting. That's for civilized folks. Li Xuanji pointed at the words super speed regeneration on the screen, tapping it with his finger. Let's broaden our approach and aim for something bigger. Tell me, if a shot could obliterate the very spatial coordinates they occupy, could they still grow flesh in that void? Li Xuanji turned, his eyes gleaming with a chilling madness. Tomorrow I'll make them understand what true physical transcendence means. In the early morning of Shenyun City, the main thoroughfare's holographic screens were looping a disturbing video that was driving viewers to madness. In the footage, a grotesque, biomechanical creature with half of its armor stripped away was grotesquely bulging, with muscle much like dough fermenting. Dozens of repulsive tendrils tightly ensnared 3 glass-heavy mechs. Just as the energy cannon of one mech blasted the tendrils into bits, new ones sprouted back in under 3 seconds. Ultimately, the 3 steel behemoths were dragged into a morass of flesh, their energy drained completely. At the bottom of the screen, bold crimson letters proclaimed, "Wall of Despair, Immortal Core War Team." The streets erupted in chaos. Media controlled by the Wang family frantically pushed the narrative that the soft food king Li Xuanji would stop here, nailing the headline at the top of trending searches. In everyone's eyes facing off against these Deadpool-like cells that were immune to physical damage, any divine maneuver was akin to mere scraping. In the Tianyuan fortress, the war room, a servant wheeled in a cart hastily, placing a cup of black coffee before leaving. Li Xuanji picked up the cup and discovered a pure black envelope stuck to the bottom. The envelope bore no signature. Pulling it out, Li Xuanji found only a yellowed photograph inside. It was a snapshot of Li Youyue at about 7 or 8 years old. The little girl hid behind a tree, her timid gaze evoking sympathy. On the back of the photo in shaky red ink were the words, "Withdraw, or watch your fiancé be dissected inch by inch. Wang Lin." The bathroom door swung open as Li Youyue, freshly washed hair, glistening, walked over with a towel to wipe away the steam. With a flick of his fingers, a wisp of azure flame silently ignited, reducing the photo and envelope to ashes in an instant. "What's wrong?" Li Youyue sniffed the air, detecting a faint, burnt smell. "Just some worthless junk mail," Li Xuanji replied flatly, taking the towel to help dry her hair. Outwardly calm, he had already chosen a prime spot for Wang Lin's downfall in his mind. 10 minutes later, in the tactical conference room, 5 battle maidens sat around a long table. Li Fengling adjusted her frameless glasses. It was her first time attending such a family-style tactical meeting. She sat upright like a diligent student. Li Xuanji propped his hands on the table, while holographic projections behind him displayed data on the Immortal Core War Team. Deadpool cells with ultra-rapid regeneration, Li Fengling began. According to textbooks, this is an insolvable bioweapon. The conventional tactic suggests overwhelming firepower to obliterate them. But our mech's energy can't sustain such a grand strategy. Forget about overwhelming firepower, Li Xuanji swiped across the screen, erasing the standard recommendations. We have plenty of these disgusting things back home. The alien insectoids love this tactic. Expand your perspective, don't be deceived by appearances. The girls collectively turned to him, curiosity shining in their eyes. No matter how strong the living cells are, they still abide by the law of energy conservation. They lack independent brains, and such extensive synchronous proliferation must have a central wave frequency commanding it from behind. Li Xuanji pulled up the previous match's footage and magnified an inconspicuous data curve. Pay close attention. Every time the tendrils are severed, there is a peak energy fluctuation in the core of the organism that lasts for 0.05 seconds. Li Yue's green left eye sparkled as her fingers danced over the keyboard, instantly extracting a segment of audio. It really is low-frequency sound waves. They're using sound waves to transmit regeneration commands. The little girl excitedly waved her wrench. So Li Xuanji snapped his fingers. As long as we cut their connection, these monsters will be reduced to a pile of mush. His gaze swept over the 5 of them as he began to strategize. Xingjiao Yu and I will lead the first round. The objective is not to kill, but to force their cell proliferation to its limit. Xiguang, you're responsible for the second round. They'll definitely deploy energy-consuming units. You need to hold them off with your shield. Winning isn't necessary, just stall. Fengling, Li Xuanji's eyes landed on the blue-haired maiden. You'll take the third round. Once Xiguang and I get the wave frequency data, Wayne will send you the coordinates. Your job is to lock on and shoot to disrupt their central nervous system. The tactics were clear, the roles well-defined. A surgical strike of unparalleled precision. Li Fengling gazed at Li Xuanji's confident profile, her heart skipping a beat. Is this his art of command? He didn't play by the rules at all. At noon in the Tianxiong Arena, the cheers of 300,000 spectators resonated, making the energy shield in the air hum. Next, let's welcome the biggest underdog of this tournament, the representatives of the God King Academy. Shouted commentator Mad Dog Jack, his voice nearly cracking. The passageway doors slid open. Li Xuanji walked out, hands shoved into his pockets, moving with a languid gait. 5 stunning battle maidens followed Youyue with her long black hair, Xiguang with purple wave, Xingyao with silver short hair, Fengling with a green ponytail, and Wayne with twin tails. The combination of 5 beauties sent the audience into a frenzy, creating a visual feast. At that moment, a 50-meter-long red banner was violently unfurled at the highest point of the southern stance. Lin Moyu Yi Zixin, Xia Mengli, Su Qing Yunqi, and the Ji twins lined up like a gang of fierce leaders, exuding an overwhelming aura. The banner read in gilded letters, "Son-in-law soar with confidence, blow that heap of rotten meat to pieces." Yi Zixin, not satisfied, even pulled out a loudspeaker to shout into the arena, "Shiguang, don't come home for dinner if you don't exhaust them first." The audience collectively facepalmed. This support team was undeniably hardcore. In the Northern Passage, the Immortal Core War team made their entrance. 5 mechs, part metallic and part fleshy hybrids, exuded a pungent formaldehyde scent from afar. The team leader, Corpse King, emanated a hoarse, rasping laughter from his loudspeaker. "Pretty boy, your women smell delicious. I will swallow them whole and digest them slowly." Li Xuanji didn't even spare him a glance. He turned to ruffle Li Xingyou's silver short hair. "Let's go, Xingyao. Our first battle after the contract your brother-in-law will personally take you flying." Li Xingyao, dressed in a futuristic hoodie, floated gracefully in the air. She looked up, revealing a mischievous grin, her hair tips glowing with a mysterious lavender hue. "All right, let them see what a true spatial slicer is." Battle Maiden form starry which log in. Buzz, silver, and purple radiance shot into the sky. Li Xingyao's figure disassembled within the light, and the surrounding space shattered like broken glass. A stunning mech, sleek and streamlined, its armor shimmering like a flowing galaxy, hovered above the arena. There were no heavy tracks, no exaggerated cannons. It resembled a high-dimensional work of art surrounded by 3 nebulous orbs emitting terrifying spatial fluctuations. This wasn't just a mech, it was a walking marvel of physics. Li Xuanji transformed into a streak of light, sliding into the cockpit. The moment his neurons linked, a sensation of absolute control over space flooded through him. In his mental world, Li Xingyao playfully sat at the edge of a miniature black hole, swinging her legs. "Brother-in-law, my spatial core consumes a lot of energy. How can you handle it?" Her voice echoed in his mind, laced with teasing. "Don't worry about the energy. Even if you punch a hole in the sky, I'll catch you." Li Xuanji activated his time-space abilities and the synergy with the starry, which skyrocketed to its peak. At that perfect moment of synchronization, an alarming system alert suddenly blared in his mind. "Warning! High-frequency energy matrix detected 10 meters beneath the arena. Nature-determined mental disruption interference device. Source: fallen mechanical god, cult Wang family." Li Xuanji chuckled softly. A hidden card has been played. Wang Lin intended to sever the mental connection between the battle maidens and their pilots during the match, creating a deadly trap of destruction. He kept his demeanor calm, gently tapping the alloy pedal in the cockpit. Time-space sequence absolute anchor point. A subtle silver ripple snaked into the ground through the mech's shadow. The system interface's red light turned green instantly. Anchor point planted. Reverse wave frequency analysis underway, ready for physical counteraction. Li Xuanji raised his head, peering through the holographic screen at a vague figure behind the one-way glass in the VIP section. He controlled the starry witch to raise a slender mechanical arm, extending his index finger to make a brazen, throat-cutting gesture. "Playing tricks with me. Soon you'll understand what it means to get hit through the wires." The first round, individual combat, begins. The referee's voice reverberated throughout the arena. In the opposing camp, a mass of amorphous mech, oozing green acidic liquid and writhing grotesquely, rolled into the arena. It was the vanguard unit, Corrupted Slime. "Little sister," a sticky, nauseating voice emanated from within the slime mech. "Physical attacks are ineffective against me. How many knives can you stab me with?" The countdown to the match reached 0. The corrupted slime launched its attack first. Its massive body suddenly expanded, unleashing dozens of columns of corrosive green liquid that shot into the sky, sealing off all escape routes in midair. The acid struck the alloy floor with a piercing, hissing sound, instantly corroding deep pits into the surface. Li Xingyao sat in the cockpit, her face scrunched up as she stared at the barrage of acid warnings on her display. "How disgusting this stuff is, revolting." The starry witch flickered with silver light. Spatial leap activated. In an instant, the machine vanished from its original position and appeared directly above the slime. Silver mechanical arms swung, sending forth a dozen crescent-shaped, transparent blades that whistled through the air. Spatial slicing, a dimensional strike that disregarded physical defenses. Swish, swish, swish. The slime's colossal form was effortlessly sliced into hundreds of pieces, green ooze splattering across the ground. The audience erupted into cheers. Such a swift and clean kill had a powerful visual impact. But the cheers lasted less than 2 seconds. The scattered fragments did not lose their vitality. Each piece writhed violently, cells at the cut edges dividing frantically. Within a mere 3 seconds, hundreds of fragments transformed into hundreds of smaller slimes. They quickly coalesced, their mass doubling in size, flooding the majority of the arena. The stands were suddenly filled with boos. Useless. Physical slashing only helps it reproduce. This is the wall of despair. An unkillable monster. In the VIP box, Wang Lin held a glass of red wine, a mocking expression on his face. Foolish. The optimal solution against death cells is ultra-high temperature plasma incineration. Trying to slice it with spatial blades. You're just helping me create an army. On the battlefield, Li Youyue continued to perform short-range teleportation, dodging the acid tentacles surging from all directions. The spatial blades kept slicing, but the number of monsters only multiplied exponentially. Brother-in-law Li Youyue connected with Xuanji through the local network. This thing is a bit tricky. If we keep slicing, the arena won't hold at all. Xuanji remained calmly seated in the observation area, his eyes suddenly shimmering with a mysterious silver light. The eye of time and space, analysis mode, activated. His vision penetrated the slime's repugnant surface, striking straight at its underlying logic. Xuanji instantly discerned its essence. Xingyao stopped the slicing. Xuanji's voice resonated steadily in the cockpit. Its cell division limit is 128 times. If we keep dividing, the core consciousness will lose control over the peripheral cells. Moreover, its recovery ability is based on the energy conservation of the current dimension. Xuanji let out a cold chuckle, unleashing his mental power to directly intervene in the battlefield through the synchronization network. Temporal sequence, local deceleration. An invisible force field enveloped the entire arena. The slimes, poised for frenzied division, suddenly moved in slow motion, as if trapped in a mire. Brother-in-law, what's the plan now? Li Youyue's eyes brightened. Since we can't kill it under the physical rules of this dimension, let's switch dimensions to finish it off. Xuanji's tone was as easygoing as if he were ordering a meal. It likes to divide, so let's help it divide even more thoroughly. I've already anchored the coordinates for various alternate dimensions. Li Youyue understood instantly the essence of the little demon unleashed completely. Received. Activating waste sorting mode, let's give it a cross-dimensional physical purgation. The starry witch clasped her hands in front of her chest. A chilling spatial fluctuation erupted above the arena. Battle technique, dimensional teleportation. Li Youyue ceased her attack. With a sudden outward pull of her arms, dozens of fist-sized black spatial rifts tore open in the air, following Xuanji's coordinates. These rifts were not for slicing, but were one-way doors to alternate dimensions. First batch, dry waste. Sent to the absolute vacuum zone. A dozen rifts unleashed a terrifying suction. The slime fragments closest to the rifts could not resist and were sucked in with a whoosh. In the pressureless vacuum of space, the cells expanded and burst, instantly meeting a thorough demise. Second batch, wet waste. Sent to the magma layer of the Earth's core. Another dozen rifts opened, searing heat radiating from them. Large quantities of slime fragments were sucked in, vaporizing upon contact with the magma, leaving not a trace behind. The slime's primary consciousness finally felt fear. This dimensional strike completely exceeded its comprehension. Its body was being destroyed simultaneously in multiple extreme environments, and its main nerves were torn with excruciating pain. Oh, my body. No. The slime let out a wretched scream, desperately trying to retract its remaining mass to merge into one whole to resist the spatial suction. Thinking of escaping, Li Youyue snorted coldly. She locked onto the largest core mass where the slime was attempting to fuse. The starry witch executed a short-range teleport, appearing right in front of it. The mech lifted its right leg, the silver armor shimmering with the destructive glow of a spatial storm. Last batch, hazardous waste. Incineration processing. Li Youyue delivered a powerful kick to the core mass. Boom. The mass flew like a cannonball straight into the largest and brightest spatial rift in midair. The other side of the rift was the surface of a star recently locked onto by Li Xuanji's temporal coordinates. A tempest of several thousand degrees swept through instantly. The core mass didn't even have time to emit a final scream before being completely vaporized in the dazzling light, leaving not even a carbon atom behind. The spatial rift closed. The entire arena fell silent save for the sound of the wind. The slime which had occupied most of the arena had vanished. It was not defeated, it had physically and utterly disappeared. The arena was clean enough to lay down a mat. The referee stood stunned for a full 5 seconds before hesitantly raising the indicator light. The opponent has lost combat capability. First match, the representative team of the Divine King Academy, Li Youyue wins. Mech damage 0%. 300,000 spectators erupted into chaos. There was no explosive clash, no thrilling counterattack. only an overwhelming sense of composure, as though cleaning up after a mess. It was as if the opponent were being scrubbed into the ground. In the VIP box, Wang Lin's glass of red wine shattered in his grip. The shards pierced his palm as he glared furiously at the man in casual clothing below, trembling with rage. On the sidelines, Li Youyue exited her mech state and lightly landed beside Xuanji. Despite her brother-in-law's assistance, the spatial teleportation had still drained her mental energy significantly, and her forehead was slick with sweat. Xuanji retrieved a bottle of sports drink from his personal space, opened it, and handed it to her, ruffling her hair. Well done. Then he turned his head, looking naturally towards the VIP box, picking up a megaphone and projecting his voice clearly across the arena. Protect the environment, make rational use of spatial resources. This round is called Opening the Paradigm. A provocation. A blatant slap in the face. On the other side of the corridor, the preparation area for the undying corpse roar erupted with beast-like roars. The second contestant stepped boldly out of the passage. It was a completely different mech, covered in sleek silver armor, without a hint of flesh exposed, yet the surface of the armor continuously rippled like water. The Nano Regenerator. Xuanji narrowed his eyes, the eye of time and space, instantly analyzing the composition of his opponent. Billions of nano-living robots, Xuanji scoffed, glancing at the powerful woman beside him with flowing purple hair. These fools have wised up. This kind of thing can't be sliced in space, nor can it be fully absorbed. They intend to rely on pure physical attrition to wear down our mental strength. Li Youyue raised her chin arrogantly, her purple eyes filled with the fierce determination of a queen. She strode up the steps, her silhouette exuding unparalleled power. Leave it to me. Li Youyue's voice was unwavering, radiating absolute confidence. Want to engage in a battle of attrition? I will show him what it means to face the wall of despair. The roar of the arena had yet to fade, the air still heavy with the acrid scent of scorched remnants torn apart by spatial rifts. Round 2, Personal Combat. As the judge's voice echoed, the preparation area of the undying corpse team erupted like a punctured drain. A mass of silvery fluid slithered into the arena. It bore no fixed shape, resembling a puddle of living mercury, producing a nauseating hissing sound as it dragged across the floor. Blue team, the undying Li S-class mech Nano Regenerator. The moment this entity appeared, a shiver raced through the audience. There was no cockpit, no joints, not even a discernible head or feet. Ugh, is that thing really a mech? I've heard it's the latest in biological technology from the Wang family, composed of billions of nanobots. As long as a single atom remains, it can infinitely proliferate. Xuanji sat in the preparation seat, his gaze turning cold. Infinite proliferation. What kind of energy is limitless in this world? Merely an illusion. He turned to the woman beside him, who was already brimming with anticipation. Li Youyue, with her flowing purple hair and clad in a skin-tight platinum combat suit that accentuated her breathtaking curves, radiated the proud battle intent of a queen. Youyue, this one will be challenging, Xuanji stated plainly. It's designed to drain your resources. Drain. Li Youyue scoffed, her inherent pride impossible to conceal. Under my holy judgment, even dust shall be vanquished. Battle Maiden Mode. Holy Radiant Valkyrie activate. Boom. A golden beam shot into the sky. The resplendent platinum mech descended, 6 pairs of luminous wings unfurling, each feather emanating a divine glow. Xuanji transformed into a streak of light and entered the cockpit. As the connection was established, he felt the boiling spirit sea of Li Youyue. She genuinely desired victory, an impressive one, to show everyone that she was not just the ornamental president of the Divine King Academy, but the mightiest spear. Judgment of light, thousand-fold explosion. Li Youyue wasted no time in testing the waters as she unleashed her most powerful attack. The tower shield in the hands of the Holy Radiant Valkyrie disintegrated, morphing into hundreds of floating light cannons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrential downpour of golden beams rained down, accurately striking the mass of silver fluid. There was no explosion, only the shrill scream of vaporized air. In an instant, the Nano Regenerator was evaporated by more than half, leaving only a charred outline and a few bubbling patches of silver liquid on the ground. Is that all? Li Youyue huffed lightly within the mental link. However, the next second, silence fell over the arena. The pools of silver suddenly seemed to gain consciousness, frantically converging as they forcibly siphoned the trace metal elements from the air. In less than 2 seconds, the mass of silver re-expanded, not only returning to its original state, but growing even larger. Tickle, 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 useless, useless. The muck emitted a sharp, piercing laughter akin to thousands of mice gnawing. I am immortal. Your attacks are my nourishment. Come on, hit me again. Li Youyue's expression darkened. Seeking death. Boom. Another round of even more ferocious bombardment commenced. This time she tapped into the S-class core energy, the beams, even melting through the alloy floor of the arena. But the result remained unchanged. Destruction reformation. Destruction reformation. 3 minutes passed. The energy gauge of the Holy Radiant Valkyrie had dropped by 30, while the mass of muck remained lively. It even contorted into a shape, raising a middle finger, taunting wildly. Li Youyue was losing her composure. As a perfectionist, the sensation of hitting what felt like cotton no matter how hard she tried filled her with unprecedented frustration and humiliation. I want to kill you. In her spiritual world, Li Youyue ground her teeth in anger, her once pure spiritual sea beginning to churn. She prepared to unleash a desperate skill life sacrifice. Youyue, stop. A warm, powerful hand appeared in her spiritual world, firmly grasping her wrist. Let go of me. Li Youyue's voice trembled with a whiny tone. This bastard is humiliating me. I am from the Li family. Oh, I cannot lose so disgracefully. Who says we are going to lose? Li Xuanji embraced her from behind, resting his chin gently on her trembling shoulder. His strategy is a deception. The energy conversion rate is extremely low, just a pure blood cow. Why exhaust yourself against him? Li Xuanji grinned at the arrogant silver muck outside like a triumphant bandit. Since he enjoys being mud, let's be a rock. Never cultivating good karma, just treating every form of defiance. He directly took control of the mech. Battle Maiden technique, wall of size, full power turtle shell mode. Buzz. The floating light cannons that were meant for offense flew back, reassembling around the Holy Radiant Valkyrie into a massive spherical light shield 3 meters thick. Then Li Xuanji maneuvered the mech to sit down. Yes, he sat cross-legged in the center of the arena. In front of 30,000 spectators, he added a one-way transparent filter to the shield's surface and poured himself a cup of tea via a virtual projection. Li Xuanji activated the arena's sound system, his lazy voice resonating in every corner. Hey Youyue, right? Is your scraping technique any good? Did you skip lunch today? Give it your all. If you can break through a layer of paint today, I'll admit defeat. If you can't, you're just a pure clown. Outside the arena, Youyue was completely dumbfounded, followed by a surge of impotent rage. He manipulated the swarm of nanobots into countless drill heads, saw blades, and corrosive acids, frantically attacking that golden light sphere. ZZZ. ZZZ, ZZZ, clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew in a grand display. Yet the light sphere remained motionless. Li Xuanji allocated all energy to the defense system. This was the wall of size capable of withstanding strategic nuclear weaponry. Meanwhile, in the VIP section outside, Yi Zixin held binoculars, laughing gleefully, her proud curves undulating. See, this is called expanding one's horizons. Yi Zixin pointed at the arena, her tone brimming with the satisfaction of a mother-in-law observing her son-in-law. Knowing the opponent is tough, she simply opened absolute defense, publicly flirting with my daughter in front of 30,000 people. This son-in-law has won. Beside her, Ji Yanlong scoffed. I'm for cutting soft rice, man. Lin Moyu held a wine glass, her sharp gaze offering the most objective assessment. This is a strategic matchup. Using the hardest shield to nullify the opponent's most obnoxious attrition strategy preserves the mech, while also facilitating spiritual synchronization. This guy is quicker-witted than anyone else. Time ticked by. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Within the light shield, Li Youyue initially felt constrained, but as she sensed the solid chest of the man behind her, her cheeks flushed involuntarily. But isn't it a bit embarrassing to end in a draw? She murmured softly. Not winning is also a form of victory. Li Xuanji held her tightly, whispering in her ear, besides, the 5 of us haven't fought in a team yet. When we reach the team battle, I'll link all of you to the King's network. Then together we'll thoroughly vanquish that pile of muck, all right? Li Youyue's heart trembled, the sense of grievance dissipating, replaced by anticipation and excitement. Finally, beep. The referee blew the whistle. Match time's up. According to the rules, both mechs have a damage rate of 0, resulting in a draw. The light shield faded. Youyue resembled a puddle of slime that had been toyed with, exhausted to the point of shrinking, sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. Meanwhile, Li Xuanji controlled the Holy Radiant Valkyrie to rise gracefully, even dusting off non-existent dirt from his knees. Thank you, Master Youyue. Your foot care service was impeccable, and my queen had a splendid rest. Youyue in the cockpit, upon hearing this, spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted on the spot. Back in the resting room, Li Youyue reverted from her transformation, landing with a haughty huff. Next time in the team battle, I want to be the first to crush him. Sure, all as you wish. Li Xuanji approached, disregarding the gazes of those around, and pulled her into his embrace, chuckling softly. But honestly, your blushing during those 30 minutes alone was far more beautiful than winning the match. You, go die. Li Shiguang, filled with shame and anger, stomped on him fiercely, but her body honestly leaned into his embrace without breaking free. Li Xuanji calmed the proud queen and then raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd to a corner where a blue-haired figure was polishing glasses. One win, one draw. The next match is crucial. Fengling, it's your turn. Li Xuanji's expression sharpened instantly. The undying corpse must think we have no more trump cards. In the next match, let's give them a shock from the academic world. The third match. Match point. The commentator Mad Dog Jack was nearly hoarse from shouting. The current score is 1 victory and 1 draw. If the Divine King Academy wins this round, they'll crush the Wong family's team into the ground. But the undying corpse has deployed their fastest assassin, the Bloodwing Bat King. Boom. Before anyone could catch a glimpse of it, a crimson shockwave ripped through the air, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, drawing a long red line across the arena. Red Team Sonic Demon Richard S-Class Mecha Bloodwing Bat King. Ha! Everyone die. Richard's voice echoed as he sped through the air, sounding distant one moment and closed the next. A sniper. That's a joke. That clunky metal turtle couldn't even catch up to my exhaust. In contrast, the blue team's entrance was eerily silent. A gentle swirl of azure wind lifted. The silent wind appeared without a sound in one corner of the arena. With sleek and fluid lines, the exaggerated sigh of the end sniper cannon was effortlessly slung across its back. Inside the cockpit, Li Xuanji felt the calm, mental waves of Li Fengling as tranquil as a still pond. Fengling, are you nervous? According to the heart rate monitor, my current heartbeat is 62 beats per minute. Li Fengling's voice was cool, rather than nervousness, and more concerned that the target's movement trajectory is a complete affront to aerodynamics. Then teach him a lesson. In the mental realm, Li Xuanji bit down on a cigarette, the flame flickering. You take the shot. I will provide you with a full map overview. Outside, 300,000 spectators stood in stunned silence. The Bloodwing Bat King had looped in the sky for over a dozen circles, its speed surging to 3 times the speed of sound, fast enough that even the highest definition tracking devices could only capture a blur of pixels. Yet the silent wind remained utterly still. Not only was it not aiming, it hadn't even raised its head. What is she doing? Is her connection lagging? It's over. This is a pure live target. At that speed, the sniper's fire control radar can't lock on. At that moment, Richard, hovering in midair, seemed to grow weary of his theatrics. Die? Target dummy. The red line in the air suddenly twisted. With earth-shattering momentum, the Bloodwing Bat King dove vertically from a height of 1,000 meters. Its metallic claws glinted with a bloodthirsty sheen under the sun. 1,000 meters. 800 meters. The speed was so intense that the air compressed into a white shockwave cone. If it collided, it could pierce through an aircraft carrier's deck. Now's the time. Inside the cockpit, Li Xuanji's eyes snapped open. Deep within his pupils, golden time-space runes were frantically reorganizing. Talent causality anchoring activate. Fengling fire. Coordinates. Li Fengling asked, what coordinates do you need? Li Xuanji chuckled lightly. You just need to declare his death sentence in your mind. Adjusting her data glasses, Li Fengling instantly understood. Click. The sigh of the end fell into her hands. But instead of aiming at the diving mecha, she made a move that sent chills down the spines of everyone present. She pointed the muzzle straight at the alloy floor beneath her, or rather aimed at the void. Yama grants you death at night. Who dares keep you alive until dawn? Li Fengling parted her red lips slightly. Bang! There was no prediction, no trajectory. A blue energy round burst from the chamber. It didn't create a hole in the ground, instead it vanished into thin air the moment it left the barrel. As if the world engine had directly deleted its code. The next second, the Bloodwing Bat King, just under 100 meters from the ground, and ready to revel in carnage, suddenly froze mid-motion. Time seemed to have been forcibly paused at that moment. Richard's twisted face still wore a cruel grin. But at the center of his forehead, a blue bullet leisurely emerged, unimpeded and without resistance. It didn't penetrate from the outside in. It appeared out of thin air and then passed through from the inside out. What? How could? Richard's mind was still trapped in the previous second of dizzying speed. He couldn't comprehend why, despite watching that woman shoot at the ground, it was his own head that exploded. Boom. The uncontrolled mecha became nothing more than a hunk of scrap metal crashing down onto the arena, skidding hundreds of meters before shattering into a pile of debris in front of the elegant blue mecha. Silence engulfed the arena. You could hear a pin drop. Only the muzzle of the sniper rifle continued to emit a wisp of blue smoke. Li Fengling slowly lowered her weapon, adjusted her glasses, and spoke in a tone as calm as selecting vegetables at a market. You can outrun the speed of sound, but can you outrun causality? This was the brand new enhancement Li Xuanji had bestowed upon her absolute hit. As long as I see you, you're already dead. The bullet doesn't need to fly. Pulling the trigger is the end. Did we win, eh? Mad Dog Jack was stunned for a full 5 seconds before he erupted like someone had stepped on his tail. Instant kill. Another instant kill. Divine King Academy 2 victories and 1 draw. They've secured match point. In the preparation area, Li Ziguang's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg. This has to be a cheat, right? Report. We must report this. Li Wayne clutched a giant wrench, her eyes sparkling, absolutely stunning. Fourth sister's move was simply breathtaking. That marksmanship is a masterpiece. Meanwhile, Li Xuanji was peering through the holographic screen, intently gazing at the VIP section, where a pane of one-way glass was already spiderwebbed with cracks. He knew that Wang Lin, that sly old fox, was watching from behind. Young Master Wang, are you tired of playing the role of the gourd child saving Grandpa? Li Xuanji seized the microphone, his voice lazy, yet carrying a chilling intensity that could freeze one's marrow. According to tournament rules, as long as there is no complete victory, we must have another team match. He slowly raised his hand, gesturing towards the VIP section, arrogantly beckoning with his finger. Stop hiding and bring out all those half-dead abominations you have in your hands. In the next round, I'm going to give you all a thorough physical cleansing. Having said that, Li Xuanji turned his gaze, sweeping over the 5 stunning top-tier battle maidens behind him. The icy elegance of Li Youyue, the proud demeanor of Shi Guang, the agile grace of Xing Yao, the coolness of Fengling, and the fervor of Wayne. He grinned, exuding an aura of madness. It was time to let this decaying world witness what true dimensional suppression looked like. Are you ladies ready? Today we're going to punch a hole in the sky of this fallen god city. System prompt: host's emotional value has surpassed the critical point. The second tier of Divine Guardian of the 9 Heavens, King's Battle Mode, is now warming up. Translation. In the Tianyuan Fortress within the preparation zone of the Divine King Academy, the air was thick with the acrid scent of high-energy particles colliding, accompanied by the faint crackling of electrical sparks around. In the spacious maintenance hall, 7 top-tier mechas, each exuding a terrifying pressure and exhibiting various forms, stood silently, their auras intertwining to create a dazzling force field. Outside the main gate, a resonant voice, with piercing clarity, echoed through the air. Bing Lan, Huo Wu. If either of you dares to hinder the son-in-law Su Jinxia today or disobey his commands, don't bother returning to the Ji family's doors. I only acknowledge my son-in-law, not my daughters. Ji Yanlong's furious roar shattered the silence, penetrating through 10 meters of soundproof armor, causing dust to fall from the ceiling of the preparation room. At that moment, the large screen on the main thoroughfare of the city of Shenyun displayed 7 extraordinary women, their presence rivaling the force of a nuclear explosion, lined up in a row, holding a dazzling golden banner that gleamed in the light. This hardcore support sent the minds of the 300,000 spectators in the city into a state of immediate shutdown, even causing the live stream's comments to freeze bizarrely. Inside the preparation room, the atmosphere was equally tense. Li Fengling adjusted her frameless glasses, quietly sitting to the side as she studied heavy artillery schematics. Li Shiguang perched her long legs, confidently applying lipstick. Li Wayne clutched an oversized wrench, gazing hungrily at newly arrived mecha parts. Li Xingyao floated in midair, sucking on a lollipop, her bright eyes darting around her sisters. In contrast, the Ji family twins appeared somewhat out of place. Bing Lan wore a cold, stunning expression, holding a de-icing spray as she silently wiped the cooling module of her mecha polar twin star's ice, radiating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Huo Wu, with her fiery red curls and rosy cheeks, occasionally glanced at the man in the center of the hall. However, whenever her eyes met Li Su Jinxia's, she quickly averted her gaze like a startled rabbit. They had yet to sign a contract with Li Su Jinxia. Regarding the impending establishment of a mental local area network, both felt an inexplicable resistance stemming from the instincts of top-tier battle maidens. Mental sharing equated to revealing one's trump cards, along with all browsing history fully exposed to a man who could endure such vulnerability. In the shadows, Li Tianzhao silently emerged from Li Su Jinxia's silhouette, his heterochromatic pupils reflecting unprecedented seriousness. Situation has changed. Our informant risked everything to relay that the remaining 3 lunatics from the Undying Corpse have injected themselves with super-concentrated Deadpool God Fragment Aggregator in the backline. Li Tianzhao clenched his teeth. They abandoned their human forms and have completely mutated. This is no longer a competition, it's the release of biohazard monsters. Aggregator. Li Su Jinxia casually tossed an empty shell, not even turning his head. A banned substance that forcibly merges similar flesh and blood, transcending the dimensions of life, Li Tianzhao quickly explained. Physical attacks will merely scratch the surface, while mental pollution will be at its peak. Li Youyue scoffed, his fingers swiftly closing to crush the steel shell in his grip into a disc. As long as they remain in the three-dimensional world, mass and momentum are their fathers. He turned, donning a dark, specially crafted commander's coat, the hem billowing in the turbulent energy winds. Ladies, the group is formed. Oh, prepare to go online. Li Youyue closed his eyes, the golden divine patterns in the center of his brow glowing instantly. The second layer of divine sovereign 9 heavens, King's Network local area version, thunderously activated. No external devices were needed. A force both domineering and profound as the ocean emanated from Li Youyue, transforming into an invisible golden network that enveloped the entire preparation room. This power meticulously sought out the spiritual connection ports of each battle maiden. Bing Lan and Huowu simultaneously emitted a suppressed groan. Their bodies abruptly stiffened, an intense rejection sensation surging through their mental seas. It was their ice and fire cores instinctively resisting the intrusion of foreign mental forces, a robust mental barrier fiercely repelling the golden energy. Don't be tense, relax. Li Youyue's deep, resonant voice resonated directly within the twins' minds. Rather than forcing a breach, he summoned the gentle essence of time and space within him, wrapping the domineering mental force. It felt like a pair of warm, firm hands gently soothing a startled cat. While the twins were still in a state of uncertainty, the 5 women beside them demonstrated what true extreme smoothness meant. Youyue, Shiguang, Xingyao, Fengling, and Wayne. In unison, the 5 opened their core mental permissions to Li Youyue, without reservation, instantly connecting to the Wi-Fi. Buzz. In the center of the preparation room, a vast and intricate mental network took shape in an instant. Li Youyue's brain acted as a super hub with the armor thickness, energy reserves, and fire control radar of the 5 top-tier mechas, even the fluctuations of emotions of the battle maidens coalescing into data streams on a holographic sand table before him. The synchronization rate instantly broke through the critical threshold of 400. The overwhelming collaborative pressure generated by the unity of the 5 women struck Bing Lan and Huowu, leaving them breathless. The twins exchanged glances, each seeing shock reflected in the other's eyes. The harmonious connection made them feel like mere onlookers who hadn't even touched the threshold of the event. Huowu opened the outer permissions. Bing Lan bit her lip, finally conceding. Okay, I'll listen to my sister. Huowu's face flushed even more. The two relaxed their outermost resistance. Li Youyue's mental threads instantly connected to their fire control and power systems. Though they couldn't achieve deep consciousness unity, this 7-star puzzle was finally forced together. A peculiar sense of security surged into the twins' hearts through the connection as the man's mental power felt as solid as an unyielding mountain. At the same time, in the royal VIP box at the top of the arena, Wang Lin stared intently at the energy surge alarm emanating from the preparation zone on the screen, slamming the highball glass in his hand onto the ground, causing glass shards to scatter. Li Youyue, your trump cards amount to just these few women. Wang Lin produced a biological key, smeared with green slime, directly inserting it into the hidden control panel of the box, rapidly tapping several red buttons. Want to achieve holographic coordination? I'll make sure you can't even take off. He pressed the enter key, issuing the command, unlock the threshold of the arena's gravity generator. In the preparation zone, the passage indicator lights switched from red to green. Li Youyue snapped his fingers, the crisp sound reverberating in each girl's mental sea. Let's show them what the most expensive entrance fee in Xinyan City looks like. The 7 mechas thundered onto the massive lift platform. Gears meshed hydraulic rods surged forward, propelling the most luxurious convoy in the entire alliance straight toward the surface. The blinding sunlight pierced through the dome. Yet at that moment, the roar of 300,000 spectators fell into an eerie silence. The 7 women of the Divine King's squad stood poised, but what lay before them was nothing like the mechas they had envisioned. In the very center of the arena loomed a grotesque mountain of flesh towering 100 meters high, its surface riddled with twisted metallic spikes. It continuously dripped highly corrosive acid, pulsating like a heart. Faint, distorted human faces were embedded in the mass of flesh, issuing meaningless wails of despair. This was the ultimate stitched monster, completely abandoning human form, forged from the fusion of 3 class pilots and mechas. A whirlwind swept through, carrying with it the nauseating scent of blood. Li Youyue stood in the cockpit, silver temporal runes swirling quietly in his eyes. Gazing at the indescribable monstrosity, he picked up the full-channel loudspeaker. In my life, I have not cultivated good deeds. I specialize in treating all manner of deformities. This wave of physical exorcism, I'll take it. The vast arena housing 300,000 spectators lay in an eerie silence. What was once an exhilarating background score had been brutally distorted into a cacophony of discordant wails. The sound forced the front row audience to clutch their ears in agony, even inducing a sense of nausea. Xuanji. Amidst the grotesque mound of flesh towering over 100 meters, the voices of Richard and 2 other mercenaries overlapped. Their words echoed through the countless hollows of the meat mountain, causing the entire protective barrier to tremble. This is the blood calamity, Overlord. We reject feeble humanity. This is the answer to ultimate evolution. Dozens of thick, blood-soaked tendrils thrashed violently, shattering the alloy floor beneath them, bringing a bunch of delicate vases to fight. Today I'll crush both them and their mechas and swallow them whole. Confronted with such overwhelming mental pollution, Li Xuanji remained composed in the cockpit, his heart rate steady. Villains perish from their own verbosity. Li Xuanji flicked the ash from his cigarette, his voice clearly transmitted through the Monarch network as he issued the first round of probing commands. Fumbling 12 o'clock, right main, I prepare to take the shot. Xingyao, stand by for short-range teleport, ready to strike its flank. The rest hold the formation and maintain the energy net. Received. A flash of green light appeared as Silent Wind knelt on one knee, the exaggerated sigh of the end steadied in place. Li Fengling didn't even need to open the scope. Vision became projectile. Causality locked release. Bang! A green energy projectile carrying destructive force shot forth. Ignoring spatial distance, it materialized directly before the blood calamity overlord's massive right eye. It seemed poised to strike true. Roar! The monster bellowed its right eye, surrounded by a surge of flesh and blood. With a resonant crack, a 10-meter-thick layer of grayish-white bone armor solidified over the surface of the eyeball. Sizzle! The causality bullet pierced the bone armor, sending out waves of terrifying kinetic ripples. Large chunks of bone shattered, acidic fluid gushed forth. This bullet, capable of penetrating starships, became lodged after burrowing 7 meters deep. The green light at the bullet's rear frantically drilled, but couldn't advance further. The formidable regeneration speed combined with robust defense thwarted the causality assault. Is this not penetrating? Li Fengling gasped, her scholarly knowledge of physics shaken. Don't stop, reload. Just as Li Xuanji was about to adjust tactics, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The ice and fire twins activated. If physics can't breach its defense, then let's turn it to ash. Fire Dance's temper flared uncontrollably. Seeing her sister falter, she rushed to perform in front of her brother-in-law. Fire Dance, don't be rash. Ice Blue sensed the danger. Yet bound by their core connection, Fire Dance pushed the engines to the limit, and she had no choice but to grit her teeth and follow. The 2 stunning mechas, one icy and one fiery, streaked toward the monster's lair, trailing blinding flames. Polar Twins Ice and Fire Burial. They aimed to unleash a combined ultimate move and wipe out the enemy in one blow. Come back. Who told you to engage? Li Xuanji's expression darkened. He was all too aware of the strategies employed by such biomonsters. They were clearly baiting. But it was too late. The Ice and Fire Twins had just reached a height of 50 meters above the monster. In the VIP box, Wang Lin maliciously pressed a red button. Buzz. The arena floor erupted with a ring of dark red light. The gravity generator overloaded instantly, and within a tenth of a second the arena's gravity surged tenfold. Fire Dance and Ice Blue screamed in despair. The mecha's power systems were yanked mercilessly by the tenfold gravity, triggering alarms. The formerly nimble bodies lost control and plummeted toward the ground. Time for a feast, the blood calamity overlord howled. Dozens of thick tendrils dripping with acidic fluid and lined with bone spikes lashed out towards the airborne Ice and Fire Twins with the sound of tearing air. The formation of the God King team was instantly torn asunder, creating a gaping critical hole. In the rear, Wei Yin's eyes turned crimson with rage. The green of her left eye morphed into a deep scarlet as she prepared to activate her dark mode. Filthy creature, die. Hiss. The monster sensed the threat, opening its abyssal maw to unleash a high-frequency sound wave. The sound wave was infused with the mental pollution of the mercenaries disregarding armor defenses. Wei Yin's mind buzzed, and her half-completed ultimate move was forcibly interrupted, causing her mecha to stagger backward several steps. The defensive line collapsed. Tendrils rained down with reckless fury. Faced with a screen full of bone spikes, Ice Blue and Fire Dance paled and closed their eyes. They finally understood that acting as lone wolves in a high-dimensional battle was a sure path to destruction. This maneuver not only endangered themselves, but also threatened to drag the entire team down with them. Temporal sequence absolute anchor point. A calm voice imbued with undeniable authority forcibly cut into the battlefield channel. Swish. A black silhouette defied the tenfold gravity, directly flashing onto the scene. It was Phantom Goddess, fully powered. Yu's eyes glowed crimson as she wielded the scythe of oblivion, conjuring a mesmerizing black crescent. Crack! Crack! The tendrils aimed at the twins were swiftly cut down, yet more acid-laden flesh rained down upon them. The phantom goddess did not retreat an inch, spreading her arms wide and shielding the twins above her. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The strong acid splattered against the black armor, instantly producing thick clouds of white smoke. Li Youyue groaned, enduring the lethal area of attack with her mecha. Big sister, seeing the injuries on the mecha above them, ice blue and fire dance's eyes welled with tears. What are you crying for? Hold those tears back. In the local network, Xuanji's voice was devoid of emotion. There was no anger, only a disquieting calm. His eyes had transformed into brilliant silver. The frenzied temporal powers erupted from him, creating a bubble of absolute vacuum within the tenfold gravity field. With the sky falling, I'll bear the weight, so why panic? Xuanji's voice resonated with authority. As long as I'm alive, no one can touch you. All units fall back to the defense line. Reorganize formation. Dark clouds hung over the arena. The dark red field of blood and flesh thickened the air, causing the damaged mechas to flicker with red lights. 300,000 spectators held their breath. This team, which had dominated thus far, found themselves in an unprecedentedly passive situation. Just as the girls struggled to reorganize their formation, the blood calamity overlord suddenly halted. Its 100-meter-high chest emitted a nauseating tearing sound, splitting open to reveal a gaping abyss filled with jagged teeth. Boom! A deluge of dark purple abyssal energy erupted, instantly engulfing half the arena. 7 mechas were immediately scattered by the force, forcibly torn from their surroundings. On the Monarch Network's holographic sandbox, the green dots representing the Battle Sisters flickered chaotically. Local network signals plummeted sharply, crashing below the red line. Brother-in-law, the signal is down. Li Youyue, trapped within the flesh wall prison, watched the screen fill with static, her hands and feet turning icy cold. The dark purple abyssal force field enveloped the entire arena like a moldy curtain. The originally radiant 7 mechs now resembled kites severed from their strings, utterly lost to one another. Zzz. Inside the cockpit of Li Youyue, the holographic screen was filled with static. The jarring electronic noise clawed at her ears like nails scraping against a chalkboard, rendering the data-dependent mechanic completely blind. Brother-in-law, fourth sister, can anyone hear me? Panic-stricken, she pounded on the control panel, but the only response was a glaring red pop-up reading, "Signal lost." On the other end of the arena, Li Youyue's situation was even worse. With gravity suddenly increasing tenfold, the once agile spatial leaps of the starry witch became sluggish and cumbersome. She had just attempted to blink, only to crash against an invisible wall, causing her mech's left shoulder to erupt with dazzling sparks. Damn it, the spatial coordinates here are chaotic. Li Youyue gritted her teeth, her silver hair damp with cold sweat. Just as she staggered back, a thick tentacle as sturdy as an ancient tree silently emerged from the purple mist, dripping with foul-smelling slime, and struck viciously at the weakest point of the starry witch's rear engine. In the VIP box, Wang Lin watched the holographic projection of the chaotic headless flight God King team battling for survival, a smirk stretching across his face as he squeezed the biological key in his hand until it creaked. Xuanji, this is your reliance. A bunch of ornaments that can't move without their men. He extended his scarlet tongue to lick his lips and issued a command into the microphone. No need to rush to kill, if first dismantle those little ones. I want that mooching bastard to witness how his wings are torn apart one by one. In the center of the arena, inside the cockpit of the Nether God Princess, there was an eerie silence. The external noise seemed to be cut off, leaving only the sound of Li Xuanji's heavy breaths. He was not dazed. He was burning his life. Damn abyssal rules! Li Xuanji closed his eyes, furrowing his brow as 2 streams of crimson blood trickled from his nostrils onto the control panel, startlingly vivid. The system alarm blared in his mind. Warning. Host's mental load has reached critical value. Forcing a breakthrough through the force field will cause irreversible damage to the brain. Suggestion: disconnect immediately to preserve yourself. Shut up. Li Xuanji coldly retorted in his mind. Preserve myself. Let me watch my woman take a beating outside. Temporal essence burned for me. He abruptly opened his eyes. In that instant, the once distinctly black and white pupils vanished, replaced by 2 swirling silver nebulae. It was a divine radiance belonging to a higher dimension, a brazen trampling of the laws of lower dimensions. Since the communication frequencies were cut off here, he would forcefully carve a path using temporal coordinates. Temporal sequence absolute anchor, 7-star positioning. With a low roar, Li Xuanji's fingers danced wildly in the air, casting multiple afterimages before he suddenly clasped his hands together. Boom! The heavy purple light curtain above the arena trembled violently. Then 7 silver light columns, each half a meter in diameter, inexplicably tore through the heavens, disregarding any gravitational or magnetic interference, and precisely crashed down on the heads of the 7 mechs. These light columns were non-lethal, yet exuded an unsettling sense of absolute stillness. It was akin to 7 stabilizing needles dropped into a tumultuous sea. ZZZZZZ connection reconstruction, signal strength 100. Before Li Youyue could react, the tentacle that had ambushed her was forcefully repelled by the light column's inherent force field. Following that, a familiar voice, slightly hoarse, yet resonant like a bell, thundered in her mind. "If you hear me, respond, my battle maidens." This unembellished call made the hearts of the 7 girls present abruptly contract. Brother-in-law. Li Youyue stared at the screen where the data stream reignited, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. "Don't cry, focus on the data." Li Xuanji's voice was calm to the point of being cold. "Xingyao at 3 o'clock, that's the weakest gland in the monster's defense. Now blink over, toss a black hole grenade, and then immediately retreat." "Understood." With absolute coordinates guiding her, the panic in Li Youyue's eyes vanished in an instant. The starry witch flickered this time, not crashing against a wall, but appearing like a specter at the flank of the monstrous mass. Boom! The grenade exploded, and the black hole swallowed a large expanse of flesh. Roar! The monster howled in pain, its deafening roar shaking the very air. But the real danger was not here, but at the storm's center. Ice and Fire twins. Ice Blue and Fire Dance stood back to back, cornered by a dozen bone spikes. The tenfold gravity rendered their once proud speed a joke, and the Mech shield value had plummeted below 20. "Brother-in-law, are we going to die here?" Fire Dance's voice quivered with a hint of tears. "Die. Without my permission, even the king of hell wouldn't dare to claim you." Li Xuanji's icy voice cut straight into their private channel. "Have you not learned your lesson? Lone wolves do not survive more than 3 seconds on this battlefield." Beneath the silver light columns, a domineering mental force surged through the connection ports, forcibly invading their cockpits. This was not a request, it was a takeover. "Now if you want to live, hand over all your defense commands to me. Even the slightest movement of a finger must be under my direction." Ice Blue bit her lip tightly, seeing through the holographic screen the man at the main control position, bleeding from 7 orifices, yet still unwavering. In that moment, all pride and stubbornness crumbled in the face of this suffocating sense of security. "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry." Ice Blue released her grip on the control stick, closing her eyes. "Please take over us." Fire Dance followed suit. At that moment, 2 complex level core permissions opened up unreservedly to the King's network. Knowing one's mistakes and correcting them makes a good girl. Li Xuanji wiped the blood from his face, a fierce and arrogant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now that they were connected, this was his domain. Shiguang switched to absolute defense mode, cover the rear. Youyue blend into the shadows. The silver light in Li Xuanji's eyes surged, his fingers striking fiercely in the air. "Next, it's our turn to attack." At the moment the signal stabilized completely, a system prompt that sent shivers through their souls simultaneously popped up in the minds of Ice Blue and Fire Dance. Ding! High-quality battle maiden core, deep resonance detected. Twin shallow synchronization, polar desolation mode forcibly loading now. As the crisp sound of the system notification echoed, the atmosphere within the arena shifted dramatically. If earlier it had merely been a local network orchestrated by Li Xuanji, at this moment, he had directly linked his soul to the core of the Ice and Fire twins. Ice Blue and Fire Dance both let out a suppressed moan, their delicate faces instantly flushing crimson. It was an exceedingly bizarre sensation. Li Xuanji's domineering mental force surged like a wild dragon, rampaging through their originally enclosed mental seas, forcibly connecting 2 independent consciousnesses. Li Xuanji himself was not unscathed. The left half of his body felt as though it had plunged into a millennia-old ice pit, the extreme cold core of Ice Blue, while the right half felt as if it had been thrown into a steel furnace ignited by Fire Dance's explosive battle intent. The clash of ice and fire was intoxicating, leaving one wanting to curse. "Steady your minds." Li Xuanji barked, forcibly suppressing the alluring turmoil. "Do not allow the monster's filth to take advantage of the opening." At that moment, the towering 100-meter figure of the Blood Calamity ruler sensed the lethal threat. Its grotesque form, composed of countless human faces, emitted an enraged howl. Realizing it could not capture the elusive Li Youyue in a short span, it furiously redirected its attack. "If I can't catch the fly, then I'll shatter these 2 ice blocks first." Thousands of thick, dripping tentacles exuding a dark green acid surged like a blood tsunami, overwhelming the immobile ice and fire mecha at the center. In the stands, Ji Yanlong suddenly stood, gripping the railing until it twisted in her grasp. This isn't fair. How can you dodge under tenfold gravity? Dodge? Li Xuanji narrowed his eyes, his hands drawing indistinguishable afterimages on the holographic screen before him. The best defense is to force the opponent into a position where they cannot attack. Ice Blue shut down the power circulation and inject all coolant into the heat dissipation grid. Li Xuanji's commands were precise, as if he were engaged in micrometer-level sculpting. Lock the extreme cold domain on the base of the tentacles, counting down 3 seconds release. Buzz. The originally blue and white armor of the King of Ice Winds became transparent in an instant, unleashing a terrifying white cold wave capable of freezing molecular motion, which erupted in a fan shape from the mecha's center. This was the explosive power of its glass mecha. The leading tentacles, unable to spray their venom in time, were instantly coated in thick white frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. The nauseating writhing stopped abruptly, transforming into crystalline glass-like sculptures of ice. In that moment, thousands of tentacles became a vast, silent forest of ice. Outside the arena, Ji Bingfeng watched in stunned disbelief. How is this possible? This maneuver should consume at least 50 of the power, but this kid's control over the flow expended less than 5. This was the exquisite manipulation of divine dominion 9 heavens, achieving the greatest results with minimal effort. Fire Dance, it's your time to shine. Li Xuanji's lips curled into a cruel smile reminiscent of an old hunter witnessing his prey ensnared. 3 o'clock direction, charge the main cannon, no need to name, flood this icy forest. Flamestorm, full power sweep. Got it. Watch this, brother-in-law. At that moment, Fire Dance felt an inexhaustible surge of energy coursing through her. The once wild and unruly flames under Li Xuanji's mental guidance transformed into a docile and refined force, like an arm following a command. Boom. The King of Flames unleashed dark red flames that roared like an enraged fire dragon, crashing directly into the frozen forest. The most fundamental and violent laws of physics demonstrated their might at that instant. Heat expansion and cold contraction. The formerly hard yet fragile frozen tentacles experienced a geometric spike in internal pressure upon encountering temperatures in the thousands of degrees. The molecular structure collapsed completely under the relentless tug-of-war between extreme cold and extreme heat. Crack, crack, crack. A series of dense glass-shattering explosions resonated throughout the arena. The once mighty blood calamity ruler, with its thousands of proud regenerative tentacles, was utterly shattered into a storm of ice shards and ashes in that single second. Impossible. What about the regenerative cells of the Deadpool? In the VIP box, Wang Lin was so shocked that he crushed the wine bottle in his hand, crimson liquid splattering everywhere. He did not understand physics, but he understood destruction. The chain reaction did not cease. The terrifying physical collapse surged along the points where the tentacles had broken, racing like lightning towards the monster's core. The gray-white bone armor, which could withstand the causality bullets of the wind chimes, could no longer maintain its molecular stability under such extreme temperature fluctuations. Bang! With a tremendous roar, a massive crack 10 meters deep erupted across the monster's surface. Now, Shiguang, push up. Li Shiguang, who had been poised to strike, was filled with pent-up fury. The Holy Radiance Valkyrie, with 6 wings unfurled, transformed into a golden meteor, forcefully pressing her platinum shield against the monster's fissure. Had fun earlier. Now it's your turn. Wall of size, multiplier rebound. Boom. The immense shockwave generated by the monster's own explosion upon striking the golden shield was reflected back, intact, even amplified. Crackling. The already crumbling bone armor disintegrated entirely, sending a flurry of bone shards swirling through the air. Amidst the cloud of dust, the massive pulsating heart, covered in festering boils, finally lay exposed to the air. At the very center of that heart, a bullet inscribed with azure runes pulsed with a faint glow. That was the causality bullet fired by the wind chime earlier. It had not failed, but had remained lodged within the cracks, waiting for this moment to breach the defenses. Wang Lin, your trump card has been exposed. Li Xuanji sneered, his finger poised over the final command key. However, at that moment, the beleaguered blood calamity ruler let out a horrifying, inhuman scream. Its towering 100-meter body no longer attempted to regenerate, but began to violently collapse inward like a melting candle. Not good. It's trying to force a parasitic takeover. Li Tianzhao's terrified voice rang out in the channel. The crimson torrent completely abandoned the dignity of a heavy unit, curving in a bizarre arc to bypass the invincible Shiguang and the stealthy Youyue. Like a mad dog, it charged straight toward the backline where the defenses were weakest, targeting Li Fengling and Li Weiyin. If I can't win, I'll take your favorite women with me. Wang Lin shrieked hysterically over the communication channel. Release. Unlimited fusion. Devour them. The blood tide surged, ominously moving at an alarming speed, poised to engulf the two young girls entirely. In that instant, Xuanji's gaze turned colder than ancient glaciers. Playing switcheroo in front of me. He slowly extended his right hand, a pitch black dot rapidly forming in his palm, warping the surrounding light. Wanna eat, do you? Then I'll make sure you feast. Spatial sequence. Exile activate. The abyssal force field lay in tatters, yet the stench of blood and oil mingled in the air, assaulting the senses. Die? All of you die. They'll crush you, you fragile flowers, skin and bone alike. From the mass of rapidly moving flesh and blood, Richard's voice echoed like a crackling electronic speaker. Having abandoned his humanity, his speed was indeed remarkable, carving a crimson parabola through the air as he disregarded Li Youyue and her wall of size, intent on reaching the rear line. His target was at the very end of the battlefield. There stood Li Fengling, reloading energy for her Silent Wind sniper cannon alongside Li Youyue, who seemed unarmed and defenseless, piloting mechanical gospel. Inside the VIP booth, Wang Lin slammed his fist onto the control panel, his face contorted in rage. He envisioned that if this strike succeeded, the proud tactical system of Xuanji would collapse on the spot. Meanwhile, in the cockpit of the goddess of the underworld, at the heart of the battlefield, Xuanji leaned against the neural link field, blood droplets trickling from his nose, his eyes unblinking. On the holographic battlefield, the red dots representing the enemy surged closer, yet he almost chuckled. Such an obvious trap, even the AI is smarter than you. Young Master Wang, it seems you are truly desperate, willing to shovel anything into your mouth. He suddenly snapped his fingers in the void. A crisp command echoed through the king's network. Xingyao shut the door and unleashed the hounds. The blood-soaked torrent was now less than 10 meters from Fengling and Wayne. In Richard's distorted gaze, he could even see the reflective armor patterns on the Azure mech. In the final 0.1 seconds before the wave of flesh would crest over them, buzz, a burst of silver-purple nebula exploded in midair. Li Xingyao, this starry witch, manifested from the void, perfectly positioned before the blood wave. Without a hint of aggression, her mech's arms collided in a flash before her chest. Dimensional shift, short-range wormhole. An unassuming black vortex instantaneously swallowed the Silent Wind behind her. The space twisted, and Li Fengling along with her mech vanished without a trace, only to reappear 100 meters away on a metal platform unharmed. The blood wave crashed into empty air. Richard, having lost his target, couldn't halt his massive body in time, plummeting uncontrollably to the ground. But what awaited him was not the floor. It was the mechanical gospel, which had long been lying in wait. Little Xingyao, step aside. Ooh, I don't want you to dirty your new clothes with this filth. Her usual timid, childlike voice now carried a sickly sweetness that sent shivers down the spine. Through mental sharing, Li Xuanji clearly perceived the cockpit of Wayne, where the little girl removed her goggles. Her left eye's vibrant green faded, revealing a blood-red glare reminiscent of the abyss. Outside, the mechanical gospel, bathed in a holy white light, had its sacred paint peel off, revealing dark rusty iron that slithered across its surface like a venomous snake. Dark mode activated. Uncle, your bone spurs are too long. Let me help you exfoliate. Wayne smiled with a twisted glee, her mechanical arms, designed for precision repair, darting forth to plunge directly into the descending tide of flesh. Touch of withering, full power. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of corrosive decay reverberated throughout the arena. A thick gray mist surged from her palms, enveloping the core engine of that mass of rotten flesh like a vicious curse. This was no mere strong acid, it was a death energy that eradicated vitality at a conceptual level. Off. My cells. My power core is melting. Richard's anguished screams erupted from within the blood wave. His prideful superspeed regeneration crumbled before the dead mist, disintegrating the newly formed flesh buds into ash almost instantly. What was meant to be a lightning-fast assault was now pinned down entirely. Damn it. Retreat. Get us the hell out of here. Wang Lin howled frantically into his communicator from the booth. Only thinking of leaving now. Sorry, too late. In the mental realm, Li Fengling adjusted her glasses calmly. On the platform, Silent Wind's exaggerated sigh of finality stood firm as a mountain. The causal anchoring bestowed by Li Xuanji had already locked down the mass of flesh ensnared by the dead mist. General. Bang. Without charging or predicting, a specially made hyper-explosive armor-piercing round shot forth, carving a straight azure line through the air, precisely drilling into the fissure of the monster's shattered bone armor. Boom. A horrific explosion erupted deep within the creature's core, tearing the mass of flesh into fragments, dark green ichor raining down like a deluge. Not dead yet. Li Xuanji's cold voice resonated in the cockpit of the goddess of the underworld. Li Youyue, it's our turn to collect heads. At your command, my king. Li Youyue's icy tone betrayed a surge of suppressed excitement and obsession. This was the first time she and Li Xuanji had achieved such profound soul integration in combat. The shadow at the center of the arena came alive. The goddess of the underworld tore through space like a panther, unleashed every movement of Li Xuanji's hands perfectly synchronized with the mech's actions. Swish! A black shadow flashed through the rain of flesh. The scythe of oblivion unleashed a crescent-shaped blade of darkness spanning 30 meters. Swift, precise, ruthless. With muffled thuds, the remaining 3 main power conduits of the monster snapped. The flesh, deprived of energy, convulsed violently before succumbing, collapsing into a pool of smoldering muck. From Xingyou's baiting to Huayan's crowd control, then Fengling's long-range sniping, followed by Youyue's close-quarters harvesting. A seamless sequence of moves took less than 3 seconds. The entire celestial arena fell silent. After a full 5 seconds, commentator Jack in a frenzy ripped off his tie and crushed his microphone, screaming at the top of his lungs. The art of slaughter. No. This is a damn production line for physical transcendence. 0 casualties. The Divine King squad has annihilated the strongest monster of the undying corpse. That was not a trap, it was a one-sided massacre. The stands erupted in a tsunami of cheers. Yi Zixin, seated in the VIP section, let out a long breath, her lips curling into a satisfied smile akin to a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law. This kid has some guts, daring to use Fengling as bait. If the timing had been off by a millisecond, it would have all been lost. That's not called guts, that's called absolute control. Lin Moyu held a glass of red wine, his expression complex. Qinghai fought like this back in the day too. On the battlefield, the 5 mechs regrouped. Li Xuanji leaned back in his seat, exhaling deeply. This forced maneuvering of 5 dimensions strained his mind like needles. Is it over? Li Xingyao floated in midair, anxiously patting her chest. At that moment, Li Xuanji's eyelid twitched violently. The eye of time and space detected an extremely ominous energy fluctuation. The heap of flesh on the ground had not cooled. The residual death energy from Huayan's touch of withering seemed to have provoked something deep within the flesh that did not belong to this world. Puff! A cluster of eerie black flames suddenly erupted from the pile of rotten meat. Then came a second, a third. The black flames exuded no warmth but distorted the surrounding space, as if seeking to reduce reality itself to nothingness. In his mind, a long-dormant crimson warning panel from the system instantly filled Li Xuanji's vision. Warning! Warning! Unknown high-dimensional energy injection detected. The enemy's destiny system is forcibly loading a material template that transcends the current dimensional boundaries. High-dimensional annihilation protocol initiated. Li Xuanji sat up straight, gripping the control stick tightly. All units fall back. Increase the distance. But it was too late. The sound of a sharp crack echoed. The holographic projections surrounding the arena faded into darkness. Immediately following were the extinguishing lights of the venue, the electronic eyes of the referees, and even the thick energy shield above the sky that seemed to defy comprehension. In that fleeting moment, the entire energy supply of the Godfall city felt as if it had been forcibly drained by an unseen abyss. Darkness descended. The sole source of illumination emanated from a raging black flame at the center of the arena. Within that inferno, a mass of flesh that should have been lifeless and remnants of mechanical debris twisted and reassembled in a grotesque manner, distorting reality itself. Metallic frameworks bent and fused directly with sinewy tissues. High-voltage cables beneath the ground were violently yanked apart, becoming arteries coursing into the horrific form that was taking shape. Crack! 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 The sickening sound of shattering bones resonated throughout the arena. A towering monstrosity reaching 150 meters with horns twisted like a throne of the abyss and 4 massive arms woven purely from metal and flesh sprouted from its back, slowly rose amidst the black flames. This was no mere mech. This was a hybrid birth from the union of technology and bioweaponry. Li Xuanji sat in the cockpit, his gaze fixed on the behemoth. He attempted to analyze it using his temporal sequence ability, only to find his powers felt as if they were sinking into wet cement, unbearably heavy. The system panel flashed with crimson warnings. Target locked, aberrant pseudo-deity mech. Warning. Enemy's Destiny Vengeance system has released S-level rule interference. Warning. Physical rules in the current area have been altered. Temporal anchor points are failing. Ha ha ha, Li Xuanji. Wang Lin's maniacal laughter erupted in the minds of everyone present, unamplified by any speaker. Did you think you had won? Just because you understand some tactical coordination, you feel invincible. In the VIP box, blood tears streamed from Wang Lin's eyes. He had sacrificed half of his life force to summon this pseudo-deity for just 1 minute. Rules. I, Wang Lin, am the rule here today. I don't care how many women you have behind you, none of you will leave alive today. Arrogance, hubris, utter defiance. Accompanied by his roar, the four-armed pseudo-deity began to move. It casually raised one arm, pointing at Li Youyue at the forefront as a flash of dark light flickered at its fingertip. A thin gray ray shot forth. Absolute defense. Li Youyue snorted, coldly activating her glass energy core as the 6 wings of the Valkyrie unfurled. A platinum shield capable of withstanding the main ship's cannon materialized in an instant. However, zzz. There was no explosion, merely the sound of a hot knife slicing through butter. The gray ray of oblivion completely disregarded the laws of light. The indestructible shield shattered upon contact, crumbling like fragile glass. The gray line surged forward, piercing through 3 meters of the sighing wall, barely grazing the left shoulder of the Valkyrie. Crack! A large portion of the platinum armor disintegrated into ash, scattering into the air. Li Youyue stifled a groan, her mech, unable to withstand the impact, collapsing to one knee. Second sister. Li Youyue's eyes turned red with urgency as the starry witch tore open a spatial rift, attempting a flanking attack. But just as she had half her body, through a brutal force of rule, slammed down, erasing the rift entirely. The backlash from the spatial failure sent sparks flying within her mech, grievously injuring her. I told you the rules here are dictated by me. Wang Lin laughed cruelly in everyone's minds. Bang! From a distant platform, Li Fengling gritted her teeth and pulled the trigger once more. The causality bullet discharged. Yet in this realm dominated by destiny, causality ceased to hold sway. The blue bullet slowed dramatically as it approached the pseudo-deity, as if colliding with an invisible wall, ultimately falling to the ground and shattering into dust. An overwhelming force. A merciless descent of power. Form a tighter formation. Fall back behind me. Li Youyue gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stand. The Ice and Fire twins and Wei Yin quickly gathered around her. The 5 top-tier Valkyries were now cornered into a space of less than 50 meters like lambs awaiting slaughter. The pseudo-deity spread its 4 arms wide, unleashing a frenzied barrage of the Ray of Oblivion. Zzz. Wherever the ray passed, the alloy ground was left utterly barren. The Valkyrie mech's armor melted en masse as the heat and radiation poured unimpeded into the cockpits. In the stands, Wang Lin, you're courting death. Yi Zixin's eyes glowed crimson, the SS-level pressure of the Academy's headmaster erupting as the phantom of the Eternity shield began to materialize behind her. But in the next instant, dozens of magnetic storm chains fell from the sky, blocking the 7 mothers-in-law. Damn it, the Venu's control is locked. Ji Yanlong, the most temperamental among them, slammed his fist against the energy barrier, causing blood to pour from his hand. All they could do was watch helplessly. Despair spread through the crowd like a plague. Meanwhile, at the center of the arena, in the battered cockpit of the Phantom Goddess, Li Xuanji clenched his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The communication channel was filled with the girl's muffled moans of pain and the shrill alarms of the damaged mechs. Through the screen, he saw the shattered shield of Youyue and the blood at the corner of Xingyou's mouth. Li Xuanji's eyes were bloodshot, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Fear. No. What surged within him was a rage powerful enough to scorch the heavens. System, report my remaining lifespan, he commanded coldly in his mind. Current remaining lifespan of the host, 71 years. Warning. Using temporal annihilation against pseudo-data level rules will deduct 50 years from your lifespan in one go with a 90 probability of soul collapse. I can't stand it when anyone touches my people. Li Xuanji tore open his collar, revealing a chest marked with scars. He raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the pseudo-deity, outside a violent smile twisting his lips. So it's the destiny system, is it? Altering the rules, huh? In this day and age, who doesn't have a system? Wang Lin, today I shall see whether your cheat is hard enough, or if I have an appetite for soft meals. The temporal essence within him surged violently in reverse. He was about to flip the table. He was prepared to sacrifice most of his life to erase this space and everyone within it from the timeline. However, just as he was about to ignite everything in that moment, a crisp sound akin to shattering glass echoed deep within his soul. It wasn't a system alert. Li Xuanji froze. Deep within the sea of his consciousness, a golden chain that had long suppressed his mental limits, the seal left by his father-in-law, the god of oblivion, suddenly released a link. In that instant, an unmatched, terrifying authority transcending the current dimension poured into Li Xuanji's limbs through the crack like a galaxy in flood. A familiar, deep voice tinged with disdain and protectiveness resonated in the void. You little brat, my daughter Li Qinghai's life is not something you can gamble with. Time was forcibly pressed to a halt. Deep within his mental ocean, a force potent enough to tear apart the very fabric of the soul was primed to explode. A golden chain coiled tightly at the center of his mind, and straining against the limits of his spiritual power, suddenly snapped, breaking a link, without warning. There was no earth-shattering roar, only the faint echo of a drop of water splashing into an abyss. A terrifying aura seemingly emanating from the farthest reaches of the universe surged through the breach in the chain, utterly disregarding the so-called fate rules above the arena, and forcefully invaded Li Xuanji's spiritual realm. A shadowy figure began to coalesce. The man in his early 30s with graying temples donned a dark gold robe adorned with dragon patterns. His handsome features resembled those of a deity, and his eyes held a cold indifference that seemed to pierce through eternity. The god of annihilation, Li Qinghai. Li Xuanji's heart sank. How could this old fox have left a hidden card? Fool. Li Qinghai's voice was both icy and harsh, laced with a hint of mockery and a surge of anger exploding in Li Xuanji's mind. Instead of using my personal teachings, Xuanji Jiutian, you choose to learn self-detonation from others. I'm embarrassed for you. Li Xuanji grimaced in pain, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pressure building in his brain as he retorted, that bastard outside changed the rules, suppressing my temporal powers. If I don't throw the table, they'll all die. Change the rules. Li Qinghai scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the patchwork monstrosity outside, a cold smile curling at his lips. A pile of scrap metal borrowing a bit of high-dimensional energy dares to call itself a rule. You're a waste sitting on a mountain of gold, yet begging for scraps. Before Li Xuanji could respond, Li Qinghai stepped forward. Boom. Li Xuanji felt his mental ocean expand tenfold in an instant. The mindscape on the brink of collapse was forcibly reinforced and expanded by a surge of golden divine consciousness. Watch closely, oh, I'll only teach this once. Li Qinghai raised his hand, pointing to the 7 light points within the mental ocean that represented the 7 warrior maidens. What do you think a king is? A clumsy fool rushing to take hits. The second layer of Xuanji Jiutian, the king's combat method, is rooted in dominion. You are merely a mobile power bank, a supercore. Their essence is your battery. Don't try to resist the opposing dimensional suppression with your pathetic brain. Release your permissions, absorb all their strength, and use your temporal source matter as a converter, returning it tenfold. A king is not a brute. A king gathers all starlight and blinds the enemy with the sun. As Li Qinghai's shadow began to fade, his icy gaze locked onto Li Xuanji, leaving behind an unmistakable warning. Bring my daughters out alive. If even a single hair is harmed, I will tear apart the dimensions myself to personally snap your neck. Golden light shattered, transforming into countless sparkling motes that flooded into the very bones of Li Xuanji. In reality, in the cockpit of the Yuming Shenu, Li Xuanji's eyes snapped open. His pupils, now devoid of bloodshot veins, gleamed with a blinding silver-gold radiance. The blood from his 7 orifices evaporated in an instant. He pressed his hands firmly against the neural link force field, letting out a suppressed roar from his throat. System lift all safety restrictions. Temporal source matter fill the entire King network to capacity. In the silent arena, a sudden anomaly erupted. The engines of the Yanlong Ji Wang, Bingfeng Ji Wang, Shengyao Nu Wushan, Shinkong Ma Nu, Ji Xiefuin, Jiming Ji Feng, and at the center the Yuming Shenu, all roared to life, simultaneously producing a deafening cacophony. Within the King network, Li Xuanji was no longer a protector, but had transformed into the most ravenous devourer. Binglin Hou Yuyue Shiguang, Xingyao Weiyin Fengling. His voice carried an absolute sense of control and madness. Core permissions open to me entirely. Energy siphon everything. Without the slightest hesitation, the 7 girls responded, instantly fueled by an unwavering trust from the depths of their souls. Received. In the next moment, torrents of terrifying energy surged through the mental network, flooding into the cockpit of the Yuming Shenu, pouring into Li Xuanji's body. Shadows, holy light, space life, causality, extreme, ice, raging flames. 7 strength core powers clashed wildly within him, his insides feeling as if they were embroiled in an internal war, half frozen in an ice pit, half cast into a steel furnace. Yet Li Xuanji merely grinned. The temporal source matter within him was fully activated, functioning as a flawless converter, forcibly grinding, merging, and reorganizing the 7 powers. Then he pushed against the control panel with all his might. The restructured energy centered around him returned along the original network path, refilling the 7 mechs with tenfold purity. A perfect energy closed loop was established. 7 thick beams of light shot skyward, clearing the darkness from the arena. The purple haze in the sky was pierced through, creating 7 immense openings. Beneath the 7 mechs, a golden 7-pointed star formation spanning kilometers emerged, energy flowing through the formation at light speed, ceaseless and eternal. Xinyu Jiutian's second layer. Li Xuanji's voice resonated through the loudspeakers, echoing throughout the arena. King's combat method activate. In the VIP box, Wang Lin stared at the skyrocketing energy readings on the screen, his initial ecstasy freezing into terror and distortion inch by inch. Warning. Target area energy reaction overload. Warning. Current rules are being forcibly overwritten by a higher dimensional field. Impossible. This violates the conservation of energy. How can 7 independent engines form a closed loop? Wang Lin shouted, smashing the holographic panel before him. He frantically screamed into the microphone, "Kill him. Now. Immediately. Turn him to dust." In the arena, the pseudo-god Mecha received its orders, raising all 4 massive arms, simultaneously gathering a beam of annihilating silence. Whoosh. 4 beams powerful enough to melt through starships crossed in a 10-fold pattern, shooting straight toward the center of the Yuming Shenu. The speed was so extreme that evasion was utterly impossible, but Li Xuanji had no intention of dodging. His fingers danced in the neural link force field, leaving behind afterimages. Weiyin Xingyao, it's your turn. With the command given, Jixia Fuyin and Shinkong Ma Nu moved in synchrony. Huayin's left eye glowed fiercely as she hefted the massive wrench, Live's Anthem Purification Barrier. Xingyao pushed forward with both hands, shouting, "Spatial sequence, local curvature." A pure white light shield unfolded before the Yuming Shenu, but in an instant, it was forcibly twisted into an eerie 90-degree angle. Boom. The 4 beams of annihilation collided with the light shield. There was no penetration, no explosion. The beams that could obliterate rules were first stripped of their violent attributes by the life force, then collided with the folded space. The beams followed the tilted wall, tracing a dramatic parabolic arc, narrowly missing the heads of the God King team and crashing into the arena's energy shield. Bang! The 10-meter-thick energy shield was easily breached, leaving a gaping cross-shaped hole. The beams continued unabated, shooting into the heavens. The world-shattering move from the other side fizzled into nothingness. Silence engulfed the arena. In the next moment, a tsunami of cheers erupted, nearly toppling the roof of the arena. In the VIP seats of the 7, mother-in-law Ji Yanlong kicked the railing apart, eyes alight with excitement. This kid has forcibly applied the dual synchronization principle to 7 people. Is he a monster? Lin Moyu stared intently at the Yuming Shenu, radiating immense pressure, her cold and beautiful face unable to conceal her shock. She was too familiar with this. Li Qinghai had used the very same tactic to lead them through the entire alliance. He did it, Qinghai, you didn't misjudge him. In the arena, having withstood the fatal strike, the 7-star synchronization formation glowed even brighter. All warrior maidens' energy reserves were locked at 100, endlessly sustained, never to run dry. Li Xuanji sat firmly in the cockpit, cold sweat soaking his back, yet his gaze was as brilliant as ever, brimming with murderous intent. Brother-in-law, it's our turn. Binglin's voice was as cold as ice. Give the order. Xingyou's tone was filled with excitement. Li Xuanji tightened his grip on the control sphere, his voice resonating through the Yuming Shenu as the final decree. All units lock onto the target. He raised his head, fixating on the imperious pseudo-god Mecha displayed on the screen, a cruel smile curving his lips. Prepare to execute. Li Xuanji's hands became 2 indistinct shadows, sending complex commands cascading through the network. God-slaying program. The ground of the celestial arena trembled. A colossal golden 7-pointed star formation illuminated the space, and a powerful pressure enveloped the entire battlefield. Li Xuanji sat in the core energy field of the underworld goddess, his gaze tranquil. His thoughts seamlessly translated into the movements of the battle maiden. Disassemble it. First step, skin it. The command was issued silently. At the edge of the battlefield, the mechanical gospel Mecha unfurled its arms. Li Weiyin removed her goggles, her eyes filled with pure radiant energy. She activated the auxiliary form of the life goddess. A ring of sacred white light surged outward from Weiyin, expanding violently. The white light swept across the ground, restoring the charred alloy floor to its metallic sheen. As the halo struck the towering pseudo-divine machine, a cacophony of sizzling sounds erupted. The frenzied, writhing nanite cells on the surface of the pseudo-divine machine convulsed violently upon contact with the purifying light. Those destined rebirth bodies favored by Wang Lin lost their vitality in an instant under the onslaught of pure life force, large swathes of carbonization peeling off. The regeneration cells on the surface of the pseudo-divine machine crumbled away, revealing the armor beneath. The pseudo-divine machine emitted a piercing electronic wail, attempting to retreat. Want to leave? Too late. Li Xuanji's consciousness penetrated into another node. Xingyao closed the net. In midair, the starry, which was already in position. The space around Li Xingyao folded into a deep violet hue. 4 void fissures, each 100 meters long, erupted simultaneously around the pseudo-divine machine. These fissures formed for insurmountable, high-dimensional walls. As the massive body of the pseudo-divine machine retreated half a step, it crashed into the spatial fault behind it. Sparks flew and 2 of its 4 arms became trapped in the crevices of the spatial barrier, immobilized. It was completely pinned in place. Wang Lin in the VIP room was sweating profusely, his hands frantically typing a string of crimson code on the keyboard. A bunch of useless fools. You forced me to this. In the arena, the chest of the immobilized pseudo-divine machine suddenly cracked open, a blinding red light flaring from within. The surrounding temperature began to rise rapidly. A miniature nuclear fusion reactor. Wang Lin intended to detonate the core of the pseudo-divine machine, obliterating the entire center of the divine fallen city. Li Xuanji scoffed. Under his control, even self-destruction became a luxury. Gemini shell it. The ice blue and fire had been poised to act. The king of ice and the king of flames transformed into 2 streaks of light, 1 blue and 1 red, closing in on the pseudo-divine machine. The ice blue unleashed an unrestrained blast of frigid air onto the thick gray-white bone armor of the pseudo-divine machine. The surface of the armor instantly crystallized into half a meter of solid ice, the molecular structure completely frozen. Half a second later, the fiery cannon of fire dance accurately struck the same spot. The clash of thousands of degrees of heat against extreme cold resonated with a tremendous shatter. With a deafening crack, the front bone armor of the pseudo-divine machine, which even its glass main cannon could not penetrate, erupted in countless fissures. Large chunks of armor fragments flew apart, exposing the intricately woven energy conduits within, along with a fusion core pulsating and glowing red as it charged frantically. Push it back. Li Xuanji locked onto the expansion value of the fusion core and issued a third command. High above, Li Shiguang, with her flowing purple hair, let out a cold shout. The 6 wings of the Holy Radiance Valkyrie spread wide, draining the energy from the glass core in an instant, only to have it replenished by the formation. She did not activate her shield. The platinum tower shield in her hand morphed and elongated under the compressed energy, transforming into a 50-meter-long golden sword of light. The mecha plummeted from the sky, carrying enormous kinetic energy, and thrust the golden sword brutally into the right shoulder of the pseudo-divine machine, which had reared up in its struggle. With a squelch, the sword pierced directly through the thick body, pinning it firmly to the alloy floor of the arena. The raging divine energy coursed along the blade, severing the right energy conduit of the pseudo-divine machine, abruptly halting the rapidly expanding red glow and interrupting the fusion process. A perfect control of the battlefield, an unbroken suppression. The breaths of 300,000 spectators held in unison. Armor shattered, core exposed. Youyue. Li Xuanji's voice echoed within the depths of the underworld goddess machine. No more words were needed. The black mecha that had been standing still vanished. Shadow cloak activated. As the attention of the pseudo-divine machine was fully drawn to Gemini, and Shiguang, the underworld goddess, moved like an invisible ghost, slipping through the explosion-wrought fissure in its chest and into its massive body. The view was filled with a maze of mechanical passages and blood vessels. It's deviated. Wang Lin hid the core 3 inches to the left of the spine. There's a high-density magnetic storm barrier surrounding it. Li Youyue's cold, murderous voice directly synced in Li Xuanji's mind. Can you cut through? Give me 0.5 seconds. The black mecha showcased terrifying flexibility within the constricted interior space. The scythe of annihilation was rendered useless as the underworld goddess legs launched 2 shadow daggers. In the cramped quarters, the daggers crossed and struck out. With a tearing sound, the high-density magnetic storm barrier was brutally ripped open, creating a gap. At the end of the line of sight, the true core of the pseudo-divine machine, like a throbbing mechanical heart, was fully exposed before Li Xuanji's eyes. Now was the moment. Li Xuanji's eyes widened to their fullest. The temporal sequence accelerated to its limits. An invisible causal red line shot forth from the depths of his gaze. The red line pierced through the body of the pseudo-divine machine, spanning over 1,000 meters. It connected directly to Li Fengling, who had long since set up the final Psi on the highest viewing platform. Fengling, load the ammunition. On the platform, the silent wind knelt on one knee, her gun barrel firmly locked onto the target. Li Fengling adjusted her data glasses, loading a blue causality bullet into the chamber. Through the Monarch network, she didn't need to aim. Li Xuanji's gaze became her trajectory. The core coordinates that Li Xuanji had locked onto within the monster directly overlaid her fire control radar. The imminent threat of death provoked the pseudo-divine machine. The remaining fate rules within it retaliated violently, with all fractured conduits shooting toward the underworld goddess like venomous serpents. There was no escape. But Li Xuanji did not maneuver the mecha to dodge. He clenched his left fist and slammed it heavily onto the control panel. Temporal sequence. Absolute suspension. Buzz. In that instant, the world fell silent. The lethal conduits that shot toward the underworld goddess within a centimeter were frozen midair. Wang Lin's enraged expression in the VIP room was captured in the moment of distortion. Suspended for 0.1 seconds, Li Xuanji coldly uttered 2 words into the communication channel. Fire. Bang. A gunshot shattered the heavens. A blue projectile coalescing the energies of 7 top-tier battle maidens and imbued with causality burst forth from the chamber. In Li Xuanji's silver-glazed eyes, the bullet trailed a blue streak moving faster than light. It disregarded all defenses and through the gap created by Li Youyue, precisely penetrated the throbbing core of the pseudo-divine machine. Crack. The core ceased its pulsing. In the moment the suspension ended, the massive, contorted body of the pseudo-divine machine collapsed like a pile of mud. But it was not over yet. Li Xuanji remained in the cockpit, his gaze fixed on the shattered core. The thread of mental connection that Wang Lin had left through the fate system was about to break free along the data stream. I can do that too, using the network to strike. Li Xuanji sneered. His formidable mental power surged along that invisible connection, transforming into a sharp spike that drove forward with force. In the VIP room, Wang Lin suddenly let out a piercing scream. Black blood seeped from his eyes as he toppled backward, crashing into the shards of glass, his fate uncertain. The crisp sound of shattering echoed across the heavens of the arena, lingering in the air. The towering, invincible aberration of the pseudo-god machine collapsed with a thunderous crash akin to mountains of gold toppling over. Its massive body struck the scorched alloy floor, sending up a cloud of dust. 300,000 spectators held their breath, some even rising from their seats, eager to embrace the ultimate victory belonging to the God King Academy. Yet a sudden transformation occurred. The wreckage of the pseudo-god machine lying on the ground did not cool. The mechanical heart, recently pierced by a causality bullet, unexpectedly erupted with eerie black ripples. It was not a sign of vitality, but a pure logic of destruction. Rule collapse. In the VIP box, Wang Lin, bleeding from all 7 orifices, was not completely dead. His twisted face was smeared with blood, and his remaining eyeball moved erratically, fixated on the screen, displaying the black mech radiating terrifying pressure. A sinister smile, one that belonged not to humanity, twisted at the corner of his mouth. Li Xuanji, did you truly believe you won? Wang Lin's voice was hoarse and frenzied, like 2 rusted metal plates grinding against each other, echoing loudly on the public frequency. You think a mere collection of borrowed power can judge a god? This is a high-dimensional program bestowed by the mechanical god sect. Consider it a funeral fireworks show I give you. As his words fell, Wang Lin's body disintegrated like crumbling sand in a gust of eerie wind, turning to ash. That was never his true form. From start to finish, this was merely a biochemical avatar controlled remotely using the Destiny system. Retreat. Create distance. Li Xuanji's pupils constricted sharply inside the cockpit of the Yoming Shenu. But it was too late. The wreckage of the pseudo-god machine at the center of the arena greedily absorbed the residual stray energy around it. It was a complete abandonment of defense and regeneration, and the temperature soared to terrifying levels geometrically. Boom. There was no deafening explosion, only a heart-stopping muffled echo. The colossal body of the pseudo-god machine disintegrated, instantly shattering like black glass struck by a giant hammer, transforming into countless black sparks. Each spark resembled a miniature demon's heart, pulsating violently in the air, radiating horrific heat capable of melting through SS-grade armor in an instant. The thermal nuclear self-ignition program activated at full power. The air ionized in an instant under the extreme temperature. Visible blue arcs of electricity raced across the void. The once clear arena was forcibly twisted into a bizarre hellscape. Most perilous was that these thousands of sparks were not mindless shrapnel. They rapidly adjusted their trajectories midair, resembling a swarm of crazed locusts endowed with autonomous consciousness, lockstepping toward the 7 battle mechs within the arena. This was an indiscriminate nuclear strike without rationale. Warnings are useless. I will see for myself. Inside the cockpit, the blaring crimson alerts on the system panel flashed wildly, but Li Xuanji did not spare them a glance. Ignoring the overwhelming strain on his mental capacity, he pushed the raging temporal essence within him to its limit. There was no retreat, no compromise. Only ultimate control. Time sovereign. Perception overclock. Absolute slow field activate. Buzz. Two glaring silver tears streamed from the corners of Li Xuanji's eyes, falling onto his dark military coat. His pupils vanished, entirely morphing into two swirling silver nebulae in reverse. A vast, unparalleled wave of spatial ripples emanated from the Youming Shinu, acting as the absolute center, forcibly covering a radius of 1,000 meters in the arena. The flow of time across the entire arena stretched uncontrollably. Amid the black sparks darting about like lightning, Li Xuanji's mind functioned as a supercomputer, instantly capturing the flight vectors, kinetic energies, and explosion thresholds of each self-detonating projectile. The cost was steep. The backlash from forcibly distorting high-dimensional rules made his bones creak painfully, and muscle fibers oozed fine beads of blood under the horrific pressure. Xuanji. Li Youyue's anguished cry rang through the mental link. As the Mech's core, her neural core was tightly connected to Li Xuanji. She could vividly feel the inhuman torment he was enduring at that moment, sacrificing himself to hold up a sky for them. Shut up and follow my orders. No one is allowed to die. Li Xuanji's hoarse voice carried an undeniable madness and dominance. His fingers traced layers of afterimages in the neural link field, forcibly transforming the originally singular spiritual connections of the 7 mechs into a complex, dynamic topological network. The microsecond-level information exchange was completed in an instant. Xingyao, Zaxis 34, Yaxis 72. Short-range displacement. In midair, starry witchly, Xingyao bit down hard on her silver teeth, enduring the dizziness from the spatial backlash as she ripped her mech's hands apart. Understood. The short-range spatial displacement activated. Hundreds of sparks rushing toward the flank of the Holy Radiant Valkyrie exchanged places with hundreds of sparks emerging from below and targeting the Polar Twins' base, colliding violently in midair. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce explosions mutually canceled each other out at a safe distance, leaving only a sky full of billowing black smoke. Fengling, 12 o'clock direction, clear, all ammunition. Strike at their energy core. From the distant high platform Silent Wind, Li Fengling's expression turned sharp as Final Sai opened fire. She didn't need to seek targets. Li Xuanji's temporal eye served as her perfect fire control radar. Bang, bang, bang. Causal bullets in a torrential downpour precisely pierced the pulsating core of the sparks. Not only did they preemptively detonate the threats, but they also forcibly stripped away the high-pressure charges within. Wayne, take over the stray charges and set traps. Mechanical Gospel extended its arms, the dark energy of death and purifying white light intertwining, forcibly molding the scattered thunderstorm into a massive electromagnetic trap covering half the arena. ZZZT. ZZZT. The subsequent black sparks surged into the electromagnetic net like moths to a flame, their internal logic instantly thrown into chaos, crashing to the ground in clusters. Twins finish with ice and fire. Xiguang, activate absolute defense. Ice blue and blazing flames synchronously unleashed their powers, the frigid chill and scorching inferno sweeping across the battlefield. Li Xiguang raised her platinum tower shield, blocking the last remnants of the explosive wave. Textbook-like extreme micromanipulation. The 7 top battle mechs, under Li Xuanji's godlike command, functioned as a precise killing machine, extinguishing a nuclear strike that could have leveled half a city, snuffing it out in midair. Sizzle. The last black flame flickered on the surface of the wall of size before dissipating into ash. Silence reigned in the venue, broken only by the cooling sounds of armor and faint ionization. Dead silence. 5 seconds passed before the 300,000 spectators awoke from their stupor, erupting into a frenzied cheer that could have overturned the heavens. We survived. It's all cleared. Li Xingyao gasped heavily in the communication channel, the starry, which floating helplessly in midair. Li Fengling also set down her heated sniper cannon, adjusting her glasses damp with sweat. They had won. This was the consensus among all. In the VIP area, Lin Moyu and Yi Zixin finally allowed their tense bodies to relax slightly. However, inside the cockpit of the Youming Shinu, Li Xuanji did not smile. His temporal eye remained open, intensifying the sharp stabbing pain akin to a needle. An indescribable sense of dread surged through him like a slick, cold, venomous snake slithering up his spine to his crown. This isn't right, but can't be this simple. Li Xuanji suddenly lowered his head, staring intently at the holographic sand table beneath him. The temporal essence is experiencing strong repulsion. Below the surface, deep beneath the arena which had turned to ruins, the detection radar showed no response. Yet within Li Xuanji's temporal perception, a highly energetic reaction capable of freezing souls lay in ambush. No temperature, no light, not even mass. Dark matter collapse. Li Xuanji's eyes threatened to burst. He finally understood the true meaning behind Wang Lin's smile, before self-detonation. The so-called indiscriminate spark attack was merely a grand ruse. It was designed to force him into extreme micromanipulation to drain his abilities and the entire energy reserves of the 7 mechs. What lay hidden underground was the true logic zeroing, capable of erasing high-dimensional rules. Die along with your woman. Wang Lin's sinister laughter seemed to transcend the dimensions, echoing in the abyss. Boom. No flames, no warning. A black aurora deeper and purer than the extreme night struck like a sword, piercing reality, tearing through layers of alloy flooring in an instant. Its speed defied the laws of physics. Even perception overclock could barely catch the distorted remnants of its passage. This aurora did not target the scattered battle mechs, but with a lethal intent shot directly towards the Yoming Shenu, the very heart of the cockpit where Xuanji and Li Youyue's lives resided. At the moment it had just issued its final command signals, caught in a half-second energy vacuum. Xuanji sat in the pilot's seat with no way to evade. Time truly came to a standstill. But it was not his doing. A sickly, cheerful whisper suddenly echoed in his ear. "Oh dear, my beloved God King brothers, chosen little man, if you were to fall here so easily, it would trouble me greatly."